That wretch Chen Muyuan is utterly inhuman. How could he lay such a vicious hand on the beautiful and enchanting Miss Qing Xianhua? It is simply the cruel destruction of a delicate flower you. Amid the crowd, a man filled with righteous indignation could not help speaking out when he saw the weak and pitiful Qing Xianhua, her face drained of color from Chen Muyuan's strike. Yet just as he was about to curse a few more times, he suddenly felt an appalling surge of qi. The killing intent that swept over him made his whole body tremble, as though he had fallen into an ice cavern. His entire figure shook uncontrollably and then stiffened in place. Fellow daoist Chen Feng, please quell your anger. It was my failure to discipline this unfilial grandson. I offer you my apologies. Beside the loudmouth brat appeared an old man at the Golden Core realm, who looked at Chen Feng with a face full of remorse. This must not happen again. Next time I will not be so merciful. Chen Feng uttered these words in an icy tone and no longer bothered to pay them any heed. Were it not for the presence of so many cultivators and powers here today, his explosive temper would have had him slap the boy to death in an instant. Grandfather, what I said makes sense. With you, father, and all the uncles here, why should we fear the Chen clan? A sharp slap rang out. The old man's expression darkened, and he struck him heavily across the face. Unfilial grandson, hurry and apologize to the Chen clan patriarch. The young man refused to yield, clutching his cheek and gritting his teeth. I will not. Just look at the fine son you have raised. The old man was seething with rage. Of all people to provoke, the boy had chosen this god of slaughter and had tugged at his sore spot. Unable to restrain himself, the middle-aged cultivator beside them rained blows down upon his own son. He beat the boy until his face swelled like a pig's head, then turned to Chen Feng with a deeply apologetic look. Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively and no longer paid that side any attention. To him, it was merely a minor episode. Since they showed such tact, he would not press them further. For now, he would set aside the matter of their clan's spiritual vein. Many present had watched this farce unfold, but after a few moments their interest waned. After all, seated in the Chen clan section was a nascent soul expert. They might wish to dampen the Chen clan's momentum, but did any of them dare to provoke such ill fortune? No one with sense would do something so thankless. Elsewhere, under Chen Muyuan's ruthless blow that crushed the delicate flower, he successfully entered the top 4. He had forged quite a reputation, one that was quite literally beaten into shape. Chen Xingxing had also grasped several simple combat skills, yet due to inexperience he found himself locked in a stalemate against the Nye clan's peak foundation establishment cultivator. Still, he greatly surprised the crowd, a mere late foundation establishment cultivator, trading blows evenly with one at the peak. Such talent would be considered a true prodigy wherever he went. Nonetheless, the Nye clan's direct descendant opposite him was no simple character. As an old established family that had produced more than one nascent soul expert, their methods were ever-changing and profound. The spectators were treated to a splendid display. In the end, Chen Xingxing's martial essence value plummeted to a terrifying level. From exchanging blows as equals, he gradually began to fall behind. Finally, Chen Xingxing attempted one last struggle, burning his blood essence in hopes of forcing a reversal. Yet he underestimated the resilience of a peak foundation establishment cultivator and the vast reserves of mana his opponent possessed, and he was ultimately defeated. His opponent had only won by a hair's breadth. Xingxing has lost, but he truly did all he could. Chen Feng felt no disappointment. In fact, he was deeply impressed. Late foundation establishment challenging the peak, and though defeated, still emerging with honor. Such a loss was glorious. Xingxing, remember, this true honor resides in the heart, not merely in outward form. At last the semifinals began. Chen Ruoshi was now openly acknowledged by every power present, a terrifying peak foundation establishment cultivator whose mana at that realm seemed inexhaustible. Chen Ruoshi faced Han Shui. Chen Muyuan faced Shimin Shuifeng. The final tally, Chen Ruoshi won with absolute ease while Chen Muyuan claimed a hard-fought victory. Both advanced to the finals. The various powers present were astonished by the Chen clan and could not help but feel both envy and apprehension. To produce two peers who were each second to none, perhaps even first within their generation, was a horrifying prospect. Every faction present nurtured their own schemes in secret. The final battle was scheduled for the next day so that both sides could present their pinnacle state when they met on the field. This arrangement suited Chen Feng perfectly. Chen Muyuan lacked time to comprehend new combat techniques. This single day would help make up for that, and with Chen Xingxing's experience to guide him, his strength was sure to advance a notch further. As for Chen Ruoshi, she appeared utterly unconcerned. Her opponent would be the Shimin clan's direct descendant Shimin Song. His battle record was likewise impressive. His strength surpassed even that of Jun Yunshan by several degrees. The night flashed by in the blink of an eye. Throughout it, Chen Feng did not idle. He began by giving pointers to the two disciples who would soon take the field. After all, both of his tasks required them to take first place. Though failure would not be disastrous, the richness of the rewards left Chen Feng yearning deeply for success. After instructing them, Chen Feng went on to impart some of his insights into void secret arts. Chen Ruoshi was left in continual astonishment, and had begun to worship Chen Feng with a kind of blind devotion. As for that half-person, or half-ghost, within earshot her heart too was stirred by countless waves. Chen Feng did not conceal anything from her, instead he spoke with complete candor. The theory's knowledge and experience he shared left her profoundly impressed and willing to concede her inferiority. She grew ever more convinced that Chen Feng was the reincarnation of some mighty figure. After transmitting some knowledge of the palm immortal nation art, Chen Feng also taught her the overturning sea seal. This seal technique was perfectly suited to Chen Ruoshi. With her heavenly water spiritual root, the vast water element energy she commanded could drive the overturning sea seal to its utmost. Once his teaching was complete, Chen Feng went to find his fiancées, spent the night in their company, and then took his leave. Just as Chen Feng stepped into the rest area, Xia Jiao's leisurely voice drifted over. "I am pregnant." "What?" Chen Feng's eyes widened, overflowing with delight. He had thought Xia Jiao would remove his child, yet unexpectedly, she had chosen to keep it. His joy surged beyond expectation. It meant that Xia Jiao had completely accepted him and had let go of the knot in her heart. Moreover, Xia Jiao possessed an extraordinary heavenly spiritual root, an ice spiritual root. As a golden core cultivator, the child she bore would surely have astonishing talent. Chen Feng was so delighted that he temporarily cast all other matters aside. "Jiao Jiao, my precious darling." Chen Feng stepped forward and wrapped her in a bear hug, just about to begin his affectionate teasing when an unwelcome sound came from behind. "Ahem ahem. Father, you and my grandmother." Chen Feng's heart jolted violently. Xia Jiao vanished from sight in an instant, leaving Chen Feng standing there in utter embarrassment. Watching Xia Jiao's departing figure and Chen Ruoshi's timely arrival, the corner of Chen Feng's mouth twitched. He suspected this had been Xia Jiao's scheme all along. Yet her pregnancy was undeniably real. The nascent pulse of life within her body could not be faked. Seeing Chen Ruoshi staring wide-eyed at him, as though discovering what sort of father he truly was, Chen Feng smiled and brushed aside his embarrassment. This matter must be told from the time when Panga split heaven and earth. It was an age so ancient that time itself is forgotten in a chaos where... Enough, fathers, say no more. I understand everything. Chen Ruoshi wore a look that proclaimed she already knew it all, forcing Chen Feng to swallow his words. This child... As daylight grew brighter, the spectator stands gradually filled. Everyone was incomparably excited about today's decisive battle. This was the day when the strongest few of the new generation in the southern region would at last be revealed. The final competitors are revealed. From the Chen family come Chen Ruoshi and Chen Miyuan, from the Tao family Tao Qi, and from Tianyin sect Yu Yanhang. Notably at the Qi learning stage, Tao Qi, being the legitimate heir of the Tao family with dual spiritual roots, garnered the highest acclaim. He was also pre-selected as a disciple by an elder of Qianjun Xianmen, and his combat prowess is formidable. Tianyin sect's Yu Yanhang, renowned for her superior musical skill, wields an audio wave killing technique that leaves opponents defenseless, and her individual strength is equally impressive. A grand battle is on the brink of eruption. Chen Ruoshi faces off against Yu Yanhang. The moment they step onto the stage, they captivate countless onlookers. Both rising talents with beauty that defies convention instantly draw every gaze. Yu Yanhang, she calls as Yu Yanhang raises her hand. Chen Ruoshi replies Chen Ruoshi with a gentle smile, exuding warmth and friendliness. Clad in a flowing purple robe and cradling a pipa, Yu Yanhang's delicate features appear almost ethereal. "Not bad looks indeed," observes Chen Ruoshi in a solemn tone, before a mischievous grin emerges. "Young lady, you have truly stirred my heart, though I am not one to coddle fragile beauty." After her words, she gestures coyly with a beckoning finger, embodying the allure of a wily temptress. Meanwhile, Chen Feng strokes his forehead in bemusement at the unfolding events, while Yu Yanhang remains unperturbed and offers a faint, knowing smile. "Begin." At the command, Chen Ruoshi launches the first attack. She had boldly vowed to claim the top rank in Foundation establishment. A brilliant blue radiance appears before her, converging into the character force slash. Chen Ruoshi unsheaths a lithe, elegant sword, turning gracefully as her agile form sketches out one magnificent scene after another in midair. One sword, two swords, three swords. With each strike surpassing its predecessor, three beams of sword light cut through the air, the sound of their passage resonating sharply. "Stabilize." Dong dong. Unruffled, Yu Yanhang continues as the ripples from her pipa's sound waves flowing like water patterns extinguish the three beams of sword light. Those who arrive in the finals are never ordinary. Both sides merely tested a move in probing skirmishes. Audio waves, a rather distinctive tactic. Chen Ruoshi muses internally. Then she begins to dance gracefully, each step and turn executed with exquisite finesse. A truly enchanting sight. Fleeting vanity, illusion shattered. A surge of magical power erupts from within her, manipulating the surrounding spiritual energy as the environment itself begins to distort. Many witnesses behold an expanse filled with blooming flowers and an endless prairie. Soon a wisp of smoke ascends, suddenly transforming into a raging sea of fire. Yu Yanheng finds herself deeply ensnared, her fingers tirelessly plucking at the strings in a bid to dispel the bizarre onslaught. Offstage spectators perceive a sea of blossoms, raging flames, and intense heat and dense smoke. In an environment so suffocating and despairing, the eyes of numerous golden core cultivators still catch sight of Chen Ruoshi's gaze, which shimmers with a subtle purplish glow. Opposite her, Yu Yanheng frantically plucks at her pipa in a disordered attack, intermittently covering her mouth and nose as coughing fits overtake her. Illusion. A number of veteran cultivators, eyes wide in astonishment, blurt out this unfamiliar term. Members of Tianyu Xianmen, the royal entourage, and numerous nascent soul masters gaze upon Chen Ruoshi on the arena with expressions of wonder. Yu Yanheng is now ensnared by mysticism. If she cannot extricate herself from this illusion, defeat is inevitable. The high-ranking elders of Tianyin sect break into cold sweats as they watch Chen Ruoshi with apprehension. Such a secret art capable of impressing upon one's mind and perturbing the spirit is truly terrifying. Chen Feng, my friend, I never expected you to harbor such a technique. Tian Yunduan remarks, in awe, confessing that at that moment, even he nearly fell into the illusory realm. Calm. In the arena, Yu Yanheng too seems to take note, briskly plucking her pipa as she commands. Wave after wave of soothing, uplifting melody fills the air. Yu Yanheng's eyes clear, and not only do the cultivators on stage, but even the audience once ensnared by the illusion return to clarity. What just happened to me? Moments ago, I was amidst a sea of flames. Many Qi practitioners in the resting areas speak up, their faces etched with lingering terror. On the arena, Chen Ruoshi's expression shifts to one of mild astonishment. Has the secret art imparted by Hua Qingwu been so easily shattered? Master, is your illusion so feeble? Within her bracelet, Hua Qingwu's thoughts reveal a trace of exasperation. With your limited prowess, it is only natural for the art to be broken, and moreover, when an illusion meets a musical technique that equally affects the mind, its collapse is inevitable. Had you been facing cultivators from another faction rather than this group of musical adepts, surely none at your level could have shattered it. Oh, Chen Ruoshi replies. Chen Ruoshi murmurs, softly, fully aware of the potency of the illusion. Meanwhile, Yu Yanheng watches her with guarded eyes, with delicate beads of sweat forming along her brow. It was a close call. Had she not deftly invoked her calm mind chant, she would have been ensnared. Yet both her physical stamina and magical energy have been halved. Falling into an absolute disadvantage from the outset has etched a grim expression on her face. In the resting area, many Tianyin sect disciples clench their fists in silent worry for their senior sister. Young lady, are you sure you want to continue? Your condition has declined so much, perhaps you should yield, for I cannot bear to see you harmed. Chen Ruoshi's expression softens with concern as her gaze surveys her opponent. Enough chatter. The contest is unresolved, and you must not give up so lightly. Yu Yanheng declares sharply before unleashing a burst of purple luminous energy from her pipa that radiates outward in all directions. The once gentle melody shifts into impassioned, furious strains. Is that all? Chen Ruoshi remains unfazed. After all, her own mastery of illusion is still at the beginner's stage. Such a rudimentary technique aimed at affecting the mind holds no influence over her. Since this is the extent of your methods, do not blame me, she declares. With an expression of regret, Chen Ruoshi surges forward. Fuhai seal. She imprints a mark that summons countless surging waves as her water affinity is driven to its extreme, causing a tremor of magical power within her. A vast torrent of magical energy pours forth, coalescing into a grand azure seal that strikes forth with overwhelming force. In that moment, Yu Yanheng's complexion pales as the seal's terrifying aura renders her face ashen. In the interim, the rapidity of her freezing technique intensifies as a shroud of purple light envelopes her. Boom. Like a colossal landslide, the purple radiance is shattered, and Yu Yanheng appears on the verge of defeat. Within the fractured remnants of purple light, a fierce, spectral figure clutching a pipa emerges. A tempest suddenly erupts, astonishingly countering the force of the Fuhai seal. Chen Feng feels a tinge of regret, for Chen Ruoshi had only begun to acquaint herself with the Fuhai seal as recently as yesterday. Had she been granted more time to internalize it, even if Yu Yanheng unleashed all her trump cards upon reaching her peak, she would undoubtedly have dominated the arena. Audio demon. The disciples of Tianyin sect recoil, their pupils contracting in astonishment, for this move by Yu Yanheng is an uncanny phenomenon born only after perfecting the chaos music technique. In that instant, Yu Yanheng's combat prowess surges dramatically. Deep purple magical energy radiates from her entire body, and above her head a three-turtle effigy materializes. With a grim countenance, the audio demon is seen frenetically strumming its instrument. A tempest ensues, with each string's vibration echoing like a razor-sharp blade. The sword energy slashed into the ground 3 inches deep. In an instant, hundreds of sword energies surged towards Chen Ruoshi. Chen Ruoshi remained unperturbed, her body erupting with pink magic energy, exuding a mighty aura. A grand formation filled with ancient runes lit up beneath her feet, and a gigantic sword broke free from within. A cold light illuminated the earth as her sword pierced the heavens. A fierce sword cry erupted and Chun Ruashi cupped her hands and forcefully hurled it towards the sound demon. The giant sword broke through the air, seemingly intent on obliterating everything. Chun Ruashi had drained much of her magic energy, while strange flames burned around the sword. The sound wave attack was extinguished, piercing straight through the sound demon, leaving shockwaves that trembled the ground. Yu Yanhan spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes rolling back as she fell rapidly from midair. Just as she was about to crash into the hard stones, Chun Ruashi swiftly moved beneath Yu Yanhan, gently catching the unconscious girl. The battle concluded. Chun Ruashi turned to Chen Feng, displaying her bright white teeth and straightening her posture, wearing an expression that seemed to invite praise. Chen Feng nodded with a smile, appearing satisfied. However, he never expected Chun Ruashi to speak astonishingly. Glancing down at the wounds revealing Yu Yanhan's fair skin, she asked, "Can this be considered my trophy?" "What? Tian Yunduan? Tian Ming Division? The onlookers?" Chen Feng was struck with confusion as he hurriedly took Yu Yanhan away, placing her next to a golden core female cultivator from Tianyin sect, who was also holding a pipa. "I apologize for the disturbance," Chen Feng chuckled awkwardly. "TCH. Chun Ruashi expressed dissatisfaction, thinking that if she hadn't saved her, falling like this would have certainly meant death. The golden core female cultivator reacted, emanating a friendly aura towards Chun Ruashi. "Thank you. Without your help, my disciple might not have survived. If you are willing, you can come to Tianyin sect often in the future." Although Chun Ruashi had defeated her disciple, her impression of the girl was still quite good. She had not been ruthless, and her final blow had avoided hitting Yu Yanhan, directly targeting the sound demon. In the end, she even caught the falling Yu Yanhan. Chen Feng wore an expression of bewilderment, pondering whether his precious daughter had some issues. Or perhaps she was only interested in women. However, this question was soon cast aside. Chu Qianyun and Wang Yoji announced that the first person to establish the foundation in the southern domain was from the Chen family. This made many old monsters envious. They had come to participate in this so-called great competition for the life-extending liquid to prolong their own lives. Chen Feng's face was also filled with joy as the sound of ding in his mind made his heart bloom with happiness. However, everyone looked at him and felt that it was only natural. The first talent in the southern domain for foundation establishment. Who wouldn't be happy? At this moment, Chu Qianyun approached Chen Feng. He invited Chun Ruashi to join their Great Chu Academy, offering a series of generous terms. Without a second thought, Chen Feng directly refused, wondering what they were thinking. Chen Feng, would I really be interested in your conditions? Of course, if you could bring over those 5th-grade spirit stones from the Imperial City, that would be a different story. After receiving the rewards for being first in foundation establishment, and the rewards for Qin Xingxing, he obtained 12 drops of life-extending liquid, 60,000 medium-grade spirit stones, and 3 medium-grade magical treasures. This harvest was not insignificant. As for the life-extending liquid, Chen Feng was already calculating in his heart. Next it would be the second match. Tao Qi against Chun Mu Yuan. The Chen family members present were all sweating for Chun Mu Yuan. If the Chen family emerged victorious, they would seize both crowns. What a grand honor that would be. Other forces felt the same, especially the Tao family, who were under immense pressure. Whether the Chen family could claim both top positions depended on this final battle. On the stage, the two stood silently in place. The fighting spirit emanating from both sides spoke volumes. Chun Mu Yuan was also extremely nervous. This battle could only be won, not lost. With the entire clan's expectations resting on him, and the careful teachings from his grandfather, he clenched his fists, feeling the blood and energy surging within him. With the battle commencing, the arena beneath, Chun Mu Yuan instantly caved in, as his entire being erupted with blood and energy. He was enveloped in a layer of red mist, and his upper clothing tore apart, revealing his well-built physique. Furious Dragon. Without uttering a word of nonsense, Chun Mu Yuan growled lowly, his eyes turning blood red. The martial essence within him spun wildly, converging entirely at the tip of his fist. His body moved with the wind, resembling a human-shaped raging dragon, making others tremble in fear. With his fists charged, a fierce roar echoed as a blood-colored giant dragon formed from martial essence surged forward with a long tail, trailing behind. It opened its massive maw, crashing towards Tao Qi, causing the very earth to tremble. Faced with such a terrifying scene, Tao Qi swallowed hard. 3 magic swords stood upright, rotating beside him. Channeling all his magic energy, he flashed in white light, and the 3 swords transformed into a fierce tiger, its white glow flickering as it lunged towards the furious dragon. Boom! The peak chi refining stage's momentum erupted, unleashing terrifying destructive power. The ground cracked inch by inch, and the explosive light engulfed the sky. Those near the resting area close to the arena felt their cheeks whip from the fierce winds. Tao Qi did not take a breath. Unleashing all his fire attribute energy, a fiery giant dragon blasted forth into the explosion, charging towards Chun Mu Yuan. As the two began to strike, they shocked everyone present. Their fighting style was so reckless it was as ruthless as it. The wide range of spells displayed the immense destructive power of the cultivators to the fullest. If it weren't for their insufficient cultivation levels, if this collision were among golden core cultivators, forget about the arena, this mountaintop would be flattened. Every Chen family cultivator present felt a sense of dread. Explosions continued in the arena with both figures completely engulfed. The atmosphere became chaotic, except for a few high-ranking cultivators. Others could hardly see what was happening. Chen Ruox's eyes were filled with astonishment as her nephew's fighting style was exceptionally fierce. She couldn't help but feel her blood boil, regretting why she hadn't used such large-scale flashy spells more when she to create an explosive spectacle. All the cultivators present were drawn into their fierce battle, enjoying the excitement. Occasional gasps of wonder and cheers erupted. This battle was the most thrilling since the conclusion of the Yuan and Jun family's final battle. Many cultivators present wished they could also participate, unleashing a few terrifying spells for their thrill, to bask in the cheers of the crowd. In the arena, Chen Mu Yuan panted heavily, his back scorched, and his gaze intensely searched for Tao Kai's figure. This battle was incredibly arduous. Without the enhancement of battle techniques, the current situation would be one of certain defeat. Suddenly, he sensed a movement in his ear. The martial essence gathered beneath his feet as he flipped backward. Then a flying sword passed through from below, incredibly perilous. This was not his first encounter with an attack. Over there. His expression hardened and his vital energy ignited in an instant, causing the martial essence to surge. Twin dragons. Roar. His entire being ignited with vital energy, his skin resembling clouds ablaze. He unleashed punch after punch, sending two colossal dragons of vital energy sweeping towards either side. You can't escape now. With a sudden burst of strength in his feet, he swiftly dodged to one side, a long knife appearing in his hand. He swung with a terrifying arc accompanied by a chilling sound of slicing through the air, striking fiercely. Clang! A wave of horrific recoil struck him, and Chen Mu Yuan paid no heed to the numbness in his right hand. He turned to catch the blade, switching it to his left hand for a follow-up strike. As the opponent was also reeling from the recoil, Chen Mu Yuan seized the opportunity to strike even harder than before. At this moment, the wound on his back began to throb intensely. Chen Mu Yuan understood that if he did not end this swiftly, he would face the grim outcome of severe injury and defeat. Thus he threw caution to the wind and struck with all his might, determined not to miss a single opportunity. The two blades struck down violently, causing the opponent to cry out as the long sword fell to the ground. Chen Mu Yuan kicked up the fallen long sword and hurled it forward. The opponent could only instinctively dodge, but little did they know another blade was coming. Even with quick reflexes, they struggled to evade, resulting in a gash across their chest. Chen Mu Yuan chuckled coldly. The battle would not cease until the opponent fell. There could be no mercy shown. Gripping the long knife, he spun around to gather strength and struck down fiercely. Bang! This blow, however, missed as the opponent narrowly evaded, fear evident in their eyes. There could be no mercy shown. Gripping the long knife, he spun around to gather strength and struck down fiercely. Bang! This blow, however, missed as the opponent narrowly evaded, fear evident in their eyes. The pain was unbearable. Gritting his teeth, he still refused to give up. After 3 strikes, Chen Mu Yuan's vitality had significantly dwindled. Both sides understood that they were now at their limits. The first to cultivate qi must be decided between the two of them. Gritting his teeth, they clashed again, one side nearly exhausting their magical power, the other suffering severe decline in vital energy. They could only engage in close combat, sword against knife, a whirlwind of chaos. Knowing he could not prolong this any further, Chen Mu Yuan stepped back, pivoting right as his long knife dragged along the ground for 2 steps, before executing a horizontal slash. Tao Chi reacted by blocking the sword in front of him, but was still sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood, falling heavily to the ground. No longer having the strength to fight, Chen Mu Yuan also felt dizzy. To avoid a draw, he had no choice but to prop himself up with his knife to avoid collapsing. Chen Mu Yuan wins. The dust was blown away by Chu Qianyun's immense magical power, providing a clear view for the lower-tier cultivators. The scene was chaotic, with one person lying on the ground, bleeding, while another gritted their teeth, propping themselves up with their knife. In the end, Chen Mu Yuan emerged victorious, and all those present fell silent for a moment. Then a cheer erupted, and Chen Feng appeared in the arena, without a word, concern etched on his face. True Qi surged into Chen Mu Yuan's body, repairing the internal damage. However, to avoid attracting attention to this miraculous phenomenon, Chen Feng also fed Chen Mu Yuan a blood-replenishing pill. Under the recuperation, his physical condition improved significantly. Grandfather, I won. Chen Mu Yuan's voice was somewhat hoarse, to which Chen Feng replied solemnly. You did well, now focus on recuperation. A Tianqing fruit was placed into his hand. Aside from Chen Ruo, he was the 3rd person to consume it. Chen Mu Yuan said nothing, as he always obeyed Chen Feng's words. In a flash, he swallowed it down. After eating, his complexion began to regain its color, and the wound on his back started to scab over. Only then did Chen Feng feel relieved. During this fight, Chen Mu Yuan had burned through too much vital energy. If not handled properly, it was only normal for his strength to regress. After consuming the Tianqing fruit, his vital energy began to increase and recover. A high-quality magical artifact and 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones were also at hand. Of course, what Chen Feng valued was not just these, but rather the notification sound that echoed from the system. There was still one last task uncompleted. After accepting the envelope from Chu Qianyin, Chen Feng unleashed his magical power and spoke. "Dear friends and esteemed talents, please wait a moment, I have something to say." With his words, the major forces preparing to leave all halted their steps, curiously looking at Chen Feng, eager to know what he would say. After all the dual championships had fallen to the Chen family, could there be some important announcement? Everyone, Chen Feng smiled slightly, addressing the powerful factions. "I wish to find a good match for my several offspring. Is there anyone?" Chen Feng's words left everyone present in shock. What was this? A grand matchmaking event? It was too stimulating. The several young men, pulled by Chen Feng, all turned beet red, including Chen Mu Yuan, who had just fought looking quite bashful. Finally, someone reacted. The head of the Bai family from Bai County instantly appeared before Chen Feng. "Is this true?" "True." The Bai family head immediately took notice of Chen Mu Yuan, pointing at him. "I have a daughter aged 18 at the 9th stage of Qi cultivation. I wonder if she could be matched with young Master Mu Yuan." Chen Mu Yuan instantly became the center of attention, as his earlier performance had caught everyone's eye. This young man was truly of great potential. Among the crowd of Tianyin sect, a female cultivator in Foundation establishment suddenly blushed and tugged at the corner of her master's robe. "My disciple Guyu Lu has taken a liking to your Chun Xingxing. I wonder if..." Thus, with the opening from the two many golden core families rushed forward. However, several nascent soul families had no thoughts on this matter. The Jin family, on the other hand, turned their attention to Chen Rua, she who was seated in the rest area. Without hesitation, the Jin family elder displayed a broad smile and approached Chen Feng. "Since the young friend wishes to arrange marriages for your descendants, I wonder if my family's Ji can be matched with your Chen Rua Shi." Originally smiling, Chen Feng's expression suddenly darkened, a flicker of coldness passing. "No discussions. I only respect my daughter's wishes and never interfere moreover." Without a second thought, Chen Feng decisively refused. That last part was left unsaid to give the Jin family elder some face. Surely the elder understood. The Jin family elder's expression darkened instantly, as if he had bitten into something sour. "I already stated those wishing to marry my progeny I welcome, others need not apply." With a single remark from Chen Feng, he found himself breathless for a long time. Given the presence of so many onlookers, he couldn't afford to lose face, so he let out a cold snort and turned to leave with the members of the Jin family. Chen Feng paid them no mind. A defeated foe dared to lay a hand on his daughter. What a delusion. After sending off the Jin family, Chen Feng continued to greet others with a smile. After securing good marriages for Chen Chuling, Chen Xingxing, and 5 other young men, he boarded a flying boat and departed amidst the complex gazes of the Bureau of Destiny. This wave of events was a massive profit. The Chen family's reputation grew even more formidable, yet it also incited greater caution among others, such as the nascent soul families like the Jin family. The elder of the Jin family felt as if he had swallowed a fly, utterly uncomfortable. He harbored resentment against Chen Feng, and so did Jin Weiji. But these were mere trifles if they dared to trouble the Chen family. The real trouble would still be theirs. The Chen family returned to their clan in a grand procession. Chen Feng immediately announced the good news and prepared a grand clan banquet to reward the returning prodigies. With this battle, the internal ranking of the Chen family was firmly established. Chen Ruashi took the top spot on the Foundation establishment list, while Chen Miyuan led the Qi refinement list. Ding Main Quest achieved first place in the Southern Region's Immortal Path competition during the Qi refinement stage. Reward Longevity Sutra, 3,000 inheritance points. Achieve first place in the Foundation establishment ranking. Rewards Spiritual Value Magic Thunder Tree, 10,000 inheritance points. Basic Handbook on Talismans. Side quest: host a matchmaking event during the Immortal Path competition. Reward Unlock Skill, Talisman Master, 100,000 cool facts about talismans. 1/0 sheets of 1st to 3rd ranked talisman paper. Side quest: for each successful marriage alliance, reward 1,000 inheritance points, with no upper limit. 7,000 inheritance points. Claim all. With Chen Feng's decree, countless pieces of information flooded his mind, and a spiritual plant also landed in his hand, accompanied by a stack of talisman paper. Longevity Sutra can stimulate the birth of true longevity energy, storing true longevity energy. Cultivating to the highest level longevity can transform into the sea of longevity. Open System Panel. Name: Chen Feng. Realm Peak Golden Core 8 Elements Perfected, 25 Perfected Transformation. Techniques 10,000 Spirits Longevity Technique Longevity Sutra Basic Handbook on Talismans 100,000 Cool Facts about Talismans Tao Heart Cultivating Demons Void Secret Technique Pure Yang Formula 5 Elements Formula Pure Yang Immortal Technique 8 Supreme Palms Crimson Sword Technique Chamber Technique Alchemy Compendium Realm of the Palm Immortal Array Mastery Peak Level 3 Array Master Alchemy Mastery Level 3 Alchemist Refining Mastery Level 3 Refiner Talisman Mastery Level 1 Talisman Master Lifespan 2000. Inheritance value 20300. Family members 5662, 8. A Descendants with spiritual roots 467. Main quest none. Side quest none. Family reputation 19,000. A small place known to all can use 5,000. Achievements head of the family famed in the Yuanling ruler of a county top in the southern region 9 great families. Looking at his attribute panel, he felt immeasurable joy. With ample inheritance points, and so many techniques acquired, Ding detected that the host has perfectly completed all tasks. Exceptional reward 25 increase in perfected transformation rate. Chen Feng beamed with delight as he had taken another step closer to the nascent soul stage. As for the increase in family population and the birth of descendants with spiritual roots, it was no longer a matter of concern. The hardship was only for this brief period, for the sake of the family's legacy to contribute to the human race's foundation. What does a bit of hardship matter? Thus time flowed swiftly. The marriages of the 7 offspring had been resolved. He had also married 12 members of the Tianyin sect. In the blink of an eye a year had passed. Husband, it's time to give birth. Yin Xing'er gently caressed her belly, her eyes filled with longing for a beautiful future. During this time Chen Feng set aside all matters and devoted himself to accompanying his wives. Although the courtyard was large under Chen Feng's careful attention, there was no risk of fire. The family was also developing rapidly, with Chun Ruoshi breaking through to the Golden Core stage. Chun Wuzhai prepared for the Golden Core stage. Within these 2 years the family was about to add another Golden Core. Finally, with a loud wail, Ding, congratulations to the host. The number of descendants with spiritual roots has surpassed 500, increasing the perfected transformation rate by 25. Chen Feng looked at his newly born offspring with great satisfaction, who possessed dual spiritual roots. Named Chen Chunan. 3 months later Chen Feng anxiously waited outside the delivery room. Outside it rained heavily with thunder and lightning. Xia Jiao faced a difficult labor carrying the small life for a year and a half, yet it refused to come out. This also indicated that this upcoming life was extraordinary. Chen Feng even used some of the stored Tianxing fruits. Boom. A loud thunderclap resonated in the sky as a massive lightning bolt struck the magic thunder tree cultivated by Chen Feng. Inside the delivery room the sound of a baby's cry echoed. Finally the little one was born. Chen Feng rushed in without delay, using vast amounts of true longevity energy to help Xia Jiao regulate her breath. Upon seeing his little son, Chen Feng was taken aback. Dual spiritual roots. However, they were not ordinary dual spiritual roots, but dual exotic spiritual roots. More terrifying was that the bones within this little one were actually golden, exuding a sacred aura that left him unable to pry into. Thunder spiritual roots and ice spiritual roots, along with a mysterious physique. Even after perusing various ancient texts, Chen Feng couldn't find any similar occurrences. Xia Jiao was both overjoyed and astonished, gently cradling this little life. After much contemplation, Chen Feng decided to name him Chen Chuanhao. Another 2 years passed swiftly. The population surged beyond 60,000. After being dissatisfied with the name Chen Feng renamed the highest mountain in Chun County to Ascending Immortal Peak. At the summit of Ascending Immortal Peak, various grand arrays surrounded the area, the ground covered with a layer of top-grade spirit stones, with several Tianxing fruits placed around. Let's begin. Chen Feng swallowed a Tianxing fruit in a few bites, and took a deep breath. The transformation into a nascent soul began. The clear sky suddenly darkened with clouds, and lightning flickered. 8 types of attributes surrounded Chen Feng, a profoundly mysterious aura of celestial splendor swirling around him. Thunder rumbled from the sky as if heaven itself was delivering punishment. A heavy grunt sounded as the 5 elements descended from above, enveloping him in radiance. The weeds on the ground were stimulated to grow rapidly by this aura. A golden core emerged, cracking open completely. The 8 attributes instantly infused into it, causing Chen Feng to grunt as his aura surged rapidly. His level of life was also elevating, every inch of flesh and blood, every cell ascending towards a higher realm. A round ball merged into his body, transforming into a small figure. Upon closer inspection, it bore an uncanny resemblance to Chen Feng. However, its aura shone even brighter, more divine. The nascent soul was formed. A terrifying might, the aura of a life form at a higher level, stirred the clouds. With a casual strike, Chen Feng unleashed a brilliance so dazzling, it seemed capable of shattering the heavens. The news of Chen Feng's transformation into an infant spread throughout the land. In Chun County, lanterns were hung, and celebrations filled the air. Countless members of the Chen family wore joyful expressions. With the ancestors' transformation, the Chen family had already become a colossal force in the southern region. It was said that even Elder Wu Tian was astonished at the moment of the transformation. Astonished by Chen Feng's transformation, his blooming power surpassed even that of Wu Tian. It was said that the Chen family would definitely soar to the skies, and he agreed to Chen Feng's invitation, accepting a nominal position. He casually taught the Chen family's younger generation. After much contemplation, Chen Feng chose not to harbor any suspicion against him. He still retained some courage to trust. The 8 great families of the southern region were all astonished. On the day of the banquet, they all came to congratulate. Another family had joined the southern region. From the great Chu royal family, Chu Qinyuan, congratulations on your transformation, may you ascend the immortal path. As Chen Feng and various powers exchanged toasts, a loud voice came from outside the door. Royalty had arrived. Chen Feng stood to greet them, a hint of surprise in his heart. He had merely transformed into an infant. What was the significance of royalty visiting him? Did he truly have such great prestige? Welcome, welcome. It is truly an honor for my humble Chen family to have daoist Qinyuan visit us. Please take a seat. Since the visitors bore no ill intent, why not welcome them? Thank you, daoist Chen Feng. This small token is a blessing for you to take another step forward on your immortal path. Chu Qianyuan smiled as he took out a high-grade magical artifact and presented it to Chen Feng. This only deepened Chen Feng's confusion. There is no need for suspicion. Your transformation is beneficial for my royal family, adding another strength to the great Chu. Moreover, both of your offspring ranked first in the grand competition. Chu Qianyuan smiled in response. Although he held the title of Marquis, he was not of high rank within the royal family. Chen Feng was someone he intended to befriend, newly transformed into a nascent soul with a clean background. It was a perfect opportunity to form a friendship. The banquet concluded under a harmonious atmosphere. Daoist Chen Feng, I will be waiting for you in the royal city in 5 years. After saying this, Chu Qianyuan left. The other nascent soul families did the same, congratulating him before departing. The demon thunder tree. Chen Feng approached the tree, feeling the powerful and violent energy within. It was also Chen Feng's 3rd spiritual plant, and the only one with active offensive capabilities. Chen Feng was quite satisfied with this. Although its current power was not very strong, its potential for infinite growth was the most important aspect. Most importantly, the thunder contained within the demon thunder tree was of the same origin as himself. In fact, as long as he was within its striking range, Chen Feng could mobilize its energy to launch attacks. Thus, a great formation centered around the demon thunder tree was established. Chen Feng brought in 2 first-tier spirit veins and 1 second-tier spirit vein within the range of the demon thunder tree. These served as its energy source and nourishment. After entering the nascent soul stage, his formation skills all advanced to the 4th tier. Each rune was inscribed, countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures were consumed, and large formations arose from thin air. Once the formations were arranged, looking at the faintly visible thunder in the sky, Chen Feng revealed a satisfied expression. I need to find a way to obtain more spirit veins. Chen Feng sighed softly. The 3 great trees at home were like bottomless pits, and these few spirit veins were simply insufficient. The family's 3rd-tier spirit veins could not be touched, and the 4th-tier spirit vein nurtured in the deep pond was still a long way off. Father-in-law, do you need me? Chen Wuzhai appeared atop the ascension peak, gazing out. A transparent light membrane enveloped the Chen family, and atop the peak mist swirled around a large black tree standing majestically. The aura emanating from it left Chen Wuzhai in awe. Wuzhai, how long until you reach the golden core stage? Chen Feng spoke slowly. Chen Wuzhai's mana had already reached its peak, and he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Within half a year, I am already preparing for it. Once you break through to the golden core stage, you must continue to search for spirit veins. The family's expenses have risen significantly, requiring a large number of spirit veins as nourishment. Spirit veins as nourishment. Chen Wuzhai's pupils widened. The energy source for the formation operated on spirit veins. Isn't it the formation? Chen Feng nodded, casting his gaze towards the demon thunder tree. This tree was obtained by chance, serving as the foundation for my Chen family's millennia, and is also the most crucial eye of the guarding formation. Are you saying it needs a large number of spirit veins to nurture it? Chen Wuzhai had long noticed this strange tree, but had not asked about it. As one of the few qualified to enter the ascension peak, he had taken notice of this peculiar tree. Its extraordinary nature was something he could sense. Chen Feng nodded. Yes, its development requires a large amount of energy, preferably from spirit veins, which are a vast energy source. As long as the energy is sufficient, this tree can unleash power equivalent to that of a nascent soul, serving as our family's protective foundation. Chen Feng's words were startling, and Chen Wuzhai's heart shook violently. In his heart, he had already regarded himself as part of the Chen family, but after Chen Feng revealed such an important secret to him, his heart trembled. Upon learning the secret of this tree, he said solemnly, I understand. I will strive to break through as soon as possible. Such a divine object even the great Chu royal family might not possess, right? He thought to himself. Chen Feng nodded, gazing deeply at the clouds and the vast earth below. Wu Zhai, you know my goal. I want our Chen family to stand tall above the great Chu. Let everyone become dragons, and the entire clan ascend to touch that legendary immortal. Chen Wuzhai's heart raced violently. He knew Chen Feng's ambitions were vast. Yet he had not anticipated them to be so expansive. Such overwhelming ambition. From a humble family step by step reaching the pinnacle of the southern region. He believed Chen Feng could achieve it. I understand. Father-in-law, I want to select some suitable family members to inherit my treasure-seeking technique. That's fine. Chen Feng looked at him in surprise, nodding in agreement. Since he had made a decision, he would support it. Moreover, the treasure-seeking technique was what the current Chen family needed the most. Spirit veins, spiritual herbs. The main materials for the transformation pills were generously provided by Wan Wu, but there was still a significant shortage of other herbs. There were also rare substances like spirit essence liquid which served as accompanying spiritual herbs for third-tier spirit veins and above. They were incredibly hard to find, and usually only some newly formed spirit veins would have them. Originally, he believed that the treasure-seeking technique was the unspoken secret of the Wan family. Its acquisition was too coincidental, almost deliberate. The reason it had not been passed down was to prevent retaliation from the Wan family. After all, compared to the Wan family, a lineage of 10,000 years, and a commercial family of the same age, the Chen family was still far too weak. It was only after Chen Feng successfully underwent foundation establishment that he reconsidered this notion. He sought out Wan Wutian for inquiry, only to be left utterly bewildered by the response. This technique did not belong to the Wan family. In fact, he had never even heard of it. Upon receiving this news, Chen Wuzhai completely set his mind at ease. With Chen Feng's support, several young ones were selected for the endeavor. At least they all possessed 3 spiritual roots. Time passed swiftly, and even Chun Zhangjiang embarked on her cultivation journey. She became a third-tier qi refining cultivator, breaking through rapidly under Wan Wuxian's attentive care. On this day, it was also the day Chen Wuzhai successfully formed his golden core. Wan Jinqing arrived. Chen Feng, my friend. As he encountered Chen Feng, who had already reached the same cultivation level, his expression was filled with emotion. It had only been a few years, yet Chen Feng had already undergone foundation establishment. It wouldn't be long before he surpassed him. Chen Feng looked at Wan Jinqing, who he had previously referred to as a senior, now standing as an equal. Nevertheless, the Wan family had indeed aided Chen Feng somewhat, as Wan Wutian had personally invited the Chen family, still a golden core family, to participate in the Southern Domain Immortal Assembly. He had thus gained a series of benefits. In his view, Chen Feng's experience was not bad at all. Wan Jinqing, what, for someone like him who rarely visits without reason, his purpose this time was certainly more than just a casual visit. Wan Jinqing's expression turned somewhat grave. Noticing his demeanor, Chen Feng promptly invited him into the clan meeting hall. As they entered, Wan Jinqing's voice was rather somber. The old man Lai Zun has returned. This statement instantly made Chen Feng alert, and he looked at him with a serious expression. Where is he? Wan Jinqing raised a hand indicating that Chen Feng should let him speak. Lai Zun broke through to the late nascent soul stage and is currently rampaging in the Imperial City. However, he cannot take action against you. The Vice Commander and Chu Qianyan have restrained him, ensuring your safety until the end of the young talent's ranking. However, Wan Jinqing's tone shifted. If you do not achieve satisfactory results, I doubt the royal family will intervene, especially considering that fellow stands behind the Tianyu immortal sect, making it unwise to offend them too much. I understand. Chen Feng nodded, almost letting his blood pressure peak as he considered eliminating the source of the turmoil. But since the royal family has intervened, what is the situation with the vice commander? Chen Feng was somewhat curious. The top powers in the Great Chu included 1 royal family, 1 immortal sect, and 3 major clans. The current vice commander was the head of one of those 3 clans, the Chiu family. Does this mean the Chiu family is helping him? He had no particular grievances with them. Has she not informed you? Wan Jinqing's eyes showed some doubt. He seemed to have heard that the Chun family had given birth to an extraordinary talent with dual spiritual roots. Among those dual roots, one was an ice spiritual root. Chen Feng looked at him with inquisitive eyes, opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Some things cannot be expected to be shared just because you ask. It was already rather good that Wan Jinqing had come to give him a heads up. Wan Jinqing truly did not want to elaborate, slowly saying, since you are already aware of the news about Lai Zun's return, I shall take my leave now. Wan Jinqing waved his hand and departed into the skies. By the way, be careful when you go to the Imperial City in 5 years. Try to stay away from the Crown Prince's faction. Having said this, Wan Jinqing vanished without a trace, leaving Chen Feng with a solemn expression. Of course, Chen Feng was not troubled by the matter of Lai Zun, but rather by that individual. However, he had already formed some suspicions in his heart. Xiaojiao. She had been keeping secrets from him that she had not revealed. I need to find an opportunity to ask her properly. Chen Feng thought to himself, casting his gaze towards the large map of the Great Chu in the center of the hall. The imperial city, the crown prince. On the roads within the imperial city. These two pieces of information etched themselves firmly in Chen Feng's mind as he set off towards Chunin City. Lai Zun late nascent soul stage, facing him alone, he had no chance of victory. After all, the first level of nascent soul was a vast gulf apart. If it were the mid-nascent soul stage, he might be able to reverse the situation. Of course, even if he were late nascent soul, he would still be unable to handle him. If he had Wan Wutian on his side, he might gain a slight chance of victory, but it would still be too low. Unless the Wan family behind him intervened, it would be impossible to take down Lai Zun. However, Lai Zun had the Tianyu Immortal sect standing behind him. This made Chen Feng's head ache. He had not anticipated that Lai Zun would break through to the late nascent soul stage 100 years ago. When he left the southern domain to participate in the national war, he had only been in the early nascent soul stage. Furthermore, as a disciple expelled from the Tianyu Immortal sect, his importance was not very high. However, all of this began to change after he broke through to the late nascent soul stage. In the late nascent soul stage, one would be considered a high-ranking elder in any immortal sect. The same held true within the royal family. Each small stage within the nascent soul realm was akin to climbing to the heavens. The late nascent soul stage was a rare sight throughout the Great Chu. For instance, among the strongest families in the southern domain, the ancestors were only at the early nascent soul stage, with the Yuan and Jun families having one each. Yet both had gone to the imperial city for positions. The southern domain was still too backward, and there was only one fourth-tier spiritual vein, which was shared among several families in the Chu-Nan domain government. Clearly, the spiritual energy was insufficient. People tend to seek higher ground, while water flows downwards. Those with some achievements were mainly clustered in the imperial city. However, Chen Feng had no such worries. Chen Jun was the root of the entire Chen family. In the future, if he were to change locations, it would only be to a place with a fifth-tier spiritual vein or above. The spiritual energy in the clan was sufficient for nascent soul use, and the core area was already comparable to Chunin City. This was still the situation before the emergence of the fourth-tier spiritual vein. Once it appeared, the density of spiritual energy across the Great Chu might only be comparable to the imperial city and the immortal sect. Currently, the urgent matter was to gather the materials for the transformation pill. Xia Jiao was also on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Once they had 3 nascent souls, they would not fear Lai Zun. If he advanced further, he could utterly crush him. Chunin City. Wanbao Commerce. As he entered, the steward of Wanbao Commerce, who had just revealed a professional smile, suddenly saw a familiar face. Instantly, his expression changed dramatically. He hurriedly shouted, "Elder Jin, come quickly. Greetings, Senior Chen Feng." The steward bowed deeply, not daring to meet Chen Feng's gaze. "Senior Chen Feng, why have you come personally? Just let me know what you need." Wan Eugene quickly approached with a welcome. Chen Feng smiled. Now Wan Eugene had been promoted from manager to regional elder. His impression of him was quite good. At least he was capable and attentive in his service. The long-term cooperation between them had been very pleasant. Chen Feng raised his hand and directly stated, "I need the primary materials for the transformation pill Tianyin grass Lingyuan liquid. A total of 42 types. Do you have these on hand?" Chen Feng looked at him, and Wan Eugene quickly provided a list. "Senior, due to the extreme rarity of the materials for the transformation pill, I only have Tianyin grass and Hualing flower. Among 11 types of materials, as for the others, the headquarters has no stock available. However, I can help you contact some cultivators who possess the materials you need, albeit it will take some time. As long as there is a way, time is not an issue." Chen Feng nodded. He had not intended to gather everything in one go. If everything were available, Wan Wutian would have brought the complete set last time, instead of merely collecting the primary materials. Chu Ling, do not rush your breakthrough just yet. Cultivate your spiritual energy to its absolute peak before attempting ascension. Chen Feng gazed at Chen Chu Ling, who had just completed the 81st cycle of refinement and was already eager to forge her golden core. A dull ache throbbed behind his temples. What on earth was happening? Just look at your younger sister Chan Ruashi. After reaching her peak, she deliberately compressed and regressed her spiritual energy to the late establishment stage, then began cultivating anew. After a lengthy admonition, Chen Chu Ling finally abandoned the notion. Her voice low and solemn, she murmured, "I acted too hastily." Having taken Chen Feng's words to heart, she immediately rushed back to seclusion to refine and temper her spiritual energy. Chen Ruashi's breakthrough had stirred unease in Chen Feng, the second cultivator of the Chen clan. Watching Chen Chu Ling recede into the distance, he sighed deeply. He understood her motivation pressure. Nothing more, nothing less. Yet another wave of exasperation washed over him. With Chen Ruashi's spiritual energy surging uncontrollably, golden core formation was now inevitable. Then came the looming issue of the Celestial Prodigy competition. Its rules remained unknown. If participation were restricted solely to Foundation establishment cultivators, complications would arise. At last Chen Feng could bear it no longer and summoned Chu Qianyun. Having traveled thousands of miles from the imperial capital, Chu Qianyun had scarcely settled into his seat. Before he could even catch his breath, he found Chen Feng pacing restlessly before him, brow furrowed in distress. A peculiar expression flickered across Chu Qianyun's face. What on earth was this about? Regarding Lord Liezuan, Chu Qianyun urged, Brother Chen, please cease your restless pacing. What urgent matter compelled you to summon me so hastily? Chen Feng drew a slow, steadying breath and replied, there is one individual, barely 60 years of age, who has already forged a golden core. 60-year-old golden core cultivator. Chu Qianyun shot upright from his seat, unable to contain his shock. Indeed, Chen Feng nodded, exhaling softly. How does such a prodigy fare within the great Chu realm? Aeons Infavethasandier's phenomenon. Chu Qianyun interjected without hesitation. And if such a prodigy were to emerge, how would the great Chu respond? As the designated heir, nurtured with utmost care, her future cultivation will assuredly reach the pinnacle of nascent soul mastery, Chu Qianyun declared, though an odd tension tightened his features. Chen Feng cleared his throat twice and gently clasped Chu Qianyun's hand. What if I told you this prodigy is my daughter Chen Ruashi, the designated seed contender for the 5-region grand competition? Chu Qianyun froze, momentarily speechless. My daughter Chen Ruashi has forged her golden core, Chen Feng repeated calmly. Truly. Chu Qianyun's nascent soul aura erupted involuntarily, his face alight with uncontainable elation, far more intense than Chen Feng's own reaction upon first learning of the breakthrough. Chen Feng's expression turned faintly bemused. Why such fervor? She wasn't his daughter. Realizing his lapse, Chu Qianyun coughed awkwardly, cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Without pause he pressed urgently, is it true? No embellishment. Absolutely authentic, Chen Feng affirmed, and observing Chu Qianyun's sincerity breathed a quiet sigh of relief. The response diverged sharply from his expectations. Chu Qianyun inhaled deeply and burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Truly heaven smiles upon the great Chu. Watching his unrestrained jubilation, Chen Feng asked cautiously, surely this news doesn't provoke anger, given the upcoming celestial prodigy competition. Anger. I am overjoyed beyond measure. Chu Qianyun waved dismissively, drawing another deep breath. Where is she? I must see her for myself. His delight shone unreservedly, unmasked by pretense. Chen Feng, sensing opportunity, discreetly transmitted a mental command, summoning Chen Ruashi, who had long awaited her cue outside. Greetings, father. Greetings, senior master Chu Qianyun. Chen Ruashi entered gracefully, offering a respectful bow, before standing quietly beside Chen Feng. Truly a golden core cultivator. The moment Chu Qianyun laid eyes on Chen Ruashi, she seemed to him a rare, uncut jade, so dazzling that his gaze locked transfixed. Chen Feng frowned faintly, and subtly stepped forward, shielding her from his stare. Senior Master Chu Qianyun. Ahem. Realizing his composure had slipped again, Chu Qianyun flushed with mild embarrassment, and hastened to explain, forgive me. I am simply overwhelmed. To think such a prodigy should arise within the great Chu realm. As for the 5-region grand competition, Miss Chen Ruashi need only make a ceremonial appearance. Chu Qianyun spoke slowly, eyes still gleaming with exhilaration. Under Chen Feng's puzzled gaze he continued. The celestial prodigy competition was divided into 2 divisions: the Tiger Division, designed for Qi refinement cultivators, or exceptionally rare foundation establishment prodigies under 30, and the Dragon Division, reserved for foundation establishment cultivators and a select few golden core prodigies under 80. These stringent criteria were rarely met. Such prodigies almost never appeared in any given competition. Chen Ruashi's emergence therefore filled Chu Qianyun, scion of the great Chu imperial house, with profound elation. What did this signify? The imperial house would suffer no disgrace. Indeed, it might achieve unprecedented glory, claiming the top rank. Consequently, the Immortal Alliance's rewards for the great Chu would be richer and more extraordinary than ever before. Only after hearing Chu Qianyun's explanation did Chen Feng finally relax, but astonishment surged anew within him. Foundation establishment at 30. Golden core at 80. What manner of prodigies were these? Have such exceptional cases ever occurred in prior celestial prodigy Chu Qianyun's voice lowered gravely. Yes, but exceedingly rarely. The last instance occurred 3 centuries ago. The direct disciple of the Longhu Immortal sect achieved foundation establishment at 30. As for golden core formation, we must journey back a millennium, to the Huailing imperial dynasty's royal bloodline. Hearing these unfamiliar names, Chen Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Yet he said nothing further. Any sect capable of nurturing such prodigies was clearly peerless in power, and within the great Chu itself. At Chen Feng's question, Chu Qianyun's expression darkened, his features shifting through layers of hesitation. With a soft sigh he conceded, this is a royal secret, yet not so grave as to remain wholly concealed. Given Chen Ruashi's golden core breakthrough, I may entrust it to you. His words ignited their curiosity all the more, while a cold, disdainful snort echoed faintly in Chen Ruashi's ear, a reckless, worthless wretch. That remark piqued Chen Ruashi's interest, sharpening her focus as she listened intently. 7,000 years ago, the great Chu imperial house birthed a prodigy of unparalleled genius. Foundation establishment at 27, golden core formation at 64. Renowned throughout the entire region. His voice rose with fervent pride. He was the fourth sovereign of our dynasty, the very figure who nearly elevated our realm to imperial status. His tone shifted thick with sorrow and outrage. At the cusp of tribulation transcendence, he entered a forbidden realm, and there discovered the legacy of an immortal. Yet moments before claiming that legacy, he was struck by an unspeakable terror, leaving him grievously wounded, his soul essence shattered. He paused, inhaling deeply, unable to continue. Remember this name. His honorific title was Sovereign Chu Ming. Chen Feng listened with rapt fascination. Classic protagonist trajectory. Heroic rise, cataclysmic fall, tragic demise. Though his talent fell just short of his beloved daughters, Chen Feng marveled nonetheless. Had he survived the great, Chu might well have become something far greater. But what did it matter to him? Best enjoyed as a tale of wonder, nothing more. Chu Qianyun hurriedly left, refusing the two gathering top pills Chen Feng offered him. He transformed into a shooting star, likely heading off to deliver news. A golden core under 60 years old is a remarkable feat, not just in the entire Chu, but even in Tianan territory. After sending Chu Qianyun away, everything returned to normal. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The Chen family flourished rapidly, their ability to find spiritual veins greatly enhanced after breaking through the golden core stage. However, the Chu realm remained too barren, with wild spiritual veins being exceedingly rare. In 1 year, they managed to find only 2 first-grade spiritual veins, which was hardly sufficient. Currently, the Chen family's spiritual veins were 1 4th grade, 1 3rd grade, 4 2nd grade, and 5 1st grade. Just this configuration surpassed what Chu Nen could manage. However, they could not utilize the 4th grade spiritual vein yet, which caused Chen Feng considerable distress. The main issue was the immense expenses. A whole group of hungry descendants awaited, and there were 3 major spiritual plants that required a vast amount of energy. Additionally, the operation of various 4th grade formations incurred enormous costs. As things stood, it was sufficient for now, but it would become challenging in the future. Supporting a large family was no easy task, prompting Chen Feng to expand the family business once more. They recruited over 20 alchemy apprentices and 10 first-grade alchemists from the outside world. The Chen family, already at the pinnacle of the southern region, had no sufficient reason to raid other equal forces below them. One small action could affect everything. They couldn't integrate forces until their strength was adequate. The Chen family also had many younger members who ventured outside the southern region, not limited to just the Chu. For these matters, Chen Feng was supportive. A fledgling eagle could not remain under the wing of a mighty eagle forever. Wanjia. Chen Feng suddenly recalled this immensely wealthy family. A family that had produced a transformation god, whose businesses spanned across the Chu and even beyond. Forget it, our strength has not yet reached that level. Chen Feng shook his head, dismissing such unrealistic thoughts. Countless ideas swirled in his mind, pondering various sects and routes. Just as Chen Feng was lost in thought, Xia Jiao personally arrived at the summit of the ascending immortals peak. Jiao, why are you here? You should be resting properly. Chen Feng's expression shifted from worry to tenderness as warmth radiated from his eyes. Xia Jiao appeared even more captivating than before, her skin flawless. Her countenance also radiated youthful vitality. However, due to the torment brought on by Chen Shuhai's birth, Chen Feng had also sacrificed a first-grade spiritual vein to nourish the Tianqing tree. He had added a full 70 years to Xia Jiao's lifespan. It was only natural. I've been fine for quite some time now, and my spiritual power has reached its peak. Xia Jiao smiled gently and continued. Haven't you been looking for talismans? Shuhai went directly to the Tianling dynasty and brought back 2 for you. Huh. Chen Feng was stunned, having searched for talismans for so many years without success. Chen Shuhai had gone to another dynasty's territory to capture talismans. That's too risky. Chen Feng exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of dread. If they captured subjects from another realm and were discovered, they could be killed without a chance to explain. Fortunately, Chen Shuhai returned safely, leaving Chen Feng both angry and fearful. Chen Feng quickly asked, where is he? In the clan meeting hall, waiting for you to arrive. Alright, I just came to deliver a message. You can handle the rest yourself? I need to go accompany Shuhai. Chen Feng nodded, and in an instant he disappeared from his location. The Void's secret technique after entering the nascent soul stage allowed him to breach the Onamil boundary. The consumption of spiritual power had also decreased significantly. Shuhai, is a good child, this time was too dangerous. After Chen Feng left, Xia Jiao released a breath, standing quietly at the peak, gazing at the distant sea of clouds, her expression complex, lost in thought. In the clan meeting hall, Chen Chuling and Chen Ruashi were present. Upon seeing Chen Feng arrive, they all exited the clan hall. Chen Feng felt puzzled, his heart growing heavier. Upon entering the clan meeting hall, 2 golden core cultivators bound with ropes lay at the entrance. Chen Feng ignored them and looked towards the center of the hall, his pupils trembling slightly. Shuhai. In an instant Chen Feng rushed towards Chen Shuhai, channeling his life essence into him, as if before him Chen Shuhai had a small hole in his head from a sharp object with gruesome wounds on his back, and abdomen, a horrific sight. His arms displayed large patches of golden bone. "Father, I have brought back what you needed." Coughing, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his vitality diminishing further. "My son." Chen Feng's eyes widened in rage, pulling out 4 Tianqing fruits from stock, and using his spiritual power to crush and evenly apply them to the wounds. He then brought out all the Tianshou liquid. First he administered the Tianshou liquid to him, then used his spiritual power to help him refine the overwhelming life energy. After a considerable time, Chen Shuhai's vitality began to recover, and the flesh around his wounds started to mend, gradually growing back. Only then did Chen Feng let out a sigh of relief, though his face remained filled with worry. Although Chen Shuhai's injuries had healed, he would need to recuperate for some time. Seeing that he was improving, Chen Feng solemnly inquired, "Shuhai, what exactly happened?" "No hiding the truth." Chen Feng's anger surged as lightning flickered in his eyes. "It's like this. We searched in the Dechu realm for talismans without success, but found a talisman sect in the neighboring Tianling dynasty." Chen Feng's expression changed. Did that mean they had snatched them from someone else? He glanced at the 2 golden cores lying unconscious on the ground. Chen Shuhai took a deep breath and slowly sat up. "Thus I infiltrated the sect claiming to be Tianfu's sect and kidnapped 2 talismancers. However, I did not expect to be discovered by their ancestor. To eliminate future threats, they followed the trail to find me, and thus I fought fiercely to escape. That old ghost has great cultivation but lacks combat abilities. I managed to kill him without revealing anything." Chen Feng's mouth twitched at this. How could the old ghost Chen Shuhai referred to not be a nascent soul? So he killed a nascent soul and brought back 2 golden cores, returning alive to the Chen family. In an instant Chen Feng was at a loss for words. It was neither appropriate to speak nor to remain silent. After a while Chen Feng finally sighed, saying, "Next time don't take such risky actions. At the very least inform me first." He would likely fall into a deep depression, becoming a permanent pain. Not to mention the possibility of a disastrous confrontation with the talisman sect. They would at least he returned alive, didn't he? However, such overly risky actions should be avoided in the future, as his third son Chen Feng had invested considerable hope and affection in him. If he were to perish, he would likely fall into a deep depression, becoming a permanent pain. Not to mention the possibility of a disastrous confrontation with the talisman sect. They would have to reduce that sect to ruins. After lecturing Chen Chu, Chen Feng coldly glanced at the 2 captured golden core cultivators, unable to contain his anger, and kicked them twice. A massive spiritual force pierced into their minds. In an instant the 2 awoke, their faces filled with terror as they looked around at the unfamiliar environment. "We are disciples of the Tianfu sect. How dare you?" Slap. "Don't speak," him annoyed. "If you say another word, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs." Chen Feng snorted coldly and slapped one of them. The murderous glint in his eyes made the others feel as though they had fallen into an icy abyss. "I know that if I ask you now you won't tell me anything." Chen Feng stared intently at the 2, one in the early golden core stage, and the other in the mid-golden core stage. Their strength was already considerable, and as talisman masters their status must be significant too. "No, we will tell you." Ah. Chen Feng ignored his words, grabbing his head and injecting a massive spiritual force into it. In an instant he lost all resistance, his eyes turning white. Demonic seed. A flash of black light passed through Chen Feng's eyes as the other party's white gaze instantly turned pitch black. In less than a moment the demonic seed penetrated his consciousness. Chen Feng finally let out a breath. The demonic seed had been perfectly implanted, but he had also lost 20 years of his own lifespan. This was also to catalyze the demonic seed, completely embedding an unwavering loyalty to himself within a short period. Meanwhile the other talisman master was dumbfounded, shouting for mercy. Chen Feng couldn't be bothered to look at him, and planted another demonic seed. The memories of the 2 were altered and their will was reimplanted. In less than a quarter of an hour they had completely transformed into Chen Feng's followers. Master! After regaining consciousness, the first thing the 2 did was prostrate themselves before Chen Feng. "I ask you, answer." Chen Feng pointed to the eldest and strongest of the talisman masters. "As you command." "What rank are you as talisman masters? What talismans can you craft, and what is your inheritance?" Chen Feng asked, listening quietly to the man's responses. "We are all 3rd-rank talisman masters, and can craft an array of talismans with little variation, totaling 54 types. We cannot craft talisman treasures. Our inheritance is Tianfu art, which governs the path of talismans." After noting down the others' inheritance, Chen Feng organized the basic information. The talisman sect was founded by a 5th-rank talisman master, and has existed for over 10,000 years. The sect leader of Tianfu sect is at the late nascent soul stage, the elder at the same stage, and the previous sect master at the peak of the nascent soul stage. The individual slain by Chen Chu was their uncle, the head of the talisman hall, in the early nascent soul stage. Chen Feng pondered some details. Oh, indeed, only someone at the nascent soul stage could injure Chen Chu. From now on, you two will be the elders of my sect's talisman hall, cultivating suitable disciples to carry on the legacy and crafting various talismans. As you command, master. The two replied in unison. Chen Feng nodded and continued, from now on you shall be called Talisman 1 and Talisman 2. Thank you for the names, master. The two were overjoyed, extremely excited, and obedient to Chen Feng's orders. This left Chen Chu dumbfounded, his mind racing, but then it glitched. However, all of this stemmed from his powerful father. It was all quite understandable. Chen Feng's image now mixed in a touch of the divine and demonic. Upon learning that Chen Chu had escaped danger, everyone was immensely shocked. They had all witnessed the previous situation. While not fatal, it would certainly leave him bedridden for years. Yet unexpectedly, after walking away from Chen Feng for a few hours, he appeared revitalized, his vitality and blood surging significantly. After all, he had consumed a considerable amount of longevity liquid and Tianqing fruit. How could his vitality not increase? After resolving the matter with Chen Chu, Chen Feng took out his notebook and quietly encircled the Tianfu sect in red. Time flew by, and the talisman sect had already become one of the Chen family's branches. One talisman after another flowed out of the Chen family into the depleted market, instantly drawing frenzied demand. Having become another major source of income after the Chen family's medicinal refining, one day, half a month later, Wan Eugene came knocking, followed by a peak golden core cultivator. Wan Eugene, greetings to Senior Chen Feng, may you have peace. Upon entering the banquet hall, Wan Eugene first bowed to Chen Feng. Xian Mingyu Bai Zong Bai Yi, greetings to Senior Chen Feng. Chen Feng remained silent, merely smiling and gesturing for the two to take a seat. Subsequently, Wan Eugene spoke, introducing Bai Yi to Chen Feng. Senior Chen Feng, this is the person I mentioned who currently possesses 41 auxiliary herbs and a bottle of Tianling liquid. He can offer all these materials with only one request. Wan Eugene paused here and turned towards Chen Feng. He understood the tendencies of merchants. This was merely to gauge his attitude. Rest assured, I, Chen Feng, am a person of integrity. Any requests, as long as they are not excessively unreasonable, are acceptable. Receiving Chen Feng's affirmation, Bai Yi remained calm and declared, Senior Chen Feng, you overestimate me. I have only one request. I have searched for materials for the transformation pill for many years, and have only now gathered these, intending to find a master alchemist to refine them, so I can break through to the nascent soul stage. Do you know the rules? Chen Feng asked with a smile. I know that if a pharmacist fails to refine the pill, they bear no responsibility, but if they succeed, the pharmacist receives 4 shares, and the employer receives 6. And you? Chen Feng looked at him, a smile in his eyes. The materials for the transformation pill were hard to come by, and the pill itself was even rarer. Whoever obtained it would possess a passport to the pinnacle of the Great Chu and the qualification to establish their. Bai Yi's face bore a hint of shame as he spoke softly. I only wish for the senior to promise me that if the pill is successfully refined, regardless of the share, I will receive 1 transformation pill, and I will offer all these materials. If it fails, it would mean I, Bai Yi, have no chance of transformation. What do you think, senior? Bai Yi felt somewhat nervous. The materials he collected were far from enough to exchange for a single transformation pill. However, he had no choice but to take this gamble, especially since Chen Feng needed them, and he had them. Chen Feng smiled, his gaze carrying a hint of unspoken meaning. Are you trying to take advantage of me, a 4th-rank alchemist, by assuming I don't understand? Or do you think the Chen family is wealthy enough to be an easy mark? Normally, this amount of materials wouldn't even be worth half a transformation pill. As soon as Chen Feng's words fell, Bai Yi's face instantly paled, and he let out a deep sigh. Just as he was about to give up, Chen Feng spoke up, causing his ears to perk up and his heart to race. However, you are not without this opportunity, but you must agree to one thing for me. Chen Feng's gaze was intense as he stared at him. What is it? If it's within my capabilities, I will do it. Bai Yi puffed out his chest, swearing an oath. What if you have to help me kill someone? Or a nascent soul? Chen Feng laughed, continuing to observe the changes in his expression. Bai Yi's face shifted several times before he gritted his teeth, his gaze firm. I am willing. Opportunities come only once. If you miss it, you will never have a chance to transform your fetus for the rest of your life. You will turn into a handful of yellow earth with regrets. Don't say it's about killing someone, even stabbing your own sect master would suffice. Sure, Chen Feng nodded and smiled. That's the spirit. Just wait, he'll start refining pills right away. Chen Feng's character is such that when he decides to do something, he does it immediately. Aren't you going to prepare first? Bai Yi felt a bit worried. He observed other alchemists preparing for days just to refine a high-grade pill. Yet Chen Feng chose to dive straight in. Isn't this a bit too reckless? He was completely bewildered. Those guys are just academically challenged fools. Chen Feng laughed, revealing a 5th-grade cauldron he had purchased at a high price. You all go outside, I need to start refining pills now. Chen Feng directly began to shoo people away, activating the formation to seal off the hall. The transformation pill is among the most difficult to refine in the 4th-grade pills. If it weren't for his over 2,000 years of alchemy experience as a peak 4th-grade alchemist, Chen Feng wouldn't dare to jump straight in. A flicker of fiery red alchemical fire ignited and the cauldron's temperature surged instantly. Without hesitation, Chen Feng began to refine some auxiliary herbs, dissolving them. He then refined the main herb, finally combining them together. Channeling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he infused a wisp of his own nascent soul energy, and the intense process of refining began. Time passed gradually. Outside the hall, Bai Yi waited anxiously. This was a matter concerning his future. How could he not be concerned? Bai Yi hoped that the transformation pill would be successfully refined. Suddenly, he felt the surrounding spiritual energy being drawn into the hall, accompanied by a rich fragrance of medicine. Inside the hall, 2 thunderous booms echoed. This made his heart race to its peak. Finally, Chen Feng's figure appeared before them. Holding a gleaming transformation pill in his hand, he said, "It's a success." Chen Feng did not rush to hand over the pill, but instead stared intently at Bai Yi's face, as if waiting for something. Bai Yi instantly reacted, forming a gesture with his single finger and pointing to the heavens, declaring, "Today, I Bai Yi vow that if I advance to the nascent soul stage, I will surely repay the great kindness of Senior Chen Feng. If I violate this, let divine lightning obliterate my soul." After he finished his vow, a muffled thunder echoed from the peak of the Immortal Ascension Mountain. This made both Bai Yi and Chen Feng's hearts skip a beat. Does this mean it's a success? Was the vow recognized by the heavens? Bai Yi thought to himself, beginning to feel flustered. Yes, it's valid. However, I still need to keep a backup plan. People's hearts are treacherous, and Chen Feng had to be cautious. Moreover, if Bai Yi entered the nascent soul realm, he would indeed become a formidable force against Lai Zun in the future. Almost free labor, why not take advantage of it? What backup? Just a small trinket. Chen Feng smiled as he took out a small vial from his robe. Take this. This? Bai Yi hesitated, looking at the pill inside the vial. If you fulfill your vow, I will give you the antidote, and it won't affect your cultivation. Chen Feng spoke again. Only then did Bai Yi make up his mind, since he had already made the vow. What was it to eat a pill? Bai Yi took out the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. A flicker of dark light appeared in Chen Feng's eyes, but dissipated in an instant. Done. Chen Feng smiled as he handed him the pill. If he failed to keep his promise in the future, he couldn't blame Chen Feng. Chen Feng thought to himself that if this effort yielded results, it would be the best outcome. If not, he would just have to sacrifice some of his own lifespan. Chen Feng remained completely unruffled. After entering the nascent soul stage, his lifespan would double. What was this? A form of unparalleled invincibility. After sending Bai Yi and the others away, Chen Feng took out the vial containing the transformation pill, a smile creeping across his lips. 6 pills from one furnace. Oh, I wonder if those so-called masters within the Great Chu territory can achieve this. In Xia Jiao's courtyard, Chen Feng gently pushed open the courtyard door. He saw Xia Jiao's 2nd-grade spirit pet running around the ground, chasing after something. With a shout, it was trying to catch Chen Chuho, who had just eaten meat. "Hoer, come here." Chen Feng lifted Chen Chuho and held him in his arms, looking at him affectionately. "You little rascal, you've grown quite fast." Chen Chuho had only been born for a little over a year, but was already comparable to a 3-year-old child. "Daddy, I want to eat meat." Chen Chuho revealed a row of baby teeth, cutely whining in Chen Feng's embrace. "Mother said I'm too young to eat too much meat. Ew, I might not be able to digest it, but I just want to eat it." Chen Feng looked up at Xia Jiao and teased, "Have you been starving the child?" Xia Jiao glared at Chen Feng, saying, "What starvation? You know how old he is. How can he handle so much energy and all this beast meat at once?" I checked the little guy and saw no issues. If he likes to eat, let him eat freely. He's in a growth phase. If there's a problem, just come find me. Chen Chuho was extraordinarily strong, and his development speed was astonishingly fast. At such a young age, his vitality was already incredibly impressive. While other children were still breastfeeding, he was already eating meat, and it was beast meat at that. However, he could only eat some low-energy meat for now, otherwise he truly wouldn't be able to digest it. There was one time he ate a few bites of 2nd-grade beast meat and swelled up like a balloon. This frightened Chen Feng, who took 2 hours to sort out the excess energy. But it also showcased his unique talent for different reactions. Chen Feng was immensely satisfied, fantasizing about one day having a son. What ancestors or immortals, he would smash them with one punch. But that was just a fantasy. This little guy was not something an ordinary family could afford to raise. Now at just over a year old, he needed to eat so much beast meat. What would happen in the future? After receiving Chen Feng's approval, the happy Chen Chuho in his arms began to cheer, continuously praising how good his daddy is. Xia Jiao also felt a headache, thinking, "So you mean I've been starving you?" Thus they enjoyed a harmonious time until evening. Chen Feng then prepared to leave, handing a transformation pill to Xia Jiao before slowly disappearing from her sight. Holding the transformation pill in her hand, Xia Jiao's heart surged with excitement. Her choice was indeed correct. "Master, are you sure father usually hides good things in this room?" "Absolutely." A voice came from the bracelet. "Well then, I want to see what little secrets father has hidden." Outside the secret chamber, Chen was excited, her figure flickering as she quietly approached the secret door. Shadow shift. She passed through layers of formations and arrived at the mechanism in the secret chamber. What are you doing? Just as Chen Feng returned from Xia Jiao's side, he spotted Chen sneaking into the secret passage. After a moment's pause, he used the void secret technique to appear behind her. Father! Chen jumped in fright, abruptly turning around to see a familiar smiling face, and the small flag slowly rotating in his hand. Father, do you believe me when I say, I am just lost on the path of life? Chen shrank her neck. What could be more thrilling than doing something bad and getting caught? Why wouldn't I believe you? Chen Feng replied with a smirk, a flash of light appearing beneath his feet. Third-grade distraction array. Whenever you manage to find your way out on your own, feel free to rummage through my secret chamber. Really? Really? Chen Feng nodded with a smile, watching Chen who entered the distraction array with full confidence while he set several more arrays. It's good to temper the child. After all, there's nothing valuable in the secret chamber. It merely connects to the third-grade spiritual vein. Time flew by quickly. Another year had passed, and the population had surpassed 70,000. However, the system only rewarded 1,000 inheritance points, and nothing else. Open the system panel. Name Chen Feng. Realm, early nascent soul. Techniques, 10,000 spirits. Longevity technique, longevity, sutra. Basic manual on talismans. 100,000 fun facts about talismans. Dao heart, cultivating demons. Void secret technique, pure yang decision. 5 elements decision, pure yang. Immortal technique, 8 extremes. Palm crimson, sword technique. Room techniques, pill artifact. Compendium, palm-sized. Immortal realm. Array mastery peak, 4th grade array master. Alchemy mastery, 4th grade alchemist. Refining mastery, 4th grade refiner. Talismans mastery, 3rd grade talismans master. Lifespan 3,960. Inheritance value 21300. Family members 70003, with descendants possessing spiritual roots 500. Main quest none. Side quests none. Family reputation 21,000. Somewhat famous within the Great Chu can be used as 7,000. Achievements head of the family famous in Yuanling, lord of a prefecture. Top flow in the southern region. 9 great families. 500 now. Chen Feng said solemnly as the system's notification sound echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having descendants with spiritual roots. Breaking through 500. Reward, pure cultivation, for 100 years, talisman mastery, for 200 years, and God thunder in hand. After receiving the cultivation, his nascent soul's power became much purer, increasing his strength by 30%, making the nascent soul even more stable, radiating brilliance. However, the breakthrough still felt very far away. Breaking through the nascent soul realm was incredibly difficult. Countless people had been stuck for centuries, moving from the early to mid stages. Yet there was still a slight disappointment regarding the total population. To receive rewards, they needed to surpass 100,000, with rewards given every additional 50,000. However, the rewards would significantly increase. Time passed quickly. 3 years had gone by. The great competition was also approaching. Today marked the day for Xia Jiao to undergo her transformation. At the peak of the immortal ascension, Xia Jiao took the transformation pill. She also consumed 3 sky blue fruits and began her transformation. The chilling aura caused the temperature at the peak to plummet, freezing 3 feet. The golden core shattered, and the small nascent soul emerged. The shimmering nascent soul exuded the highest aura of life. The aura turned even colder as the small nascent soul returned to Xia Jiao's body. The nascent soul was officially formed, increasing the Xia family's foundation by 1/3. Let's stabilize for a few days, then we'll go to the royal city together. Ignoring the extreme cold surrounding him, Chen Feng walked across the icy ground, melting the frost with every step, reaching her side, and smiling as he spoke. Xia Jiao, having broken through to the nascent soul, felt unafraid, even if she encountered Lai Zun on the way. The royal city, huh? Xia Jiao's expression momentarily turned dazed, and she softly said, "It's possible, but I cannot show my face." Is it because of the Grand Marshal's mansion, or because of the Crown Prince? Chen Feng's words made Xia Jiao fall silent for a moment. You already know. No, I just inferred it. Since you don't want to speak, I won't deliberately seek the answer. Chen Feng answered honestly while Xia Jiao closed her eyes and slowly spoke. I was originally not named Xia Jiao, but Qiu Jiao Jiao, the 3rd child of Qiu Qi, and the only daughter. Chen Feng was slightly startled, however this explanation was still acceptable. In his mind, he began to imagine a tale of love and hate. Ultimately, as Chen Feng suspected, Xia Jiao was indeed related to the Crown Prince. It was an arranged marriage, but the Crown Prince was too reckless. Even before marrying Xia Jiao, he engaged in unsavory acts. When Xia Jiao learned of it, she broke off the engagement without hesitation and fled. In fact, to make a decision, she even fled to the southern region, prompting the royal family to relent. The Qiu family also intervened, allowing Xia Jiao to reinvent herself and live in the southern region. However, this incident as a royal scandal was naturally covered up tightly. The Grand Marshal's mansion did not dare to openly assist Xia Jiao until 4 years ago when Lai Zun returned. After hearing this, Chen Feng fell silent for a moment. Anger surged within him, and he felt even more pity for Xia Jiao. Seeing Chen Feng's attitude, Xia Jiao's anxious heart finally settled. Husband, be careful of Chu Gang. Although he is the crown prince, he is extremely petty. You will definitely come under his radar. Once in the royal city, keep a low profile and leave directly after the competition ends. Chen Feng nodded gently upon hearing this. He silently noted the name, placing it at the top of his little notebook. Thus the three nascent souls set off. They also brought along Chun Wuzhai and Chen Chu. As for the family, there was no need to worry. As long as the transformation stage did not emerge, no one could breach the Chen family. The flying vessel swiftly traversed the sky with the Chu domain's royal city, at least 30,000 miles away from Qin County. However, with the flying vessel, it would take no more than 2 days. With half a month remaining until the competition commenced, there was no rush, allowing them to enjoy the splendid scenery. Chen Feng even secretly hoped to encounter some bandits, so he could play the role of the hero, marry a beautiful and wealthy woman, and reach the peak of life. However, those little thieves seemed to possess a keen sense of self-awareness. If they dared to rob a flying vessel in the sky, they would be akin to an old immortal consuming arsenic, tired of life. Nevertheless, the journey was not dull. The group discussed principles and shared experiences with Chun Ruashi and the others, exclaiming in delight. Upon reaching the territory of the royal city, Chen Feng felt a surge in the concentration of spiritual energy. Sirs, ahead is the royal city. Flying vessels are prohibited. There's such a rule. Chen Feng looked at the several golden core cultivators blocking the flying vessel, feeling a bit helpless. Alright, is there a designated place to dock the flying vessels? Yes, thank you for your cooperation. Please follow me. The leading guard respectfully guided Chen Feng to a location. What met his eyes was a vast area where 5 or 6 golden core cultivators were on duty, with over 50 foundation establishment cultivators patrolling. It was relatively safe. After completing the necessary procedures, Chen Feng parked the Chen Feng No. 7 in position 3 and prepared to leave. He did not encounter any young masters looking to boast about their flying vessel's grandeur. Chen Feng felt a slight regret. Everything seemed so normal. Upon entering the royal city, there was no scene of golden cores walking everywhere, nor nascent souls as common as. In contrast, nascent souls were exceedingly rare. Chen Feng had encountered none besides the commander atop the imperial capital during his entire journey. As for the legendary ascended elders, they remained as elusive as dragons whose tails vanish beyond sight. Yet one could not deny the extraordinary density of spiritual energy within the imperial capital, 5 times that of Chunin City. Instantly, Chen Feng fell in love with this treasured land. Jiao, can Chu Qianyun be trusted? Chen Feng had initially intended to contact Chu Qianyun directly, but then recalled the prince's involvement, and turned his gaze towards Xia Jiao to ask. Upon hearing the question, Xia Jiao replied, "He is acceptable. He belongs to the second prince's faction and opposes the crown prince." Understood, Chen Feng murmured inwardly, his mind now clear. Royal intrigue remained unchanged. If an enemy's enemy existed, then a measure of trust could be extended, at least tentatively. Yet Chen Feng's gaze soon shifted toward Wan Wutian. "Senior brother Wutian, how much do you know about the Chu imperial family?" Chen Feng had spoken openly with Xia Jiao, without concealing their exchange from the others. Wan Wutian had listened carefully, and thus understood precisely what Chen Feng sought. Calmly he responded, "At present the imperial house is divided into 3 factions. The crown prince, the second prince, and the 7th princesses, each vying fiercely for the throne as leading contenders, each backed by formidable power. Is the crown prince not the designated heir?" Chen Feng asked, mildly surprised. How could such a system even function? In his past life succession disputes among princes, even the infamous 3 princes struggle had never dared challenge a reigning heir apparent. Such defiance would have been crushed instantly. Wan Wutian replied, "In theory, yes. But in the great Chu realm, and indeed across the entire Tianan region, sovereignty belongs only to the worthy. Strength alone determines legitimacy. One may challenge the heir apparent, defeat him, and claim the throne. Even slay him." Wan Wutian added, his voice low and grave. "Truly a refreshingly unpretentious culture," Chen Feng observed, unflustered. Indeed, in a world governed solely by martial supremacy, the doctrine of primogeniture was nothing more than a cruel farce. What use was a golden core cultivator ascending the throne when a nascent soul could cleave him down with a single sword stroke, and expect royal blood to rally to his defense? The imperial clan itself was at its core a cold-blooded confluence of ambition and ruthlessness. Then let us seek out Chu Qianyun. Chen Feng harbored no aversion to aligning himself with the second prince, if it served his purpose. Yet royal scheming held little fascination for him. "You may scheme as you please. By the time my descendants transcend 100 million realms, I shall topple your imperial house, and perhaps even the entire Tianan region." At this thought his step grew noticeably lighter. Within a particular tea house, scarcely half a moment later, Chu Qianyun entered, his face wreathed in a broad sunflower-like smile. "Senior brother Chen Feng, long time no see." "Senior brother Wutian." He stepped inside, offering formal salutations to each in turn, until his gaze settled upon Xia Jiao, at which point his expression visibly stiffened. Qiao. Before he could finish, Xia Jiao interjected. My name is Xia Jiao, and henceforth it shall remain so. My apologies, I beg your pardon, senior sister Xia Jiao. Chu Qianyun spoke with impeccable decorum. Chen Feng's expression betrayed not the slightest concern. Since senior brother Chen Feng has graced us with his presence, have you secured lodging? No, Chen Feng replied without hesitation. His Highness the Second Prince, anticipating your arrival, has already arranged suitable accommodations. If you would honor us, please follow me. The Second Prince. Chen Feng nodded coolly. Very well, I thank him on my behalf. Waving a hand, Chu Qianyun smiled. His Highness reveres virtue and talent above all. He delights in cultivating ties with exceptional individuals like yourself. Chen Feng nodded again, fully grasping Chu Qianyun's intent. The Second Prince sought goodwill. After all, the Chen clan was no minor force. And with a prodigy like Chen Ruoxi among its ranks, forging such bonds promised undeniable advantage, and perhaps even unforeseen rewards. Chen Feng saw no reason to refuse entering the imperial capital. He too wished to broaden his connections and observe the elite cultivators from across the realms. As for the Second Prince, he was welcome to serve as a stepping stone. Both parties stood to gain. They entered the residence arranged by the prince, a district situated at the heart of the imperial capital, remarkably close to the imperial palace itself. It was a sprawling manor spanning several li, an estate so grand that Chen Feng found himself momentarily speechless. This was true magnificence. The surroundings too were exquisitely serene. Thus they settled in. After everyone had taken residence, Chu Qianyun produced a simplified map of the capital's inner and outer districts, marking key establishments, taverns, merchant guilds, and even restricted zones. Chen Feng offered his thanks. No need for formalities. I shall not disturb you further. 13 days remain until the grand contest begins. Enjoy the imperial capital at your leisure. Should any question arise, or any difficulty, you need only seek me out. With that, Chu Qianyun departed the courtyard. Chen Feng watched him go, then closed the gate behind him. The courtyard was indeed splendid, a small lotus pond shimmering with spiritual energy, scholars' rocks arranged as a training ground, and even several spirit birds kept in elegant aviaries. After selecting their quarters, Chen Feng slipped quietly into Xia Jiao's chamber. Jiao, won't you guide your husband through the city where you spent your youth? He swept her into his arms, his curiosity about the imperial capital burning with unrestrained wonder. Having transmigrated into this world and ascended to nascent soul cultivation, he had only just arrived at the Chu imperial capital today. Never before had he truly beheld its vistas. Xia Jiao gently pushed him away. Ruoxi is still here. And what of it? That clever girl has long known that. A faint blush of embarrassment and indignation rose to her cheeks. Chen Feng laughed and playfully teased her further. Since arriving in the southern domain and joining the Chen clan, these had been Xia Jiao's most carefree and joyful days. Chen Feng's presence had tenderly soothed her heart, outwardly resolute, yet inwardly soft and vulnerable. They frolicked for some time, then slipped out of the courtyard unnoticed, just as Chen Ruoxi happened to be elsewhere. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of beautiful eyes watched their departure in silent stillness. Father, I knew you won't take me along. Chen Ruoxi's gaze darkened with quiet grievance. Her father had spirited away her grandmother for a secret outing, abandoning her here alone. Her master stood nearby. Master, let's go out and explore too. Chen Ruoxi was fiercely self-reliant. If no one invited her, she would simply go herself. In a flash, she darted from the courtyard. Memorizing the surrounding streets, she set off, delighted, unburdened, and utterly free. Meanwhile, Chen Feng and Xia Jiao strolled into a bustling bazaar. This was no ordinary market selling pills or cultivation artifacts. It overflowed with whimsical trinkets, masks, bracelets, and other curiosities. Chen Feng followed her, indulging every whim, buying freely, skipping joyfully, as though she were a young girl once more. In this light, he discovered a new radiant facet of Xia Jiao's spirit. Their hands glittered with countless treasures, until they paused before a mask vendor's stall. There her gaze softened, drifting into distant memory. She murmured softly, "When I was very young, my father brought me here, to this very shop. Though the merchant is no longer the same one." Reaching out, she lifted a mask adorned with a breathtaking ice blue gem, exquisitely crafted. Gently, she placed it over her face, covering most of her features, leaving only her tender water-like eyes and delicate jade-pure nose visible. Her lips, like cherry-red pearls, now carried an air of enigmatic allure. For a breathless moment, Chen Feng stood utterly transfixed. On the other side, the Chen family's treasure hunting team had discovered a wild spiritual vein. In the distant peaks of the Yuanfeng Mountains, Chen Chuling and Chen Yunxi followed the treasure hunting team deep into a dense forest. At this moment, it was deep autumn. The ground was covered with yellowed leaves. As they stepped inside, the dry leaves crunched beneath their feet. It's just ahead. The terrain and the concentration of spiritual energy over there are unusual. It's a spring. The leader of the treasure hunting team, named Chen Xinglai, was at the early stage of foundation establishment. His talent for treasure hunting had even earned praise from Chen Wuzai. He tossed a copper seal into the air, and in an instant a glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. Go! By a spiritual spring, Chen Xinglai pointed down. This is the spot. The leaked spiritual energy indicates it should be a second-tier spiritual vein. He was somewhat excited. This was his first harvest since setting out. To find a second-tier spiritual vein was remarkable. Dig! Chen Chuling and Chen Shuyan exchanged glances, taking out two low-grade magical tools. With their magical power activated, the nearby rocks were broken apart, in just a few moments revealing a shimmering spiritual vein. A second-tier spiritual vein. They were filled with joy looking at Chen Xinglai, and saying, "Cousin Xinglai, you've done a great job this time. It's only right to work hard for the family." Once this spiritual vein is brought back, the family would be enriched further. Beside them, Chen Shuyuan and Chen Xingxing were also somewhat excited. They busily uncovered the spiritual vein. They dug from all sides. Suddenly a rustling sound echoed through the dense forest, followed by a whistling sound of a sharp weapon slicing through the air. Chen Xingxing's eyes flashed with sharpness, and he immediately halted his work, shouting to those nearby, "Quick, hide! Someone's coming!" A sharp arrow whizzed past Chen Xingxing's shoulder, piercing through the nearby rock and blasting a huge hole. Enemy attack! Chen Xingxing kicked a massive stone that flew from afar. Bang! The boulder exploded, and a few spells came flying in. A mocking voice sounded, "Leave now, and I won't kill you." Around them, more than 10 figures approached, their expressions fierce with a hint of mockery in their smiles, a faint scent of blood emanating from them. Dressed like desperate rogues, each one carried a weapon, and one of them aimed a bow at Chen Xingxing. Chen Chuling's face showed anger as she quietly transmitted a message to Chen Xinglai, urging him to leave amidst the chaos. Chen Xuan beside her felt some trepidation. After all, their numbers were limited, with only 4 capable fighters. The opposing side had 11 in foundation establishment, all of them desperate rogues who lived by the blade, revealing a ruthless disposition that hinted at the many lives they had taken. However, with a second-tier spiritual vein behind them, they could not easily give it up, even if their family was powerful. One burly man clad in beast hide, wielding a large knife, grinned as he looked at Chen Chuling and the others. "Are you going to leave or not? I know which major power you're from, and don't think that just because you mention your name we'll back." Chen Chuling said nothing, merely moving closer to the 3, forming a defensive circle. "We of the Blood Wolf gang also don't want to cause trouble. We just want this spiritual vein." The man smiled, but his gaze was icy, fixating on the most powerful among them, Chen Chuling, assumed to be the leader of the 4. Blood Wolf gang. Chen Chuling's expression darkened. In the Great Chu, there were not only major powers, but also countless rogue cultivators, as well as those wanted by the royal family for their bloodthirsty deeds. The Blood Wolf gang was one such group, composed of powerful rogues and fugitives who plundered other forces, killing and burning to seize resources. In the southern region, they were a notorious gang, and it was unexpected to encounter them today. Indeed, since you've heard of our name, there's no need for me to elaborate further. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. After that, don't blame us. The man grinned, his teeth slightly yellow, adding to his beastly appearance, sending chills down one's spine. The other 10 around him were all at foundation establishment. Chen Chuling clenched her fists, looking at the 3 on her side. The opposing side has 2 at peak foundation establishment, 3 in the later stage, and the rest in the early to mid-stage. Do we have a chance? On their side, there were 3 at peak foundation establishment, and 1 in the later stage. Otherwise, the opponents wouldn't be so brazen, they would have attacked long ago. We cannot just retreat. The Chun family disciples are not inferior. Chen Xingxing said in a low voice, his eyes blazing as he stared at the bandits surrounding them. Well then, since Xingxing isn't afraid, it wouldn't make sense for us elders to shrink back. Chen Yunxi said solemnly, a long sword slipping quietly from his sleeve. I'll take on that leader. Yunxi can handle another peak foundation establishment, and the rest are up to you. Remember, as long as we have the Green Mountains, we're not afraid of running out of firewood. If we can't win, we'll run. Chen Chuling said softly, releasing a pair of eagle claws. The 3 nodded. So have you made up? What are you considering? Whirlwind slash. The 4 suddenly erupted. Chen Xingxing shouted, revealing a blood-red large knife in his hand. He moved like a whirlwind, aiming to slash at a mid-stage foundation establishment near the leader. What audacity, truly reckless. The leader's face darkened as his magical power erupted, and the group plunged into battle. The scene was chaotic, and Chen Xingxing's black eyes suddenly turned fiery red, his blood surging terrifyingly. With steps like the wind, his blade energy seemed capable of cleaving the heavens. 1/2 slashes. The bandit was pushed back step by step, and finally Chen Xingxing's blade struck from a vicious and cunning angle. Instantly, blood sprayed everywhere. This scene unfolded in the blink of an eye, as one of the opponents fell dead. Even some nearby bandits hadn't had time to intervene before witnessing a head roll towards them. Under the astonished gazes of many, Chen Xingxing swung his blade once more, aiming directly at the nearest opponent. You die or I forget. With a ferocious roar, Chen Xingxing resembled a frenzied beast, his overwhelming blood energy crushing forward. Among those of the same rank, close combat was where he reigned supreme. The opposing side was also bewildered. They had underestimated Chen Xingxing's formidable single combat capabilities, and his incredible physical strength led to a significant loss, with 2 mid-stage foundation establishment falling. In the chaotic forest, Chen Xingxing's blade dripped with bright red blood, his gaze fierce and intimidating. The bandits could hardly tell who the true monster was. "Don't let that boy get close," would attack together. Finally, they reacted, creating distance to unleash their spells. A torrent of attacks descended, and Chen Xingxing moved with the wind, creating a massive crater in the ground. Chen Xingxing roared in fury, an overwhelming force of martial essence pouring out of him as he swung his great sword, cutting through the air with a blade of several meters long. Countless attacks were crushed, causing the expressions of everyone around to darken. Suddenly, a cold arrow shot from behind, catching him off guard. Chen Xingxing, who had just used a portion of his martial essence for a strike, failed to react in time. He sidestepped to the side. The sharp arrow grazed him, leaving a gaping 2-inch wound. Blood oozed from the cut. An ambush! Chen Xingxing let out a muffled groan, feeling an excruciating pain in his back. "You seek death." Before he could retaliate, Chen Qiuan struck down the bandit he was fighting, then turned and released his sword, launching it with urgency. A sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed nearby. The bandit wielding the bow was pierced through the chest by Chen Qiuan's sword. His eyes still filled with shock, the bandit fell heavily backward, devoid of life. "Arrow Feather is dead. Brothers, kill this brat first." Roars erupted as 5 figures armed with weapons unleashed their potent magical powers. They surrounded Chen Xingxing, casting countless spells and unleashing waves of sword energy. Faced with the onslaught, Chen Xingxing could hardly defend himself, and soon multiple wounds appeared on his body. "Damn it!" Chen Qiuan joined the fray, striking out with a powerful palm. Seizing a moment of respite, he shielded Chen Xingxing behind him. Vigilantly watching the 5 attackers, despite being at the peak of foundation establishment, he was overwhelmed by their numbers, resulting in a fierce stalemate. Meanwhile, Chen Chuling was locked in an evenly matched battle with the leader. The opponent's combat experience was formidable, yet Chen Chuling was no weakling either, and both sustained injuries. Watching his brothers fall one after another, the leader of the Blood Wolf gang could no longer contain his fury and let out a violent roar. His magical power surged violently, aiming to crush Chen Chuling with a colossal hand. "Is this all you've got?" Chen Chuling scoffed, his own powers surging as he gathered a terrifying force in his palm. This battle was the most arduous he had ever fought, needing to eliminate the enemy before he could assist his brothers. He raised his palm, releasing a ripple of energy. Like undulating emerald waves, a series of palm strikes emerged. Boom! Their attacks collided. Chen Chuling's sword clashed against the opponent's great blade, sending a shock through his arm. The opponent's strength was indeed commendable at the peak of foundation establishment and with rich combat experience. Yet what could that accomplish against him? Chen Chuling decisively discarded his sword, channeling his power into a fist enveloped in magical energy. He struck fiercely at the opponent's temple. Bang boom. The opponent was no fool either, as he discarded his sword to throw a punch, colliding directly with Chen Chuling's fist. A whirlwind swept through, shattering the dry leaves on the ground. This was a clash of flesh and a contest of magical power. Both were nearly equal in strength. Chen Chuling was pushed back a few steps, and so was his opponent. Suddenly he caught a glimpse of a flickering flame on the blade, and Chen Chuling swiftly formed a hand sign, launching a blazing fireball forward. Good heavens! The leader snorted, coldly sidestepping to evade the scorching fireball, narrowly escaping a fiery demise. His robust magical power erupted, intending to engulf the discarded great sword, yet unexpectedly. Chen Chuling, wielding his eagle claw, created a series of lethal ripples targeting vital points. Meanwhile, Chen Yunqi was also locked in a fierce struggle, though his situation was likely better than Chen Chuling's. His strikes were merciless, each targeting a critical point. Chaotic sky sound. Chen Xingxing unleashed a series of bizarre sounds that were excruciating to hear. The eardrums of the surrounding cultivators were nearly shattered as Chen Xingxing seized the opportunity. His vitality ignited. He unleashed 2 dragon fists, reducing one of the attackers to mere pulp, followed by 2 more powerful palm strikes. Combining forces with Chen Chuling's Earth Spirit technique, they ensnared several enemies. One by one they were eliminated. Thus this battlefield came to an end. Chen Qiuan was injured with multiple wounds, and his vitality significantly diminished. Chen Xingxing was in a similar state, his vitality surging and his martial essence fluctuating. He nearly fainted from exhaustion. However, it was not the time to recuperate. The two supported each other and fiercely struck out toward their rear. Chen Yunqi's opponent was incinerated into ashes by a sudden fire dragon. The leader dodged one of Chen Xingxing's dragon fists, countering with a blow that nearly killed him. Chen Chuling fell into a frenzy, casting spells as if they were free, unleashing them frantically. His magical power was rapidly depleting. Chen Qiuan and the others rushed in, engaging in a fierce battle before finally slaying him. At this point, they had dealt with all the desperate foes. However, they were also at the end of their strength. Xing. Chen Chuling produced a pile of healing elixirs, applying or feeding them as needed. This helped stabilize Chen Xingxing's vitality, but his martial essence was exhausted, necessitating a period of quiet recovery. A commotion arose as Chen Xinglai arrived with reinforcements from the nearby Chen family stronghold. They surveyed the chaotic scene, each filled with concern. After a while of recuperation, they extracted the spiritual veins and prepared to return to Qin County. Chen Chuling and the others returned, securing the spiritual veins, and announced their retreat into seclusion. They vowed not to emerge until achieving the golden core. Had there been a golden core among them during the battle, the situation would have been overwhelmingly in their favor, and they would not have suffered such heavy losses. In the chaotic land, Uncle Chud, are you sure we won't be reprimanded by Father for running so far? Don't worry, how many times have you come out with me? Has anything ever gone wrong? Chen Chud's eyes gleamed mischievously as he glanced at the vast medicinal garden ahead. Let's go while the fighting is still going on outside. We should collect all these herbs first. Chen Chud moved swiftly, crossing the alarm formation and leaping into the medicinal garden. Wait for me. The boy behind softly called out, following Chen Chud's lead. Having just swept through half the medicinal garden, they heard a commotion erupt outside. Their expressions changed, and Chen Chud, disregarding everything, poured out spirit oil and ignited it with fire magic. He casually set up several killing formations, grabbed Chen Mu Li, and used the earth escape technique to flee. Then a roar similar to a thunderous shout erupted from the medicinal garden. Whoever is killing me, I am not a human child. Where did that sword energy come from? It hit my butt. A raging fire ignited in the medicinal garden, along with a figure inside, furious and occasionally letting out pained howls. Let's go, they haven't dispersed yet. We'll slip into the crowd and retreat with them. Watching the heated battle continue, the two changed their clothes and seamlessly blended into the throng. While shouting words like kill and certain sects are invincible, they slyly searched through the fallen bodies. Roar! Halt! A furious roar imbued with the overwhelming might of a golden core cultivator erupted across the chaotic battlefield. The Bai sect has summoned a golden core cultivator. Astonishment rippled through the crowd, all actions froze instantly. In this lawless expanse, order was non-existent. Only one unspoken rule prevailed. Might makes right. The sudden appearance of a golden core elder sent tremors of dread through every soul present. Chen Muley furrowed his brows, yanked Chen Chud, who was still rifling through corpses, and silently melted into the shadows of the throng. A golden core cultivator has arrived. We must vanish at once. Chen Muley whispered telepathically to Chen Chud, surveying the suddenly stagnant crowd like a placid, lifeless pond. Chen Chud cast one last reluctant glance at the scattered spoils, but for safety's sake, he quietly activated Earth Phase art and vanished from the scene. No one noticed the quiet departure of these two insignificant figures. The lawless expanse lay in the southeastern reaches of the Great Chu realm, a tripartite no man's land, a haven for outlaws and rogue cultivators, and a favored crucible for martial refinement among countless sect disciples. Uncle Chud, when shall we return? After fleeing the chaos, they sprinted hundreds of li before finally halt. Return? Return to what? It's dreadfully dull. Don't you find this place far more suited to us? Chen Chud shook his head, clearly harboring no intention of returning anytime soon. Where else in the Great Chu realm could such turmoil and such opportunity so densely converge? Then what do we do? Chen Muley tilted his head slightly, still haunted by lingering unease over the lawless expanse. Why, we shall carve our names into legend first, then return and leave your grandfather utterly astounded. Chen Chud lifted his gaze, his ambition soaring skyward. Very well. Chen Muley lowered his head, then suddenly snapped it up, eyes blazing with inspiration as he exclaimed, what if we found a sect and unify the entire lawless expanse? Done. Chen Chud's enthusiasm flared instantly. After only a moment's thought, he struck his palm in decisive agreement. A flash of brilliance lit his eyes. We'll name it the Delhi sect. Virtue as our standard. They exchanged a knowing grin. Mischievous, audacious, and utterly unrepentant. Imperial capital. 2 days remained until the 5-region grand contest. The second prince hosted a lavish banquet. He extended an invitation to Chen Feng and his entourage. Within his courtyard, Chen Feng weighed pros and cons. Attendance would signal alignment with the second prince. After careful deliberation, Chen Feng accepted and departed for the feast alongside Wan Wutian. Xia Jiao remained behind to guard the residence, while Chen Wuzai was dispatched by Chen Feng to coordinate with the Wan family. As for Chen Ruoshi, still roaming beyond the city limits, Chen Feng simply let her be. Within the inner city stood the second prince's sole grand palace, resplendent, golden-roofed, and dazzlingly opulent. Chen Feng's party entered, guided by Chu Qinyan. Through winding corridors and 7 turns 8 bends, they arrived at a vast soaring hall. Esteemed daoist Chen Feng, this is His Highness the second prince. At the voice, Chen Feng turned. The second prince of Great Chu cultivated at the nascent Soul Foundation's initial stage. His bearing pleasant, his features refined as polished jade, his demeanor gentle and noble, exuding the grace of a cultivated imperial scion. Chen Feng felt neither attraction nor aversion toward the prince. Yet he was genuinely startled to discover the prince's nascent soul cultivation. Both had achieved nascent soul status within 3 centuries, power unquestionable. Thus the other 2 contenders likely stood at comparable strength. I have long heard of daoist Chen Feng's renown. Today's meeting confirms your extraordinary stature. No wonder you've nurtured a prodigy like Chun Ruashi. Smiling warmly, the second prince stepped forward, an open, affable gesture. He projected an air of approachable humility. Your Highness, Chen Feng bowed respectfully, hands clasped. Among cultivators, rigid court etiquette held little weight. Ceremony yielded to spiritual presence. Kneeling before imperial authority. Unthinkable, especially in this world where true power alone commanded reverence. After brief pleasantries, the prince gestured toward a guest. This is Ming Yi, sect master of the Tianming sect from Qianming domain. His courtesy ran deep, imbued with the sincerity of a ruler seeking worthy sages. For a nascent soul patriarch like Chen Feng, whose lineage was untarnished and whose resources substantial, each alliance secured strengthened his own bid for the throne. The second prince introduced 7 nascent soul elders, representatives of 7 major powers. Counting Chen Feng, the prince himself, and others, 11 nascent souls gathered under one roof. His eager introductions served not only diplomacy, but also subtle demonstration, a display of influence meant to entice Chen Feng's allegiance and investment. A veteran of countless battles, Chen Feng saw through the prince's quiet stratagems at once. Non-committal, non-binding, non-acknowledging. That was the path of wisdom. Chen Feng nodded courteously to each elder, exchanging warm, gracious greetings, so sincerely polite that Wan Wutian mistakenly believed he was already pledging loyalty to the second prince's faction. Once seated, the banquet unfolded in steady succession. Goblets raised, toasts exchanged, deepening familiarity among the cultivators. When formalities concluded, Chen Feng departed, having forged mere acquaintances, not commitments. Beyond that, Chen Feng entertained no further thoughts. It was unnecessary. Yet from the gathering, he gleaned valuable intelligence. The Crown Prince's movements and insights into the Marshal's office. Outstanding performers in the Prodigy Grand Contest would be recruited as disciples by the supreme sects of the Immortal Alliance. Another complication that vexed Chen Feng deeply. To abstain was impossible. The system had issued a mandate. Secure first place on the Prodigy Grand Contest Dragon List. Reward a map of the Xianling continent, a fragment of an Immortal's relic, 2 cultivation merit points, the Purple Star Divination Manual. At the mention of an Immortal's relic, Chen Feng needed no second thought. He would seize victory no matter the cost. To Chen Feng, the 5-region Grand Contest paled in significance. What truly mattered was the Prodigy Grand Contest looming ahead. Time slipped like mist. Then the 5-region contest commenced. Chun Ruashi advanced effortlessly, buys all the way to the final round. Chen Muyuan fell short in the Qi refinement list, finishing 4th. In the Foundation Establishment list's final match, his opponent was struck down, slapped clean off the arena. Thus concluded this preliminary spectacle, ushering in the Prodigy Grand Contest scheduled for half a month hence. Days passed like fleeting white horses racing across a gap. One after another celestial vessels descended upon the imperial capital. So too did terrifying presences, mighty nascent soul-grade demonic beasts ridden as mounts arriving in this modest realm of Great Chu. All 5 paramount authorities of the Tianan Immortal Alliance had dispatched their envoys. Each envoy cultivated at the divine transformation realm, unspeakably formidable. The capital surged with life. Factions from across the continent poured into Great Chu. Should any harbor ill intent, the imperial house would fall, swiftly, irrevocably. Rumors speak of a golden core cultivator in Great Chu, under 80 years of age. Within the imperial palace, the 5 envoys convened with the Great Chu ancestral elder and the patriarch of the Tianyu Immortal sect. They confirmed contest details. Indeed, affirmed the Great Chu ancestral elder, his expression unreadable. Remarkable. Since Emperor Chu Ming, Great Chu has birthed another prodigy, potentially destined to claim first place in the Prodigy Grand Contest. One envoy nodded slowly, his gaze holding quiet admiration. Father him home. Chun Rua's clear voice rang from outside as she led a girl of some 13 years into— You finally. Who is this? Chen Feng's face darkened when he saw the girl, cheeks flushed, timidly hiding behind Chen Ruashi. Something's not right. A small unease prickled him. Honestly, where did you go? Who is she? Chen Feng covered his face and shot Chen Ruashi an irritated look. Chen Ruashi paid no heed to his glare. She smiled sweetly and took the girl's hand. It was like this: I was out wandering when I saw a group bullying her, and I could not stand idly by, so I stepped in to help. Chen Feng's expression grew darker. The scene struck an oddly familiar chord. Coming upon injustice, drawing a blade to help, and by fate's whim acquiring a wife. Then posturing, being proven right, and ascending to life's pinnacle. Chen Feng shot her a peculiar look and asked what of her family. They've been missing for many years. She is alone and woebegone, oppressed by distant relatives who have seized her estate and intend to marry her off to an unworthy man. Chen Feng drew a long breath. It was indeed the same old template, but why he wondered was the heroine Chen Ruashi. Then what do you plan to do? Chen Rua, she said breezily, take her in of course. Our Chen household can hardly not afford to shelter a young girl. Or father, why not accept her as a sworn daughter? Or a disciple? Chen Ruashi revealed her intent, grinning at Chen Feng felt the dizziness of indecision, yet could not resist that bright pleading gaze, yet length he nodded. Very well then. At this point there was no other choice but to consent. Chen Feng was not heartless, since his beloved daughter had spoken he would take her in. As for trouble, who feared it? When Chen Feng agreed Chen Rua, she flicked an eyebrow at the girl and puffed out her chest, as if to declare, see. From now on you are mine. Chen Rua, she laughed, and led the girl by the hand toward her chamber. That child, Chen Feng chuckled hoarsely. He had yet to ask where she came from. He would pay a visit before any trouble brewed to avoid complications. Very well, let her handle it herself. When the time comes she is grown, he mused. If absolutely necessary, I will intervene. Chen Feng pondered. Yet for days he had awaited Lai Zun's arrival, and there had been no sign. It puzzled him. By all reason the man should have shown himself. He imagined the typical scene, a stern warning. You had better not leave the capital, or else. Chu Yu Gu. This was the finest establishment in all of Dechu, every delicacy imaginable. Its grounds were vast enough to host banquets for 10,000. In the final 2 days before the competition began, Chen Feng had brought Chen Ruashi here. They did not make a show of themselves, their auras were restrained. They chose a seat with a decent view, ordered several jars of spirit wine, and a few spirit delicacies, and ate in quiet. Those able to come here were hardly poor. One could catch news and meet many visitors from beyond Dechu within it. There were also people from all walks of life, and at the exchange meetings information was scarce. The powerful representatives of the great forces spoke with measured restraint. They were all wily veterans. Expecting any real intelligence from them was wishful thinking. Chen Feng poured a small cup and contentedly watched the scene beyond the window. In truth, with a slight stirring of his spiritual sense, he listened to the conversations of Chu Yu guest cultivators, an assortment of petty rumors. This time the Wang family's patriarch died unexpectedly, leaving only a widow and a young son. Chen Feng shifted his divine sense with a soft cough, no longer heeding that gossip, and focused on another table of golden core cultivators. Dechu is truly lively this time. When we last came there were not so many high-level cultivators present. I hear the 5 great powers of the Immortal Alliance have sent elders, 5 Washenrank presences. Such elusive dragons we might even catch a glimpse of. Indeed, that the ranking of this generation's prodigies should be held in Dechu such a remote corner is surprising. To my mind, Dechu is not as weak as it seems. This time, they even boast a golden core under 80 years old. TSK Tisk, that golden core is not of the royal house. I hear he comes from a family in the southern domain. This prodigy contest promises to be entertaining. Dechu fields a leading figure. Perhaps first place may yet. In former times that might have been possible. This generation, however, churns out prodigies. Several major powers have golden cores under 80. Dechu is exceptionally bustling this year. It is the first time so many prodigies have appeared together on one stage. Many powers have come to observe to preview the contests of these talents. Chen Feng sorted through the reports, passing travelers, lone cultivators, members of forces beyond Dechu. Without exception, all were here to watch the prodigy contest. Yet Chen Feng remained puzzled. Even if a few prodigies had emerged, would that alone draw so many powers? At that moment, a youth in purple hair, immaculate, and bearing graceful to the point of the uncanny, strode forward. Hearing the chatter, disdain flickered across his face. Trash from Dechu dares compete with me. Even if they are golden core, what of it? Mere empty shells. I hear, though, there is an exquisitely beautiful female cultivator. Capturing her to be my consort would be pleasant. Though the youth's aura was striking, and his strength not to be dismissed, his words were brazen. The group, which had been arguing fiercely over whose prodigy was stronger, fell into an unusual silence, brows knitted. No one stepped forward to confront him. Behind the youth trailed an older man in coarse hemp robes, slightly stooped. To mistake him for an ordinary elder would be an error. The old man's eyes held a keen, formidable edge. He was no insignificant power. Yet he followed the youth like a silent, unnoticed retainer. The youth sat without minding the hostile gazes, producing a jade flask to drink from. From the upper gallery, a nascent soul cultivator could not help but sneer. Humph. Young men leaning on some strength may be arrogant, but they must know their limits. Many prodigies die young. The nascent soul jeered from above. Humph. And you, what do you think? Am I wrong? A genius born in some backwater. What real power could he possess? Merely beings to be crushed by us mere foils. Only that early deceased fellow from Dechu could be called a true talent. The youth's astonishing words left no hint of regard for Dechu, provoking a stir among the crowd. You. The cultivator seemed momentarily strangled by anger, his face flushing crimson. What did you say? If it weren't for my short time in cultivation, I would have suppressed you by now. The young man coldly snorted, unleashing his magical power, his voice booming like a great bell, silencing many cultivators who were about to speak. I can't stand it anymore. Although I am not a person from the Great Chu, I have seen their grand tournament of the 5 domains. That golden core prodigy is immensely powerful and extraordinarily talented. His magic power is like a vast ocean, seldom met with rivals among the same rank. You speak so boldly, are you not afraid of biting your own tongue? The young man chuckled coldly, saying, that's merely exaggeration. The entire South State is nothing more than a land of weeds. He was exceedingly arrogant, his head almost tilted towards the sky. It seemed he believed himself to be above others. Just a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, he scoffed, falling silent. Many present began to speculate about the young man's origins. His disparaging words about the South State surely came from someone from another continent, a genius participating in this ranking. Not far away, Chen Feng's face turned as dark as charcoal, his magical power surging as he wished to slice that person apart. With a crack, the wine cup in his hand shattered before Chen Feng could react. A beautifully dressed, exceptionally handsome young man slowly stepped onto the loft. Oh, I thought who was here being so brazen, turns out to be from the Song family of Donglin. The young man approached, locking eyes with the strange young man, showing no politeness. Dong Zhiyuan. The strange young man recognized him at a glance, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. What do you want to fight for justice? No, I just can't stand someone being so arrogant. Such poor upbringing, no wonder everyone from your Donglin Song family despises you, the young man said with a slight smile, enunciating each word. You looking for a fight? Song Qi stood up, his strange eyes glaring at the young man, a cold, killing intent in his gaze. Hey, you should save your strength for the grand tournament, in 2 days. The young man gave a disdainful smile, and walked past him to find a seat. Behind him followed a guardian. I hope you can still be so tough on the arena, Dong Zhiyuan. Song Qi snorted coldly, not looking at him again. The two were of similar strength, fighting would yield no advantage. I indeed came to the right place, this is quite interesting. A fragrant breeze wafted through the corridor as a stunningly beautiful woman, with captivating eyes, swayed her waist, and stepped forward, capturing everyone's undivided attention. Another one. The crowd gasped. This woman was not simple, either her mere presence was elusive. Emoji. Dong Zhiyuan frowned slightly, a hint of wariness in his gaze. The enchantress of the heavenly demon sect, what brings you here? Song Qi's expression reflected his apprehension, not daring to underestimate the woman before him. The woman smiled, enchanting, captivating the hearts of those present whose resolve was not strong enough. What, all of us are from Lingwen Daozhou, you can come, but we from the sacred sect cannot. Sacred sect? Just a demon sect. Do you not fear being dealt with here? Dong Zhiyuan's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. Oh, the people from your Tian'an Immortal Alliance are indeed amusing. We are not doing anything here, we merely wish to witness the great talents from various sects. What are the so-called geniuses from your Tian'an Immortal Alliance afraid of a weak woman like me, eh? The woman covered her mouth and smiled, glancing towards Chen Feng, her gaze flashing with a glint of brilliance. She smiled and said, this sister, look at the faces of these cultivators from the Tian'an Immortal Alliance, a bunch of hypocritical scoundrels. Do you want to come with your sister? Sister will help you teach that madman a lesson. The crowd turned their eyes towards Chen Feng, fixing their gaze on Chen Ruoshi sitting beside him. Isn't that Fairy Ruoshi? She's also here. Many in the crowd had seen Chen Ruoshi before, but hadn't noticed her earlier. Now upon seeing her, their faces were filled with surprise. When Song Qi was boasting earlier, she was actually here. Doesn't that mean she heard everything that transpired clear? No need, thank you for your kindness, sister. Chen Ruoshi looked at her and shook her head. As for that madman, I will handle him myself. Chen Ruoshi cast a cold glance at Song Qi. The killing intent was palpable, dropping the atmosphere several degrees. Well then, just be cautious. Although Song Qi is annoyingly brash, his strength is not to be underestimated. The woman nodded lightly and spoke softly. Chen Ruoshi did not reply further, she had already wanted to crush him long ago. However, such a move would be troublesome, better to wait until the tournament to deal with him. You little girl talk so big, do you think you can handle me? Huh? Song Qi laughed, raising his head to look down at her. Listen to me, follow me, and I guarantee you'll enjoy a life of luxury and ascend to the nascent soul stage soon. Boom. The table in front of Chen Feng suddenly shattered in extreme cold ice, descending instantly, aiming to freeze this scoundrel into ice fragments. Presumptuous. The elder beside Song Qi made his move, shattering Chen Feng's ice, with his mid-nascent soul strength on full display. I dare you to be presumptuous. Chen Feng's blood surged. No matter how good his temper was, he could not hold it back, let alone his explosive temper. 8 attributes of energy fused his magic power, surged like an ocean, enveloping the two. Celestial realm in my palm. At that moment, the immense magical power wreaked havoc in the tavern, the terrifying force casting a shadow over the heavens. Instantly, Song Qi and the elder felt the world shift, transported to a peculiar space. Countless bolts of thunder rained down. Even the mid-nascent soul elder was caught off guard, struck by numerous lightning bolts. Fortunately, the chaos only targeted Song Qi and the Elder. The others in the tavern were unharmed. Quickly retreat. A powerful being is making a move, do not get involved. Countless cultivators fled quickly, increasing the distance. The demoness also looked at the furious Chen Feng, in surprise, silently nodding in appreciation. Chen Feng's actions aligned with the principles of her sect, enduring for a moment to gain a lifetime of peace through a powerful strike. Who dares to make a move in the imperial city? A deafening sound echoed through the sky as a terrifying magical power descended, a palm dispersing the power of the celestial realm. A figure in plain clothes resembling an old man slowly descended from the sky, looking coldly at Chen Feng and at the two Song Qi and the Elder with a look of disarray. Ancestor. The arriving second prince's expression changed, hurriedly bowing in respect. Royal ancestor. Fear appeared on everyone's faces. This was a transformation god. A divine being had appeared before them. Chen Feng from the Chen family of the southern region, I pay my respects to the ancestor. Chen Feng took the initiative to assert himself, first declaring his identity, then speaking with righteous indignation. I brought my daughter here for leisure, yet I unexpectedly heard someone belittling our great Chu and its cultivators. Such an arrogant demeanor makes it unbearable for me as citizen of Great Chu. Previously a fellow cultivator reprimanded him, yet he became even more audacious. Isn't that a mockery of our Great Chu's people? Thus I could not help but take action to teach this arrogant person a lesson. It was my fault for violating the rule. Chen Feng's face was filled with righteous anger. His words were like pearls, and he sincerely admitted his mistake, placing himself on a moral high ground, causing the onlookers to exclaim in admiration. Such a thing has occurred. The royal ancestor frowned, his expression darkening. Indeed, ancestor. All of us present witnessed the events. This arrogant person is truly detestable. From the crowd, the earlier outspoken nascent soul cultivator stepped forward to speak for Chen Feng. In an instant, voices rose, all pointing fingers at Song Qi. That's right, senior. What these seniors said is all true. I swear by the name of my Tian Shui Dong family. I came to participate in the ranking of the outstanding, and I did speak a few words, yet I did not expect that villain to become even more unrestrained, claiming that there are no experts in Great Chu and no royal presence. He even mentioned the esteemed ancestor Chu Ming. Dong Jian was also happy to see Song Qi suffer, immediately adding fuel to the fire. In an instant, numerous accusations were directed at them. As the two attempted to refute, they were drowned out by a chorus of voices. Chen Feng then slightly breathed a sigh of relief, wondering what it truly meant to have the people's support. The royal ancestor's face was difficult to bear, and with a cold snort, he said, "This is not your Donglan. Arrogant and self-important, no matter how great your talent, you will only meet an early demise." Saying this, the royal ancestor took action. The winds and clouds stirred as he aimed to capture Song Qi and the others. Calm yourself, fellow cultivator. It was my poor teaching. Harmony brings wealth. Suddenly an elder appeared before Song Qi and the others, presenting a kind-hearted, muttering about harmony bringing wealth. The royal ancestor's face showed no signs of softening, his voice icy. Is it really just a light-hearted phrase like this? Do you truly think our great Chu has fallen so low that anyone can bully us? The royal ancestor's divine sense radiated with a purple light, releasing a tsunami-like pressure. Great Chu is still a nation. If we choose to let this matter slide, then all surrounding forces will assume us to be easy prey. If this is the case, Great Chu is not far from its demise. We did not mean it that way. Song Yi's expression stiffened, looking at his descendant with frustration. In someone else's territory, he dared to too ostentatious. He felt a bit disappointed. As the first outstanding talent of the Song family in 3,000 years, he must be preserved. At the very least, he should be a high-level nascent soul, a pillar for the family. So you wish to fight me on the divine transformation stage? The royal ancestor narrowed his eyes, a seal printing appearing before him, the radiance swirling as heavy as a mountain. Fellow cultivator, you exaggerate. Song Yi's eyes held a hint of bitterness as he shot a fierce glare at the disheveled Song Qi. With an unwilling expression, he spoke, in that case, regardless of how much I gain from the Misty Mountain, I am willing to share a portion with you, swearing by my inner demon tribulations. His voice echoed like thunder, causing a sudden flash in the sky, a golden light flickering by. The royal ancestor's expression finally softened, yet he did not address Song Yi and the others. Turning to the second prince, he glanced at Chen Feng. You are Chen Feng, correct? Indeed. Chen Feng appeared neither servile nor overbearing, bowing respectfully. Not bad. If your daughter wins this battle and secures first place, I can grant you a quota without requiring any of your gains. If not, you may still participate, but you will need to pay 2/3 of your gains. Oh. Chen Feng was somewhat taken aback, hearing the second prince's excited voice in his ears. Quickly agree, thank the ancestor. Chen Feng was no fool, immediately understanding the situation. This was a benefit falling into his lap. Thank you, ancestor. Chen Feng quickly agreed and expressed his gratitude. The divine transformation ancestor did not linger, glancing around before leaving. Old Ghost Song, you need to compensate for the losses of the Chuyu Pavilion. Of course. Song Yi's expression was not pleasant, coldly snorting, "You are not allowed to show up before the rankings." After saying this, he cast a glance at Chen Feng and took Song Qi away from the scene. Once the two divine transformation cultivators left, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. Especially since they had just appeared ready to fight. If a real battle broke out, those at the center would surely be left with nothing but bones. As the two towering figures dissipated, Chen Feng looked around, but found that the female cultivator from the Devil sect had already left. He felt a bit regretful for not being able to learn more information. However, it seemed that the Heavenly Demon sect and the Heavenly Peace Immortal Alliance were not on the same page. Heavenly Demon sect, Chen Feng murmured. "Let's go. That Song Qi is yours to deal with." Crush his head in the rankings. Chen Feng spoke softly, and beside him Chen Ruoshi nodded, but looked at him curiously. "Father, are you not afraid of the divine transformation ancestor on the other side?" Chen Feng chuckled, pointing to the ground beneath him. "This is Great Chu. If an outsider's divine transformation dares to invade, it is akin to declaring war on Great Chu. Furthermore, your father is not someone to be trifled with." Chen Feng laughed, taking Chen Ruoshi into the air, preparing for the ranking of the outstanding talents. Just today, 4 golden core cultivators appeared, all of whom were to participate in the ranking of the outstanding. However, their strengths were all quite similar. Chen Feng had high hopes for his daughter. Time passed swiftly. By nightfall, the second prince came to visit Chen Feng. "Your Highness, I apologize for not offering a proper greeting upon your arrival." Chen Feng was somewhat surprised that this one thought to come visit him on the eve of the final preparations for the ranking competition. The second prince came without Chu Qianyun this time. "Head of the Chen family, there is no need for such formalities. I have come for a matter that requires your assistance. If you can comply, I can arrange some benefits for you, allowing your Chun family to strive for a better environment." The second prince was astonished by Chen Feng's audacity to take action and suppress a cultivator one rank higher than himself. It made sense that the Chen family would rise. However, he did not expect that his family's ancestor would grant such a significant opportunity to Chen Feng. This compelled the second prince to seek out Chen Feng. "As long as it is within my ability to help, your Highness, feel free to ask." Upon hearing the words of the second prince, Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with interest. He had been troubled by the hopeless expansion of his family, yet the second prince presented an opportunity right before him. However, Chen Feng remained cautious in his approach, pondering the implications of such a significant offer. What could the second prince possibly desire in return? With a smile, the second prince took out a blueprint from his pocket and unfolded it for Chen Feng to see. This is the Yulong fruit, red in color and shaped like a small dragon commonly found in the Dragon's Breath region. Chen Feng focused intently, confirming that the illustration depicted a crimson fruit resembling a little dragon with 4 claws. "Where am I supposed to find such a rare treasure for you?" The mere appearance of the fruit led Chen Feng to believe it was extraordinary. In the realm of cultivation, anything related to dragons was inherently remarkable. In this world, a true dragon upon reaching maturity becomes immortal. Even beasts with a trace of blood relation to true dragons are regarded as divine creatures, powerful entities among the demonic beings. Busu Mountain, the second prince, uttered this unfamiliar term softly, leaving Chen Feng somewhat puzzled. A secret realm was the only guess he could muster. Not quite. The second prince gently shook his head and continued, "It is a world in its own right, a true world, a small realm that drifts between our vast world." The second prince elaborated slowly, his gaze fixed on Chen Feng. "The opportunity the ancestor spoke of, it refers to the quota to this world." Chen Feng nodded slightly, a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind. The second prince continued, "Busu Mountain connects to the main world on specific days, and this time it happens to fall within the territory of Artichu. This is also why the ranking of the talented individuals is held here." The second prince continued, "In the past, a true dragon resided there, but after some changes the dragon departed. However, due to its previous presence, many precious spiritual herbs and treasures were born, along with a number of demonic beasts bearing dragon blood. Moreover, there are rumors that it left behind a legacy upon its departure. Since the Tian and Immortal Alliance discovered Busu Mountain, no one has found it since, and they eventually gave up." The second prince spoke each word deliberately, and Chen Feng's face lit up with excitement. What was this? Was this not the very narrative he had been desperately seeking? Could it be that I am the destined child of fate? Chen Feng took a deep breath. "So, your Highness, you need me to help you find this treasure within?" "Exactly," the second prince nodded. Chen Feng's expression turned peculiar. If the royal family had such benefits, why not send their own heirs? Could it be that these princes had no opportunity? The second prince seemed to perceive Chen Feng's confusion and smiled. "Busu Mountain has a barrier set by the true dragon, allowing only those at the nascent soul stage and below to enter. I will also enter. However, once inside Busu Mountain, one will be randomly teleported. No one knows where they will end up. It could be a paradise or a dangerous place. Furthermore, Busu Mountain is incredibly vast, far more extensive than the territory under the Tian and Immortal Alliance. Even now, we have not fully explored it." Chen Feng pondered for a moment and agreed, "All right. Whether he could find it was one matter, but exchanging it with the second prince for some resources was also a viable option. It was merely a promise. So below the nascent soul stage will those at the Golden Core Foundation establishment and Qi refining stages also enter. Chen Feng inquired curiously, since Busu Mountain was so large, wouldn't it be a waste to send nascent soul cultivators? In response to Chen Feng's question, the second prince explained those at the foundation establishment stage and above will enter, but those below the foundation establishment will almost certainly perish. Then what about the individuals participating in this ranking of talents? Those from Dechu who are ranked in the top 10 among the talented are eligible to enter. Understood. Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. If his precious daughter could go with him, it would be much better. Even if they didn't meet based on the talent Chen Ruoxi had shown. It left Chen Feng with no doubt that she was the destined daughter of fate, though he still found it somewhat hard to believe. Then I shall accept this. If we encounter it, I will surely bring it back to present to you, your highness. Thank you. The second prince smiled, satisfaction evident in his expression. Chen Feng's words indicated an intention to draw closer to him. A family with 3 nascent souls carries significant weight. Here is the map of the areas explored by the Tian and Immortal Alliance. The second prince took out 2 copies and handed them to Chen Feng. Chen Feng accepted them inwardly, praising the second prince's capabilities. In the second prince's mind, Chen Ruo, she could undoubtedly secure a quota. Having one more person also increased his chances of obtaining the Yulong fruit. What harm was there in doing a favor? Then I won't disturb you further. May Miss Chen Ruoxi secure the top position for our Dechu and achieve a victorious start. The second prince was in good spirits as he departed, his steps light and brisk. Ding. Side quest issued, find the Yulong fruit tree. Reward, universal storage ring. Entering the Tianlong Palace, reward, great might Tianlong. And Yulong transformation, martial arts, essence of self. Quest assistance, dragon blood jade 2. Chen Feng paused, exclaiming the system is becoming increasingly intelligent. 2 blood-red little dragons landed in his hand, and Chen Feng couldn't help but take a closer look. A faint aura emanated from the jade pendant, and the little dragon carving was so lifelike that it seemed ready to move at any moment. Not bad. Ruoxi, I have come to tell you some things. After informing Chen Ruoxi about Busu Mountain, he handed her a piece of dragon blood jade. This item, like the jade stone I gave you earlier, can help you. After reminding her about the events for the next day, and to give Song Qi a good beating, Chen Feng left, and Hua Qingwu gasped in astonishment. Oh, your father is truly remarkable. He actually managed to obtain the essence blood of a true dragon. The bracelet transformed, revealing Hua Qingwu's enchanting figure before Chen Ruo, she who looked at the jade pendant with awe. You must keep this safe. Even some formidable beings at the ascendant stage would be tempted to seize it. Chen Ruo, she was startled, realizing how precious this item truly was. Does your master know about Busu Mountain? In Chen Ruo's eyes, mind, her ancient and powerful master should know at least some secrets. What Busu Mountain? Hua Qingwu scoffed. That is called the Tianlong realm. I can't believe it has ended up in the Lingwen Dao state, and is referred to as Busu Mountain by the local cultivators. Upon hearing this, Chen Ruo's eyes lit up. Her master truly did know. Then does the master know what is in Chen Ruo? She asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. You will know once you enter. Your father was able to present you with dragon blood jade, and has not informed you of so much. He must have other plans. Just enter, and you will understand. Hua Qingwu said softly, her perception of Chen Feng's mysteriousness rising sharply. Chen Feng surely knew more than she did, and since he had not spoken up, perhaps it was merely to convey a message. Knowing too much could be counterproductive. Since you won't say, I won't either. Chen Ruoxi versus Yuta, in the tower. In her opening match, pitted her against Yuta, one of the great Chu realm's most prodigious cultivators. And he stood at the peak of foundation establishment, yet his expression twisted with bitter resignation. He cursed his wretched luck, drawing Chen Ruoxi in the very first round, a figure so monstrously gifted she defied reason. In the arena for the grand competition spanned a vast expanse, easily accommodating 1 million spectators. Cultivators, disciples, and emissaries from every domain and sect had gathered to witness the contest. Over 100,000 cultivators alone filled the grandstands. And the spectacle was dazzling. Yet even this colossal venue remained far from full. Chen Feng sat in the front row watching his daughter's performance with quiet composure. Yuta's face contorted with grim despair, but he steeled himself and ascended the platform. Facing a golden core cultivator granted him 1 chance at re-entry into the semifinals, a fair return for his long journey. Chen Ruoxi, she said, smiling sweetly, her demeanor that of an unassuming neighbor girl. His heart leapt with delight. So these top-tier geniuses aren't as aloof as rumors claim. Since fate has brought us together, then I shall give my absolute all and measure the chasm between myself and the realm's elite. He whispered the vow, inwardly gripping his great saber tightly, his expression resolute. Begin. At the command of Chu Qianyun, the tournament's arbiter, Yuta struck first. His entire body surged with arcane energy, fully half his cultivation power channeled violently into his spirit-forged blade. Take this strike. In veins bulged across his forehead as his spiritual energy burned fiercely, unleashing his ultimate technique. Chen Ruashi remained motionless, still smiling, neither raising a hand nor bracing for impact. In boom, in her body cleaved cleanly by the blade. Every spectator's eyes widened in shock. Was she truly eliminated instantly? Someone murmured, bewildered. But she's a golden core cultivator. Surely not. Was it a fixed match? And then came the scene that left the crowd utterly dumbfounded. No blood spattered. No crimson spray bloomed in the air. The severed form of Chen Ruashi dissolved into shimmering motes of energy. In illusory body, in among the audience sat a young woman from the Heaven Demon sect. Her beautiful eyes flared with astonishment at the display. Fascinating. Truly worthy of my admiration. Were you to join our sacred sect? The next instant Chen Ruashi materialized behind Yuta, still smiling. And you've lost. Her jade-like foot lashed out, graceful as falling plum blossoms. Yet the force struck Yuta like 10,000 yaks in furious charge. And he soared through the air in a perfect arc before crashing heavily off the platform. Victory in a single move. And the crowd drew sharp breaths. Notwithstanding the disparity in cultivation realms, Yuta was still a peerless genius of his generation. Yet he hadn't landed a single counterblow. Defeated utterly without resistance. A flawless defeat. Chen Ruashi stepped twice into empty air, gliding effortlessly to her father's side, and beamed in. Father, how was that? Am I magnificent? Chen Feng replied coolly, acceptable. Still, this platform is a battlefield. Even with overwhelming superiority, never underestimate your opponent. Next time do not toy with them. Understood. Chen Ruashi stuck out her tongue playfully, then seated herself beside Xia Jiao, the veiled young woman, and the two chatted animatedly. Wan Wutian sat with eyes closed, unmoved by the clash of Foundation establishment prodigies. Soon several more matches unfolded. And then came Song Qi's turn. And no sooner had he stepped onto the platform than he glared provocatively toward Chen Feng's section. His first strike brutal, crippling a weaker opponent outright. He whirled around again, locking his gaze directly onto Chen Ruashi, flashing a crude gesture. Humph. Chen Feng snorted coldly. Encounter this wretch in the wild, and I'd sever his head with one stroke. Ruashi, if you face this Song Qi strike with full force, kill him if you can. Understood. She nodded sharply, fury blazing in her eyes. Chen Feng's icy gaze met Song Qi's, subtle thunder energy flickering in his pupils. Song Qi staggered back, unable to meet that stare again. A petty man. Such individuals were nothing but blights upon noble clans. Chen Feng took a slow, deep breath, and turned his attention away. Instead, he surveyed the figures seated among the elite spectators. His gaze soon settled upon a disciple standing beside a stunning daoist nun. Golden core, initial stage, he noted silently. Was it not said that golden core cultivators under 80 were rarer than phoenix feathers, appearing perhaps once every half year? Who was mocking whom? Already he had personally identified 4 such prodigies. The imperial court's expression darkened. This surge of geniuses had caught them entirely off guard. They were deeply unsettled. Not a single imperial golden core had emerged, and they now relied entirely on science from subordinate aristocratic houses. Yet Chen Feng also spotted the Heaven Demon sect woman he'd seen 2 days prior, now seated beside a veiled female cultivator whose silhouette alone radiated breathtaking allure. Chen Feng did not probe with divine sense. Merely one glance revealed her extraordinary aura, and she was almost certainly a nascent soul cultivator. He concluded they too had come for the Busu Mountain. The mere emergence of Busu Mountain had drawn forth a menagerie of hidden titans. Chen Feng had already counted over 10 nascent soul cultivators, when suddenly a voice rang out in Xian Zhan of the Tianan Immortal Alliance. Another golden core prodigy, matched against a Foundation establishment disciple, reduced his opponent to pitiful groans. What in heaven's name was happening? Hadn't golden core cultivators been called ancien millennium phenomena? Yet today they appeared like seasonal blossoms. A direct heir of the Tianan Immortal Alliance. Chen Feng murmured, his gaze fixed upon the youth clad in ornate robes. Within moments 4 more golden core cultivators emerged, all bearing the Alliance's mark. In an instant the number of revealed golden core prodigies surpassed 12. Chen Feng stared speechless. Even the Heaven Demon sect fielded 3 golden core cultivators. This could not possibly be coincidental. Without Busu Mountain's appearance, such a gathering would never have occurred. The great powers must have reached some momentous decision, sparking fierce contention over interests and influence. Otherwise, why would so many prodigies emerge from obscurity? This grows complicated, Chen Feng muttered gravely. The escalating difficulty stirred faint uncertainty within him. His gaze drifted to the bracelet on Chen Ruashi's wrist. Now the true contest of inheritances had begun. At last, the prodigy war ignited. Chao Shi versus Di Qiu. An internal duel within the Tianan Immortal Alliance. 2 celestial prodigies, each groomed by one of the Alliance's supreme patriarchs. I never imagined our first encounter would be here, Dichio. Chaosher smiled lightly at the young man across from him, his blazing bow materializing in hand. Nurai, within the alliance our rivalry remains unresolved, so let us settle it here once and for all. Dichio laughed brightly, twirling his long spear, battle lust blazing in his eyes. Clearly neither cared for rankings, only for the rivals standing before them. Begin. As the word fell, a sonic boom ripped the air. Chaosher drew his bow, spiritual energy coalescing into an arrow. With a single release, the surrounding atmosphere trembled, ripples spreading outward like water struck by stone. Boom! Dichio countered, his spear sweeping across the arrow's path, detonating it instantly. Fireball erupted, over 30 meters high, its searing heat radiating outward, reddening the faces of lower cultivation cultivators seated in the front rows. Even this preliminary exchange sent shockwaves through the arena, revealing the staggering depth of their power. When the flames subsided, Dichio stood unscathed, brandishing his spear with serpentine grace as though untouched by fire or force. Take this. With a swift thrust of the spear, silence engulfed the surroundings. The might of the golden cores swept across the land, the spear tip glimmering coldly as powerful magical energy surged forth. It transformed into a fierce giant tiger condensed from magical power, continuously exuding a murderous aura. A flash of killing intent crossed his eyes, clearly indicating that many cultivators had perished at his hands. This strike left several golden core practitioners present gasping for breath. The immense enhancement brought by the powerful magical arts was boundless. To reach such mastery of spear technique at the golden core stage is truly impressive, commented a nascent soul practitioner from the Ziyun domain in the audience, his eyes filled with astonishment. Good. A flicker of surprise crossed Chaosher's eyes as he turned sideways to draw his bow. A brilliant light illuminated the arena as magical energy transformed into an arrow accompanied by a fierce sonic boom. Vanish. Whooshed. The arrow, infused with immense magical power, collided with the ferocious tiger, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Terrifying energy waves radiated outward, and the audience member Chu Qianyun raised an eyebrow, waving his hand. A ripple of magical energy spread out, shielding the area around the arena and preventing the residual waves from dispersing. This confrontation made many proud individuals present break into a cold sweat. Are they even human? I am older than both of them, yet I am still stuck in the late foundation establishment stage. The clash between the two continued, shifting from long-range magical bombardment to close-quarters combat. Even in close combat, Chaosher was in no way inferior, his physical strength astonishing. In just a few breaths they had exchanged several blows, leaving many spectators dazzled. Scatter! Chaosher snorted coldly, a spectrum of radiant light appearing in his hand as he slammed it down towards the ground. Suddenly an explosion occurred, sending Dichio flying. In response, 7 arrows shot forward in a continuous barrage. Have you finally revealed your trump card? Dichio wielded his spear. Rather than evading the 7 arrows, he chose to confront them head-on. Suddenly an astonishing aura erupted from his body, causing even the arena to tremble slightly. A terrifying magical force soared into the sky as the spear in his hand gathered strength for a devastating blow, exuding an intimidating presence. Dichio roared as he thrust his spear forward, a terrifying aura rushing forth, like lightning, overwhelming and charging towards Chaosher. Boom! The clash of the aura and the arrows led to a series of explosions. Amidst the blast, Chaosher's ghostly figure appeared before Dichio, a dagger in his hand glinting ominously. The dagger pierced straight towards Dichio. Just after unleashing his powerful attack, Dichio found it challenging to deal with Chaosher and failed to react in time. He could only hastily defend himself, and in a few exchanges his spear was knocked away. What does it mean when a marksman's spear falls? It signifies a complete shift in the battle's tide, all occurring in the blink of an eye, leaving the audience in awe. Dragon's Claw. With his spear lost, Dichio sidestepped to create distance, gathering magical energy once more for another strike. A glint of danger flashed in Chaosher's eyes as he decisively hurled his dagger to disrupt Dichio's attack. Spinning around, he kicked out, facing 2 incoming strikes. Dichio could only grit his teeth and slap the dagger away. Chaosher's kick naturally landed on him, causing him to stagger and face another 2 arrows. Bang! Boom! A massive pit was blasted into the arena as Dichio burned his magical energy, launching a punch with his severely injured body. The vast fist roared forward. Wood Spirit. The power of wood surged forth with countless tendrils erupting from the ground, ensnaring Dichio. Stab. Uft. As the magical techniques shifted, the entwined wooden vines sprouted vicious wooden thorns, deeply embedding themselves into Dichio's flesh. Instantly, he became a bloody figure, a pitiful sight. I was careless, Dichio muttered, realizing that the magical energy within him was being rapidly drained by the embedded wooden thorns. If he waited a few more breaths, he might risk being completely drained. Seeing Dichio now a bloody figure, a nearby transformation-level practitioner furrowed his brow, slightly, deeply sighing D. Blood spirit explosion. Boom. The wooden vines erupted, including the thorns embedded in his flesh vanishing into nothingness. Dichio's body was riddled with tiny blood holes oozing blood and resembling a bloody figure. You think this is enough to make me lose? I'm still a bit short. Dichio laughed, his entire body engulfed in crimson flames, transforming into a blood dragon that roared and lunged at Chao Shi. You actually learned blood spirit explosion. Chao Shi exclaimed in shock, quickly drawing his bow in response. Let us determine a victor. Dichio will not be defeated by you. With a fierce expression, Dichio unleashed a devastating strike, expending all his magical energy, leaving his golden core nearly dry. Even his life force was rapidly depleting after this strike. Regardless of victory or defeat, he had no strength left to retaliate. He could only win, not lose. Chao Shi understood this while also revealing his trump card. The power of wood transformed into an iron tower, intending to trap Dichio and then unleash another arrow. However, the raging energy tore through the iron tower, charging directly towards Chao Shi. The ground trembled and many lower-level cultivators turned pale in fear. Boom. In the end, Chao Shi was unable to evade being struck by the blood dragon and sent flying, his body being torn apart, unable to resist. Finally, Chu Qinyun stepped in. If he didn't act now, Chao Shi would likely die or be severely injured. He intervened, stopping the dragon in midair and saving the nearly unconscious Chao Shi, declaring, Dichio wins. As Chu Qianyun's voice rang out, a wave of intense applause erupted from the crowd. This battle showcased the fierce competition among the top talents of the Tian'an Immortal Alliance. Many cultivators whispered to each other, commenting on this spectacular battle. The arena, now in ruins, appeared nearly flattened. Earth element practitioners were mobilized to quickly repair the arena. After unleashing his final strike, Dichio's aura rapidly diminished as he fell towards the arena. He was caught by a transformation-level elder of the Tian'an Immortal Alliance. This battle came to an end. Among the crowd, the Crown Prince also appeared. Watching Chu Qinyun, who was serving as the judge atop the arena, dissatisfaction flickered in his eyes. As the Crown Prince, it should have been my turn to oversee the competition, so why is it given to my second brother? The elder is biased. He spat bitterly, his gaze filled with hostility as he looked at the audience where the second prince appeared, as if basking in the spring breeze. Oomph. The two exchanged glances, and both could see the animosity in each other's eyes. The Crown Prince turned away, sweeping his gaze across the audience. Where is that wretched woman? He muttered, quickly fixing his eyes on Chen Feng's seat, glancing at the graceful beauty sitting beside her. A voice melodious and gentle echoed in his ears. A woman with a perfectly sculpted face, delicate features, and dressed in a light blue palace gown, exuding a dignified and mature aura. She appeared behind him, looking at him with a smile. Chu Yushuan, it's not your place to mock me here. The Crown Prince's expression turned displeased as he flicked his robe and left. Chu Yushuan covered her mouth and chuckled softly. The temperament of my royal brother is still as fiery as ever, if only his grace matched that. The Crown Prince paused at her words, glancing back at her with a cold gaze. Don't provoke me here. You still have your second brother, ultimately just my backdrop. Let's wait and see then. Chu Yushuan didn't look at him, merely smiling faintly as she took her seat in the front row. Roashi, how do you find the strength of Dichio and the others? Chen Feng was also astonished by this battle, wearing an expression of appreciation. It's acceptable. Shun Roashi said nothing more, quietly watching the next round of confrontations among the Foundation establishment practitioners. Chen Feng didn't ask further, his gaze caught some interesting happenings. The struggle for the throne is the same no matter where it occurs. However, the Crown Prince truly falls short. Chen Feng said softly, not paying it much mind as he indicated the next competition began. Another clash of two great prodigies, the practitioners of the Demon Sect versus the Tian'an Immortal Alliance. In the end, both perished, resulting in the first draw. This also gave Chen Feng some understanding of the methods of the Demon Sect. During this time, he inquired about some matters of the Demon Sect from the second prince. But he found that it was different from what he had heard in his past life. It was merely a conflict of beliefs, not the traditional notion of demons. Otherwise, this ranking of prodigies would have long been a battleground for the righteous and the demonic. Soon they arrived at the competition for the top 8. Because both great prodigies were eliminated, Chen Roashi was fortunate to have a free pass. This also provided her with more opportunities to understand her opponents. The heavenly sacred gate, Sheng Qianqian. The beautiful woman from the Demon Sect who appeared at Chuyuga was taking the stage, battling against the Tian'an Immortal Alliance's Lu Yunhe. I didn't expect the first battle of the top 8 to be you, the enchanting Sheng Qianqian. A glint of excitement flickered in Lu Yun's eyes as the cold light reflected off his sword. Call me the Sanctus. Sheng Qianqian said, somewhat displeased, looking at Lu Yunhe and lightly saying, your twin brother is not even my match, let alone you. She chuckled lightly, her purplish red eyes assessing him. He is he and I am I. Lu Yunhe snorted coldly, seemingly displeased with Sheng Qianqian's reference to his brother. However, their conversation fell into Chen Feng's ears, causing him to squint slightly at Sheng Qianqian. Turning to his precious daughter, he said, Ruashi, this person is not simple. She is likely your formidable opponent. Be cautious in your battle, show no mercy. I understand. Chen Ruashi nodded gently, her gaze fixed on Shang Qianqian. With a command from Chu Qinyun, a great battle commenced. Lu Yun's eyes were cautious, and his first strike was fierce and crafty, showing no mercy. He chuckled, you truly are ruthless towards me, showing no gentleness whatsoever. Shang Qianqian said in a delicate voice, feigning fear, her eyes flashing with purple light, enchanting and soul-stealing. Lu Yunhe felt a tremor in his heart, not daring to look. Enchantment technique, mere tricks. He bit his tongue, his gaze quickly regaining clarity. With a swing of his sword, a fierce blade of light slashed towards Shang Qianqian. Oh! Shang Qianqian exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yun's expression changed, not good. The purple light in Shang Qianqian's eyes turned pink, a fragrance wafting through the air. Chu Qianyun's expression became dazed as suddenly he regained focus, only to realize that the fragrance had already spread. Many cultivators fell into a deep sleep. This is a big problem. He felt his scalp tingle, allowing the commotion on the stage to affect the audience. This was his true concern. The second prince's expression changed slightly as he teamed up with a nearby cultivator. They sealed the arena to prevent the fragrance from spreading. In the audience, the beautiful woman of the demon's sect raised a beam of light, not yet casting her spell. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in, dispersing the remaining fragrance in the arena. The cold wind woke everyone who had been enchanted. Chen Feng. Wind attribute technique. The second prince's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Chen Feng in the audience, enjoying his daughter's shoulder massage. Chen Feng smiled at him and nodded gently. This move also caught the attention of many cultivators present. However, beside him, Wan Wu Tianxia and the others had vanished without a trace. The competition continued. Lu Yunhe broke free from his dizziness, but another wave of fragrant wind assaulted him. With a palm strike, he shattered the barrier and fell off the stage. In just over 10 breaths since he took the stage, Lu Yunhe had already been defeated. Below the stage, Lu Yunhe finally reacted, a bitter expression on his face. I only executed one move, and yet I was swept down, so easily, feeling powerless. A sense of defeat rose within him. If it were a life-and-death situation, just a moment of distraction could mean losing my head. There's no injustice in losing. Next time I will find a way to deal with it, and it won't be so difficult. After performing a salute of the immortal Dao, Lu Yunhe turned and left gracefully. Is it really over just like this? The crowd was somewhat surprised, originally expecting an exhilarating battle. But it ended so lightly without even seeing blood. Chen Feng deeply glanced at Shang Qianqian, then at his precious daughter. I remember you also learned the enchantment technique, but... In response to her father's question, Chen Ruashi pouted. I just don't think this kind of technique suits me. Oh, it's all about seduction and tricks. It's better to simply smash down than to be so convoluted. This. Chen Feng gasped. He felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint it. Fine, do as you wish. Next year, I will forge a sword for you. I don't want it. Chen Ruashi shook her head. I think a spear would be better. A sword can't unleash my full power. Chen Feng was left speechless, wondering what this was all about. Swinging a sword seems more ethereal. You reject what suits girls best. Do as you like, but you still need to practice with the sword, as skills are never excessive. Hey father, I have a question. Chen Ruashi seemed to recall something, her eyes flashing as she looked up at Chen. What is it? Can arrays be used on the stage? I am already a third-tier array master. This counts as part of my strength, right? This. Chen Feng pondered for a moment. Recalling the rules, it seemed there was no clear prohibition against. Only certain pills that could temporarily enhance strength are not allowed. It seems you can give it a try, but you cannot use pre-carved array plates. In battle there is no shame. As long as one can swiftly defeat the enemy, it should not be considered a violation. I have even set up a formation on-site, Jiang Chen thought. Soon the competition for the top 4 began. Chen Ruashi finally awaited his turn, her eyes sparkling with excitement as the heavy hammer in her hand crashed to the ground. Chen Ruashi face off against Song Qi. On the stage, Chu Qianyun announced. Chen Ruashi eagerly jumped onto the platform, a glint of bloodlust in her eyes. Oh little lady, I didn't expect to meet you here. Upon seeing Chen Ruashi, Song Qi's eyes lit up, speaking in a teasing tone. I can't bear to strike such a beauty. How about you concede? Let's talk. If I say I'll smash your dog head, then he'll smash your dog head. Chen Ruashi had no desire for idle chatter, and turned to look at the referee, Chu Qianyun. Senior Qianyun, no need for introductions, can we start? My hammer has long been itching to go. Chu Qianyun's lips twitched slightly at her words. Oh, what a fierce declaration. Begin. Chu Qianyun was momentarily stunned. A voice echoed in her mind, and after a moment she nodded to agree with her request, as Chen Ruashi rubbed her fists. With a burst of magical power, Chen Ruashi flashed behind Song Qi and struck down with her hammer. Impressive. Onlookers, including Dong Zhiyin, were taken aback, softly uttering these 2 words. Such overwhelming presence. Shang Qianqian's beautiful eyes were wide with astonishment, filled with admiration. So fast. Song Qi's expression turned serious. Chen Ruaxi's speed far exceeded his expectations. Feeling the strong wind behind her, Chen Ruoshi felt a tingle on her scalp. Boom. A strike missed, but she remained undeterred, quickly adjusting her position and disappearing from her spot once more. She lunged fiercely towards Song Qi's head. Song Qi's expression changed. If he couldn't evade this strike, he would be reduced to pulp. With magical power surging beneath her feet, she dashed forth like a whirlwind. Boom. The ground caved in, creating a pit several meters wide, a cold glint in Chen Ruoxi's eyes. I wonder how long you can run. Song Qi felt a chill run down his spine, not daring to linger for even a moment as he dashed around the arena. Thus a large-scale live-action whack-a-mole game unfolded on the stage. Chen Ruoshi relentlessly struck down dozens of times, before finally hitting Song Qi. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose as he looked at Chen Ruoshi, who appeared unscathed and steady in her breathing, his expression filled with shock. How can this be? You activated that high-grade magical treasure, yet you have no consumption at all. Chen Ruoshi ignored his words and slapped her palm down towards the ground. Magical energy surged and radiant light burst forth as the ground shattered. A sound of breaking air rang out from above, the momentum terrifying. A gigantic golden palm descended from the sky, its power immense, as if the heavens were enraged, delivering punishment. The palm fell suddenly, an awe-inspiring force that left the audience of cultivators trembling in fear. Many nascent soul experts gasped, watching the massive palm in the sky. What level of technique is that? Surely even a transformation stage ancestor couldn't create such terrifying power. Countless people were shocked. This strike changed the expressions of several transformation stage beings present. Not good, she can't withstand this strike. Song Yi stood up, wanting to intervene. Is it really appropriate for you, ye old ghost? It's just a battle among the younger generation. What chaos could it cause? Besides, your descendant hasn't conceded. It seems he has a trump card. The royal ancestor stepped forward, blocking his way. Behind him, the ancestor of the Tianyu Immortal sect also rose, locking his aura on Song Yi. Do not break the rules. Only intervene in case of absolute necessity. The representatives of the 5 major powers spoke in unison, and Song Yi's expression shifted repeatedly as he reluctantly stepped back. Why can you unleash such a terrifying strike? Song Qi's expression changed. The power contained within this strike was comparable to the mid-stage golden core realm, perhaps even the later stages, causing him to show a pained look, regretting in his heart. Why could a genius from a remote family possess such a technique? Now he felt as if he was being locked down, finding it exceedingly difficult to move. Chen Ruoshi was sweating profusely. This strike had consumed half of her magical power. Enough, let's see where you can run. She glared fiercely at Song Qi, her palm exerting tremendous force as her magical power rapidly burned. Boom. With a palm strike, the ground caved in several meters. Song Qi gritted his teeth and took out a pill, swallowing it midair, his aura rising significantly. He intended to resist this blow. Song Qi used a forbidden pill, blood explosion spirit pill. Chen Feng's cold snort echoed across the entire audience. In an instant, countless gazes shifted from the descending palm to Song Qi. They saw him grit his teeth against the blow, his aura nearly doubled, veins bulging on his forehead. Terrifyingly, the blood energy surged and dispersed. Indeed, he has consumed a forbidden pill. Another cultivator coldly snorted. The transformation stage ancestors present naturally noticed as well. However, if Song Qi had not used special means, Chen Ruoxi's strike would have directly obliterated him. Enough! Song Yi snorted coldly, and Song Qi's old servant immediately moved, stepping onto the stage to disperse the residual power of Chen Ruoxi's strike. At this moment, Song Qi had turned into a bloody figure, blood gushing from his mouth, his aura continuously weakening. His golden core is damaged. Many experienced cultivators immediately recognized Song Qi's condition and spoke up. Song Qi's servant also had a grim expression. His master was practically incapacitated. Kill her. Song Qi's will had not yet collapsed as he spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. He raised his arm slightly, pointing at Chen Ruoshi. Boom. The servant moved instantly. If he didn't act, his own life might be in danger. Song Yi also unleashed his energy, shocking the transformation stage cultivators. This made them momentarily stunned, but it was just this brief moment that allowed the servant to strike with the opportunity right beneath the noses of the transformation stage experts. Bastard. The royal ancestor reacted first, yelling in anger. But it was too late to act now. The servant unleashed all his power, even burning his nascent soul energy, moving with unparalleled speed. A power surge like a tsunami could even obliterate this battlefield. Chu Qinyan also moved continuously, but the effect was minimal. Unbridled. In a fit of protective instinct for his daughter, Chen Feng leaped down as well. His entire energy erupted, his blood power shaking. The celestial realm in his palm transformed into a blood-red strike, followed by another sea-covering imprint. The combination of two powerful techniques sent countless cultivators in the front row flying from the shockwave, while the powerful figures present acted to maintain the scene, resisting the residual force. Chen Feng struck fiercely. 3 shockwaves collided, causing the ground to crack inch by inch, creating a narrow canyon. The surrounding buildings turned to nothingness and the shockwave resonated throughout the entire imperial city. Chen Feng unleashed 2 strikes without reservation, depleting more than half of his internal magic power, while the opponent was left in a pitiful state. Yet being in the midst of nascent soul, he managed to protect Song Qi during the clash. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. He swiftly swallowed a Wushang explosive spirit ascension pill, and his aura surged explosively, propelling him directly into the midstage of nascent soul. The 8 attributes rotated in unison, and the might of thunder resonated. Thunder come. Chen Feng sent Chen Ruoxi away, gripping a spear, transformed from thunder. The terrifying power of ultimate destruction was hurled with one hand, containing a significant portion of his magic power. It tore through the void, aiming straight at Song Qi and his companion. Everyone present gasped in shock as this strike effortlessly pierced the back of the old servant. Suddenly, it exploded, and the light of thunder and fire engulfed the entire area. Fortunately, over a dozen nascent soul cultivators stepped in to maintain the barrier. They prevented the aftershocks from spreading, otherwise there would surely have been casualties. Stop! In the air, Song Yi panicked, not expecting the situation to reverse so drastically, and shouted in alarm as a terrifying pressure began to envelop the area. Do not act rashly. The royal transformation expert intervened. His might was fearsome. The Song family dared to attempt to assassinate the pride of the great Chu right under his nose. Even if he wasn't a direct descendant of the royal family, what of it? If they succeeded in the assassination, they would undoubtedly become a laughingstock within the Tian'an Immortal Alliance. Restraining Song Yi, the 2 transformation experts sealed him in place. Old bastard. Song Yi cursed furiously, trying to break free from his restraints. Enough. Song Yi, you have caused trouble. A transformation expert from the Tian'an Immortal Alliance snorted coldly as Song Yi had repeatedly disregarded the rules set by the Alliance. Now he even wanted to strike again. They could not tolerate this. No matter how high his cultivation or status, they had to intervene. In an instant, several transformation experts acted, leaving Song Yi unable to move, his expression dark as he glared downwards. Chen Feng was in a furious rage, pressing down on the midstage opponent of the nascent soul. His blood and qi were being battered, and even his magic power was being dispersed. Chen Feng's expression was fierce. Under the complete suppression of the nascent soul, he was nearly invincible at the same level. The opponent's flesh was splattered everywhere, and the nascent soul was forced out, turning into a streak of light, attempting to escape. Crimson Thunder Spear. Chen Feng snorted coldly. If he let him run away, he could just give up on everything. The Thunder Spear transformed into a streak of light, and struck the fleeing old servant's nascent soul. Instantly, it was completely obliterated, turning into nothingness. Oomph. Chen Feng snorted again, and kicked the old servant's corpse, retrieving a ring from it. He then captured Song Qi, who still had a glimmer of life left. Chen Feng, do not act. Just release Song Qi, and I can compensate for the losses. A desperate Song Yi trapped spoke up. Ignoring him, Chen Feng turned his gaze to the audience where Chen Ruoxi was seated, and said, Ruoxi, you him. Chen Ruoxi flew down, glaring viciously at Song Qi, brandishing her iron hammer. Suddenly a look of disgust crossed her face as she felt that using her precious hammer to kill him would dirty her weapon. Thus she summoned her magic power and struck out with her palm. The opponent instantly turned into nothingness, leaving behind a golden core with several cracks. She didn't even glance at it, and unleashed another punch. The golden core exploded, and Song Qi completely vanished from this world. Everyone present was left in shock, startled by the means employed by the Chun father-daughter duo. The opponent's transformation expert ancestor was still present, and they had just killed his descendant right in front of him. Didn't they see the murderous intent in his gaze? Chen Feng, Chen family. Song Yi could no longer maintain the demeanor of a transformation expert, his eyes bloodthirsty as he glared fiercely at Chen Feng, as if he wanted to devour his flesh and drink his blood. Song Yi, I advise you not to harbor any ill thoughts. Return to your Donglin, and if I see you stepping into the territory of Great Chu, our Immortal Alliance's law enforcement hall, will take action. The transformation expert who had previously dealt with Di Chio snorted. Chen Feng, are you not afraid? Chu Qinyan descended from the air, his expression somewhat worried. Afraid? What does fear mean? Chen Feng laughed, standing tall with radiance, his voice resonant like a great bell. If us cultivators fear this, or that we might as well become mortals, how can we talk about cultivating immortality? With a sword in hand, what is there to fear? Chen Feng finished his statement, casually bringing Chen Ruoxi back to the audience. He quietly closed his eyes to rest, not watching the battle between the transformation experts. After all, he couldn't hear them, he could only see them gesturing at one another. In the end, Song Yi left in a huff. Naturally, none of this was related to Chen Feng. However, he still had some speculations in his heart. It was likely that the Song family would be out of luck this time at Shushu Mountain. Following this farce, the transformation experts personally intervened, restoring the arena that had been over 20 miles damaged in just 2 breaths. The competition continued. However, Chen Feng could always sense it. After the previous battle, the members of the demon sect occasionally glanced towards him. Dong Jian was battling against Li Yunjia from the Tian'an Immortal Alliance. Dong Xian's strength was formidable, almost overpowering Li Yunjia. However, the latter was not to be underestimated either. Being a direct descendant of one of the 5 giants of the Tian'an Immortal Alliance, he was equally strong. The two exchanged blows back and forth, each refusing to yield. Finally, Dong Jian seized an opening, swiftly striking with precision, kicking the opponent off the arena. A proud smile appeared on his face, marking the formation of the top 4. From the great Chu Qinruoshi. From the royal family, Dong Jian. Immortal Alliance leader Lu Jian. From the demon sect, Sheng Qianqian. The decisive battle was set to begin 2 hours later, allowing the 4 to recuperate and regain their peak condition. On the other side, the 2 transformation experts from Great Chu had noticed Chen Feng. His mid-stage power suddenly erupted from the early stage of nascent soul, slaying the 2 members of the Song family, showcasing his overwhelming strength at the same level. Young friend Chen Feng, today you have truly surprised us old fellows. The royal transformation expert, appearing like a kind old man, had a favorable impression of Chen Feng. On the other side, the transformation expert of Tianyu Immortal Gate, although there was some barrier due to Lai Zun, Chen Feng's actions were within the bounds of the rules, and there was nothing to say against it. Chen Feng's previous act of slaying the Song family's nascent soul had allowed Great Chu to regain some pride. The 2 old ancestors are amused. Chen Feng replied with a smile, showing proper courtesy. However, when he saw the ancestor of Tianyu Immortal Gate, his expression involuntarily twitched slightly. Haha, young friend, need not worry about Lai Zun. You have gained quite a bit of benefit for Great Chu this time. He dares not take it out on you. The ancestor of Tianyu Immortal Gate seemed to notice Chen Feng's concerns. He spoke up. Chen Feng scratched his nose and chuckled. Then thank you, ancestor. The royal transformation expert and the Tianyu Immortal Gate transformation expert exchanged glances. Do not keep calling us ancestors. We 2 old fellows here cannot even tell whom you are addressing. My Dao name is Hua Yu. The Tianyu Immortal Gate ancestor nodded slightly. Upon learning the Dao names of the 2, Chen Feng once again said, I have met ancestor Yun Jib. I have met ancestor Hua Yu. After bowing to the 2 of them, he still held a sense of awe in his heart for the 2 greatest powers of the Chu. After all, he was eating under their influence. Fortunately, the 2 ancestors did not have a poor attitude towards him. Upon learning the Dao names of the 2, Chen Feng once again said, I have met ancestor Yun Jib. I have met ancestor Hua Yu. After bowing to the 2, however, if you wish to leave the borders of the Chu, then that is another matter. Hearing ancestor Yun Jib's words, Chen Feng slightly nodded. Thank you, ancestor. No need. The Chu has not seen a cultivator like you with such talent in a long time. Ancestor Yun Jib smiled and spoke. After chatting a bit more, Chen Feng revealed that he was a 4th-year alchemist. This delighted the 2 ancestors, and their doubts regarding Chen Feng's sudden surge in strength dissipated. A 4th-year alchemist was a rare find in all of Dechu, with only 2 now, including Chen Feng. Every alchemist in Dechu is treated like a treasure. Their regard for Chen Feng elevated several notches. Between a nascent soul cultivator and a 4th-year alchemist at the nascent soul stage, which is more valuable? Of course the latter. A 4th-year alchemist can cultivate countless nascent souls as long as resources are sufficient. It may even provide some assistance to a transformation stage cultivator. After some discussion, the royal transformation stage cultivator surprisingly proposed to marry the princess, which startled Chen Feng, prompting him to repeatedly excuse himself. With great power comes great responsibility. Living off others. No, it seems he would be at risk of being devoured instead. 2 hours swiftly passed. In the first match, Chen Ruoshi faced off against Dong Jian. Sheng Qianqian battled against Lu Jian. Both matches proceeded simultaneously. The audience was swept up in waves of excitement. Fairy Chen Ruoshi will surely win. Dechu will surely win. In the arena, cheers echoed. The holy sect will win. The saintess will prevail. Though the demonic faction had fewer members, their momentum was not lacking. The Tian'an Xianmeng faction was similarly fervent. The battle was about to commence. Dao friend Chen Ruoshi, I didn't expect we would end up facing each other. Dong Xian's eyes carried both excitement and caution. Chen Ruoxi's last move, the heaven-shrouding great palm, had astonished him for a long time. He believed that he could not withstand that palm. Throughout the 2 hours, he continuously contemplated strategies, but none yielded results. As things stood, he could only brace himself. Meanwhile, Lu Jian's expression was also not favorable. Facing the contemporary saintess of the heavenly demon sect left him feeling uncertain. In his heart, he hoped that the 2 female cultivators would battle each other. This would greatly increase his chances of placing in the top 2. As for defeating Sheng Qianqian, that was too difficult. The 3 core figures of Tian'an Xianmeng had all fought against her, and all had regrettably lost. He did not believe he was significantly stronger than the other 3. Since it has come to this, I will give it my all. Lu Jian took a deep breath, focusing on Sheng Qianqian as he drew, It is an honor to battle you. Silver Dragon. Lu Jian's eyes sparkled with silver light, and with a gentle hum, he unleashed his power, slicing forth with his sword. He moved like a phantom, directly targeting the opponent's throat. Clang. Sheng Qianqian did not employ any charm techniques, but instead launched a genuine attack. She displayed excellent swordsmanship evenly matched against Lu Jian. Lu Jian's strikes were fierce and cunning, while Shang Qianqian countered each move using his strength against him. In an instant the opponent was pushed back, falling into a disadvantageous position. A flash of light passed by, and magical sword techniques flew about. The audience was captivated, gasping in amazement. They applauded in delight. The sword danced like a dragon. Lu Jian unleashed his full magical power, intending to suppress Shang Qianqian with his sword's might. He countered with a swift and stylish strike. Shang Qianqian raised an eyebrow calmly, saying, "All show and no substance." With a light tap on Lu Jian's right hand, she sent him flying. Another water dragon charged forward, slamming Lu Jian against the edge of the arena. That was close. Lu Jian glanced back, realizing he had narrowly avoided falling off the platform. Looking at Shang Qianqian, who was smiling not far away, a golden light flashed in his eyes. He transformed into a whirlwind, his magical energy creating massive waves. Sword Dragon Tornado. Shang Qianqian's smile remained as she gently pressed down with both hands. A green dragon emerged from the ground, biting down on Lu Jian. Instantly the green dragon soared into the air, entwined with countless vines. Shang Qianqian's smile deepened as the green dragon was engulfed in a layer of purple flames. A series of pained howls erupted. Lu Fu's pupils suddenly constricted, realizing something was wrong. However, he did not intervene in this duel. As long as he did not die. Moreover, Lu Jian had not yet revealed his trump card. How could Lu Jian, who had shown amazing talent since childhood, possibly be defeated so easily? Sword rise. Boom. Lu Jian's long sword emitted a soft hum, its edge sweeping across the entire arena, unleashing astonishing power. A sharp aura arose, the green dragon exploded, and countless vines were severed. Lu Jian, dressed in white with flecks of red, stepped forward. Clang. The long sword was drawn, resembling a startled dragon, as if thunder was flashing across the arena. Swiftly the sword rose. Lu Jian had already appeared before Shang Qianqian, the long sword poised at her throat. Shang Qianqian's expression stiffened, and she retreated violently. Clang. The two swords clashed, and Shang Qianqian's sword instantly shattered. She looked on in disbelief. Lu Jian's strike far surpassed his previous ones. She looked up to see Lu Jian's eyes steady and calm, yet deep within them lay a terrifying sharpness. In a state of sword momentum, Shang Qianqian murmured, quickly creating distance, as she warily gazed at Lu Jian. If she had not reacted in time to that last strike, she might have been fatally struck. Sword obliteration. Lu Jian's expression remained unchanged as he uttered these two words. His entire being exuded a sudden change in aura, as if he were an unparalleled sword about to be unsheathed, its sharpness piercing the heavens, directly impaling Yunchun. Clang. As the sword was drawn, it seemed as if the entire space was distorting. Even with prior preparation, Shang Qianqian's sword shattered, and the fragments of the blade narrowly grazed her flower-like face, leaving behind thin traces of blood. Demonic Heaven Palm. Shang Qianqian distanced herself and unleashed her full power with a palm strike. Lu Jian summoned all his strength and slashed with his sword. A sharp sound of explosion rang out as Lu Jian rapidly closed and extinguishing Shang Qianqian's palm strike, with his sword quickly arriving at her side. "You have lost." The sword rested against her neck as he said this calmly. At that moment the entire arena fell silent, the members of the demonic faction unable to believe their eyes. The Saintess was defeated. No, it is you who has lost. With a smile, Shang Qianqian held its sword point suddenly vanished. What? Lu Jian's expression stiffened, and his eyes instantly regained clarity as he turned back to his sword. Your strength is commendable, but unfortunately you still lack a bit. Shang Qianqian's voice echoed behind him, a warm and gentle flow sliding past. The illusory transformation, she has just entered the golden core stage, yet she has learned this technique. On the field, a cultivator from the Tianan Immortal Alliance widened his eyes in disbelief. Bang! A palm struck out, taking the hit Hedon, and he was sent flying back, without any strength to resist. Everyone fell silent. Lu Jian had lost, and the loss was utterly fantastical. On the other side, Dongjin was also struck away by the ethereal hand, similarly defeated. The decisive battle had begun with Chun Ruashi facing Shang Qianqian. The two rejected the referee's suggestion for a break and directly commenced the next round. The showdown was imminent. I have high hopes for you, Shang Qianqian said, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. Chun Ruashi remained silent, merely scanning her opponent. Then she turned to glance at her father, and after a moment she also spoke. I have high hopes for you too. The two exchanged smiles, their movements drawing the attention of all. In an instant, a powerful gust of magical wind swept across the arena. The two clashed, producing a thunderous sound. The collision of their spells shook the entire platform, illuminating it with intense brilliance. The fierce winds blew, causing the robes of those on the stage to flutter wildly. After one strike, the two dropped their spells and drew their respective weapons for combat. Shang Qianqian looked at her opponent, pulling out a massive iron hammer, her lips twitching slightly. This is not the right vibe. As she saw the hammer coming down towards her, she had no intention of resisting, and decisively sheathed her sword, turning into a phantom that vanished. Another one of these moves. Chun Ruoshi released her magic hammer, transforming into countless petals, causing Shang Qianqian standing behind her to pause. The petals fluttered in the air, suddenly turning into thousands of sharp blades obscuring the sky as they rushed towards Shang Qianqian. With a light grunt, Shang Qianqian unleashed a burst of purple light from within her, incinerating the petals in their path. The air was ignited, creating a sea of purple flames. The world changed color, cloaked in purple light, accompanied by a chilling hissing sound that sent shivers down the spines of the spectators. Chun Ruoxi's figure suddenly materialized from the air, letting out a light scoff. "So you enjoy playing with fire." She transformed into an icy blue hue, causing the ground to ignite as a shockwave of flames radiated from her. The bizarre collision of purple and blue flames swept across the arena, enveloping it in scorching heat, while also carrying an icy chill. Chen Feng exhibited an expression of astonishment. He was well aware of Chun Ruoxi's capabilities, yet he was taken aback that her flames could stand toe-to-toe. The members of the Tianma sect were equally surprised, their gazes filled with intrigue. "Qianqian has met her match," whispered a beautiful woman from the demon sect, her eyes fixated on the two in battle. Slash. Shang Qianqian raised her sword with her left hand, executing a crescent slash that was bone-chilling and moved many cultivators. Chun Ruoshi withdrew her magic, forming a hand seal. Ocean cover seal. Her magic surged like a vast ocean, coalescing into a massive seal that crushed the sword light and descended heavily towards Shang Qianqian. Just as Shang Qianqian was about to defend, the second attack came. A blow from her celestial kingdom followed closely behind the ocean cover seal, smashing heavily towards her. The combined might of these two ultimate moves was terrifying, stirring awe among many powerful cultivators. Last time Chen Feng's two techniques combined had slain a mid-stage nascent soul. This time how would it fare? Shang Qianqian had no way to evade. Her magic surged explosively as a purple shadow appeared behind her. Its form mirrored Shang Qianqian's perfectly. Boom. A loud explosion echoed as the shadow controlled by Shang Qianqian shattered. Impossible. The beautiful woman stood up, her eyes filled with disbelief. However, just as the immense magic surged towards Shang Qianqian, she transformed into fragments and dispersed. "Be careful." A puppet appeared in front of Chun Ruoshi, and then a chilling sensation overwhelmed her. Bang! Shang Qianqian suddenly reappeared, and the two exchanged a powerful blow, feeling the immense force transmit through them. They both flew backward. Chun Ruoshi turned in midair, using her magic to counteract her fall, and unleashed a powerful downward strike. A red wave of light surged, causing secondary damage to Shang Qianqian, who was still suspended in the air. She instantly coughed up blood and fell to the ground. Chun Ruoshi wins. The crowd was somewhat dazed. Everything had happened too quickly, and the final victor had been determined. Shang Qianqian lay on the ground, a hint of relief in her eyes. Suddenly Chun Ruoshi appeared before her, causing her pupils to slightly contract. Chun Ruoshi smiled, extending her hand. "Thank you for the match." Shang Qianqian was momentarily stunned as Chun Ruoshi pulled her up. With the first place decided, the entire arena erupted with cheers from the great Chu cultivators. Even the two god transformation ancestors had smiles in their eyes. Nodding quietly towards Chen Feng, she then turned to converse with the god transformation cultivators beside her, seemingly making final arrangements for benefits. After the competition ended, Chun Ruoshi surprisingly left with Shang Qianqian. This instantly left Chen Feng feeling like a lonely figure. Beside him, he had sent Xia Jiao and the others back. After all, it would take an unknown amount of time to enter the Wushu Mountain again. Without a powerful cultivator in the clan to oversee things, various troubles would inevitably arise over time. "Chen Feng, do you have interest in a chat?" Just as Chen Feng was preparing to leave, a sultry voice rang in his ears. "Yes, I do." Oh. Chen Feng was startled. Finally, someone had sought him out while he was away. He turned to see it was a cultivator from the demon sect. Chen Feng was instantly stunned, gazing at the stunningly beautiful woman, a sense of confusion arising within him. "Chen Feng, you might not know me. I am Shang Qianqian's Aunt Shang Linmei." Shang Linmei was even more alluring than Shang Qianqian, her eyes radiating a purple aura, and her entire presence was exceptionally enticing. She was irresistibly charming. "Why do you wish to speak with me?" Chen Feng's eyes held a hint of caution. It was simply that this woman was too mesmerizing, and moreover her strength was formidable. Currently Chen Feng found her utterly inscrutable. "Friendly Mei, I don't think it's appropriate. I still have important matters to attend to." Chen Feng immediately chose to refuse. Although the demon sect was not the type that everyone despised, their customs were aggressive, and instances of taking advantage of others were not uncommon. Terrifying, truly terrifying. "Chen Feng, you need not worry. I have no ill intentions. I merely wish to become acquainted with a talented individual such as yourself." Shang Linmei smiled her smile, enchanting enough to cause even a man like Chen Feng, who had seen the winds and waves, to falter. "Hiss." Chen Feng took a deep breath, not daring to look at Shang Linmei, whose pink aura was radiating. Chen Feng, your daughter and my niece should build a relationship. Ooh, I also need to understand the family of her friends. Chen Feng's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts as his gaze swept across the scene. He discovered the ancestral master of the demonic sect was conversing with various transformation gods, and then he glanced at Shang Linmei, who was smiling gently before him. Chen Feng let out a sigh. If he had to worry about even this, he might as well give up on life. As a friend of women, what was there to be concerned about? Even if it was a den of demons, he would venture in today, living up to the name of a real man. Very well. Since you've extended such a warm invitation, I am curious about your Tiansheng sect, so I shall comply with your request. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. It wasn't a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, so what was there to fear? Let's go. Shang Linmei smiled lightly, and a fragrant breeze enveloped him, whisking him away. Peak of the nascent soul. Chen Feng's pupils contracted. However, since he had already agreed, he would go. But, after flying for a quarter of an hour, Shang Linmei showed no signs of stopping, and had already soared beyond the imperial city. Where are we going, daoist Linmei? Chen Feng asked, somewhat puzzled, wondering if he was about to be kidnapped. Shang Linmei, to my residence within the Great Chu territory. So this means it's your home. Chen Feng's expression turned strange. Couldn't they just chat in one of the many inns within the imperial city? Why did they have to go to her home? Chen Feng took a deep breath, his gaze growing increasingly vigilant. In his mind, a screen displaying the no-harm explosive spirit ascension pill appeared, costing 10,000 legacy points each, and he could afford to consume 2. We've arrived. A sudden feeling of weightlessness washed over him, and he found himself in an ancient and elegant courtyard. The yard was adorned with various spiritual flowers and herbs, resembling a private residence. Chen Feng sensed his surroundings and found no one within a 50-mile radius. Please make yourself comfortable. Upon landing, he was brought into a meticulously arranged room. The room was filled with a pleasant fragrance, and directly in front of him was a soft, large bed. Daoist Linmei, this doesn't seem appropriate. What's inappropriate? Are you perhaps frightened, Daoist Chen Feng? Shang Linmei covered her mouth with a smile, her demeanor utterly enchanting. Chen Feng felt his blood boiling, the ice spirit root activating instantly. He calmed himself. Shang Linmei glanced at him with a hint of surprise, and said, Daoist Chen Feng's composure is truly remarkable. Suddenly Shang Linmei moved closer, forcing Chen Feng to step back and sit down on the soft, large chair. As soon as he sat down, he felt as if his line of sight was blocked by 2 towering peaks, only able to catch a glimpse of Shang Linmei's slightly flushed cheeks through a narrow gap. Chen Feng was momentarily stunned, unsure whether to resist. Was she trying to measure herself against him? Was it so direct? Chen Feng's eyes displayed a look of confusion. Shang Linmei didn't hide her intentions, bending down to meet his gaze. From Chen Feng's perspective, he could see a patch of snowy white, her eyes shimmering with a purple glow. Chen Feng suddenly felt a surge of blood within him, even the extreme cold could not suppress it. Calm down. A thunderclap sounded in his mind, restoring his composure. Daoist Linmei, do you intend to absorb my essence? Chen Feng frowned as he met Shang Linmei's eyes. Indeed, a nascent soul formed from 8 attributes, truly perfect. Even my charm technique has little effect. Shang Linmei smiled, a wave of excitement washing over her. Chen Feng was startled, taking a deep breath without speaking. You are correct, I wish to absorb your essence. I've been stuck at the nascent soul realm for too long because my previous transformation was flawed due to someone's treachery. Shang Linmei showed no signs of hiding her intentions, and with a sudden movement Chen Feng's upper garment burst open, revealing his sturdy chest. Oh, you truly surprise me, your physique is also so formidable. Shang Linmei's face gradually flushed red as she leaned down, a warm, gentle breeze brushing past his ear. Daoist Chen Feng, rest assured, I will not harm your life, rather it will be beneficial for you. Do not resist. Chen Feng's mouth fell open, unsure whether to resist. Perhaps being somewhat passive isn't so bad. Suddenly she exhaled a mouthful of pink gas, and Chen Feng immediately felt an overwhelming fatigue. Hypnosis. Chen Feng felt lightning flash within his body, but his consciousness remained clear. Still, he chose to succumb to a deep slumber, collapsing onto the chair. If he didn't go along with this, what if this seductive woman used an even harsher tactic? Wouldn't he be at a loss then? If he was going to do it, he needed to experience something right. Seeing Chen Feng fall asleep, Shang Linmei leaned back, her expression complex as she looked at him. A solid physique, impressive strength, it's not a loss. She muttered to herself, provoking a wave of sarcasm from Chen Feng. Not a loss. In the one being taken advantage of here, alright. That statement should be mine. Feeling Shang Linmei turn away, Chen Feng squinted his eyes to take a look. This woman had an exquisite figure with no flaws to speak of. Suddenly he saw the sheer fabric on her body slip off, revealing skin as pure as white jade. Chen Feng felt a surge of excitement within him, but forced himself to suppress his aura and even his heartbeat. As a peak nascent soul, any slight movement on his part would be noticed. Suddenly she turned around and took 2 steps forward. Seemingly sensing something amiss, she halted and removed her last piece of clothing. Afterwards, Chen Feng felt himself soaring through the air, landing in a soft and expansive space. Chen Feng understood where he was. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. What kind of event was today? Such rashness. Was it merely because he was a perfect nascent soul? He felt a rustling movement, and after the person lying beside him settled down there was no further motion. Is this how essence absorption works? Chen Feng was puzzled when suddenly he sensed a gaze upon him, a divine sense scanning him. He inwardly cursed, realizing it was too late to seal his mind. You're not asleep. A somewhat alluring voice rang out, and Chen Feng felt warmth caressing his face. He dared not breathe, too loudly, feeling a wave of warm air approach. Sleepiness washed over him once more. Moments later Chen Feng remained alert. The other party seemed to be doing something, but did not proceed to the next step. The small hand also moved away from his face. After a while Chen Feng felt a heaviness in his heart. What is she doing? Has she realized that hypnosis does not work on me? After waiting for a while he heard a rustling sound, and the sound of someone getting up. Chen Feng sensed that the person beside him had gotten out of bed. Chen Feng still did not dare to move, even releasing his divine sense. After some time he heard the sound of a door closing and the footsteps gradually faded away into silence. Only then did Chen Feng slowly squint open his eyes, revealing a charming face slightly flushed before him. Indeed, my technique is ineffective against you. Oomph. You lecher. Chen Feng was at a loss for words. How did he become a lecher? If it were you, you wouldn't have even moved. Chen Feng opened his eyes to see a pristine sight. Before him, everything laid bare to his gaze. A flawless body, an alluring figure. Chen Feng took a deep breath, then closed his eyes again to feign death. I heard you really like women. Saint Lin Mei spoke, her eyes playful with a hint of a desire to utterly debase. No man dislikes women unless he. Chen Feng did not continue, but the implication was clear. What about me? What kind of woman do I appear to be in your eyes? She leaned closer, utterly enchanting. Chen Feng looked her up and down, and softly said, a gem. Then why are you not moved? Shouldn't you come at me, as if you want to devour me? I see those men outside, they appear like gentlemen, but behind the scenes they would love to devour me whole. Saint Lin Mei spoke softly, observing that Chen Feng showed no intention to act, her eyes filled with confusion. Chen Feng dared not move, let alone the fact that she was a daughter of the demonic sect and a peak nascent soul cultivator. A moment could lead to his demise. If he were a bit stronger, would she even have the chance to talk here? You and life, I choose my life. Chen Feng said earnestly, leaning back slightly. Saint Lin Mei covered her mouth with a smile exuding charm. Are you afraid? How could he not be afraid? Chen Feng shrugged, his gaze fixed on her. What more is there to say? Who knows if you would end up draining me dry or killing me afterward? Rather than this, it's better not to act. Chen Feng said lightly, his eyes clear as crystal. He admitted that the temptation posed by someone like Saint Lin Mei was boundless. But as a man, as the head of a family, he must withstand such temptation. Lin Sheng Mei chuckled twice, leaning closer. A gentle breeze caressed him. What if I let you partake? At this point one could feel a weightiness throughout their body. Infinite, heavenly, venerable. There's no need for such formality, is it not, for me, Chen Feng? Chen Feng sighed, closed his eyes, and when he opened them again his blood surged fiercely. No longer able to endure, he could not bear to suffer such affront. Having put up with so much already, was he to allow the other party to continue pressing him? This touched upon Chen Feng's bottom line. If retreat was impossible, then let there be a battle. Chen Feng shouted explosively, his gaze flashing with golden light, as the spells in the room rapidly activated. Indeed, men are all the same. The next day at noon, Saint Lin Mei finally struggled to get up and dress herself. Chen Feng leaned against the bed, feeling as if everything from last night had been a dream. He glanced at a hint of crimson beside him, and Chen Feng felt a bit disheveled. What was going on? The other party turned out to still be. After educating Saint Lin Mei, he felt completely refreshed. That saying about mutual benefit was indeed true. His vitality even seemed to have increased a bit, and his aptitude improved marginally. Upon inquiry, he learned that the secret technique used by the other party was only this once. However, Saint Lin Mei's aura had solidified greatly, and her demeanor had transformed, gaining a touch more allure. Chen Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air, his gaze somewhat complex as he looked at Saint Lin Mei, who was adorning herself in front of a bronze mirror. In terms of depth, she was a peak nascent soul cultivator, soon to step into the transformation stage. What was he in comparison? After she finished her grooming, her profile slightly flushed as she regarded Chen Feng. I will need to trouble you again in the coming days. If I step into the transformation stage, I can assist your family. Chen Feng smiled and said nothing. A fleeting encounter, a few nights of intimacy. However, this was still highly beneficial for him, the only worry being that after the other party broke through to the transformation stage, she might deny it and kill him. But after a night together, he found that aside from her frail body, her deep-seated character seemed much the same. In other words, there was potential to exploit. From mutual benefit, what would it evolve into? Days passed, and during this time, Chen Feng grew increasingly bold, while the other side was left in disarray. In the end, Chen Feng also discerned who was strong and who was weak. He still held the upper hand. His rhetoric did not falter, and at the very least their relationship had deepened significantly from a few nights of intimacy. The Void Mountain is about to open. One morning St. Lin Mei broke free from Chen Feng's embrace, having dressed herself. I hope you will bury what has happened these days. St. Lin Mei spoke softly, her eyes holding a hint of coldness. Why? Once used you just discard me. Chen Feng stepped forward, wrapping her in his arms. I am your man, oh I was before, I am now, and I will be in the future. Chen Feng declared strongly, his gaze fixed on St. Lin Mei. For a moment the other party seemed lost, and Chen Feng seized the moment. In the end the other party had no choice but to compromise. Your strength is still insufficient, it is unwise to appear in others' sights. We will handle matters privately. Chen Feng fell silent, her words held truth. The other party was from the direct line of the demonic sect, with a transformation stage powerhouse overseeing them. Numerous cultivators admired her. While her words were not false, they were indeed very piercing. What was this? The young lady of a great family falls for a poor boy, only to be separated by various obstructions. In the end the poor boy turns the tables and treads upon those who once looked down on him, giving them a harsh slap in the face. However, if you are willing to give up your Chen family and return to the Holy Gate with me. Chen Feng shook his head, rejecting. I Chen Feng do not eat soft rice, nor can I give up my family. Wait for me a while, I will break through to the transformation stage, and come to marry you. Chen Feng said earnestly, and for a moment the other party seemed lost, slowly nodding. Though she was a great cultivator of the demonic sect, she had very few male cultivators to interact with. Either they had ulterior motives or sought to possess her. But Chen Feng was also. However, he was far more refreshing and unconventional. The two shared sweetness for a while before finally returning together to the imperial city. At this moment, there was still a day left until the gathering time set by the royal ancestor for Chen Feng. Father, you finally returned. As soon as Chen Feng stepped through the door, he saw Chen Ruoshi running over, her eyes gleaming with joy. Chen Ruoshi approached, her delicate nose twitching and her brow immediately furrowed. Why does it smell like a strange woman? Chen Ruoxi's face was filled with suspicion as her gaze scrutinized Chen Feng. Are you a wolf demon reincarnated? What are you sniffing? With so many people in the imperial city, perhaps I merely brushed past someone and picked up their scent. Chen Feng retorted, flicking Chen Ruoxi's little forehead. How have the preparations been these past few days? Tomorrow marks the journey to Busu Mountain. Chen Feng looked at Chen Ruoshi. Chen Ruoshi noticed that Chen Feng was not speaking the truth, pouted, and did not press further. She was already accustomed to her father, who had a penchant for seeking out flowers and willows. Perhaps he had found himself a bunch of young ladies again. I have been prepared for a long time. That works. Chen Feng said a few words symbolically and turned to return to his room, leaving Chen Ruoshi with an expression of dissatisfaction. Master, what do you think my father went to do this time? I was thinking of bringing Qianqian to him. A pleasant female voice came from the bracelet. You should concern yourself less with adult matters. How could you possibly guess the intentions of a powerful man like your father? Humph. Chen Ruoshi pouted in discontent. Has Chen Feng Daoist returned? Outside the door the voice of Chu Qianyun could be heard. Senior Qianyun, my father just returned. Chen Ruoshi replied. In the past few days, Chu Qianyun had been coming every day, perhaps with important matters to discuss with her father. Finally returned. Chu Qianyun exhaled slowly. Please let Miss Ruoshi inform your father. Chen Feng Daoist. Chu Qianyun nodded as Chen Feng had long sensed Chu Qianyun's arrival and came out after changing into a clean robe. What do you need from me? Chen Feng looked at him, guessing it was likely related to the second prince. Well, the prince has a matter to discuss and invites you to go. Ruoshi elder Wu Tian will return today. Let Xiao Chun go back with him. We will be going to Busu Mountain, and I do not know how long we will be gone. It is unsafe for her to stay here alone. Understood. Chen Ruoshi nodded affectionately, ruffling the hair of the little girl beside her. In the second prince's palace, he was smiling warmly at Chen Feng, pulling him to sit beside him. Chen Feng Daoist, I ask for your favor tomorrow. Naturally. Chen Feng nodded silently, somewhat puzzled by the atmosphere around him. All the maids had mysteriously vanished. Chen Feng felt something was amiss. Chen Feng Daoist, I have something to ask of you. In an instant Chen Feng became alert, jumping up to increase the distance. With a wary gaze fixed on the second prince, the heavenly thunder talisman in his hand had already slipped down. Should the other party make any sudden movements, he would certainly launch a devastating strike. My friend, please, I meant no offense. The second prince said awkwardly, rubbing his nose. My ancestor remarked that your talent is extraordinary, and our clan also has many talents. He wishes for me to arrange a marriage alliance. Chen Feng. I refused. The women of the Chen family do not engage in arranged marriages. Chen Feng immediately thought of his precious daughter. Indeed, with such talent, anyone would covet it. Moreover, she is still a woman. The second prince smiled and said, Chen Feng Daoist, you misunderstand. Princess, please come out. The second prince called out to the screen behind him. A girl dressed in a light blue palace gown with a beauty akin to a blue lotus stepped forward. She timidly walked to the second prince's side. Royal brother. Who is this? Chen Feng asked the second prince. She is the daughter of my uncle the king of Zhun Mountain. The second prince smiled and said to the girl beside him, Sister, meet Chen Feng the senior. The girl blushed, gazing at Chen Feng. Just as my father said, a jade tree towering in the wind with an extraordinary demeanor. The girl was intrigued as she understood the purpose of her visit and had reached a marriageable age. As a royal daughter, her fate was to marry various lords or meritorious officials. Chen Feng seemed. The second prince smiled and asked, what do you think? That might not be appropriate, I still have many. Chen Feng was naturally satisfied, but marrying a royal daughter into his family was another matter. If he were dissatisfied with his own backyard, returning her would be extremely disrespectful to the royal family. I have no issue with it. Chen Feng Sr., your demeanor is extraordinary and brimming with charisma. Having such wives and concubines is quite normal. The girl spoke, seemingly feeling there was nothing inappropriate about it. Which of her sisters who married other powerful individuals could guarantee a lifelong partnership? The second prince looked at Chen Feng with a smile. You two chat. If you find it agreeable, we can start making arrangements after the journey to Busu Mountain. With that, the second prince sensibly left and closed the doors of the great hall. Chen Feng's talent was not weak. He had become a nascent soul in just over 200 years and had a significant family. Talented disciples are certainly extraordinary. The royal family strategy is to pull people in, and the best method is of course through marriage, making them royal kin. Moreover, the royal family has developed to this point with numbers exceeding 1 million. What difference does it make to marry off a few princesses? At this moment, only Chen Feng and the girl remained in the hall, and he felt a bit of a headache. What is the princess' name? Chen Feng looked at the girl in front of him, who was trying her best to appear calm while pouring wine. The girl steadied herself and replied, Chu Yunyan. Chen Feng stared into her eyes, wanting to know more. My father is King Chu Qianhun of Zhun Mountain, and I am the third child in the family. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's expression showed some surprise. She could be considered a genuine royal descendant, and her cultivation was also impressive at the peak of foundation establishment. Chen Feng slightly nodded. Who brought this matter up? Father and second royal brother. This meant that Chen Feng had completely entered the royal family's sight. This seemed acceptable. Chen Feng thought to himself, looking at the beauty before him, and saying, since I have come, I shall settle down. The two began to converse and share their hearts, continuing until they left the great hall in the evening. After making solemn vows of love, Chen Feng exited the hall. After walking a few palace walls forward, he encountered the second prince, who was boating on the lake. Chen Feng leaped onto the boat and clasped his fists, saying, Thank you, your highness. The second prince waved his hand and smiled. Speaking of which, Yunyan is also somewhat related to me. The princess is my mother's younger sister. He said lightly, his gaze shimmering with various colors. Chen Feng suddenly understood. What a clever boy, it turns out there's a hidden agenda here. Chen Feng felt somewhat helpless, raising his hand and continuing, Chen Feng, I greet my brother-in-law. The three major heirs of the royal family were not born of the same mother. It seems that the king of Zhun Mountain is also part of the second prince's faction. Chen Feng thought to himself, the second prince's move was clearly aimed at securing Chen Feng's stance and support. Although his current strength was not considered strong among the higher-ups of the Great Chu, he had 3 nascent souls in his clan, and he himself was a perfect nascent soul with 8 attributes. Although he hit it well, the ancestor of the transformation stage could not possibly be blind to his extraordinary talents. Moreover, he had only built his clan and embarked on cultivation for just over 200 years. This was somewhat astonishing. He could be considered a potential asset. That's more like it, ha. After some time you will be my brother-in-law. You can directly call me Tianhun brother from now on. The second prince is showing goodwill. He intends to strengthen his relationship with Chen Feng, fully aware of the situation. Almost everyone knows the details about Chen Feng. It is important to note that Chu Tianhun himself has only lived for a little over 200 years. With the support of the royal family's rich heritage, he has only just reached the initial stage of the nascent soul. As for Chen Feng, he comes from a background of a lone cultivator and is of a similar age. Entering the nascent soul stage is not surprising for him, especially since he has brought along such a large family and has deep connections with the Grand Commander's residence. Most importantly, Chen Feng is a natural nemesis of the Crown Prince. Should he not form an alliance, would he allow his dear sister to do so instead? Chen Feng is equally willing. In an instant, he weighs the pros and cons, the good and the bad. Currently, there are no downsides, and he still needs to leverage Chu Tianhun's influence to develop his family. Both parties are taking what they need. After a casual chat, Chen Feng bid farewell. The next day, in the Qiming domain, deep within a mountain, Chen Feng piloted his flying vessel to the entrance of the Wushu Mountain. As he looked at the area surrounded by a barrier, Chen Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. A 5th grade formation. Feeling the runes above pulsing, Chen Feng unconsciously moved closer, sensing the arrangement of the runes. Rapid calculations raced through his mind, his gaze sharpening. Give me time, a 5th grade formation cannot stop me. Ultimately, Chen Feng concluded that as long as he had enough time to deduce and break the formation, a 5th grade formation cannot hinder him. Although he is only at the peak of the 4th grade, he is bolstered by nearly 3,000 years of formation knowledge. He has always had a unique perspective on formations. Ruashi, once we enter, follow the guidance of the Dragon Blood Jade. There are many dangers inside, so be cautious. Also, do not trust anyone you encounter, especially if someone asks for help. Caution is key. Understood. Chen Ruashi nodded. Chen Feng, this way please. Chu Qinyun, who had been waiting, led Chen Feng into the formation. What came into view was a vast emptiness, a distorted passage. Chen Feng parked the flying vessel aside and felt a sudden realization. This thing is useless as it doesn't have a large storage ring to carry it. Forget it. Once I complete this task and receive the system's reward, I will resolve this inconvenience with an all-purpose storage ring. Otherwise, bringing the vessel into Wushu Mountain would save a lot of effort. After settling the flying vessel, Chen Feng looked around. The total number of people brought by various factions exceeded 10,000. It may seem like many, but in reality most of them are just cannon fodder. Foundation establishment cultivators made up the majority, with only a few hundred golden core cultivators and even fewer nascent soul cultivators, only about 60. However, since Chen Feng received permission from the ancestor of transformation, any rewards obtained inside would not be inspected when leaving. He would not be searched like other cultivators who would have some of their gains taken away. This is quite good, a small benefit, and a show of goodwill from the other side. Suddenly Chen Feng felt a cold and sinister gaze sweep past him. Chen Feng followed the gaze and saw a man wearing a grand golden robe amid the crowd. The Crown Prince, Chen Feng thought silently. Noticing Chen Feng's gaze, the man exhaled a puff of white air, his eyes filled with venom. Chen Feng shot back a glare and then ignored him. What a show-off. As a fellow at the initial stage of the nascent soul, if we were to meet in Wushu Mountain, I won't go easy on you. Skipping over the Crown Prince, Chen Feng surveyed the surrounding cultivators. There were a total of 11 nascent soul cultivators from the royal family. One at the peak of nascent soul, 2 in the late stage, and the rest were in the middle to early stages. On the other side, the Tian'an Immortal Alliance had 35 nascent soul cultivators, with 2 at peak and 5 in the late stage. The Dong family had slightly fewer nascent soul cultivators, only 4 with the highest at late stage. As for the Song family, Chen Feng did not see any sign of them. Their quota must have been divided among the major factions. The Demon Gate had 13 nascent soul cultivators. Chen Feng looked toward the Demon Gate and locked eyes with Shang Linmei, whose gaze was as soft as water, yet contained a flicker of purple light, causing Chen Feng to momentarily daze. A monster, Chen Feng thought silently. Besides Shang Linmei, there was also a peak nascent soul cultivator from the Demon Gate who had a shadowy appearance. Everyone has arrived. The passageway opened by Wushu Mountain can just accommodate all of you. Wishing everyone. The cultivators from the Tian'an Immortal Alliance said little and directly stepped aside from the passage. Many nascent soul cultivators immediately entered it. On the Demon Gate's side, Shang Chanqian waved at Chen Ruashi and entered the passage with Shang Linmei. Unnoticed by the crowd, Shang Linmei cast a flirtatious glance and gently flicked her robe before entering the passage. Let's go too. Chen Feng glared fiercely at Shang Linmei's retreating figure and stepped into the passage alongside Chen Ruashi. In an instant the world spun. The energy waves blew people around, followed by a burst of light. They arrived in a strange realm where a round sun illuminated the land. Verdant grass, green fields, mountains, rivers, and lakes painted a picture of a paradise. In the distance there lay an endless forest, at the edge of which loomed a towering mountain that pierced the sky. Wushu Mountain. This small world is named after the central mountain range. It is fraught with danger and is the very place Chen Feng must visit. Fortunately, the location where he landed is not too far from Wushu Mountain. Had he landed on the outskirts, it would have taken many days to run there. Chen Feng extended his divine sense, covering a radius of 50 miles. There was no danger. Looking around, this expanse of heaven and earth was vast beyond measure, with no end in sight. Chen Feng took out the Dragon Blood Jade after entering this realm. The Dragon Blood Jade seemed to emit a faint glow, which Chen Feng noticed. He focused his gaze on the distant shadow of the mountain peak, unleashing his magical power. No matter what, I should first check out Wushu Mountain. Besides, the place where I will meet Chen Ruashi is also over there. I've heard from the royal family's ancestors that Wushu Mountain is fraught with danger and has many deadly traps. Ordinary people would not venture there, but rather seek opportunities elsewhere. Chen Feng thought silently, transforming into a streak of flowing light shooting out. A day passed. Chen Feng felt somewhat fatigued. Wushu Mountain seemed so near, yet he had not even touched its edge. He had just stepped into the vast primal forest. Chen Feng extended his divine sense, searching for the yulong fruit trees, while making his way toward Wushu Mountain. As time passed, night fell. Chen Feng leaned against a large tree to rest. After a day of exploration, this forest was filled with quite a number of demon beasts. He had even encountered several nascent soul demon beasts. His divine sense had been detected and chased for quite a distance. After consuming a few recovery pills, the magical power he had expended gradually replenished. I wonder how my daughter is doing. The Tianlong realm is vast, far too vast, causing the tracking talismans Chen Feng sent out to become ineffective. This indicates that the target is outside the range. The tracking talismans from the third-tier Qianfu tree can guide up to 10,000 miles. Yet they fail to work in the Tianlong realm. Forget it, let's continue on our way. Chen Feng sighed. Although the night is a paradise for demon beasts, it poses little trouble for a nascent soul cultivator like him, as long as he does not wander into the territory of those powerful demon beasts. With that said, he transformed into a streak of light and moved forward. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Chen family. Elder Chu not good. The ancestor Xingxing went to assist ancestor Chud and encountered the golden core stronghold of the other side, getting heavily injured and trapped in Tianda Mountain. Chaos reigns. At the Dali sect. I told you not to be reckless. Now you've brought trouble upon us for a mere trifle. Chen Muli said with a helpless expression, worry etched on his face as he looked at the array discs spinning wildly before him. The energy is running low and Xingxing is severely injured. If no one from home arrives, we must stay here. Chen Muli said, his face serious as he glanced at Chen Xingxing, who leaned against a rock consuming pills to recover from injuries. Chen Chu Des' facial flesh quivered as he shot a sidelong glance at Chen Muli. Do you have any spirit stones left? Have you spent them all? Chen Muli was at a loss for words, looking pained. Look, our gains from this journey are less than what we've consumed in just a few hours. What a waste of wisdom. Can we escape? Chen Xingxing spat out a mouthful of blood, her spirit somewhat deflated. Your great-grandfather taught you all his unique footwork and array techniques. Surely there's a way out. It's difficult. I can only take one person with me. Chen Chu decided, his gaze lingering on the two of them. His evasion technique was unmatched, but his strength was lacking and the opponent was a renowned golden core cultivator. At most it would be good to take just one person. Chen Muli hesitated, looking at the array that was under heavy bombardment, already on the verge of collapse. Take Xingxing with you, my evasion technique isn't bad either. Chen Shuda looked at him in surprise. Typically cowardly Chen Muli showed a different side. Alright. But there was no time for hesitation now. Chen Shuda nodded, decisively grabbing Chen Xingxing and retreating towards the edge of the array. The array can hold for a few more breaths. On the count of 3, I will dissolve the array, and we will flee together. 3. Chen Shuda shouted, and the array vanished in an instant. The golden core cultivator's power was instantly depleted, causing them to momentarily lose focus. Golden light escape. Chen Shuda formed a hand seal with one hand, taking Chen Xingxing with him as they transformed into a streak of light and vanished. That damned fatso! Chen Muli exclaimed, incredulous. 3 count, seriously. Jade purification bottle with spirit escape technique. With a triumphant cry, he took out a small jade bottle from his pocket and sprinkled a few drops of shimmering liquid from it. Instantly the plants on the ground surged and countless towering trees sprouted from nowhere. Vines resembling monstrous claws encircled the golden core cultivator. Escape! Chen Muli called out softly, igniting a blue talisman paper. His entire being shot forth like a sharp arrow. Thus the Deli sect did not widely open its mountain gates to recruit disciples. The two founders fled in opposite directions. Seeing Chen Muli escape, the golden core cultivator was infuriated. A long sword flew from beneath his feet. He leapt onto it, transforming into a streak of light as he chased after Chen Muli. The distance between them gradually shrank. Chen Muli was drenched in cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he frantically fled ahead. Just 100 miles ahead was the territory of Dechu. Once inside, he would be safe. On the outskirts of Dechu, 50 miles from Chu Mo City, Chen Muli was racing for his life, using all his spirit talismans and precious medicines. Almost there. As long as I enter the city, I will survive. He secretly rejoiced that he and Chen Chuda had chosen a location not far from Dechu. Otherwise he might not have made it back with his life. Behind him, the golden core cultivator was filled with rage, continuously bombarding with power, trying to reduce the distance between them. If a mere foundation establishment cultivator were to escape from him, it would be utterly disgraceful. Old bastard, when I return, I will definitely destroy your kind men. Chen Muli was filled with fury. It wasn't easy for him. He had never experienced such a thrill before. You fatso, next time I come out, I will be a dog. Chen Muli cursed a few times, but didn't blame too much. I hope the strong ones at home received my distress signal, otherwise I will be buried in the Hall of Heroic Spirits. Chen Muli dared not look back, his feet moving as if coated in oil. From time to time, he tossed a few flying darts behind him. In the chaotic domain, there were 300 sects of varying sizes. If he could expand here, he would be the foremost contributor. Unfortunately, thinking of this, Chen Muli felt a pang of regret in his heart, wondering why he had believed that fatso's words back then. To launch sneak attacks, to deceive, to mess with others' spirit stores. Now look at the situation. Chaos spirits. He shouted lightly, and the ground he passed through erupted with thorns dancing wildly. For a moment it delayed the pursuit of the Kai Men golden core. Just when Chen Muli was feeling pleased with himself for hindering his opponent's pace, he looked ahead, and his expression suddenly stiffened. A group of cultivators dressed in Kai Men attire blocked his path. The golden core cultivator behind had also crossed the thicket and could strike him down in less than 10 breaths. I originally didn't want to kill anyone. Those who block my path shall die. Chen Li roared, his long sword dancing as it pierced through the nearest cultivator. Though the cultivator in front was momentarily stunned, they quickly reacted and advanced to intercept. Chen Li's long sword shone with terrifying power as he prepared to strike. Seeing this, the opponents did not dare to be careless and rushed to meet the attack. Little did they know Chen Li halted, a yellowish light flashing from his body. He vanished into the ground, emerging beyond them, and continued to flee. The flying sword beneath him was almost smoking. Suddenly another roadblock appeared. Chen Li shouted, his long sword glowing brightly, his power surging, looking as if he was ready to exchange life for life. Suddenly Chen Li veered off course, flying up a small dirt slope. Chase! Don't let him enter the city. The cultivators behind roared, the golden core cultivators' eyes filled with rage as they approached. You destroyed my sect's treasure trove and killed my disciples, and you think you can escape? Chen Li had no intention of conversing. His power was somewhat depleted. He scanned with his divine sense and saw dozens of cultivators following closely behind the golden core cultivator, frantically pursuing him. He felt his liver and gallbladder burst with rage, and energy surged as he ran even faster. How can this kid run faster and faster? Someone exclaimed in disbelief, seeing the distance between them and Chen Li growing, gritting their teeth and cursing a few times. Chen Li was in dire straits, seeing his power about to be exhausted. Suddenly he noticed ahead a surge of energy, the sky painted crimson. Instantly he was overjoyed. He turned back and glared fiercely at the pursuing cultivators, shouting, I Chen Li will fight you for 300 rounds today. I am indeed exhausted, yet you still want to rely on numbers to forcefully kill me. This is disgraceful. I Chen Li am not weaker than any of you. Chen Li spoke with righteous indignation, leaving his pursuers momentarily stunned. Kill him, strong ones are coming from the front. A Kaimin golden core cultivator appeared in front of Chen Li, preparing to strike him with a palm. Chen Li remained unfazed, unleashing his most powerful summoning technique. Uncle Wu saved me. Ding. Congratulations to the host for finding the Yulong fruit tree and the universal storage ring. This is real. On the peak of the Wushu mountain, Chen Feng traversed countless beasts, spending a full 7 days. After flying day and night for 7 days, Chen Feng began to think about his Chen Feng no. 7. Traveling like this was quite embarrassing and exhausting. Which family's nascent soul ancestor uses it this way? The dragon blood jade floated in the air. At the summit, there was a massive volcanic pool bubbling with scalding magma. However, this was somewhat different from ordinary magma. It rolled like blood, emitting a terrifying temperature. This location was also one of the forbidden areas mentioned by the royal transformation. Once a transformation attempted to forcibly enter this magma pool with their powerful cultivation. Yet in an instant they were melted away into nothingness. Not even their bones were left for a storage ring. The Yulong fruit tree is below. Chen Feng's gaze swept around his divine sense, scanning 50 miles. Only within the volcano did his divine sense fail to penetrate. And the system's prompt had already sounded, indicating only one possibility. Beneath the magma, there was another realm. Dragon blood jade, I hope you will be of use. Chen Feng took a deep breath, gripping the dragon blood jade, emitting a scorching aura, and leaped. He fell into the lava. Indeed, the dragon blood jade emitted an energy wave enveloping him. It perfectly fit his body, allowing him to swim freely in the lava. I hope Rawashi can see what I've left behind. Chen Feng thought, looking down into the lava. There was a palace radiating a soft blue light. Another realm. Chen Feng quickly swam down and landed. There was a crooked tree above, bearing more than 50 crimson fruits. They were identical to the fruits in the picture in Chen Feng's hand. Yulong fruit tree. Chen Feng exclaimed, this single fruit had immense value even for the royal family. Its value needs no elaboration. However, Chen Feng took a deep breath and surveyed his surroundings. 10 Yulong fruit trees were growing around. Claim the universal storage ring. Chen Feng said softly, looking at the 10 trees before him. At this moment he was thinking of packing them all up and taking them away. In the Chen family, he could directly expand a Yulong orchard. Thinking of this, Chen Feng's eyes sparkled. The heavenly realm has the peach orchard, and my Chen family has the Yulong fruit trees. At least in the cultivation world, this is quite explosive. Universal storage ring creates a small world spanning 100 miles capable of storing spiritual items. 100 miles. A gleam flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. The highest level storage ring he knew could store space of only 5 miles. Even so, it was terrifying enough. In the Great Chu, perhaps only the royal family and immortal sects possess such items. Most importantly, the universal storage ring could store spiritual items, meaning it could hold spiritual veins and items of spiritual value. Moreover, it could even cultivate them. Thinking of this, Chen Feng didn't hesitate and directly packed the 10 Yulong fruit trees along with the crimson soil into the universal storage ring. After doing all this, the soil where the Yulong fruit trees were stored suddenly began to drain downwards. Chen Feng was startled, hovering in midair. Suddenly a pure spiritual energy leaked out. Spiritual vein. Chen Feng's pupils constricted as he instantly appeared at the site of the collapse. Looking down, a golden spiritual vein like a giant dragon emitted rich spiritual energy. Above 5th tier. Chen Feng swallowed hard the golden spiritual vein. He had never seen it, nor even heard of it. The spiritual energy was almost tangible, certainly exceeding the 5th tier of the imperial city. Chen Feng circled around the spiritual vein, noticing golden stones quietly affixed to its surface. Spirit stones. More pure and rich in energy than top-grade spirit stones. Chen Feng approached, intending to pull one down. Yet he found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break off a single piece. Feeling weary, he cast a greedy glance and left the place. It was like facing a feast while being extremely hungry. But no matter how hard you tried, you couldn't bite into this delicacy, not even swallowing it forcibly. With no choice, he had to give up. Entering deeper into the palace, it was vast beyond measure. The Heavenly Dragon Hall. Chen Feng walked inside, but found it utterly empty. As he walked along, there was nothing but some basic constructions around. Chen Feng felt somewhat discouraged. Looking around, he found a mural on the right side of the Great Hall. Above it depicted an enormous, sacred, and majestic 5-clawed golden dragon. Aside from that, there was no additional information. This must be that true dragon. Chen Feng examined the mural for a long time, finding no hints. Aside from the 10 yulong fruit trees, there were no other gains. Just as he was at a loss, the energy surrounding him suddenly surged. It was engulfed by the breath of the true dragon in the mural. In an instant, the light surged. The patterns on the true dragon gradually became clear, more vivid, as if it could fly out of the mural. Is the energy insufficient? After that, the mural fell silent again. Chen Feng paused for a moment before slowly speaking. Suddenly, a light and ethereal female voice came to his ears. Father, Ruashi. Chen Feng's despair vanished, replaced by a hint of surprise in his eyes. Get close to this mural. Chen Ruashi, who was about to vent her grievances to Chen Feng, pouted slightly upon hearing his command. Seeing Chen Feng's serious expression, she understood the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, she walked up to the mural. Suddenly, the protective energy around her surged and drilled into the true dragon mural. Father, the true dragon in the mural is alive. Chen Ruashi transformed her dragon blood jade into energy, and after being absorbed by the mural, the true dragon depicted began to move, as if it was about to emerge from the mural. Chill. Chen Feng gestured for her to be silent, his gaze fixed on the mural. Chen Ruashi was right. The true dragon had come to life. Chen Feng could sense its aura reviving, but to what extent he couldn't tell. Master. Chill. This is its residual will. I must not be discovered by it. Seeing that his two greatest supports remained silent, Chen Ruashi could only watch as the aura of the true dragon gradually rose. Suddenly, the true dragon in the mural rolled and disappeared. I leave you all little time. The true dragon emerged from the mural, speaking in human tongue. It turns out to be just a fixed will. I thought it had truly reached that realm. The voice of Hua Qingwu came from the bracelet. Master, what is a fixed will? Chen Ruashi felt puzzled by this unfamiliar term. This is merely a deceptive statement left by the true dragon, which requires the stimulation of bloodline power to be activated. Chen Ruashi nodded, somewhat understanding. Chen Feng was taken aback at first, just about to speak. The true dragon transformed into a small seal, leaving behind half a sentence before completely vanishing. Those who can pass my test to arrive here prove that you. 2 drops of essence blood floated quietly near the small seal in the air. Chen Feng was somewhat dazed. According to the routine, shouldn't this little dragon become his grandparent, or some kind of battle pet accompanying him to fight and level up? Or perhaps become the guardian beast of the Chen family, yet it ended before it even began. However, in front of Chen Ruashi and that half-person Chen Feng still had to maintain his lofty persona. So it is. Chen Feng casually uttered this phrase as the white robe behind him was stirred by the gentle breeze, presenting a celestial demeanor. He lightly accepted the small seal and pushed the 2 drops of essence blood in front of his precious daughter. Ruashi, this is the essence blood of the true dragon. You should keep it safe. As for how to use it, you don't need me to teach you. That half-person will guide you. After saying this, Chen Feng turned and, oh right, this palace has many treasures you can explore on your own. There's no danger. There shouldn't be any risk. Even if there were, his daughter still had her trump cards right. After all, he seemed to be a conduit for fortune. He hadn't even found a decent table along the way. After Chen Feng left nonchalantly, Chen Ruashi was left alone, feeling disheveled in the wind. Damn, father. She huffed and turned to walk deeper into the palace. Chen Feng sat cross-legged near the entrance close to the spiritual vein. What is this thing? Chen Feng was puzzled. He was at the pinnacle of the 4 major professions in the same realm, yet he couldn't decipher this little object. It should be a great opportunity. Chen Feng felt troubled. He had obtained it, but didn't know how to use it. It involved bloodletting and channeling spiritual power. It was useless, completely useless. After exhausting all the methods he could think of, Chen Feng ultimately gave up. System, do you know what this is? Consultation fee, 500 inheritance points. You have this function too. Chen Feng suddenly felt a wave of annoyance. A bit dark. However, it was not unacceptable. Consultation. Ding 500 inheritance points, deducted successfully current balance, 40,250 inheritance points. Heavenly Dragon token can control everything in the Heavenly Dragon realm and become the Lord of the Heavenly Dragon realm, receiving the legacy of Aotian for a lifetime. Damn. Chen Feng, rarely cursing, realized that possessing this small item meant having everything in the Heavenly Dragon realm. In other words, this object could also become a safe haven for his family, a place of inheritance. Chen Feng's heart raced. He could say that even the Tian'an Immortal Alliance could never possess a small world of inheritance. At most, a few small secret realms wealth, terrifying wealth. The foundation of an immortal. Aotian. Chen Feng was lost in thought for a long time, murmuring this somewhat annoying name. If he were of the dragon surname, he would have to consider whether to discard this small world. But, ding, do you want to inquire about Aotian? You can even query this. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. A glimmer of light flickered in his eyes, and he hurriedly asked, can we query the coordinates of all inheritance small worlds in the entire immortal spirit continent? Yes, 999, 999, 9999 inheritance points. Forget it, don't blame the road for being uneven if the system can't do it. Chen Feng complained as since he was to inherit this world, he needed to understand his master. Query. Ding. 5,000 inheritance points deducted successfully querying character Aotian. Character biography. Damn Black Hand. 5,000 inheritance points vanished, and Chen Feng felt as if he had been deceived. Wasn't it supposed to be only 500? Aotian, a pure-blood true dragon royal family that fell to the mortal realm in the immortal domain once. Created a great dragon clan in the immortal spirit, and ultimately succeeded in transcending tribulation 500 years ago, returning to the immortal domain, leaving behind the legacy of the heavenly dragon realm, and has not been seen since. What happened next? Chen Feng's face darkened. Was that all? Chen Feng sighed, facing the silent system. He chose to remain silent. However, Aotian was also a tough character, nearly comparable to himself. A lone dragon stirred up winds and clouds in the immortal spirit continent and bore countless dragon offspring, becoming one of the great dragon clans in the immortal spirit continent. Tisk tisk tsk. However, the existence of the heavenly dragon realm, though related to the dragon clan of immortal spirit, was not significant. They could only blame themselves for not seizing the opportunity. For Chen Feng, the heavenly dragon realm almost belonged to him. Even if the original owner returned, unless they seized the authority, it had nothing to do with him. System, can I fuse with the heavenly dragon token? Ding 2 inheritance points, which can help the host successfully fuse and gain the authority of the heavenly dragon realm. So you're eyeing my inventory, huh? Chen Feng had a bitter expression. He hadn't even dared to enhance his Ziwei Do Shu, and all his inheritance points were about to be spent here. However, it was worth it. Mastering a world of its own was not something that could be compared to these inheritance points. Even if it cost 100,000, Chen Feng felt it was not a loss. Fused. Ding. Inheritance points deduction successful. In an instant, Chen Feng felt an influx of strange energy into his being, connecting with his will. A connection was established with a small sphere of light. In a daze, the authority fusion was completed. Chen Feng also gained information about the heavenly dragon realm, which spanned over 1 billion miles, though most of it was wasteland. The most core area was still the area around Su Su Mountain, rich in spiritual energy. Most importantly, the core spiritual vein of the heavenly dragon realm was an 8th grade spiritual vein, also known as a sacred vein. The downside was that the powers Chen Feng could wield with his current strength were limited. He could only freely enter and exit the heavenly dragon realm, bringing others inside. Furthermore, within the heavenly dragon realm, he could instantly reach any location. Aside from that, there were no other abilities. This was also a limitation set by Aotian, as well as a form of protection. As his strength increased, the capabilities of the authority would gradually be released, ultimately belonging entirely to Chen Feng. Was it just a passport to the heavenly dragon realm? Chen Feng slowly accepted the reality, which didn't seem bad. Although the 8th grade spiritual vein could only be observed and not mined, it was fine for cultivating nearby. It could no longer be described as efficient. It was simply a day's worth of effort, surpassing others' month-long endeavors. Even a pig, if it stayed near the spiritual vein for long, could have its constitution changed and live for 100 or 80 years without issue. As for the human race, the impact on lifespan was even greater. The environment changes everything. The journey in the heavenly dragon realm was coming to an end. Chen Feng stated calmly, fixing his gaze on the countless cultivators undergoing trials. The Tianlong realm had long been regarded as a taboo by Chen Feng. Although he could not harness the power of the Tianlong realm to slay the cultivators who entered it, he could still repel them or guide the beasts within the realm to them. A nascent soul cultivator has actually fallen. Sensing the presence of individuals from various major powers entering this world, he discovered that a cultivator from the Tian'an Immortal Alliance had perished in a dire location. Nearly half of the Foundation establishment cultivators had also fallen, with some even killing each other over minor gains. Observing from a vantage point, Chen Feng swept past these cultivators. He then caught sight of Sheng Linmei, who was engaged in battle with two nascent soul cultivators from the Tian'an Immortal Alliance over a dragon breath elixir. One of them had even reached the peak of the nascent soul realm. Chen Feng paused for a moment, contemplating before deciding to intervene. After all, she was his woman. Using his authority, he instantly appeared near the three. Daoist Linmei, you should give up and hand over the dragon breath fruit in your possession. In your dreams. Sheng Linmei continued her spells, directing the massive golem behind her to confront the two. Since you are so stubborn, do not blame us. The peak nascent soul cultivator from the Tian'an Immortal Alliance wielded a golden longsword, continuously unleashing waves of sword energy, altering the terrain around them. In a one-ever-sustuous situation, Sheng Linmei found herself at a disadvantage. She aimed to kill the weaker latest-stage nascent soul cultivator, but was restrained and forced to retreat under pressure. Madam, I will draw the attention of that old ghost in front of you. You must strike and slay that latest-stage nascent soul cultivator with all your might. As purple light erupted from his body, Sheng Linmei was shocked. Chen Feng. She was immensely surprised to encounter him in the Tianlong realm. After hearing his words, her expression froze, and all her energy focused on the peak nascent soul cultivator. Feigning an all-out attack to create an escape route, her opponent immediately sensed the threat, subtly urging his companion while preparing to counter. Huh! Sheng Linmei suddenly shouted, causing her opponent to tense up, ready to counter with a strike. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his mind, and his body became immobilized. Black Fiend's demon chant. Sheng Linmei shouted, a sound akin to the wrath of myriad demons erupted. Black malevolent energy surged, shaking the very earth. The two cultivators momentarily froze. Sheng Linmei swiftly struck, sending her sword flying towards the latest-stage nascent soul cultivator. Having stepped out as a peak nascent soul cultivator, her power was formidable. Now unleashing her full strength, and with the mental shock, her opponent was momentarily dazed. His body was pierced in an instant as the violent mana surged through him, causing his physical form to collapse. A diminutive figure about the size of a fist, and swirling with strange mana, burst forth from the body, soaring into the air, and shouting, "Someone has struck from the shadows." As the voice fell, a 10-meter-wide lightning bolt shot into the sky, followed by a rain of fire. The heavens were painted red, dazzling, and surreal. The nascent soul let out a piercing scream, obliterated by the lightning. Chen Feng, holding a fourth-grade talisman, slowly descended from the sky. His robes fluttered slightly, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Chen Feng. The peak nascent soul cultivator, breaking free from his bindings, roared in rage, his eyes wide with fury. What are you shouting about? Chen Feng countered, throwing a talisman back, summoning another flash of lightning. As a member of the Tian'an Immortal Alliance, how dare you aid the demons in slaying your comrades? I will kill you, the traitor. As he spoke, he channeled his mana, unleashing terrifying energy intended to strike Chen Feng down in an instant. Chen Feng's heart raced as he thought, the gap between early and peak stages is still too great. The difference between an early-stage nascent soul and a peak one was not merely a chasm, it was like a vast divide. Faced with such a formidable attack, he had no power to resist. Even if he dodged, he would still suffer severe injuries. This was still under the circumstances of Chen Feng being a perfect nascent soul. Had he been an ordinary early-stage cultivator, he would have been powerless to escape, merely waiting to die passively. Old ghost Yun, you're seeking death. Sheng Linmei, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, placed herself in front of Chen Feng as the golem swung a powerful fist. The two attacks collided, and Sheng Linmei, with Chen Feng, was sent flying backwards for hundreds of meters. After Sheng Linmei came to a stop, her opponent continued to retreat several meters before halting. In their brief clash, the disparity was evident. Without the assistance of that latest-stage nascent soul, he alone would have been no match for someone like Sheng Linmei. Even in the same realm, he was still far weaker than her. Husband, wait a moment, let me kill this old ghost. Sheng Linmei coldly huffed, moving Chen Feng to a distant location away from the battlefield before she flew to engage old ghost Yun. The ground trembled, witnessing the cracked earth, and the once magnificent forest now destroyed. Chen Feng felt a pang of heartache. This was all mine. Mire, kill him. Chen Feng urged from the rear, and upon hearing his words, Sheng Linmei quickened her movements. She transformed into a shadow, darting around her opponent. Chen Feng, you dare to collude with the daughter of the demon sect. Once we leave the Tianyuan realm, I will certainly petition the elders to exterminate you. Old ghost Yun raged, swatting away Sheng Linmei's attack with a palm and bellowing. As a peak nascent soul cultivator, he was confident. Even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. As for Sheng Linmei, even if she killed her comrades, she had no way to deal with him. After all, the unspoken rules in the secret realm did not forbid killing. However, Chen Feng was different. He was a member of the Tian'an Immortal Alliance, and he should be one of their own. Yet he aided outsiders in slaying his allies. Moreover, he even had ties with the opposing demon sect. This was serious. If he couldn't handle Sheng Linmei, how could he deal with a mere early-stage nascent soul like Chen Feng? Old Ghost Yin thought this and struck out with a palm instantly, using his speed to become a streak of light fleeing. Sheng Linmei's expression was incredibly cold, the golem behind her dissipated, and her mana surged as she transformed into a streak of light chasing after him. If he were allowed to escape, Chen Feng would surely die. It would be hard for her to protect him given the many factors involved. Old Ghost Yin must die. Sheng Linmei uttered softly, but Chen Feng stepped in front of her smiling. There is no need for you to be so anxious, my dear. Sheng Linmei paused looking at Chen Feng with some confusion. Give me your hand, Chen Feng said gently. Without waiting for her reaction, he grasped her delicate hand, and both figures vanished. What kind of technique is this? Sheng Linmei's eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at the retreating scenery. In an instant they positioned themselves in the path Old Ghost Yun was bound to take. Her pupils constricted, staring at Chen Feng in shock. Chen Feng smiled, but did not answer. Madam, I will make the first strike. The rest will rely on you. In Chen Feng's palm, 8 types of attribute mana manifested, astonishing Sheng Linmei beside him. Initially, it was merely for the sake of gathering energy, but gradually he fell into her trap, even finding himself at a disadvantage beneath her. Seal. The 8 types of mana spread out, ensnaring the Old Ghost Yun. How is that possible? The Old Ghost Yun's pupils contracted as he sensed the energies of the two. It was already too late. In an instant he was bound by Chen Feng. Sheng Linmei did not delve further. The urgent matter was to eliminate the Old Ghost Yun. A purple light burst forth from his whole body as he vanished into the void, striking with overwhelming divine might. The world underwent a transformation. You recognize this move? The Old Ghost Yun's eyes widened in horror, his flesh trembling. Damn it! How could you learn this technique? He gritted his teeth, enduring the energy unleashed by the strike, which battered his body to shreds. He was a ruthless person, in such a state escape was impossible, so he decisively abandoned his physical form. Without uttering a single harsh word, his nascent soul emerged, burning his cultivation as he swiftly fled. The speed was so great that he vanished from the eyes of both in an instant. Even if he escapes, his nascent soul will be greatly weakened. Even if he reconstructs his body, he can at most retain the initial stage of his nascent soul cultivation. Sheng Linmei said calmly, a hint of regret in her eyes. If only my demon-controlled divine concealment had reached perfection, he wouldn't have had the chance to escape with his nascent soul. No matter what, she could not catch up to such speed. It was the last resort of a peak nascent soul expert. Even a god transformation expert wouldn't necessarily be able to capture him. Demon-controlled divine concealment. Chen Feng also heard her muttering, feeling a sense of trepidation about that strike. The power was immense, instantly annihilating the Old Ghost Yun, who was also at the peak of the nascent soul. Chen Feng. Just as she spoke, Chen Feng gently said, "There are no outsiders here, call me husband." Sheng Linmei's rarely seen face flushed, shyly calling out, "Husband. Husband, can you still use that secret technique to catch up to him? Otherwise, when he returns, those few god transformation experts will surely be furious. At that time, husband can only seek refuge in my heavenly sacred sect, but your family." Chen Feng of course realized the seriousness of the situation, taking Sheng Linmei's hand and disappearing once again. In a dense forest, the Old Ghost Yun burrowed hundreds of feet underground, using rare materials to stabilize his nascent soul. Damn it! The Old Ghost Yun's miniature face looked grim, filled with resentment. His physical body was destroyed, and he had lost the majority of his cultivation. In this life, he feared he could only remain at the initial stage of the nascent soul. He was filled with hatred. If he had seized the dragon breath fruit, he would have been able to touch the god transformation realm. Unfortunately, damn that stinking woman. He cursed angrily, digging another 100 feet deeper. His divine sense was tightly reined and hiding his aura to the utmost. As long as he hid here for a few hundred days, he could be teleported out. I must enter a state of slumber to preserve my consciousness, he thought, filled with immense resentment. Now he could only sleep underground to maintain his nascent soul's power. It's all that Chen Feng's fault. The image of Chen Feng suddenly appeared in his mind, causing him to grind his teeth in fury. Had it not been for him, he would have already obtained the dragon breath fruit and returned to the heavenly peace immortal alliance as a powerful being. When I return, I will make you pay with your flesh. After cursing fiercely, he fell into a deep slumber. Above ground, Chen Feng's expression was somewhat strange. Did he bury himself? Feeling the Old Ghost Yun buried over 300 feet underground, concealing his aura, he could not help but sigh. This earth escape technique was extremely superb. Truly, he had dug his own grave. Did you not find him? Sheng Linmei's divine sense swept over, but she could not sense the aura of the Old Ghost Yun. No, he's underground. Chen Feng spoke calmly. Sheng Linmei's gaze turned peculiar as she followed Chen Feng's instructions. The mana delved underground, silently erasing the Old Ghost Yun's nascent soul. He really is there. No wonder I couldn't sense him. It turns out he has entered a state of false death. Sheng Linmei's expression changed, unable to believe it. Chen Feng could even guide the Old Ghost Yun. It was quite unbelievable. Just kill him, this will provide nutrients to this land. Chen Feng replied indifferently, looking as if he had calculated everything. This made Chen Lin Mei glance at him in surprise. Myra, what use does the dragon breath fruit have for you? Chen Feng asked, as he had no knowledge regarding such spiritual fruits. Chen Lin Mei directly took it out, saying, the dragon breath fruit generally grows in areas where true dragons are active. It is a mutated spiritual fruit infused with a trace of dragon breath, transforming into a great medicine that greatly aids cultivators like me in reaching the god transformation realm. I see, Chen Feng nodded. What about the swimming dragon fruit? You actually know about the swimming dragon fruit? Chen Lin Mei was somewhat astonished. Records of such things usually only existed between the two major powers. And some ancient legacies. Chen Feng replied indifferently. Chen Lin Mei continued. The efficacy of the swimming dragon fruit surpasses that of the dragon breath fruit. It is infused with the essence blood of a true dragon, and has long been accompanied by true dragons absorbing dragon energy and celestial spirit energy to become a spiritual object growing on the swimming dragon fruit tree. As she spoke here, a hint of regret crossed her eyes. Such a great medicine can no longer be called a spiritual fruit, it is a holy fruit now. However, the conditions for its birth are exceedingly harsh. The last news of the swimming dragon fruit emerged 2,000 years ago, even drawing out the combined efforts of the ancestors of the god transformation realm. It is said that such a holy medicine not only increases the probability of entering the god transformation realm, but also gives humans a certain chance to gain dragon clan powers, or even the bloodline of a true dragon. This holy medicine's allure to some dragon-blooded races is also deadly. Listening to Chen Lin Mei speak of its preciousness, Chen Feng's expression changed. He inwardly cursed. Chu Tianhuan, you really are a beast, a thing that even god transformation experts covet. You want me to search for it? He felt a sense of dread. Had he not known if he had given Chu Tianhuan a swimming dragon fruit after going out, it was likely that Chu Yun, that old ghost, would have made a move to thoroughly examine him, even probing into his nascent soul. It was too precious. Holding onto it was like a child carrying gold through the market. This also served as a wake-up call for Chen Feng. He looked at Chen Lin Mei with more hesitation. Originally, he wanted to give her a swimming dragon fruit, but after learning all this, he was unsure whether to give it to her. Though they had shared a close bond and the situation had been favorable afterward, the stakes involved were simply too great, and the time they had known each other was too short. Moreover, she had even sacrificed her purity to enhance her foundation by gathering energy from him, making her a ruthless female cultivator. What's wrong? Seeing Chen Feng's unusual state, she asked with some concern. It's nothing. Chen Feng closed his eyes. Casting aside distracting thoughts, he revealed a warm smile. Looking at the gentle Saint Lin Mei, Chen Feng spoke. Now that you have obtained the dragon breath fruit, what will you do next? Should I attempt to break through to the transformation stage here, or? Saint Lin Mei shook her head. Not here. I need to return to prepare and invite an elder for protection. It would be too dangerous otherwise. Chen Feng nodded, glancing at Saint Lin Mei with a calculating look in his heart. Myra, it has been a long time since we last met, and I have missed you quite a bit. With a mischievous smile, Chen Feng approached and picked up the beautiful woman. She did not resist at all, appearing nothing like a pinnacle nascent soul cultivator, nestling her head into Chen Feng's broad chest. Myra, I have discovered a wonderful place. Let me take you to see it. Chen Feng's lips curled slightly as his gaze pierced through illusions to the palace where Ao Tian once resided, just outside of the Su Mountain. A thought vanished from the spot. The elegant veil fell, and a whirlwind of chaos ensued. In the blink of an eye, night had already arrived. You bad person, so this is the wonderful place you spoke of? Saint Lin Mei leaned wearily against Chen Feng. This was once Ao Tian's sleeping quarters. However, the fastidious Chen Feng had made some modifications, such as replacing the mattress. Isn't that right? Chen Feng smirked, standing imposingly. Instantly subdued, the other party's eyes became dazed. Several hours later, with a sudden strike, the other let out a soft grunt. Demonic seed. With his back turned to the prone Saint Lin Mei, a glimmer of demonic light flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. A wave of illusion swept over him, causing a century of lifespan to vanish. His vitality had also dropped significantly, leaving the opponent feeling a sense of bewilderment. Chen Feng quickly drew his blade, swallowing 2 pills to replenish his vitality. Although he now had many offspring to nourish him, his martial prowess was barely at the initial stage of martial sovereign. He had just experienced a drop in realm and was now struggling to recover. What's wrong, Feng Lang? Saint Lin Mei's eyes regained clarity, though her face remained exceptionally flushed. During the last strike, she sensed Chen Feng's vitality plummet, causing her some alarm. Could it be that the dual cultivation technique has encountered a problem? Immediately she felt an immense pain in her heart. Embracing Chen Feng, she realized that his vitality had dropped too severely, instinctively believing it was due to her cultivation technique. It's nothing. Chen Feng smiled at Saint Lin Mei as he digested the effects of the pills. It was simple to exhaust the lifespan of any nascent soul cultivator. It was merely a loss of 100 years. She was extremely worried, examining Chen Feng's body up and down. Even with the consumption of pills, the decline in vitality was an undeniable fact. It's my fault, Feng Lang. In her panic, she took out the dragon breath fruit and placed it in Chen Feng's hand. Feng Lang, eat this, and I will protect you. Refining the medicinal power within can replenish some of your vitality. Gently caressing Chen Feng's cheek, she felt a pang of heartache as he momentarily froze. A sense of guilt arose in his heart. Fortunately, the demonic seed he planted did not directly root and affect her, but could instead influence the host through his own intentions. One was a chronic poison, while the other was a remote-controlled bomb. Chen Feng brushed her messy hair and smiled. It's no big deal. He handed the dragon breath fruit back to her. I have no use for this thing. Feng Lang. She wanted to speak, holding the dragon breath fruit with the intention of forcibly aiding in its refinement. Don't talk, kiss me. Chen Feng directly sealed her lips and took out another dragon swim fruit. After a long while, their lips parted. Meyer, do you know what this is? Chen Feng smiled, shaking the dragon swim fruit in front of her. This is... Suddenly her pupils constricted, her beautiful eyes revealing a look of shock. Dragon swim fruit. She could hardly believe that Chen Feng actually possessed such a holy item. Her heart raced wildly. Possessing this meant essentially having the entry ticket to the transformation stage, setting her apart from countless cultivators. That's right. Chen Feng replied casually, this is for you. He was ruthless in words, but not in action, directly handing the dragon swim fruit to her. He had plenty of these. A single tree bore at least 15 fruits. Just one fruit. Immediately St. Lin Mei felt a bit at a loss. She was well aware of the preciousness of this item. Even her ancestors would fight to seize it. Yet her man had given her such a precious thing. She stood dumbfounded, her mouth agape. What are you, stunned? With a smile, Chen Feng gently patted her head, finding her expression utterly adorable. After a while, she finally regained her senses and pushed the dragon swim fruit back. I can't accept this. It would be a lie to say she didn't want it, but she felt that this item would be more useful to Chen Feng. Even without external assistance, she could step into the transformation stage. It would just take an indefinitely long time. Keep it. Chen Feng smiled as he held her hand. No, you should keep it. If you consume it, you can shine brightly in the nascent soul realm and advance faster. I have the dragon breath fruit, it's enough for me. Saying this, she waved the small red fruit in her hand. This action eased Chen Feng's heart. If she had immediately accepted it and displayed any signs of discomfort, Chen Feng would have undoubtedly detonated the demonic seed without hesitation. This also relieved him. Be obedient and hold on to this. Chen Feng's expression changed, becoming serious. I am giving this to you for both our sakes. Once you enter the transformation stage, your voice and freedom will greatly increase. It will be beneficial for both of us. Moreover, using the dragon swim fruit now would not be very effective for me. It's better to give it to you. If you use it to break through to the transformation stage, I can still enjoy the feeling of being protected. St. Lin Mei's eyes were filled with complexity as she listened to this crude excuse. Her eyes were a bit misty. Although she was considered a direct descendant in the demon sect, there was no familial warmth or affection. What she experienced more was suppression, provocation, and strife. It left her utterly exhausted, especially after her foundation was damaged, as those she considered family began to marginalize her and overlook her. Yet being with Chen Feng allowed her to feel warmth, protection, and love for the first time. Now he was even giving her such an important sacred medicine to help her break through to the transformation stage. Taking a deep breath, her beautiful eyes turned slightly red. All right, once I break through to the transformation stage, I will protect you. From now on, I, St. Lin Mei, will belong to you alone, even if the world forsakes me. Silly baby, don't say that. I understand. I understand everything. Chen Feng covered her mouth, pulling her into an embrace. Baby. St. Lin Mei's heart trembled. It was the first time someone had called her that. Her entire body shook slightly as she raised her reddened eyes to look at Chen Feng with a pleading expression. Can you call me baby once more? My dear, you are my wife, and also my treasure, my beloved. Chen Feng held her even tighter under the impact of such fervent and tender words. Without feeling love, Chen Linmei was completely captivated by a certain individual who devoted themselves to enhancing the human race. It truly is an unintentional act that bears fruit. Chen Feng sighed lightly, his gaze softening with a hint of affection. Meyer, take the Longyu fruit as soon as possible. This item is not It truly is an unintentional act that bears fruit. Chen Feng sighed lightly, his gaze softening with a hint of affection. Meyer, take the Longyu fruit as soon as possible. This item is not suitable to carry outside. After a moment of tenderness, Chen Feng spoke up. Chen Linmei reluctantly got up. All right. She said nothing more, her trust in Chen Feng having reached its zenith. Chen Feng did not hold back, swiftly relocating her near the 8th grade spiritual vein. The spiritual energy surged violently, and in a moment her aura reached its peak. Even the emitted spiritual energy was as pure as that from mid-grade spirit stones. If she moved closer or used formations to gather the scattered spiritual energy, the effects would surpass those of cultivating with high-grade spirit stones. Chen Feng could hardly imagine that this was merely the excess spiritual energy from a corner of the spiritual vein. What if the entire vein were enveloped and the spiritual energy gathered? What level of richness and purity could the spiritual energy achieve? Casting aside distracting thoughts, Chen Feng set up several guiding formations and quietly rested on a large stone nearby. Looking at the pit of the Yulong tree, Chen Feng fell into deep thought. He glanced at the 10 large trees within his universal storage ring. He felt that it would be better to plant them in their original location. After all, as a holy medicinal tree, the energy required would be exceedingly immense. If that were the case, his universal storage ring might not be able to sustain it. It would be better to plant it above the spiritual vein. Chen Feng made up his mind, once the other party broke through, he would send her away and relocate the Yulong fruit tree back. After all, he could enter at any time in the future. At that moment, a familiar voice rang in Chen Feng's ear. "Father, you were here all along. Look at what I found." Chun Ruashi was wandering around the palace complex, having collected a large haul of good items. Just as she emerged from a hidden exit, she spotted Chen Feng sitting on the large stone. She bounced over, holding a long sword that exuded an ancient aura almost resembling an ordinary weapon. "Ruashi." Chen Feng's expression stiffened. He had not noticed that Chun Ruashi was approaching him. Casting a glance at Sheng Linmei, who was breaking through in the formation, he sighed. "It's better than being caught in bed." Chen Ruashi cheerfully ran up to Chen Feng. "Father, who is she?" Turning her gaze, her brow suddenly furrowed as she looked warily at Sheng Linmei in the formation. Chen Feng smiled calmly, saying, "She is your mother." Chen Ruashi huffed her nose, almost pointing to the sky. "I knew it. Even if you went out, you would definitely be around with others. Now tell me, how many others do I not know about besides her?" Chen Feng's smile stiffened, a black line appearing on his forehead as he flicked her forehead lightly. "What are you talking about? Your father has always acted without needing to explain." Chen Ruashi pouted, looking as if she had seen through everything. Chen Feng rubbed his nose, wondering what was happening. At that moment, he noticed the long sword in her hand and frowned slightly. "Ruashi, where did you get this long sword?" Chun Ruashi replied, "In the palace. Walking further, and there's a small spiritual spring with this sword stuck at the center of the spring. I saw it wasn't an ordinary item, so I pulled it out and took it." "This?" Chen Feng covered his face. Truly, one could stumble upon treasures anywhere. He had passed by that spiritual spring himself without any gain. He had not expected such good items to be at the bottom of the spring. "Bring it over, let me have a look." Chen Feng's eyes were fixed on the long sword, which, despite its ancient simplicity, could not hide its grandeur and might. Countless runes were engraved on its surface, forming exquisite patterns. On its back was a grand landscape, painting majestic, yet concealing its sharpness. Upon taking the sword, Chen Feng felt a material he had never encountered before. With 3,000 years of experience in artifact crafting, he was knowledgeable about materials, yet he could not trace the origin of this sword's materials, and its craftsmanship was astonishing. "It seems to possess a life of its own," Chen Feng remarked, casually channeling his mana into it, but it felt like a cow sinking into the sea. However, it did respond with a message. It was absorbing his mana. Moreover, for a brief moment, Chen Feng sensed a special aura, a spirit of the artifact. He murmured, a glint of sharpness flashing in his gaze. "An unparalleled sword. I'll take it." Chen Feng's brow furrowed, intending to put the sword away. Suddenly, the sword emitted a soft chime, breaking free from Chen Feng's hand and returning to Chen Ruashi. Chen Feng's forehead was now lined with more black lines. It seemed it wasn't his, that still wasn't his. Chen Feng felt somewhat discouraged. All authority in this world was in his hands. In a moment of frustration, he glared at the ancient sword and said, "Ruashi, this sword you picked up has a reverse bone. Give it back to me, or I will refine its reverse bone. I command you," Chen Feng said solemnly, lightning flashing in his hand. If all else fails, he would throw it into the core of the world and let it eat well. Chen Feng exerted a bit of authority, and the long sword let out a chime, falling into Chen Feng's hand. "You've finally come to your senses." Chen Feng snorted lightly and handed the sword back to Chen Ruashi. "Ruashi, this sword is extraordinary. If you wish to use it, you must slay all enemies, even bystanders." Chen Feng warned solemnly. This item was likely a sword of the proud sky, or perhaps an earlier sword. "Understood." Chen Ruashi nodded heavily as she took the sword. "You may continue to wander. This palace has plenty of good items. You've only discovered one of them." Chen Feng waved his hand, sending off his precious daughter, for Sheng Linmei was still breaking through and should not be disturbed too much. "All right." She cast a meaningful glance at Sheng Linmei in the formation before turning and disappearing. Terrifying, too terrifying. He actually consumed the authority left by the dragon of this world and has taken control of this realm. Within the bracelet, Hua Qingwei's voice trembled slightly, laced with astonishment. After Chen Ruashi left, Chen Feng let out a sigh of relief. Watching as Sheng Linmei underwent gradual changes, her aura began to elevate. This was a sign of transformation stage. Chen Feng focused intently, fearing he would miss a small detail. Watching the nascent soul transform, this was an opportunity many sought after. It provided a more intuitive understanding of how to walk the path of transformation. The constructs in his mind had also taken shape. So that's how it is, Chen Feng exclaimed. Sheng Lin may transformed into a nascent soul, her entire being exuding an ethereal aura. A divine essence was birthed within her, elevating her life level from that of a cultivator to a higher realm. With the birth of the nascent soul, as long as one does not wish to die, they essentially cannot perish. Even as the physical body decays, one can still seize another's body, as long as the nascent soul remains, the true self cannot die. During the nascent soul stage, body seizing is also possible, though the nascent soul ultimately will decay and shatter. The nascent soul is formed. Sheng Lin may open her eyes, revealing a hint of joy, overwhelmed with excitement. After achieving the nascent soul, even atop the immortal spirit continent, one is undeniably a major figure. Feng Lang, thank you. You still say thank you to me. I think you need a lesson. After stabilizing her cultivation, she suddenly appeared before Chen Feng, her gaze tender and soft. Chen Feng chuckled lightly without any reservations, stepping forward to embrace the beautiful woman. They vanished near the palace. I want to see just how different the nascent soul really is. Let's explore the depths. As the veil fell, the sounds of fierce combat echoed from within the deep palace. After a while, Chen Feng looked at the beautiful woman lying peacefully by his side, breathing softly in her sleep, and smiled. It truly is different. Thankfully, his combat power was formidable, or otherwise he would not have been able to subdue her. Chen Feng remained at ease, awaiting the arrival of the next day. Feng Lang, I feel that the unfathomable mountain is starting to reject me. Is it because of my breakthrough to the transformation stage? There was a hint of reluctance in her eyes as her gaze lingered on Chen Feng's face. No, I feel the same. This journey to the unfathomable mountain is likely coming to an end. Chen Feng replied calmly. As for the source of this rejection, that was something to ask Chen Feng. Due to the destructive capabilities of these incoming cultivators, Chen Feng drew numerous beasts to attack. Countless cultivators were turned to nutrients after Sheng Lin Mai's breakthrough. The determination to drive away these cultivators grew even stronger. I see. Sheng Lin Mei sighed in relief, grateful that she could still remain with Chen Feng. Suddenly, she took out a dragon breath fruit. Feng Lang, this is for you. Although it isn't as good as the dragon swim fruit, it can still enhance your physique and make up for your deficiencies. Sheng Lin Mei was still concerned about Chen Feng's dwindling vitality. Chen Feng smiled and did not refuse. She finally sighed in relief, lingering in Chen Feng's embrace, reluctant to part. Once we get out, I'll return home with you directly, Feng Lang. Sheng Lin Mai's voice came, and Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, slightly thinking this wouldn't be feasible, at least not for now. The reason was simple. Once a member of the transformation stage entered one's home, it would undoubtedly stir considerable commotion. Moreover, maintaining balance in his own backyard. After contemplating for a while, Chen Feng spoke. Myra, you should return to the sacred gate first. After all, you need to report that you've become a transformation stage cultivator and take on your duties. Once you've done all this, your time will be much more flexible, and returning later won't be too late. But I can't bear to be. Your path is different from mine. I must strive to catch up and surpass you, becoming your safe harbor. You too must aim higher. Your path is different from mine. I must strive to catch up and surpass you, becoming your safe harbor. You too must aim higher, completely mastering your own life, and let us embark on the path of ascension together. Ultimately, Sheng Lin Mei agreed. She would return to the sacred gate, continue her cultivation, become the strongest within the sacred gate, and then leave to be with Chen Feng. As for the dowry, then you must come to see me often. Sheng Lin Mei made a fierce expression. Chen Feng laughed. Of course, during my free time you can come find me. With that said, Chen Feng took out a stack of third-grade talismans he had inscribed. This is a communication talisman, and it can contact me from within 20,000 miles. Indeed, this was modeled after the communication leaves of the 1,000 cypress tree. Then Chen Feng took out a few thousand cypress leaves. This is the searching talisman. As long as you have an item with my aura, you can find my location. Of course, it is only effective within 5,000 miles. After exchanging these two communication talismans, both parties exchanged their vital essences, forming a small jade talisman. Feng Lang, the rejection is becoming more severe. Sheng Lin Mai's eyes brimmed with sorrow. She was unwilling to leave her haven. The strongest shoulder she could relax and lean on. Myra, there will eventually be a farewell. Chen Feng smiled as he gently stroked her hair, and the void trembled. A swirling vortex appeared before the two, drawing them both in. This scene unfolded across various regions of the heavenly dragon realm. Several individuals were even pulled in midway through their fights, expelled from the space. Many others had just found treasures, yet before they could take them, they were transported away. In an instant, the entrance to the unfathomable mountain was filled with people. Some were missing limbs while others had flushed faces. Even more rushed back into battles that had not yet concluded immediately after being expelled. However, shortly after, they were sternly admonished by the guardians. Sheng Lin Mei reluctantly released Chen Feng's hand, stepping out from the void to join a strong figure from the heavenly demon gate. In an instant, this caused a stir. The eyes of several transformation stage cultivators nearly popped out. Sheng Lin, Mei had transformed. The Heavenly Demon Gate had gained another transformation stage cultivator, one capable of establishing a sect, even creating a power not less than that of the Great Chu Kingdom. The Heavenly Demon Gate truly has good fortune, a strong figure from the TNN Immortal Alliance side, gazing at the ripples in the void. He clearly knew the success rate of transforming from the nascent soul stage. Those who succeeded in transformation were all exceptional talents, a rare find among thousands, or even tens of thousands in the nascent soul stage. The transformation rate was pitifully low. Once one entered the transformation stage, they were already beginning to evolve towards immortality. Why hasn't Yun Minun come out yet? Yun Qing's eyes held a hint of confusion and worry. Dimu stepped forward, quietly counting the number of cultivators from the TNN Immortal Alliance present. He frowned slightly, and then looked at the ripples in the void which had completely settled. He said in a deep voice, 19 nascent soul cultivators have returned, this time 2 latest stage and 1 peak stage. At this point, with Yun Minun still not having emerged, it suggests he may have perished. Dimu stepped closer, gently patting Yun Qing's shoulder to arrange the collection of spoils. Yun Qing's face looked grim in the end. He could only let out a heavy sigh. The royal family also suffered considerable losses. Even Chu Qianyun had lost an arm. The second prince was relatively unscathed. As for the crown prince, it seemed he would not be able to return. Chu Tianhan had clearly noticed this, as well a hint of joy in his eyes. But then he saw Chu Yuxin's seemingly harmless smile. The joy in his eyes shifted to seriousness mixed with a hint of enmity. With the crown prince gone, it meant that his only opponent now was Chu Yuxian. Where is Chen Feng? His gaze swept around, intent on finding Chen Feng's figure. Where is he? It was visible to the naked eye as he slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Chen Feng also noticed Chu Tianhun's gaze and smiled as he greeted him before walking over. How is it? Chu Tianhun's eyes held a hint of anticipation. Chen Feng slowly shook his head. During this time, I have been searching everywhere for the traces of the yulong fruit, but found nothing. Chu Tianhun immediately revealed a trace of regret on his face, then promptly cast it aside. He was well aware of the preciousness of the yulong fruit. It was normal not to find it. He did not expect much from it. He placed even greater importance on Chen Feng. With the prince's death, his supporters would surely seek new objectives. As for himself, he had too many conflicts with the prince, clearly failing to attract many to join. In the end, it would likely be his younger sister, the princess, who would gain the support of many. New powers like Chen Feng needed to be properly courted. Chen Feng also noticed the disappointment in his eyes and couldn't help but internally scoff. This guy is dreaming. Even if it were the Longxi fruit, he wouldn't hand it over. However, for the sake of his family's expansion, Chen Feng brought out a medicinal formula. Your Highness the Second Prince, although I could not find the yulong fruit, I have a medicinal formula here. Medicinal formula? Chu Tianhun's eyes suddenly brightened as he recalled. Chen Feng was still a 4th-tier alchemist, one of only 2 4th-tier alchemists in the entire Great Chu. Do tell. Seeing that he was intrigued, Chen Feng spoke. This formula is called the Guing Dan, which can strengthen the nascent soul and rapidly enhance its power. However, after taking 10 of them, one will develop a resistance, making the Guing Dan ineffective thereafter. Chu Tianhun fell silent for a moment, contemplating something. Is this useful for the late and peak stages of the nascent soul? Yes, but the effects are minimal, what's best used in the early and mid-stages. Chen Feng replied with a smile. The other party finally relaxed his brow. As long as he could quickly advance to the mid-stage of the nascent soul, he could invite battle with other heirs and establish his unique position. What materials are needed? He looked at Chen Feng, knowing that materials for such a pill that could enhance nascent soul strength would surely not be cheap. Chen Feng listed them one by one. Chu Tianhun took the list of materials and quietly examined it. The materials within were even more valuable than those for the Huaying Dan. However, as one of the heirs of the Great Chu, he had the authority to gather them in the shortest time possible. It would just come at a higher cost. But so what? With the throne vacant and the prince's position open, all he needed was to break through. He would surely attract a large number of onlookers to join him, making his advantages seem unstoppable. Comparing it all, it was worth it. Then I take my leave, brother Chen Feng. Once I have gathered everything, I will come to the Chun residence to find you. Wait a moment. Chen Feng looked at him with a smiling face, gently rubbing his fingers. Oh, right. Brother Chen Feng, rest assured I will fulfill what I said before. Then I wish your highness swift success and ascension to the throne. Chen Feng responded with a smile, also saying a few auspicious words. After all, for a long time to come, he would rely on Chu Tianhun. After Chu Tianhun left, Chen Feng observed his surroundings. All personnel had been expelled. Within their respective factions, some were happy, while others were worried. The Foundation establishment cultivators had lost more than half, with over 3,000 remaining. There were just over 100 golden core cultivators left, and the losses were considerable. Only about 40 nascent soul cultivators returned. However, amidst the crowd, Chen Feng noticed Di Qiu. The prodigy of the TNN Immortal Alliance, Chen Feng was very interested in this explosive blood technique. Now beginning to tally the spoils, this matter had nothing to do with Chen Feng, who found it uninteresting. He decided not to linger further and left the place with Chen Ruashi, piloting the spiritual boat back to the southern region. On the way, the two counted their gains together, watching as Chen Ruashi pulled out one treasure after another, such as spiritual herbs. Chen Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. His own daughter was about to clear out their family's wealth. Longxi fruit. Chen Feng's face twitched as he looked at Chen Ruashi pulling out more than 20 bright red fruits. Father, do you recognize them? Chen Ruashi looked up at Chen Feng with a sweet smile, as if expecting praise. How could I not recognize them? Chen Feng said with a half-smile, fixing his gaze on her. Tell me, where did you find so many? Chen Ruashi pouted. I just came across them while walking. There was an entire tree full of these fruits, and there were even transformation beasts. You almost didn't make it out, did you? Chen Feng covered his face. Such things as Longxi fruits were generally mutated from spiritual fruits infused with dragon breath. And Chen Ruashi directly encountered the Longxi fruit tree. Did such a thing exist? It shocked Chen Feng for an entire year. With a strange look, he glanced at Chen Ruashi and said slowly, Did you encounter it on a peak that resembles it? Was that demon beast completely black with a single horn? Chen Ruashi looked shocked, unable to believe. Father, you know about this too. That's incredible. Chen Feng flicked her forehead and said slowly, My daughter, these are all our family's things. You didn't destroy the tree. Our families. Chen Ruaxi's pupil shrank as if she thought of something, pointing at Chen Feng. Father, could it be that you are a dragon? I am your father. What dragon? Chen Feng was speechless, recounting the matters of the Tianlong realm. This brought a look of excitement to Chen Ruaxi's face, and he quickly mentioned that the Longxi tree was still there. Chen Feng finally felt relieved, planning to search for that Longxi tree again after returning and move it. Throughout the journey, the father and daughter chatted and laughed. Suddenly, boom! Just after exiting the Chu region, Chen Feng's spiritual boat was attacked, shaking violently. A fiery barrier instantly surrounded the spiritual boat, turning the sky crimson. Lai Zun! Chen Feng roared angrily. Although he couldn't see anyone, it was clear that they were ambushing him halfway. Besides Lai Zun, there were no other strong figures in the entire Great Chu. Kid, you are quite clever. A cold snort came from within the fiery barrier. A man dressed in black with a scar on his face that could not be erased slowly walked out, coldly staring at Chen Feng. I waited 2 months for you, and I've finally caught you. We need to settle the score now. Chen Feng stared at the newcomer, feeling a headache coming on. He had been so focused on returning home that he forgot about the hidden danger of Lai Zun. Now with the two clashing, a fierce battle was inevitable. However, the opponent had already reached the late stage of the nascent soul, while he was merely at the initial stage, making him no match no matter how hard he tried. Even if he were a perfect nascent soul, he would still be powerless to contend. In a comparison of a first-layer chi refining against a ninth-layer chi refining, how could one fight? Damn system, give me back my inheritance points. Chen Feng felt a twitch in his heart. Even the backup inheritance points had been exhausted. This is trouble. If I still have some inheritance points, even exchanging for a harmless ascension pill could elevate my strength to the mid-nascent soul stage. Unable to win, yet able to escape, but now. Father. Chen Ruashi walked over with concern, tugging at Chen Feng's sleeve. She was well aware of Lai Zun at the late nascent soul stage. Her heart tightened. I am not afraid. Chen Feng straightened his back, gazing intently at Lai Zun. Today are we destined to fight? Umph. Lai Zun snorted coldly, a breath filled with flames exhaling from his nostrils, his eyes burning with fire. What do you say? The two could not be compared. It was a narrow road for enemies. The fact that the opponent had been lurking here for 2 months also represented his determination. We need not say much. As for the royal family and the Grand Commander's residence, I have done what I promised them. I willingly gave up my spot at the Shushu Mountain just to wait for you. If the opponent is at Shushu Mountain, it would be easier. However, Chen Feng looked at the energy activation enveloping the entire flying boat, with a protective shield, feeling slightly more at ease. The layered formation I set up is not so easily broken, but I would also be trapped here. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes and said to his back, Ruashi, hide in the innermost room of the spiritual boat. If the boat is breached, just pull the rope hanging in the room. Chen Ruashi gave a deep glance at Lai Zun floating outside the flying boat. She nodded, not the type to be overly sentimental, nor did she put on a tragic act. In the current situation, Chen Ruashi could still differentiate clearly. Watching Chen Ruashi turn to leave, Chen Feng let out a slight breath, a gold leaf dissipating in his hand. What do you want? Chen Feng stood at the bow of the boat, confronting him. Around him, lightning suddenly appeared. Opposite him was a sea of fire, the scorching heat seemingly melting the earth. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. Lai Zun wasted no words, launching a punch towards him. Chen Feng was equally succinct, throwing out numerous talismans, his hand merging 8 attributes, striking out. Boom. The spiritual boat shook the void before him, rippling the fire formation being opened up. A bit of capability, but unfortunately, not enough. Lai Zun's eyes suddenly shook, his magic enveloping his whole body, one hand conjuring countless fireballs that fell from the sky. It was like the end of the world, inducing unparalleled dread. Fight! Mysterious runes beneath Chen Feng's feet lit up. A wave of even more powerful energy surged, instantly enveloping the entire flying boat. The spirit stones left in the cabin were rapidly consumed. Chen Feng stepped directly out of the formation, drawing his sword and slashing towards Lai Zun. In the midst of the blazing sea of fire, a massive flying boat was being continuously shaken by falling meteors from the sky. Lai Zun cannot execute this kind of attack formation alone. There must be others behind the scenes. Chen Feng suddenly retreated several steps, releasing his divine sense like a flood. Who could it be? Countless names of powers floated in Chen Feng's mind. The royal family, Tianyu immortal sect, or the Song family. Lai Zun, you are merely a scapegoat. Chen Feng's expression was extremely grave. Here his divine sense was blocked by the blazing formation, unable to gather any information. What now? Chen Feng spoke in a low voice, his figure blending into the spiritual boat. Until he clarified whether there were any lurking threats around, he could not take any risks. So what? You can die. A hint of madness flickered in Lai Zun's eyes. Chen Feng's gaze sharpened indeed. The opponent showed no intention of hiding, as if he had anticipated Chen Feng's deductions. By killing you I can still live well. Murderous intent blossomed in Lai Zun's eyes. You're not enough on your own. Chen Feng's voice was icy, his gaze fixed on him. Although there was a huge gap between the early and late stages, it was impossible for the opponent to kill him. A 4th-tier formation master, a 4th-tier alchemist, and a 4th-tier talisman master, these 3 professions. To kill him it would require a single strike that left him no time to retaliate. But Lai Zun did not possess that kind of capability. At least he needed to be at the peak of the nascent soul stage to pose a life-threatening danger to him. Not enough. Huh. Lai Zun seemed to find this quite amusing, laughing so hard that his face turned red. You in the early nascent soul stage, what can you do even if you possess some extraordinary abilities? After speaking, he concentrated his magic, launching a punch. The fierce attack shook the ground, sending shockwaves for miles. Boom bang. The spiritual boat shook violently, and Chen Feng let out a soft grunt. A row of talismans appeared in his hands, instantly radiating brilliant light, dazzling to the eye. Underfoot, countless runes emerged on the spiritual boat, twisting like swimming dragons. If you are unconvinced, come and challenge. Chen Feng said, nonchalantly turning and leaving with grace. I will wait for you inside. Chen Feng said casually. Lai Zun was left stunned, ultimately witnessing Chen Feng's calm and carefree demeanor. His heart raced, nearly going berserk. Seeking death. You are 2 tiers higher than me, and still trying to act tough. A massive axe appeared in the sky, which Lai Zun grasped tightly, flames igniting on the axe blade. With a heavy swing, the entire spiritual boat trembled. A gap 2 people wide appeared, seemingly waiting for Lai Zun's entrance. Lai Zun held the massive axe, staring at the gap with some hesitation. Suddenly the gap twisted as if attempting to close again. Just a mere early nascent soul. Without the formation I could slay him with a single blow. Break the formation. He roared, charging directly into the formation. As long as the formation is broken, he was confident he could kill Chen Feng. Arrogant. Seeing Lai Zun enter, Chen Feng lightly shook his head. Once inside the formation, he would first wear down his sharpness. Chen Feng thought to himself. Meanwhile, in the imperial city, Shenlin Mei, who was discussing with several transformation gods about distributing this bounty, suddenly froze. A talisman fell from the sky, rapidly igniting. Damn it! She exclaimed, rushing out of the imperial city, without a second thought, transforming into a streak of light heading south. Elder Lin Mei, you don't need to follow me, this is my own affair. Noticing the presence of 3 transformation gods behind her, Shenlin Mei snorted coldly. I hope this matter bears no trace of you. Suddenly her speed surged, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Inside the formation. Chen Feng, you little brat. Lai Zun's eyes were about to burst with rage, having already broken 2 major formations. Yet he discovered that these formations were interconnected, each one stronger than the last. Watching the disheveled Lai Zun, Chen Feng's gaze was fixed on every corner of the grand formation. Still holding back. Lai Zun was merely a scapegoat on the front lines. The blazing formation before him could already be deemed as a cohesive 5th-tier formation. Only forces above the transformation stage could set up such a formation. No matter, break the formation. Chen Feng took a deep breath, glancing at Lai Zun, still trapped within the formation. At least it could hold the liaison for a few hours. Chen Feng directed his gaze towards the grand formation in the sky. He only needed to break it now. I hope you can arrive soon. Chen Feng couldn't be sure if this formation could contain his messages. If it couldn't, he absolutely couldn't just sit. Chen Feng exited the formation and approached the blazing array to deduce its workings. Could it be Ziwei Doshu? A glint of sharp light flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. As he formulated the array's break, Ziwei was also in operation, with one rune after another being broken. The entire fiery sky dimmed considerably. However, the drain on his mental energy was immense. A quasi-5th-level formation is still somewhat challenging. Chen Feng's complexion turned slightly pale as he took a yolong fruit and swallowed it. In less than a moment his breath returned to normal, even more vigorous than before with the blood in his body being stirred by the medicinal power. 5th level Formation Master. A hint of wariness appeared in Chen Feng's eyes. No, perhaps not, rather it is a quasi 5th level. The formation contained the power of the Yuan Shun, indicating a transformation master was involved. Instantly he felt a chill run down his spine. A transformation master should not be so idle, right? He was merely at the early stage of the Yuaning. How could he provoke a transformation master? Moreover, this was Dachu. If an external force entered, especially a transformation master, and targeted the local forces Yuan-ing, it would undoubtedly incite hostility between the two major factions, making it a Pyrrhic victory. The issue was that the other party was acting to help, but the ultimate executor was the Liaison, not themselves. Chen Feng leaned more towards the royal lineage while the Liaison came from the Immortal Gate. The Liaison harbored a grudge against Chen Feng for exterminating his sect, and a hatred for killing his son. The reasons and motives for his actions were entirely plausible, even irrefutable. Then there is no transformation master on the other side. After pondering for a moment, a gleam of light flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. Even if there were people, they wouldn't exceed the peak of the Yuaning, and would belong to the type that was just raiding the array. In that case, the stagnant waters could be revived. Break the formation. A cold glint flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. The top-tier treasure sword box appeared, locking onto the array's core, forcefully shattering the main runes. The golden energy of the sword box surged forth, the killing power breaking through the sky. Pierce. Chen Feng grunted coldly. The sword box opened and 7 streaks of golden light flashed past, each striking towards a core position of the array. Boom. The long sword entered the formation, stirring the blazing clouds. The sky momentarily turned illusory, and the terrifying flames engulfed the long sword, attempting to melt it. Suddenly, a heavenly fire descended from the sky like a meteor. Once it landed, this kind of flame would undoubtedly reduce the surrounding area to nothingness, posing a significant threat. Chen Feng could no longer be concerned about anything else. He controlled his magical power to manipulate the sword amidst the fire curtain. Each slash released sword chi, causing flames to fall from the sky. Before long, the fire curtain became increasingly illusory. Chen Feng shouted, and a long sword entwined with thunder and etched with numerous fierce runes appeared in his hand. Shocking heaven. Thunder slash. Chen Feng cried out, expending all his thunder attribute powers, striking towards the center of the fire curtain, aimed at the vortex created by the 7 magic swords. The thunder rumbled. The fire curtain erupted. The flames in the air gradually receded, sparks scattering in all directions. The formation was broken. The formation. On the spiritual boat, the Liaison, trapped by a certain layer of entanglement, saw the fire curtain dissipate, leaving behind a streak of fiery red cloud, and his mentality began to collapse. You actually broke the Elder's formation. An angry roar came from not far away. A man in a magic robe charged over, roaring. Liaison is dead. Then you must die too. The man in the magic robe struck out with a palm, and Chen Feng felt a gust of wind hit him, blowing him back several meters. He hurriedly used teleportation to dodge. Boom. In the distance, a deep pit several dozen zhang deep and 3 li wide appeared, still emitting smoke. Peak of the Yuaning. Chen Feng gritted his teeth, shattering another golden leaf in his hand. He took out a small stack of spirit talismans and threw them into the sky. His magical power summoned, converging into a golden-bodied Arhut, who punched out with overwhelming force, pushing the opponent back several meters. Great might, heavenly dragon. Chen Feng silently chanted, forming a hand seal with one hand. Within his body, magical power and blood energy rapidly drained. A golden dragon manifested, its terrifying body stretching hundreds of meters long, anger flashing in its golden eyes, emanating boundless pressure as it roared towards the man in the magic robe. What kind of technique is this? The man in the daoist robe was startled. He could clearly sense the pressure emanating from the golden dragon. The lifelike true dragon charged forward, causing his heart to skip a beat. A sense of urgency welled up within him as he raised both hands to release a wave of magical energy, intending to intercept the dragon. This strike consumed a significant amount of Chen Feng's energy. Not far ahead, the energy fluctuations broke through the sky, the sound of the dragon's roar ringing in his ears. The red clouds swept away, leaving behind scattered golden light. Chen Feng took out a yolong fruit and swallowed it in 2 bites. Pure energy washed through his limbs and bones, cleansing his bloodlines. In an instant, he recovered from his deficiencies, his magical power boiling and his root bones being improved as the factors in his bloodline were gradually altered by a breath of energy. Another great might, heavenly dragon, was unleashed. After being pushed back several dozen meters, the opponent roared and charged towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng's expression changed, realizing his strength still fell short. Even unleashing his most powerful strike consumed a massive amount of his magical power. Although its power was not weak, it still fell short against the peak of the Yuaning. At least it's at the integration stage. The man in the magic robe revealed a greedy expression. Chen Feng's 2 strikes astonished him. If his strength were any weaker, he might have been overwhelmed. A technique capable of unleashing such power from an early Yuan must be of considerable grade. Kill him, seize this manual, and then I can roam freely across the world. His greedy thoughts stirred wildly in his mind as his magical power surged even stronger, intending to strike for a certain kill. The winds shifted and a wave of demonic sounds swept through the air. The man in the magic robe paused for a moment, a clear shout echoed into the sky as he gradually closed in. What courage! Come. Sheng Lin Mei appeared and attacked with all her might. The might of the transformation master was vividly displayed, shaking the heavens and the earth. The holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect. You cannot strike against me, unless you wish to. I want you to die. Chen Feng could no longer tolerate it. He drew his sword box, and the 7 magic swords' power shattered the sky, one sword overlapping the other. A massive sword appeared out of nowhere, pressuring the ground heavily as it struck down towards the man in the magic robe. Blade of annihilation slash. The moment Sheng Lin Mei drew her sword, the man in the magic robe, momentarily dazed by Chen Feng's intimidation, had his head cleaved off by a single strike. Once again, thunder rumbled down from the sky, sending his Yuan, which was about to exit, crashing back in. Imprison. Chen Feng waved his hand, grandly combining the powers of thunder and ice to form a cage that enveloped the man in the magic robe. Meyer helped me severely injure that Yuan late-stage practitioner in the formation. Remember, don't kill him for real, just half dead will do. If possible, seal his Yuan as well. Sheng Lin Mei nodded quietly, her large hand striking out to pull the struggling Lie Zun from within the formation. Ascended to the divine spirit realm. Lai Zun's eyes widened in shock and fury. He could not fathom how an ascended sovereign had appeared here. And this is the Great Shu realm. You must not. And must not what? Sheng Lin Mei's divine sense stirred, pressure surged, and her spiritual energy manifested as a colossal hand that clenched with crushing force. Pooh. Lai Zun's face paled instantly, blood erupting from his mouth. His 5 vital organs were compressed, his body felt on the verge of explosive rupture. Ni's spiritual energy could not circulate. Not even his nascent soul remained free, sealed tight by her sovereign divine sense. He was utterly powerless, helpless as a fledgling chick. Feng Lang, shall I kill him? Na chilling aura of lethal intent shimmered in Sheng Lin Mei's gaze. Leave him alive, render him incapable of resistance, then hand him over to me. I have urgent use for him. Lai Zun's heart convulsed violently. What had he just heard? An ascended sovereign addressing Chen Feng so intimately, by the name Feng Lang. Despair flooded his eyes as he turned his head with agonizing effort toward Chen Feng, his gaze burning with bitter, unyielding resentment. Chen Feng wanted him alive. That much was unmistakable. He was about to fall into the hands of the very man who would erase his lineage, endure unspeakable torment, and die in utter degradation. Ugh! Lai Zun thrashed violently, desperate to detonate his nascent soul rather than perish in humiliation. But Sheng Lin Mei would never grant him such a mercy. With a subtle shift of force, savage energy assaulted his consciousness, while her divine sense locked down his nascent soul. Within moments, Lai Zun slipped into a death-like trance, and Sheng Lin Mei cast him contemptuously at Chen Feng's feet. Handled, and him. Chen Feng gestured toward the robed man imprisoned within the palm immortal realm. She reached out, her divine sense instantly sealed his nascent soul, then kicked him hard toward Chen Feng's feet. Thank you, Mayor. Chen Feng smiled. Had Sheng Lin Mei not arrived in time, he would have been locked in a brutal, possibly fatal battle. Others are approaching. I cannot remain here. Likely one of your great Shu ascended sovereigns. Feng Lang. Take care. With those words, Sheng Lin Mei vanished, gone in the blink of an eye. Take care. Chen Feng smiled faintly, then kicked both the nascent soul and the comatose Lai Zun into his omnipotent storage ring. Moments later, Shu Yunjie descended from the horizon, crossing the distance in 2 strides to stand before Chen Feng. Lai Zun. Chen Feng gave a quiet, solemn nod. He sighed, deeply surveying the ravaged land. Was it an ascended sovereign who struck? Shu Yunjie's gaze settled upon Chen Feng, questioning. Unclear. Chen Feng shook his head and said, This time Lai Zun acted under the shadow of an ascended sovereign, who deployed a near 5th-year formation. Elder Ancestor Yunjie, do you know who intervened? Shu Yunjie's expression flickered with mild surprise. Then he dismissed it, not Huayu or Tianyu immortal sect. If he is a near 5th-year formation master, he will be easy to identify. Then Shu Yunjie spoke directly, recall. Whom have you offended? Lai Zun lacks the audacity. Huayu would never commit such folly. After a moment's reflection, Chen Feng replied, aside from the Song clan, no other ascended sovereign faction comes to mind. After all, I slew their direct heir, and amidst a nascent soul cultivator. Right beneath their very eyes. Their magnanimity could not possibly extend that far. This had been Chen Feng's initial deduction. Elder Ancestor Yunjie pondered, then finally shook his head. The Song clan has motive, but they are not so reckless. Moreover, their sect specializes in arcane arts. They possess no formation masters. Yet if such a cultivator has intervened, the Imperial House will launch a full investigation until the perpetrator is unearthed. Na frosty glint hardened on elder ancestor Yunji's face. Both Huayu and he knew well Chen Feng was a fourth-tier alchemist, a treasure beyond measure cherished, not threatened. How then could anyone compel Lai Zun to assassinate him? Await my report. Elder ancestor Yunjia exhaled softly, his gaze sharpening with cold, lethal resolve. No matter how far Chen Feng advanced within the Great Chu realm, he remained a subject of Chu, a pillar of its strength. And even should he ascend to the divine spirit realm, he would become a cornerstone of the realm itself. For the Imperial House, the benefits vastly outweighed any risk. This world honored power above all else. In true supremacy resided not in authority, but in individual might. Chen Feng nodded slightly, and bowed deeply grateful for your efforts, elder ancestor. Chu Yunjia waved dismissively I shall escort you back to Chen Commandery. Chen Feng glanced at what did this imply? Na personal ascended sovereign assigned to the clan head. Yet Chen Feng harbored too many secrets. Best to decline. Chen Feng shook his head thank you, elder ancestor. But since the assailant's first attempt failed, we are now vigilant. A second strike would only invite greater peril, hardly worthwhile. Chu Yunjia nodded. Ni's offer to escort Chen Feng stemmed less from courtesy, and more from a sense of duty breached, and quiet apprehension over Chen Feng's possible misgivings. In truth, would an ascended sovereign truly waste time on such trivialities? Na crimson jade talisman gold embossed with the bold character Jia fell into Chen Feng's palm. Keep it. Should danger arise, crush it. So long as you remain within the Great Chu realm, I shall arrive without delay. And moreover, it contains my divine essence, capable of unleashing a single ascended sovereign-level strike, buying you precious moments of reprieve. Chen Feng accepted without hesitation. Nabun offered freely. Why refuse? In deep gratitude for your protection, elder ancestor. Chen Feng clasped his fists in formal salute. A rare smile softened the elder's stern features. Then in an instant he dissolved from the heavens. Chen Feng gazed after the departing figure, eyes alight with quiet yearning. What defined an ascended sovereign? Not merely overwhelming power, but velocity bordering on the transcendent. Vanish, then gone. No hesitation, no trace. Chen Feng secured the talisman, deactivated the spirit boat formation, and resumed his journey toward Chen Commandery. On the deck, Chen Feng withdrew a nascent soul, and Lai Zun himself from his storage ring, and with a pulse of will implanted a demon seed within each. Even when the target vastly surpassed him in cultivation, absolute success was guaranteed, provided resistance had been fully extinguished. Na flash of obsidian light crossed Chen Feng's eyes, twin wisps of black mist slithered into their mouths. Chen Feng's aura dimmed sharply, 150 years of lifespan evaporated. Ni's vital energy wavered violently. Then abruptly his blood began to boil. A portion of his blood transformed. In dragon blood transmutation, Chen Feng was astonished. He had consumed only 2 dragon-riding fruits, believing their effect negligible, their claims of bloodline alteration mere fantasy. Such potency surely held no sway over a pure-blooded human like himself. Yet precisely as his vital energy faltered, the latent potency of the dragon-riding fruits surged forth. Dragon transformation, Na flood of ancestral memory, surged into his mind. Guidance on mastering his bloodline, evolving into a half-dragon being. Chen Feng's expression darkened, then hardened with resolve. Suppress. He roared low, energy churned within him, and the nascent divinity in his transforming blood was ruthlessly subdued. My blood, alone, is supreme. He thundered, born not of lineage but of origin, the first ancestor of his race. When transformed into dragon blood, what would I become? A member of the dragon clan. Would my descendants also turn into dragon people? This is something Chen Feng could never tolerate. The bloodline of the human race is the strongest, and my bloodline is no exception. Devour. Chen Feng exclaimed softly, controlling his divine essence within the transformed blood to begin absorbing dragon blood and enhancing his own bloodline. What is father doing? Chen Ruashi walked onto the deck and saw Chen Feng sitting cross-legged on the spiritual boat, his aura somewhat disordered and rather terrifying. Could it be that he is injured? A hint of anger flashed in Chen Ruaxi's eyes. Ruashi, we are protecting your father. He is transforming and enhancing his bloodline. Bloodline. A look of confusion appeared in Chen Ruaxi's eyes. In the immortal realm, there is a saying that the human race also has distinctions in bloodlines. And we, including your father, belong to the postnatal human race, the group with the faintest bloodline. Postnatal. Chen Ruashi was even more puzzled. It was her first time hearing this term. That's right, the bloodline of the postnatal human race is the thinnest, yet it is the most populous group. The postnatal human race cultivates slowly. Their bloodline is weaker, lacking any bloodline divine abilities, and they are incredibly weak compared to those beast clans, divine clans, and immortal clans, but they also have limitless potential. However, postnatal humans are born without any cultivation, everything must be accumulated and improved gradually, and they face numerous bottlenecks with a very high requirement for talent. Hua Qingwu said slowly, her voice filled with a hint of emotion. In addition to the postnatal human race, there is also the innate human race whose bloodlines are powerful and rich, stronger than those of divine clans and immortal clans, and they are the pillars of our human race. The innate human race does not face bottlenecks before becoming immortal. Their cultivation speed is extremely fast, and most importantly, they possess many bloodline talents and divine abilities. Of course, these are all refined from the bloodlines by the powerful humans into divine techniques and immortal methods. Chen Ruox's expression was one of astonishment at the terms Hua Qingwu was using. His father changing his bloodline, returning from postnatal to innate. Chen Ruoxi blurted out this statement. Hua Qingwu's expression suddenly changed, looking at her precious disciple with a strange gaze. Chen Ruoxi chuckled. Father has told me many stories like this about bloodline reversal. And Nuwa mending the sky, the 3 sovereigns, and 5 emperors. As she spoke, Hua Qingwu's eyes became filled with terror. Her voice dropped significantly. Did your father tell you all these? That's right. Chen Ruoxi calmly hissed. If it weren't for Hua Qingwu being a ghost, she would have gasped in shock. The things she spoke of were terrible. I see now, oh, everything makes sense. Your father must have been a powerful being of the human race, or even an innate human. Hua Qingwu muttered, her eyes filled with astonishment. Then her demeanor changed to one of grave seriousness. Ruoxi, you must not speak of these stories your father told you. Keep them to yourself. Hua Qingwu's expression was extremely serious. Her authoritative voice echoed in Chen Ruox's ears. Understood. Chen Ruoxi nodded, her eyes now filled with many speculations. Thus she emulated her father, sitting down on the deck to take on the role of protector. At that moment, Chen Feng was grappling fiercely with the power of the dragon blood. His face sometimes contorted in pain, other times revealing a look of shock. He discovered that after absorbing the energy of the dragon blood factor, the essence of his bloodline began to change. The enhancement in power was immense, and the color of his blood transformed into a light golden hue, emanating the aura of another life level. Something is happening. Chen Feng took a deep breath. This was a monumental opportunity. Ding. Main quest released. Purify all your blood and elevate your bloodline to innate. Completion 2. Reward Immortal Technique. Qianquan Transformation Palm, first 3 layers. Immortal Technique. Sun and Moon Immortal Decision, first 3 layers. Heavenly Reversal Seal. Inheritance points 500. Freely assignable skill. Cultivation. Years. Chen Feng took a deep breath, pulling his gaze away from the system. This time the system's rewards were incredibly rich. 2 immortal techniques, the Heavenly Reversal Seal, and 50,000 inheritance points. All of this could elevate his power to another level. As for the conversion of his bloodline to innate, Chen Feng suddenly had an epiphany. Memories flashed through his mind, so familiar, too familiar. Chen Feng gazed at the several baskets of dragon's flight fruits, thinking to himself, what a wonderful item. The medicinal power of 2 dragon's flight fruits has elevated my bloodline by 2%. Continue to strive. Chen Feng was invigorated. The enhancement of his bloodline would have an immense impact on his clan. Chen Feng took out several more dragon's flight fruits and refined them all. In an instant, his depleted vitality was replenished, and even his lifespan increased significantly. His face radiated, and his blood boiled within. Without hesitation, Chen Feng turned his gaze to the robed man and Lai Zun. Since reaching the peak of his Dao heart, he had not yet used his strongest move. Since the dragon's flight fruits could replenish lifespan, they would be even more effective when his vitality was waning. Therefore, alter. With a thought, Chen Feng's gaze transformed from black light to purple light, enveloping the 2. I am supreme, I alone am exalted, obey all commands, even unto death. Chen Feng modified the will of the 2, implanting his information as well as that of the Chen family. He altered their memories, adding many things while deleting others. In their hearts, Chen Feng was a god, and his will was their direction to be obeyed like puppets. Moments later, Chen Feng slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. His aura was severely depleted. This episode had cost him at least 300 years of lifespan. The medicinal power of the dragon's flight fruits began to boil, and his blood transformed. He controlled the medicinal power, directing his blood to begin to devour and purify. Thus he repeated the process of purification and devouring. The dragon's flight fruits were rapidly He controlled the medicinal power, directing his blood to begin to devour and purify. Thus he repeated the process of purification and devouring. The dragon's flight fruits were rapidly consumed. In just 2 hours, more than 50 dragon's flight fruits were consumed. His bloodline had been purified by nearly half. Main quest completion 39. It seems these dragon's flight fruits are sufficient. Chen Feng said calmly. Now he had already entered the territory of Qin County, his stronghold. He did not continue purifying on the spiritual boat, planning to first enter the Chen residence. Having been away for a long time, he returned. Qin County, as the Chen Feng know. 7 approached the alarm system, began to operate. In front of the Chen residence, countless members of the Chen family were quietly waiting at the door, their eyes filled with anticipation. When they saw the enormous spiritual boat slowly approaching, excitement filled the eyes of many, their gazes fixed on Chen Feng. No. 7. They looked at Chen Feng, who stood on the deck with his hands behind his back. Welcome back, ancestor. A sea of clan members bowed in unison, a truly magnificent sight. Chen Feng calmly waved his hand. Very well. During my absence, everyone has worked hard. Chen Feng was quite satisfied. The population had already surpassed 90,000, nearing the 100,000 mark. Furthermore, the territory of the Chun Manor had expanded significantly, surrounding the ascending Immortal mountain range, transforming it into a grand city. It was not inferior to Chunin City and continued to undergo expansion. Transforming it into the foremost grand city of the southern region was Chen Feng's primary goal. However, Chen Feng suddenly paused, his gaze fixed on the distance. Taking a deep breath, a flash of anger flickered in Chen Feng's eyes, which soon returned to normal. He waved his hand. Return to the clan, Chen Feng declared with authority as he steered the spiritual vessel to land atop the ascending Immortal peak. The clan members followed closely, each attending to their duties. In the back courtyard, many awaited eagerly, their expressions filled with longing. In the clan meeting hall, looking at the clan members below, Chen Shuling had even stepped into the golden core stage. Looking around, Chen Feng did not spot that familiar figure. Where is Chu? Reporting to Father, Chen Shud and Chen Muley have established a base in the chaotic domain, and Chu has gone to guard it to deter the small fry. Oh. Chen Feng's eyes glimmered with interest. The chaotic domain was a lawless area, a gathering place for various forces. Countless factions, both large and small, existed there, with several nascent soul forces as well. It was only 3,000 miles from Chen County. I understand. Chen Feng waved his hand, turning his gaze towards Chen Chuling with a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. Chuling, well done. As his first descendant with a spiritual root, Chen Feng had high expectations for her. Resources had always been abundant. Now she had fulfilled expectations by stepping into the golden core stage. Chen Feng felt a bit emotional and was genuinely pleased. Chuling, these 2 spiritual fruits are for you. Chen Feng smiled, taking out 2 Longyu fruits and handing them to Chen Chuling. Father, what are these? Chen Chuling was taken aback upon sensing the energy contained within the spiritual fruits that Chen Feng had handed over. You don't need to know. Come find me when you're ready to consume them, and I will protect and guide you. Chen Feng said with a smile. These fruits could enhance one's physique, providing immense energy and vitality, as well as improving one's root quality. Consider it a reward for Chen Chuling. Thank you, Father. Knowing the unique spiritual fruits in hand were precious, Chen Chuling carefully placed them in a box designed to prevent the loss of spiritual energy. The surrounding clan members cast envious glances. Chen Feng, observing the expressions in their eyes, said solemnly, for those who contribute to the clan, rewards shall never be lacking. The next clan member to reach the golden core stage will receive 1 Longyu fruit and 1 Tianqing fruit. As a foundation establishment cultivator within the clan, they were no strangers to the Tianqing fruit. Joy flickered across their faces, and their eyes shone with fighting spirit. Having a goal brings motivation. The rewards for wartime contributions will be doubled, the rewards for expanding territory will be doubled, and the rewards for births will also be doubled. At that moment, many people's faces flushed with excitement. Chen Feng spoke lightly. Chen Shiyuan, lead 10 foundation establishment members from the Shadow Pavilion and Martial Pavilion to the Chaotic Land to support Chen Chu. Expand towards Chimo City. Yes. The Chen family members accepted the order. Chen Feng waved his hand, announcing the end of this small meeting. Churin, stay behind. Chen Churin, who was about to retreat, paused his steps and leaned aside. Father, what is your— Chen Feng looked at Chen Churin, noticing a few strands of white in his hair, his voice filled with some emotion. Chen Churin was nearly 200 years old, yet he was only in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Though he had consumed many longevity-enhancing items, he was already 2/3 through his lifespan. Being burdened with trivial matters greatly affected cultivators. It's time to cultivate some excellent successors. As the clan continues to grow and expand, the affairs are becoming increasingly busy. You need to focus on your cultivation and step away from the trivialities. Father, Chen Churin clearly felt uneasy. You and Chu and Shuming are my first children. I do not wish to watch you grow old and pass away. Looking at Chen Feng's face filled with sorrow, Chen Churin ultimately nodded. Father, I understand. Longevity in the end is merely a lonely path for a single person. After the closest descendants and partners have passed away, even if one has countless grandchildren and descendants, that person remains isolated. They regard you only with reverence, fear, and admiration, but there is no kinship. They have not witnessed, experienced, or participated in the Chun family's rise from humble beginnings to its current state. Chen Feng nodded, letting out a sigh of relief. Chen Churin had been deeply involved in governmental affairs, exhausting his energy to the point where it even affected his lifespan, otherwise he could have had another 50 years. I will leave the task of cultivating successors to you. However, in the future the clan will only grow larger. Establish a clan affairs pavilion, set up 18 elders, and appoint 100 clerks to manage the affairs. Reserve the important matters for the 18 elders. I will leave the task of cultivating successors to you. However, in the future the clan will only grow larger. Establish a clan affairs pavilion, set up 18 elders, and appoint 100 clerks to— Furrowing his brow he spoke, Father, the authority of the clan affairs pavilion seems a bit too great. I understand. I will establish a law enforcement pavilion and let Chen Shuming take charge. Chen Feng spoke solemnly, gazing into the distance. As the number of clan members increases, there will inevitably be some bad apples among them. We must root these individuals out. This was also something Chen Feng had contemplated in advance. He had long determined the direction for the Chen family's future development. In a vast forest one can find all sorts of birds, not to mention the nearly 100,000 members of the Chen family. These are still his own descendants, not to mention the numerous maternal clans. Not everyone abides by the rules. There will always be those who take advantage of the situation to commit inhumane acts. This is something Chen Feng would never allow. I understand. I will abide by father's orders. Chen Shorin had also considered this matter long ago, but had never put it into action, for both sides are of the same bloodline. Moreover, with Chen Feng the ancestor still present, he could not overstep his boundaries. Chen Feng nodded, speaking solemnly. This matter should be your last task before you set aside your affairs. First note down those who have committed wrongdoings, and then handle them all at the next clan meeting. Chen Feng's voice was incredibly authoritative, carrying a hint of killing intent. Chen Shorin nodded in agreement, and then left the spot. His father intends to rectify the family's conduct. This task must be done well and beautifully without any hint of favoritism. After everyone had left, Chen Feng raised his head and quietly gazed at the ceiling. His feelings were somewhat complex. The larger the family grew, the more hidden filth began to appear. The hand that feeds must not be neglected, yet this cannot be ignored. Chen Shuming, I hope you will not let me down. Chen Feng squinted his eyes and quietly fell asleep. On the other side, in the chaos realm, Chen Chu and his group emerged from the mountain gate, exuding a terrifying aura. Fight! Today not a single one will be spared from Kai Min. Chen Chu bellowed, his blood boiling as he unleashed a powerful strike. The mountain protection formation instantly cracked, shattering into countless pieces. Feng Jian, I will not rest until you are dead. From deep within Kai Min, a latest golden core cultivator roared, charging forward with a long knife in hand. In an instant, blades flashed across the sky, glinting coldly. Oomph! Chen Chu's expression darkened as he let out a cold snort. His blood surged outward as he struck with his fists powered by martial essence. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed throughout the realm as a giant dragon conjured from martial essence roared and charged forward, its gaping maw devouring numerous blades of light, swallowing the opponent whole. Heavens collapse. Chen Chu did not give his opponent a moment to breathe, leaping into the air as his martial essence surged. The heavens and earth trembled, a vast sea of blood forming into a terrifying giant fist towering 300 zhang high, smashing down with overwhelming might to reduce his opponent to dust. Old ancestor. Just as the Kai Min cultivators charged out, they witnessed their own ancestor being reduced to ashes. This scene inflicted a severe psychological blow on the Kai Min cultivators. Avenge our ancestor. A fanatic charged out, his eyes ablaze with fury, his face flushed red as he roared, Avenge your horse. Brothers, run. Our ancestor was killed in one strike by the enemy. The others nearby cursed loudly, warning him not to drag them down with him. One by one they scattered like birds and beasts, each adopting a desperate attitude as they fled frantically towards the outskirts of Kai Min. The fanatic, however, was crushed into powder by a mere finger from Chen Chu. Kill! Chen Shiyuan roared, wielding a bright flag emblazoned with a large character for Chen. With a single sword strike, he killed a Kai Min member who was still in a daze, leaping to the highest building of Kai Min and planting the flag. From today on, Kai Min is finished. From now on, Kai City will be renamed Feng City, ruled by my Feng Dian. Chen Shuan's voice echoed throughout the city, leaving countless Kai Min cultivators stationed outside utterly confused. Had their sect been destroyed? As they stood there bewildered and at a loss, Chen should charged around with a flag. Kill the people of Kai Min. In just half an hour, countless Kai Min strongholds were slaughtered. The people of Kai Min trembled in fear, akin to rats crossing the street. Many directly defected on the spot, becoming vassals. Chen Shu did not kill these surrendering factions, as there was a custom in the Chaos Realm. Surrender, and you shall not be killed. Of course their fate would not be much better. They were assigned to mine. Second-tier spirit vein. Chen Shu arrived underground in Kai Min, where a second-tier spirit vein quietly exhaled spiritual energy. This Kai Min, having been destroyed so suddenly, had its reserves left untouched. In the former Kai Min medicinal garden, Chun Mu was grinning from ear to ear. Looking at the vast medicinal fields, he felt a surge of pride. Report to the family, we have taken a city in the Chaos Realm. Chen Chu returned, and he did not plan to excavate the second-tier spirit vein Feng City, as the first territory of the Chen family in the Chaos Realm would remain untouched for now. After all, the clan did not lack this one vein. Master Chu, Elder Chuyan, has arrived. A chi-refining disciple rushed in to deliver the news. Chen Chu was somewhat surprised and stood up to greet him. Chuyan, what brings you here? Has father returned? He could only speculate this upon Chuyan's arrival. After all, it was rare for someone to come without him asking for help. That's right. Chen Chuyan smiled, her expression radiating joy as she praised. I learned about the change of ownership in Kai City the moment I entered the Chaos Realm. You're amazing, Brother Chu. You brat, stop with the flattery. Chen Chu chuckled. Continuing, Chen Chuyan added, Father has returned and set the schedule for the next clan meeting to be held on the day after the 5th month. Apart from a few essential people to stay behind, everyone must attend. Chen Chu nodded, appearing pensive. I understand a father must have important announcements to make. However, he felt somewhat uneasy about the recently conquered Feng City. How is it here? The city is initially stable. Chen Chuyan said, after father learns about the situation here, he will surely make arrangements. Brother Chu, do not worry. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and it was time for the clan meeting. Just in time, the Chen family's population had surpassed 100,000. Ding! The number of descendants has surpassed 1,000. Reward, 200 years of pure cultivation, 5,000 inheritance points, destruction seal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having over 1,000 descendants with spiritual roots. Reward, 200 years of pure cultivation, 5,000 inheritance points, flying dragon in the sky. Chen Feng said lightly. Claim. In an instant, countless pure energies surged into his body, cleansing his limbs and bones, even further purifying his bloodline, stabilizing his nascent soul. Suddenly his aura surged. His momentum rose to another level, and his magical power nearly doubled. I have reached the mid-stage of nascent soul. Chen Feng slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, his realm incredibly stable, appearing as if he had been honing in the mid-stage of nascent soul for a long time. Open the system panel. Name Chen Feng. Stage mid-stage nascent soul. Techniques, 10,000 spirits. Longevity technique, longevity scripture, basic manual, on talismans, hundreds of knowledge about talismans, Tao heart planting demons, void secret technique, pure yang decision, 5 elements decision, pure yang, immortal technique, primitive 3 seals, flying dragon, in the sky room techniques, pill, an artifact, compendium, Xian kingdom, in hand, great, might, heavenly dragon, Ziwei doshu. Array mastery, peak 4th tier, array master. Alchemic mastery, 4th tier, alchemist. Artifact mastery, 4th tier, artifact master. Talismans mastery, 4th tier, talismans master. Lifespan 4,256. Inheritance points 17300. Family members 1001 with 1000 descendants having spiritual roots. Main quest. Purify yourself completely, refining your bloodline to become innate. Completion 30. Reward immortal techniques, Qiankuan creation palm, first 3 layers, immortal technique sun and moon, immortal decision, first 3 layers, reversal seal, inheritance points, 5,000 years of skill proficiency to be freely allocated. Side quest, rectify the family customs. Perfect reward, 3,000 inheritance points, 1. Family prestige, 2,500 in this small place, no one does not know available, 1,100. Breakthrough. Chen Feng vanished from the secret chamber, stepping out to appear in midair above the center of the Chen Manor. The might of his mid-nascent soul stage aura spread out, causing the descendants of the Chen clan to tremble. Father's cultivation has grown stronger. As soon as Chen Chu entered the territory of the Chen Manor, he sensed the aura emanating from Chen Feng and was filled with excitement. Chen Feng advancing further meant the Chen clan could also advance. If he was stronger, the clan would be stronger. Husband. In the small courtyard, Xia Jiao was taken aback, then showed joy mixed with a hint of reproach. I am growing further away from you. No, I must be able to stay by your side. Xia Jiao gritted her teeth, resolute in her heart, waiting for the clan meeting to end before directly entering seclusion. Chun Roashi and the first generation of the clan had been waiting for a long time. Wan Wushan's eyes were filled with complexity. It's old, it's old. He shook his head and chuckled. Originally, he had entered the Chen family as a nascent soul, watching Chen Feng gradually catch up to him and surpass him. He had to admit that Chen Feng was a genius, an extraordinarily terrifying genius. Everyone gather at the clan meeting square in 2 hours. Chen Feng's dignified voice spread across the land. Chen Shuren and Chen Chuming nodded at each other. Is everything prepared? Chen Shuren's voice sounded somewhat weary. Yes, I didn't expect to catch so many people. I wonder how father will react. I hope father will not be angry. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At the clan meeting square, Chen Feng casually propped himself up in the main seat, floating in midair, overlooking the entire square. Strong figures from each generation sat quietly at the front. Time's up. Chen Feng's authoritative voice rang out, igniting intense reactions among the crowd. Long live the ancestor. The Chen clan is growing stronger. Chen Feng raised his hand in the void, signaling the end. Below, Chen Shuren was already speaking, announcing the next 5-3 plan, a grand objective. He reiterated the importance of procreation and education. After concluding, Chen Feng awarded those descendants who had made outstanding contributions, causing countless envious gazes. That's enough. Chen Feng's deep voice resonated, and a sudden pressure swept across the land, rendering hundreds of thousands immobile, with only a few exceptions. From today onward, we will establish the Clan Council and the Enforcement Council. All matters big and small will be handled by the Clan Council. Issues of injustice and abuse of power will be given to the Enforcement Council, which will forever judge the qualifications of every individual. Many people's expressions changed on the square. Chen Feng observed all of this with a composed demeanor as he spoke quietly. Chen Feng spoke at length, then suddenly changed his tone, anger flaring as he said, "As the family grows larger, it's inevitable that some parasites will emerge. Relying on the clan's influence, they bully the weak, oppress the women, and repeatedly destroy others' families, engaging in pillaging. More importantly, they humiliate their partners, and even kill them if displeased. All of this is unacceptable and severely violates the clan's principles." Chen Feng's voice was incredibly authoritative, infused with a trace of anger, causing many violators in the crowd to tremble in fear, filled with regret. Today the Enforcement Council is established, and for the first time we will punish these parasites in front of the 10,000 members of the Chen clan. Chen Feng's words resonated, and Chen Shuming immediately stepped forward. "I obey father's command." Chen Shuming exuded an extraordinary aura, glancing around with a cold gaze, saying, "Arrest those with Class A crimes." As Chen Shuming's voice fell, many clan members in the square suddenly changed their demeanor, their upper robes bursting open to reveal the distinctive attire of the Enforcement Council. "Chen Mohei, your deeds have come to light. The ancestor is very disappointed in you. Come with me for a moment." Suddenly 3 Foundation establishment cultivators surrounded the second-generation disciple Chen Mohei, directly restraining him. "What? Impossible. What is this? You can't just arrest me." His expression changed, unable to move as his body was locked down by 3 distinct energies, looking extremely distressed. He hurriedly resisted. "Whether you have done anything wrong, you'll find out when you get there." A nearby enforcement disciple snorted coldly, clearly showing no kindness. Enjoying good food and drink while defying clan prohibitions, isn't that asking for death? If such pests multiply, the clan's morals will surely decline. They absolutely would not allow it. "Let go of me." He began to struggle violently, panic evident in his pupils. A disciple struck him across the face, forcefully dragging him to the stage. Many people changed their expressions upon seeing the one being dragged onto the stage. As a second-generation disciple, his status in the clan was not low. At the front, Chen Chuhai cursed angrily. His seat exploded in rage as he kicked Chen Mohei, who was being dragged up, causing him to stagger and lose his balance. "Chuhai, go back." Chen Shuming's expression darkened at this sight, reprimanding him. Hearing this, the other party shot a furious glance at the rebellious son, who was getting up from the ground, and returned to his place. "Brother Chuming, it's my failure to discipline him, that wretched boy. No need to say more." Chen Chuming raised his hand. Below, more than 10 clan members were brought up. Moments later, some members of the maternal clan were also dragged onto the stage, along with dozens of others. On the enforcement platform, 121 people knelt on the ground. All of these were charged with Class A crimes. Seeing these people, Chen Feng let out a deep sigh, revealing a trace of anger on his face. He had not expected there to be so many descendants with Class A crimes. One must know that once labeled as Class A, they must have committed actions that angered heaven and man. Behind him, Xia Jiao stood quietly, reaching out her gentle hand to massage Chen Feng's shoulder. "Husband, there's no need to be angry. Our Chen family is numerous, and it's normal to have a few scoundrels. From now on, we must enforce strict laws and procedures." "I understand." Chen Feng's voice was somewhat low, clearly filled with disappointment. "With over 100 Class A criminals, what about Class B, C, and D? Doesn't that mean there are thousands involved? This implies that 1/10 of the population is at risk of violating clan laws. The majority of them are still mortals living short lives who break clan laws for the sake of indulgence. Chen Mohei, for your selfish desires, you exterminated 170 members of your own clan, forcibly took over 50 women, and used the clan's influence to run a gambling den, exploiting ordinary mortals in your territory, leading to over 10,000 people being uprooted and over 1,000 perishing. Upon returning to the clan, you repeatedly oppressed Chen Xing's faction, resulting in Chen Xing's untimely demise during a mission, while also swallowing the resources meant to support his descendants. Your crimes are unforgivable." Listening to Chen Shuming enumerate one crime after another, Chen Chuhai's expression changed, almost choking on his breath as his aura surged. "Bastard!" he shouted furiously, only to be suppressed by Chen Chuling beside him. "Chuhai, don't make a scene." Chen Chuhai also realized his loss of composure at this moment, as countless gazes turned towards him. "Father, save me." On the law enforcement stage, Chen Mohei looked at Chen Chuhai with a pleading expression. "You wretched child." He was furious, immediately kneeling before his father, whose face was dark as thunder. Father, the matter of Chun Muhe is my failure in discipline. I hope for punishment, and I will do my utmost to make amends for his mistakes. I will cultivate the descendants of the Chun Xinghu lineage. Humph. Father, the matter of Chun Muhe is my failure in discipline. I hope for punishment, and I will do my utmost to make amends for his mistakes. I will cultivate the descendants of the Chun Xing. Chen Feng spoke in a deep tone, not looking at him again. As his own grandson, how could he commit such heinous acts that angered heaven and earth? Upon seeing Chen Feng's disappointed gaze, Chen Chuhai instantly felt a wave of despair. He had let down his father's earnest teachings. Please let me die on the path of expansion and conquest. He sighed in silence, feeling decades older. On the law enforcement stage, Chen Shuming looked at Chun Muhe before him and coldly stated, Sinner Chun Muhe, you have violated a total of 21 clan prohibitory laws and should be executed and your soul destroyed. All resources belonging to the Chun Muhe faction are to be confiscated, and no cultivation resources will be allocated to the clan for the next 100 years. Kill. He snorted coldly, and the thundercloud formation in the sky was activated instantly with a thunderbolt as thick as a barrel descending from above. In an instant it turned him to dust with no soul remaining. Next, Qin Xingmi, grade A crime. Violated a total of 13 clan prohibitory laws, should be executed. All family assets are confiscated. The descendants of this lineage shall have their salaries deducted for 50 years. Chen Xinglu, grade A crime. Violated a total of 10 clan prohibitory laws, execution. All family assets confiscated, and the descendants of this lineage shall have their salaries deducted for 30 years. As the execution orders were issued one by one, many were left in shock, their faces turning pale. After executing each of the grade A criminals, the entire square fell into a deathly silence. Countless people lowered their heads, some filled with dread. The new clan laws are issued. I hope everyone will not violate them. Chen Feng waved his hand, and a golden book fell into Chen Chuming's hands. Disseminate the contents of this clan law to everyone, and require all to memorize it, otherwise their salaries will be halved. Chen Feng's voice resonated. For the family to thrive, we need quality members, quality. Not a bunch of deceitful and slippery individuals, even if they are all my descendants. Violating the prohibitions will still be dealt with according to clan law. Strict laws create strong clans. This is Chen Feng's belief. He leads the way while some descendants engage in deceit. How could he tolerate that? Dismissed. Chen Feng waved his hand and left the scene. The remaining punishments were left to the law enforcement pavilion to handle. Time passed swiftly. His bloodline refinement had reached 99%, just a final step away from transforming his acquired bloodline into innate. This is encouraging. Chen Feng exhausted all of his longevity true energy to cultivate a wave of dragon fruit trees. He harvested over 100 fruits once again. Swallowing down more than 10 dragon fruits at once, all his energy was mobilized. The last trace of bloodline was fully refined. A golden light radiated from his entire being, rippling like water waves. His whole body turned golden, every drop of blood shining like gold, even more potent than great restorative medicine. His life force transformed again, becoming several times more divine than before. Even the operation of his inner power hastened significantly, and the refinement of the spiritual energy from heaven and earth increased both speed and quantity. His strength doubled, his inner power storage doubled, and even his nascent soul turned golden. The nascent soul was also transforming towards the divinity, already able to utilize considerable divine power. The excess medicinal power of the dragon fruits was all used to enhance his root bone and physique. Even if he were to lose all cultivation, now Chen Feng could still single-handedly overpower an early-stage nascent soul. Chen Feng was quite satisfied with this, the only downside being that most of the medicinal power of the dragon fruits was used for blood purification, resulting in only a modest increase in inner power. But he had reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage, and the bottleneck felt non-existent. It must be time to marry. Chen Feng stepped out of the secret chamber, feeling quite relaxed. Today was also the day to wed the royal daughter of the Zhun Mountain King Chu Yunyu. The Chen family was decorated festively, bustling with excitement. Noble families from the southern region and even many great clans from the entire Dechu had arrived. This matter held great significance as the Chen family was forming a union with the royal family. The bride was the daughter of a prince at the peak of the nascent soul stage. The royal family placed great importance on the Chen family. Furthermore, Chen Feng ranked among the top in the talent list, defeating mid-stage nascent soul elites and slaying the prodigies from divine transformation families, showcasing extraordinary combat prowess. His descendants had also triumphed over several major factions' heirs, once again securing the top spot in the talent list for Dechu after thousands of years, gaining immense fame. Many came with the attitude of forming good relations. The princess has arrived. A loud voice echoed outside Qin County. Chen Feng appeared outside the city in an instant, welcoming the wedding procession and presenting each person with a third-grade pill. Brother Qian, thank you for your hard work. Chen Feng, dressed in wedding attire, smiled at his escort, Chu Qianyan. Seeing Chen Feng, the other party was also greatly surprised, and immediately congratulations fellow Daoist Chen Feng for taking another step in the path of nascent soul and ascending the immortal road. Thank you. Chen Feng smiled, noticing that the other party's strength had also increased, significantly reaching midstage as well. I also wish to congratulate you fellow Daoist on successfully advancing to midstage nascent soul. May you achieve divine transformation soon. Chu Qianyun smiled, valuing Chen Feng's congratulations greatly. Yet he also felt some bitterness within. How long has it been since he broke through to nascent soul, while he had remained in this realm for so many years before finally reaching midstage? Truly comparisons are odious. He sighed inwardly, feeling a twinge of envy. Please come inside. Chen Feng smiled, realizing it was inappropriate to linger outside the city. Brother Qianyun, how is His Highness? The two chatted as they headed towards the Chen residence. Thanks to you, he has successfully advanced to midstage nascent soul and is currently stabilizing his cultivation. You flatter me, His Highness is exceptionally gifted. I merely provided a slight assistance. Chen Feng smiled, welcoming the group into the residence. With Chu Tianhun entering midstage nascent soul, the Chu will likely begin to stir. Chen Feng looked up at the sky, murmuring a few words. But that is still not enough. Midstage nascent soul merely means more support, but the throne is still far away. As the representative of the royal family, Chu Qianyun stood in the center, holding a token in one hand and a scroll in the other, his expression serious as he proclaimed, by the decree of the ancestors, Chen Feng has accomplished many merits for the Chu and is specially appointed as the Duke of Zhen, and with the right to expand territory. Duke. This declaration sent waves of shock. In the Great Hall, the leaders of major factions in the southern region suddenly changed expressions, stunned and envious. This appointment is for a real power duke, and even a Zhen duke, which implies that Chen Feng may aspire to kingship in the future. The word Zhen represents so much the royal family's recognition and a drastic elevation in status. Among the southern region, there is only one unique Duke, Chen Feng. Thank you, esteemed ancestor. I, Chen Feng, will certainly fulfill my duties. And thank you as well, Your Highness. Chen Feng accepted the marquis order, feeling clear in his heart. This was a deal between himself and the second prince, but he never expected the second prince to be so supportive. A marquis. He has really made him a marquis. I must act decisively. Chen Feng thought to himself, and once again bowed in gratitude to Chu Qianyun. Thank you, Daoist friend Qianyun. Haha, no need to be so formal, marquis of southern town. Chu Qianyun quickly waved his hand, feeling envious of Chen Feng. Although he was also a marquis in comparison to Chen Feng, who had the prospect of becoming a king, he was merely a nominal one with no real power. Moreover, the second prince had instructed him to treat Chen Feng well upon his arrival. Chen Feng was also considered one of their own, thus feeling even closer. The intention to befriend him became clearer. Congratulations, Marquis of Southern Town. The guests around also stood up with smiles, bowing to Chen Feng. Especially the 7 major powers of the southern region, who showed a somewhat respectful attitude towards Chen Feng. In a celebratory mood, Chen Feng raised his cup and glanced around. He drank it all in one go, and then began to converse. Regarding Chen Feng, this rising star, the other powers no longer. Other families were merely parasites dwelling within the Great Chu. Haha, thank you all, let's drink to our heart's content. In a celebratory mood, Chen Feng raised his cup and glanced around. He drank it all in one go, and then began to converse. Regarding Chen Feng, this rising star, the other powers no longer held their previous attitudes, and their intention to befriend him was visible to others. The group drank until late at night, before leaving one by one. Chu Qianyun also expressed his intention to take his leave. Daoist friend Chen Feng, I'll be leaving now. Please take good care of the princess, and remember to come to the royal city to drink with me when you have time. Chu Qianyun also showed some signs of inebriation. During this banquet, Chen Feng had used spirit brew, which even affected those at the nascent soul stage, yet he did not use his magical powers to eliminate the effects of the alcohol. The hosts and guests enjoyed themselves. Brother Qianyun, please accept this. Thank you for escorting my wife to the southern region. Saying this, Chen Feng took out 2 small bottles and pressed them into his hand. You're being too polite. Chu Qianyun tried to decline. Hey, what kind of relationship do we have? I will undoubtedly trouble you in the future, so please accept it. Chen Feng smiled and shoved it into his embrace. Then I shall accept it shamelessly. If you have any requests, Chu Qianyun, under the influence of alcohol, spoke earnestly. Chen Feng's gift to him was undoubtedly something valuable. For a 4th-tier alchemist, how could his offerings be anything less? Haha, I'll be sure to thank you then. Chen Feng smiled as he sent away Chu Qianyun, who was like family, and turned to instruct the clan affairs hall to manage the scene. As for himself, he turned to the courtyard that had been prepared long ago. Yun Garden. In the Yun Garden, Chen Feng gently pushed open the door to a room adorned with vibrant red decorations. At a glance, he saw Chu Yun sitting on the bed, clutching her red skirt, visibly nervous upon hearing the door open. Yuna, there's no need to be anxious. Chen Feng walked over lightly, gently lifting the veil. He also used his magical power to summon a jar of fine wine, filling 2 cups. Let's drink the wedding wine. Chen Feng spoke, softly emphasizing the importance of the ceremony. Upon hearing this, the other party gently nodded, almost like a whisper of a mosquito. After one cup had been consumed, the two lay back on the bed. The red veil fell, and the red candles flickered. The bed, made of high-quality spirit wood, shook violently, producing a series of creaking sounds. Then the bed stopped shaking, and not long after, on the right side of the boudoir, a grand chair suddenly burst apart. The next day, Chen Feng looked apologetically at Chu Yun, who was still sound asleep. He gently stroked her cheek. The other party was merely at the peak of foundation establishment, while he used methods meant for nascent soul and even transformation realm. You've worked hard, my wife. Chen Feng gently kissed her forehead, and his true qi surged into her. Half a year passed, and the news of Chen Feng being granted the title of Marquis of Southern Town reached numerous factions, causing great envy. In a corner of the southern region, the Chun clan's reputation soared. Chen Feng was naturally aware of this. For instance, the three major families of Chunan City often sent their disciples to exchange ideas in Chen County. This facilitated many marriage arrangements. Chen Feng understood the intentions of the three major families like the back of his hand. They were merely afraid that he, as the Marquis of Southern Town, would rightfully settle in Chunan City and divide the fourth-tier spirit vein with them. Naive. Chen Feng sneered at this. He would certainly welcome anyone who brought benefits. As for Chunan City, once he became the king of Southern Town, being the central hub of the southern region, needed no further explanation. Currently, the Chen family was not very concerned with matters in the southern region. Beside Chu Mo City, a grand city was slowly being established. Three nascent soul experts acted, blasting the surrounding mountains into nothingness. They also expended vast resources, vowing to build a border city that would overshadow Chu Mo City. The royal family had considered the chaotic area, but there were too many complications to take action. Now it has benefited Chen Feng. Looking at the gradually completed southern town pass, Chen Feng stood at the highest point, gazing at the unclaimed land. The establishment of Southern Town Pass had also caused a huge stir in the chaotic region. The Marquis of Southern Town from Great Chu had entered their sights. Marquis of Southern Town. An old Taoist from the Star Observation sect muttered. Great Chu wants to make a move on our unclaimed land again. Minion, you worry too much. Don't forget about the national war. Great Chu cannot spare many powerful individuals to deal with our chaotic land. Beside him, a robust man covered in a murderous aura with flesh like steel spoke loudly. Tian Xiong, that's not for certain. A young man in a green robe shook his head with a worried expression. Xing, don't say that. I've told you, just call me Immortal. The young man in green immediately became agitated, showing some anger as he glared at a seemingly honest-looking middle-aged man beside him. Haha, aren't they all the same? The middle-aged man scratched his head. Wuhan, Immortal, you two don't divert the topic. What do you think of this Marquis? A seductive woman walked over, emanating an icy aura. However, Wu Hun shivered, saying, Bai Shi, can you not walk past me like that? It's quite unsettling. Hee, I like it, you can't control me. The woman, named Bai Shi, laughed while covering her mouth. Alright, let's talk business. The old Taoist Ming Yin spoke, somewhat managing to halt the petty squabbles. If the great Chu royal family and the immortal sects do not intervene, then I think this Marquis of Southern Town would not dare to emerge from his domain. Not necessarily. Don't forget old Taoist, the title and power granted to him by Great Chu. The words Southern Town say it all. He does not dare to leave his closed retreat. I have some understanding of this Zhun Nanho. He has just stepped into the midstage of nascent soul, and there are only 2 nascent souls in his clan. To attempt to leave and expand territory is akin to seeking death. Tian Xiong said, his eyes filled with murderous intent, creating a sense of overwhelming bloodlust in the surrounding area. Tian Xiong's words hold merit. With the 5 of us here, if this Zhun Nanho dares to approach, we will ensure he does not leave the chaotic land. Wu Hun dismissed his earlier clumsy demeanor, his tone laced with killing intent as he spoke solemnly. This is where he carved out his destiny. It was not easy to seize a piece of land and become the local tyrant, reigning as the emperor of this chaotic region. Now, however, someone wishes to invade and turn this paradise into territory for another nation. How could they? This Zhun Nanho harbors great ambitions. I think we should destroy his Zhun Nan Pass before it is completed. Let him witness our might and prevent him from infringing upon our chaotic land. The young man in the blue robe, Bu Mie Dao Rin, spoke up. That Zhun Nanho is no ordinary figure. If we act like this. The old Daoist Ming Yin felt it was somewhat inappropriate. After all, the area around Zhun Nan Pass belongs to Dechu. No. Since we are going, we must eliminate Zhun Nanho. I have scouted the perimeter. Zhun Nanho Chen Feng is stationed at his pass, and there are no other nascent souls present. This is a rare opportunity. If we can kill Zhun Nanho in battle, it would greatly benefit us. He established Zhun Nan Pass with the intention of invading our chaotic land. If we kill him, Dechu will have no energy left to target us. Bu Mie Dao Ren's voice carried a hint of killing intent as he spoke. I second that. We have grown accustomed to our carefree lives, and do not need Dechu to govern us. Wu Hun Dao Ren stepped forward, his voice deep and resonant. I also support this. I've heard that those righteous factions are too strict in their control over resources, which is detrimental to my cultivation. Anyone who comes will be killed. Bai Shi's voice was sharp, laced with a hint of enchantment, her eyes resembling those of a serpent, filled with chilling, killing intent. Then I also support this. Bumai's path does not align with Chu. Bumia Daoren laughed strangely, a brief flash of coldness in his gaze causing Ming Yin to pause and cast a deep look at him. Though he appeared so young, this man was actually several thousand years older than this old fellow. He was truly a prodigy. His path is also terrifying. What about over at Chu Mo City? Someone has gone. Alright then, let us proceed, as Bumia Daoren advised Ming Yin sighed, his mind free of worries. The 5 nascent souls suddenly unleashed their momentum, causing a wave of chilling pressure to envelop the center of the chaotic realm. The ancestors of the 5 major sects, how could they gather here? A golden core cultivator displayed shock, fear evident in his eyes. They are not here to harvest us, but rather. The golden core cultivator witnessed the 5 surging energies piercing the sky, approaching the borders of Chu. This made the golden core cultivator breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Within Zhunnan Pass, Chen Feng, sitting atop the high platform, suddenly froze, standing up to gaze into the chaotic realm. 5 nascent souls. Is this a show of force? Since the establishment of his Zhunnan Pass, he had indeed faced numerous minor threats, all of which had been repelled and slain. Having cleared the surrounding forces, his reputation had grown significantly, ensuring that no one dared to approach Zhunnan Pass these days. Now, however, the 5 major nascent souls had gathered. What could they be after? Pardon. A golden talisman flew from Chen Feng's hand into the air. With a command from Chen Feng, the talisman transformed into a beam of golden light, heading toward Chen Jun. Seal. 3 more talismans flew into the air, 3 large characters for seal materializing from the void, creating a barrier spanning 100 miles, isolating Zhunnan Pass from the chaotic realm. In the sky, the 3 glaring characters for seal emitted a thunderous light. All citizens of the city, heed my command and evacuate to Chu Mo City. Chen Feng's voice echoed throughout the majestic city. Countless cultivators and ordinary people, upon hearing this, orderly began to evacuate. Before long, the 5 energies drew near. Chen Feng released his nascent soul pressure, standing resolutely to confront them, warning the opposing forces. Oh, this Zhunnan Ho is showing us a display of power. 10 miles away, the 5 nascent souls sensed the fluctuations of Chen Feng's magical energy and chuckled. What should we do? Wu Hun said with a light laugh. Of course we must respond. Boom Ye sneered, his entire being bursting with energy, unleashing his magical power over the land. The 5 nascent souls simultaneously released their own might, their magical energy, soaring into the sky, bringing pressure with it. This caused panic to rise within Chu Mo City. A guard at the city wall wore a stiff expression, casting worried glances toward Zhunnan Pass. The 5 nascent souls gathering. Are they declaring war against the Chu? A commander in Chu Mo City shouted in anger, his voice echoing throughout the entire city. Countless guards and soldiers released their own auras, their might soaring into the heavens. Many cultivators within Chu Mo City also felt this atmosphere, their blood surging. They all unleashed their own momentum. No, they are heading toward Chunan City. A guard shouted. Since Zhunnan Pass is not yet completed, most likely they will. A guard shook his head, a look of deep sigh on his face. Having defended the borders for so long, he still hoped to establish another great pass to share the burden and intimidate the surroundings. Zhunnan Ho is stationed over there. I can sense his presence. A guard exclaimed with some excitement, while the person beside him sighed softly. Zhunnan Ho is in danger. The 5 nascent souls against a single nascent soul. It is obvious who would lose in such a confrontation. The borders of Chu are not a place you dare to act recklessly. A powerful aura shot up from the city, instantly rising above Chu Mo City, releasing its own pressure. It is General Yun Mu who has emerged from his retreat. A guard on the city wall announced loudly. Zhunnan Ho, I come to assist you. Chu Yun Mu's magical energy erupted as he rushed toward Zhunnan Pass. This route is blocked. Boom. A cold light flashed, and a terrifying spear gleamed momentarily. Bai Xiu, you should not interfere. Bang. 10 kilometers in front of Chu Mo City, Chu Yun Mu was blocked by a nascent soul cultivator, resulting in a fierce battle. The earth cracked and flames soared into the sky. General Yun Mu has been stopped. A guard exclaimed in shock. What of Zhunnan Ho? Countless people broke into a cold sweat for him. On the other side, the 5 nascent souls approached Zhunnan Pass. Chen Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back atop the newly constructed gate, his robes billowing in the strong wind. Zhunnan Ho, Chen Feng. Wu Hun said in a low voice, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Feng. Indeed, I wonder why you all have gathered at my Zhunnan Pass with such imposing airs. Chen Feng's expression darkened, and the ground before the 5 men suddenly collapsed as a golden sword descended from the sky. Why, oi? Ha ha ha. It'll kill you. Qinxiong stepped forward, the pressure of his nascent soul, late stage, rippling outward. A pillar of blood energy soared into the sky like a god of death, looking down fiercely at Chen Feng. Don't look anymore. Chu Yumu has been intercepted by our people. You can only blame yourself for building a city here, intending to stake a claim in my chaotic territory. You share this sentiment too. Wu Han stood side by side with Tianxiong and spoke in a deep voice. Chen Feng stood atop the city walls, his gaze indifferent as he stared at the 5 nascent souls. Since we have all arrived before your southern guard pass, is there any need for further discussion? Ming Yin, the old daoist, produced a whisk and gently waved at the 3,000 light threads tracing over the 3 large characters Zhen. Boom. Suddenly the barrier shook and the 3 large characters Zhen above the heavens rolled with lightning striking towards the old daoist Ming Yin. As expected of a famous figure from the Great Chu, even the 4th grade Lightning Jin Talisman can be brought out. The 5 joined forces to repel the counterattack of the Lightning Jin Talisman. The green serpent's eyes revealed a greedy glint looking at the Lightning Jin Talisman with insatiable desire. The Lightning Jin Talisman is a superior item among the 4th grade spirit talismans, something cultivators like them could hardly afford. They seldom even had the chance to see it. The treasures of the Southern Marquis are plenty. Oh, let's join forces to kill him. Well, split the spoils according to our contributions. First, let's break this barrier and drain the energy of the Lightning Jin Talisman. As they communicated through sound transmission, they looked at the Lightning Jin Talisman above them, also coveting the suspended golden giant sword. Oomph. Tianxiong snorted lightly, a fierce light flashing in his eyes as he swung his sword. The 3 characters Zhen instantly dimmed considerably. Chen Feng remained calm, watching the several individuals with indifference. 3 late-stage nascent souls, 2 mid-stage. This chaotic territory is truly a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Chen Feng scoffed, dropping 2 items from his universal storage ring. Kill. As the lightning light shattered, it unleashed its final energy, making a last counterattack against the intruders. Chen Feng also moved, retracting the golden giant sword that was hovering in the air, reducing it to a normal size in his hand. A sword slashed out golden light, dazzling, cutting through the sky at an extraordinarily strange speed, delivering a heavy blow to the foremost Tianxiong. Good courage. Tianxiong's pupils constricted slightly as he swung his great blade. Surprisingly, it ended in a draw. Such powerful combat strength. He is merely mid-stage nascent soul. This person must not be left alive. Tianxiong shouted explosively, realizing that a mid-stage nascent soul could strike a blow rivaling that of a late stage. Even if he does not enter the chaotic territory, if he continues to grow to the late stage and reach the peak, then wouldn't the chaotic territory be at the mercy of others? At this moment, the 5 felt somewhat fortunate for their choice to strike first. Even if they angered the Great Chu, what could they do? How much combat power could they muster for retaliation? Coming with fewer people means there's no return, while coming with too many leads to excessive consumption, and more importantly, the national war would become even more difficult. As the 5 struck together, 5 deadly attacks came. Beside Chen Feng, the 2 items rapidly expanded, transforming into 2 humanoid figures wearing masks. Respecting my master's command, kill. Boom. At that moment, the entire Southern Guard pass shook, the city walls crumbling in an instant. The sensation of shaking could be felt even in the Chu Mo city. The Southern Marquis still has reinforcements. Chu Yunmu, engaged in battle with Bai Xiu, let out a sigh of relief, suddenly striking with his spear, pushing Bai Xiu back. Give up. After all, you are not from the chaotic territory. If you stop now, there's still time, otherwise you will certainly die when the time comes. Chu Yunmu's bloodthirsty aura erupted, his gaze burning as he looked at Bai Xiu. Bai Xiu remained silent for a moment, casting a complex glance at the Southern Guard pass, where chaos erupted. He appeared somewhat hesitant. Chu Yunmu noticed his hesitation and spoke up. Bai Xiu, your cultivation is not easy, but it is incredibly difficult for a mere rogue cultivator to become a nascent soul. Don't throw away your future. The 2 nascent souls attacking the Southern Guard pass are not from the Southern Marquis estate. When the other 2 nascent souls arrive, old daoist Ming Yin and the others will certainly be defeated. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiu let out a sigh, retracted his spear, and silently turned to leave. Chu Yunmu said nothing further, a red light flashing on his spear as he locked onto Wu Han, who was fighting a masked man 100 miles away. It's you. Stab. He shouted loudly, pouring most of his mana into the spear, which began to tremble violently, its power breaking through the heavens. With a heavy throw, it instantly broke the sound barrier, piercing towards the battleground. Chu Yunmu himself took out a pill and swallowed it, transforming into a stream of light as he pursued. Why has the battle over there stopped? Wu Han retreated a few steps, sensing the direction of Chu Mo city. The fluctuations from the erupting nascent soul battle ceased, his eyes carrying a hint of confusion. Did Bai Xiu kill Yunmu? Or was Bai Xiu killed? He felt puzzled, but the current environment did not allow him to ponder too long. Number 1, ignore the others and strike that thick-faced idiot. Chen Feng swung his sword, deflecting Tianxiong's great blade, targeting the nascent soul peak he had controlled with his curse. However, due to his injuries being too severe after spending a great deal of effort to reshape his body, he had now only recovered to the late stage of nascent soul. Lai Zun, whose body had not been destroyed, was also at the late stage of nascent soul and was named number 2. Upon hearing this, number 1 kicked aside old daoist Ming Yan and turned to attack Wu Han. What the hell did my thick face offend you? Wu Hun cursed furiously, knowing he was only a mid-stage nascent soul and could not withstand the full force of a late-stage nascent soul. In an instant, Wu Hun was forced back repeatedly, while number 1, having shifted targets, was also heavily wounded under old daoist Ming Yan's attacks. Damn it, who told you there were only 2 early-stage nascent souls in the Chen family? Are you blind? Boomye daoist shouted, pushing back number 2 with his pale hand, cursing. The green serpent remained silent, her attacks growing even more intense and vicious, landing heavily on number 2. No other reason, just because the intel was collected by her people. Bastards, when I return, I will definitely skin you little harlots. She cursed angrily, not expecting that there were 2 nascent souls hidden beside Chen Feng. Qin Xiong watched as Chen Feng fought with him, without falling behind, also remaining silent. For a moment, they fell into a stalemate. Suddenly, old daoist Ming Yan shouted, Boomye, withdraw your hand. Let's together eliminate this latest nascent soul on my side. He is already heavily wounded. If we kill him, the situation will reverse, and Chen Feng will have no chance to turn the tide. Upon hearing this, Boomye decisively slapped away the flames that were entangling him, shouting to the green serpent beside him. Hold him back. Also, I want 40% of the spoils afterward. The green serpent had no choice. Her mana transformed into a long-toothed serpent tightly wrapping around Lai Zun. Eternal annihilation slash. Boomye daoist called out softly, his nascent soul emerging. In his hands, the dark golden nascent soul figure held a white spiritual sword. Not good. Chen Feng felt the heartbeat-like aura emanating from the nascent soul figure. The power of the primordial spirit. Chen Feng noticed the small white spirit sword, and his pupils contracted. Ming Yan daoist was also firmly restraining number 1, knowing the trump card of the undying daoist. Among his peers, no one could withstand it. Those caught would have their nascent souls destroyed, their bodies reduced to empty shells. Extremely sinister. Nascent soul attack. Chen Feng understood what this move was. For the undying daoist, possessing the power of the primordial spirit was astonishing. Especially since he utilized a nascent soul attack, allowing Chen Feng to witness it. In the chaotic realm, there were still talented individuals. Number 1, avoid this strike at all costs. Chen Feng said with a deep voice. Don't let him escape. The undying roared, pouring the primordial spirit power into the small sword, and the nascent soul figure made a sword-swinging motion. Seal. Chen Feng gathered runes in his hand, rapidly channeling his magic power into it, and thunderlight surged. Don't even think about it. Tian Xiong discerned Chen Feng's intentions and attempted to block his rescue. A blade struck the character seal, interrupting Chen Feng against his will. The extreme coldness spread within his body, turning the area within 100 miles into an icy plain. The power of extreme cold enveloped the space. Not enough. Tian Xiong shouted angrily, pushing back the ice tide. Slash. The undying daoist said lightly, and the nascent soul figure radiated brilliance as the primordial spirit power erupted. A sword pierced through the void, obliterating everything, swiftly slashing towards number 1. Demon annihilation. Chen Feng took a hit directly, the demonic law circulating within him. Number 1's body erupted with a strange purple light, destroying that primordial spirit in a blast. The 2 individuals nearby were pushed back, and the nascent soul quickly vanished into the horizon. The undying daoist spat out a mouthful of black blood, looking angrily at the nascent soul that erupted towards the sky. This person actually had such audacity, burning their nascent soul to obliterate themselves. Even if they escaped, they could not avoid annihilation. Not worth worrying about. Another mouthful of fresh blood spewed out, and the undying daoist's face turned even paler. The other 4 also witnessed this, noticing the loss of a nascent soul's combat power. However, Wu Hun was also in a dire situation, being the closest to number 1. After the self-detonation, even though he had defended with all his might, he was severely injured, and his arm was directly blown off. His magic power was also over half consumed. First surround and kill Chen Feng. Tian Xiong quickly reacted, swinging his sword. Ming Yan also joined the battlefield, while Wu Hun remained behind to take medicine for recovery. Whoosh! A long spear flew from the horizon. Wu Hun dodged. Just after leaving the explosion site, the old daoist Ming Yan suddenly changed his expression, looking towards the sinister light from the sky with narrowed pupils. He hurriedly shouted to Wu Hun. What? Due to the explosion's power obscuring his senses, the spear swiftly entered their range. By the time Wu Hun reacted, it was already too late. His physical body was instantly pierced, and the spear was decisively detonated by Chu Yunmu over 10 miles away. As his life-bound magical treasure, the resulting explosion was also terrifying. The nascent soul that had just emerged was obliterated in the blast. Wu Hun dead. Wu Hun. Tian Xiong shouted angrily, watching Wu Hun's aura fade rapidly. The aftershock of the explosion pushed several people back. Chen Feng and number 2 retreated, standing side by side to unleash a combined attack. Damn it. Old daoist Ming Yan furrowed his brow. Chu Yumu has arrived. Where's Bai Xiao? The undying Taoist's divine sense extended, failing to sense a familiar aura, and his expression turned cold. He must have sent Chu Yumu over. That brat is not worth strategizing against. Why, she said coldly. The others, being seasoned veterans, immediately thought of the correlation. Their expressions darkened. Fortunately, a nascent soul has fallen here, otherwise this battle would not continue. Why, she said solemnly, glancing at the spot, where Wu Han fell, looking somewhat grim. It's a pity for my friend Wu Han. Why, she, you go block Chu Yumu. We three latest-stage nascent souls will surround and attack Chen Feng, and number 2. Without time to think further, we must continue fighting. Wu Han's fall has reduced our top combat strength. Even if we retreat, having offended Chen Feng so deeply, he will surely seek revenge. At that time the situation will be even more difficult. Perhaps the Dechu royal family will also send aid. This battle can only go on. Why, she wasted no breath, her serpent pupils glowing green, as her magic power transformed into a 100-foot giant serpent, swiftly blocking Chu Yunma's path. An energy wave surged, and the two officially clashed. On Tian Xiong's side, the three latest-stage nascent souls also launched a joint attack. Oomph. Chen Feng snorted coldly. A news had already reached him from the fleeing number 1. Xia Jiao and the others were merely 100 miles away, and Chen Feng instructed them to relay messages to sneak over. As long as they could hold on for a few minutes, the Xia family members would be able to join the battlefield. Heavenly thunder annihilation. The power of thunder erupted, enveloping Chen Feng and transforming him into a thunder armor. Thunderlight flashed in his eyes, and Chen Feng soared into the sky, instantly obscuring the sun with dark clouds. Countless bolts of lightning flickered, and several heavenly thunder talismans flew into the sky. Countless thunders intertwined with electric light, stretching for miles. Zizz. Boom. Chen Feng unleashed a palm of thunder, causing a ripple that affected his entire being. The skies were filled with thunder, numbering in the thousands, like a horde of ferocious beasts charging towards the three of them. Chen Feng himself transformed into the Thunder King, his hair crackling with electric light, his entire body adorned with patterns of thunder. Such powerful thunder. Tian Xiong's expression darkened as he looked at the two companions beside him. Fellow Daoists, do not hold back. With Wu Han's fall, we have stirred up such a commotion. Certainly the various prefectures of Dechu will respond, and strong individuals will come to aid us. We must eliminate this disturbance quickly to avoid prolonged troubles. Old Daoist Ming Yan also stepped forward, using his whisk to sweep away a round of thunderstrikes. Tian Xiong's words hold merit. We must avoid prolonged troubles. After saying this, the old man's Daoist robe burst open, his physique swelling. The whisk in his hand rapidly expanded, each filament of the whisk as sharp as a blade, creating sonic booms with every movement. 3,000 filaments explode. He shouted angrily, the whisk shaking violently, each filament writhing like a long serpent sweeping towards the airborne Chen Feng. Do not harm my master. Number 2 erupted, engulfed in blazing flames like a fire spirit. He inhaled sharply, and his whole being rapidly expanded, then exhaled once more. A piercing sharp sound exploded forth, and golden true fire erupted. It transformed into a fiery phoenix, instantaneously severing hundreds of filaments. True fire phoenix. You are from Tianyu Immortal sect. Old Daoist Ming Yan's expression changed quickly, retracting the whisk. He could only recover the portion that had been singed, feeling immense regret. True fire phoenix. Tian Xiong's expression froze as if he recalled something. His pupils contracted. He shouted loudly. Not good, these two are not from the Chen family. There are still 2 nascent souls yet to reveal their true forms. The immortal Daoist vanished without a trace as Tian Xiong's voice fell. Only a phrase floated down, fellow Daoist, my nascent soul is damaged, and I can no longer fight, I must retreat. You scoundrel! Tian Xiong bellowed angrily as he retreated hundreds of zhang. Why she go? The Baishi, who was engaged with Chu Yunmu, wasted no time and detonated the transformed spirit snake, fleeing toward the horizon. If you leave now, it will be too late. Chen Feng moved swiftly. Multiple thunder talismans exploded in the storm clouds above. A barrier quickly blocked Tian Xiong and his companions. It swiftly surrounded the three of them. The immortal Daoist. Watching the disappearing aura in the sky, Chen Feng lacked the strength to pursue. Eternal Ice Nation. Just as the three attempted to break through the barrier, a delicate shout came from nearby. The path of extreme cold rapidly enclosed them. Thunder punishment. Chen Feng was equally cooperative. A thunderous beam, several meters wide, appeared behind him, crashing down towards the three. As they hurriedly responded, another palm struck from the right. It was none other than Wan Wu Tian, whose dark magical hand struck down, causing the three to momentarily freeze. In that instant of hesitation, the thunder beam descended. The Ice Nation arrived, trapping the three and forcing them to endure the blow. The weaker Baishi spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes filled with rage. Insidious. Ignoring her, Chen Feng looked coldly at the three, his tone somewhat regretful. The immortal Daoist has escaped, but capturing you three will suffice. Dream on. Tian Xiong shouted angrily, his physical form swelling as his magical power surged. With just the 5 of you, do you think you can hold us? In an instant the situation reversed. From 5 against 3, it changed back to 5 against 3. However, the advantage in numbers had shifted. Bai Shi, I leave those two early-stage nascent souls to you. Tian Xiong glanced at Bai Shi. Though she appeared battered, her aura had not diminished too much, making it simple to block the two early-stage nascent souls. Damn the immortal daoist. Tian Xiong looked in the direction of the fleeing immortal, snorting softly. If he had not escaped, the outcome could have been uncertain. Kill. Tian Xiong, furious, struck out with a saber towards the most threatening Chen Feng. After all, this person's thunderous power was exceedingly terrifying. Caught off guard, who could withstand such a blow? Tian Xiong, my friend. Ming Yen Lao Dao's face darkened as he looked at the fire gourd spurting flames before him, his fists clenched tightly, almost crushing his teeth. Block! He shouted, a bagua formation rapidly emerging beneath his feet, a giant green figure materializing behind him. He punched towards the sneaky Chu Yunmu. Having spent most of his magical power and destroyed his life magic treasure, Chu Yunmu was not at his peak. Ming Yen Lao Dao threw a punch, sending Chu Yunmu flying back several hundred zhang. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, his aura weakened further. Fight to the death. He quickly stood up, the power of his nascent soul enveloping him. The strength of his mid-nascent soul stage erupted once more, targeting Ming Yen Lao Dao from both sides. In terms of factions, he had no ties to Chen Feng. However, in the external sense, as fellow subjects of the Chu, and with the other being a marquis, he naturally had to assist with all his strength. Chu Yunmu. Silently glancing at the once again flying Chu Yunmu, he couldn't help but sigh. Truly a real man. After this battle, they would definitely become good friends. Tian Xiong, you will die today. Chen Feng returned his gaze, the power of his bloodline surging within him. His aura instantly soared, his eyes turning a faint golden light emanating from behind him. It was incredibly sacred. What is this? Feeling the wave emanating from Chen Feng's body, he was overwhelmed with emotion. He furrowed his brows, sensing this peculiar feeling. What a skilled tactic. He murmured softly, perceiving that Chen Feng's rising momentum had indeed increased his combat power further. This was a manifestation of Chen Feng fully utilizing the power of his bloodline. At the level of life, he was superior to Tian Xiong. Slay the gods. Chen Feng's eyes erupted with golden light, the power of his bloodline bursting forth as an ancient totem rose behind him, inscribed with sacred runes. Suddenly the golden light trembled, transforming into a long spear, a terrifying aura emanating from above. It seemed ready to pierce the heavens and eradicate all the power of slaughter, shaking the hearts of men. Such a domineering move. Tian Xiong furrowed his brows, as well the power of his nascent soul, shielding his body, his momentum rising again as he unleashed all his strength. Huh. The spear flew from his hand, the accompanying runes of the innate human bloodline, trembling, a primal force infused into the spear. In an instant the spear bore a faint sacred aura, the power of slaughter elevating once more. Its might suppressed the heavens and the earth, dispersing the storm clouds above. The sacred spear shot into the air at once. Tian Xiong found himself restrained by the overwhelming pressure, unable to move as the spear swiftly approached him. In an inconceivable speed it pierced through his chest. His life aura was instantly devoured by the spear, including his nascent soul power. Bang! Tian Xiong's body had yet to revert to its original form, towering several zhang, and fell straight down. How is this possible? Ming Yen Lao Dao's expression trembled, momentarily dazed. In his instant of distraction, he was engulfed by the fire dragon. Breaking free from the fire dragon again, his aura had diminished considerably. Chen Feng only felt a wave of exhaustion, his momentum plummeting as the golden light retracted into his body. The power of his bloodline fell silent. The bloodline divine ability is truly terrifying. A yulong fruit entered his stomach, the energy quickly washing through his limbs and bones. For a moment he recovered quite a bit, but the power of his bloodline was still submerged, seemingly needing a long time to recuperate. However, even so, it was still a significant gain. Defeating an early-stage nascent soul with his mid-nascent soul strength, especially against someone like Tian Xiong, who was a powerful presence in the late-nascent soul stage. A single strike was lethal, terrifying indeed. After this hit, Chen Feng believed that even a peak nascent soul would find it hard to withstand. However, he only had this one blow's strength. His mid-nascent soul strength utilizing the bloodline divine ability was too great a consumption. Currently, he had only comprehended this singular divine ability. Kill. The others snapped out of their shock, with Xia Jiao erupting directly. A faint indigo light radiated from her, the aura of extreme cold descending. Her magical power was rapidly consumed, even the power of her nascent soul was drained. The ice attribute force exploded in an instant. Everything around was frozen, even Bai Shi was confined. Wan Wu Tian shivered, and alongside Xia Jiao they held nothing back, unleashing all their power. A palm struck down from the heavens, instantly shattering the Bai Shi trapped in ice. It shattered into countless ice shards, even the nascent soul was completely obliterated. Another nascent soul had fallen. Jiao Wan Tian, you two hold Ming Yen Lao Dao together. Nearby Chen Feng shouted loudly. The second one instantly understood, and the fire prison descended. Though Chu Yunmu did not understand why Chen Feng wanted to trap him instead of killing him, he decided to comply with what was said. In an instant, the 5 nascent souls sprang into action, their immense magical power binding Mingyan, the old daoist, tightly. Do not insult me. Mingyan, the old daoist, suddenly realized that Chen Feng intended to capture him alive. As a latest-stage nascent soul, he still valued a bit of dignity. In an instant, his physical body began to swell, and the nascent soul within him stirred violently, igniting the sea of magical power. You want to self-destruct? You must ask my permission first. Seal. A golden sealing character descended upon Mingyan, the old Taoist's forehead, the sacred flowing light calming the agitated magical power within his body. In a moment his body returned to its original form. I intended to kill you, but since you have caused me significant losses, this debt is yours to repay. The golden sealing character gradually closed off his magical power, even silencing his ability to speak. His nascent soul was sealed away, and his consciousness began to sink. If he were allowed to speak, he would surely curse. If there is a grievance, it should have a head. If there is a debt, it should have a master. What do you want with me? Go find the indestructible one. However, Chen Feng did not give him the chance. With the first body collapsing, he also bore a significant part of the responsibility and had to expend many resources to recover. Moments later, Mingyan the Daoist ceased to struggle. Having already been drained, he was swiftly suppressed and fell into a state of oblivion. Thank you, General Yunmu, for your assistance. Chen Feng bowed slightly to the weakened Chu Yunmu before sincerely expressing his gratitude. It was my duty. The south gate was attacked, and I should intervene since the Marquis was trapped. Moreover, this is to Chu, he said with seriousness, his imposing aura radiating. Use these to heal yourself. Chen Feng smiled as he produced a storage ring and handed it to the other without hesitation. Know this is the reward for eliminating the intruders in the chaotic lands. It's a great merit. Chu Yunmu immediately tried to push it back, but Chen Feng naturally would not give him the chance. Just accept it. Please take care of my south gate in the future. You have worked hard in this battle, General. Without your assistance, our situation would have been even more dire. Very well. Chu Yunmu no longer declined and accepted the storage ring. After a brief exchange, he sent Chu Yunmu away, and Chen Feng looked towards the south gate, shaking his head. This gate will have to be rebuilt. Immediately, he summoned people to begin the reconstruction. Number 2, you will be stationed here to intimidate the small fry. Number 2 remained silent, sitting in front of the dilapidated south gate. Isn't this inappropriate? Xia Jiao looked at the latest-stage nascent soul cultivator sitting so unceremoniously at the ruined city gate. Do not mind it. Chen Feng shook his head and looked at Xia Jiao and the others. Let's go back to the clan. With that, Chen Feng picked up Mingyan, the old Daoist, and flew towards Qin County. Wan Wutian glanced at number 2, who was sitting cross-legged at the city gate, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. However, he did not dwell on it. Since the person himself did not care, he felt it unnecessary to comment. Thus, he soared into the air, heading towards Qin County. On the other side, Chen Feng quickened his pace, arriving in the forbidden chamber of the clan. Looking at the weak nascent soul before him, Chen Feng sighed. He took out a large barrel and placed it in, letting it soak. He then turned to Mingyan, the old Daoist, a dark aura spreading from his gaze, consuming him. Half a month passed. The battle at the south gate stirred waves throughout Dechu. Marquis Chen Feng and General Chu Yunmu joined forces to slay 3 nascent souls of the enemy and captured 1 latest-stage nascent soul. The South Marquis residents dispatched troops occupying 10 cities in the chaotic lands, expanding Dechu's southern territory. With a remarkable performance, the royal ancestors were overjoyed, designating all the surrounding mountains of Qin County as the territory of the Qin clan. They also promised that all cities obtained by Chen Feng in the chaotic lands would be under his jurisdiction, allowing him to become a true feudal lord, a small nation in his own right. Dechu was merely a nominal ruler. In an instant, Chen Feng's reputation soared. On this day, the mother of Chu Yushuan arrived at the Qin family. Your Highness the Empress graces us with her presence without prior notice, leaving me unprepared. Indeed, the mother of Chu Yushuan, a peak nascent soul existence, came to visit. Chen Feng felt a pang of discomfort. There is no need for such formalities. I heard that you provided Qin Tianhun with pills that can enhance nascent soul power. Wang Qianru's expression was unreadable, her inherent authority radiating as she fixed her gaze on Chen Feng. Chen Feng felt uneasy, raising his head to look at the Empress. Naturally, there was no need to elaborate on her appearance. She was among the top tier in Dechu. Directly asking, Chen Feng found himself at a loss for words. He could only force a smile and say, "That's correct. I wonder who told your Highness about this." Moi. Wang Qianru furrowed her brows. Seeing that she was unwilling to speak, Chen Feng did not pursue the matter further. After all, higher officials could easily suppress lower ones, especially when the other party was the Empress. I will speak plainly. I wish to ask you to refine some of those pills for my son. What do you think? She looked at Chen Feng, inquiring, her voice softening as she was making a request. Chen Feng rubbed his nose, smiled, and remained silent. What could he do? What dared he do? Chen Feng's gaze flickered over her. Since your highness is aware of these pills, I'm sure you understand how rare the materials are. Indeed, they are quite hard to find, Wang Qianruo replied with a charming smile, a storage ring flashing. Before him appeared a pile of medicinal materials stacked like a small mountain. My Wang family is one of the 3 great clans far stronger than Chu Tianhun's maternal family. Finding these materials is not a difficult task. So that's how it is, Chen Feng thought to himself. No wonder Chu Yuxuan, being a mere girl and currently weaker than Chu Tianhuan, had so many supporters. It turned out her maternal family was powerful. Thinking of this, Chen Feng felt a tinge of sympathy for Chu Tianhun. This boy spent half a year searching for these materials and only managed to find 2 sets. In contrast, Wang Qianruo directly presented 4 or 5 sets. How did you know which materials I needed? Chen Feng asked, somewhat curious. Wang Qianruo smiled. It's simple. Do you think I wouldn't know if Chu Tianhun took any action? Chen Feng frowned, feeling a sense of sympathy for Chu Tianhun. This boy has had a tough time getting to where he is now. However, the royal ancestors stand behind Chu Tianhuan, providing him with more support than other princes. This also indicates that the royal family does not favor princes with overly strong external connections, such as Chu Yuxuan, who is backed by the Wang family, one of the 3 great clans, and the Situ clan, one of the 3 dukes. Chen Feng frowned. Wasn't this openly aiding the enemy? Although he did not take sides in the eyes of the second prince's faction, he was already regarded as one of their own. Let this be a transaction. How about we split the pills produced evenly? This was a concession made by Chen Feng frowned. Wasn't this openly aiding the enemy? Although he did not take sides in the eyes of the second prince's faction, he was already regarded as one of their own. If word got out, it would have a negative impact. After all, he was the Marquis of the South. A powerful marquis, a prominent figure in Chu. Thus Chen Feng spoke with a serious expression. Not enough. I thought you would refuse, Wang Qianruo said with a gentle smile, a flirtatious glint flashing in her eyes. Aren't you afraid of what will happen if the second prince finds out that you helped me with alchemy? Chen Feng chuckled and shook his head, looking at Wang Qianruo. The empress wouldn't be so foolish. You came to me so discreetly that I didn't even notice your presence in my Qin County. Moreover, do you really think so? Chen Feng replied calmly, his gaze fixed on Wang Qianruo. The fleeting charm of her flattery dissipated instantly, revealing his noble and elegant demeanor. Interesting, Wang Qianruo covered her mouth and laughed. I've heard that you enjoy collecting spirit veins. In half a month, I'll gift you a 3rd-tier spirit vein. Then thank you, Empress. Chen Feng replied without any hesitation. Give me a day. After saying this, he ignored Wang Qianruo and vanished from the grand hall with the elixirs. Zhen Ho, you are indeed intriguing. Wang Qianruo watched Chen Feng's departing figure, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she stepped out of the grand hall. A day later, Chen Feng looked at Wang Qianruo, who was enjoying flowers with Xia Jiao, his expression darkening. He felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he approached to break the harmonious atmosphere. Empress, what are you doing? Chen Feng glanced at Xia Jiao, who had a smile on her face. He sensed something was off. Chen Feng nodded and stopped looking at her. No need to worry. No outsiders saw us. I have known Sister Jiao for many years. Isn't it fine to catch up? Alright, you are the most important as long as you are happy. Chen Feng covered his face, feeling slightly startled inside. This little fellow. Don't say it, Sister Jiao is indeed quite good to you, even speaking on your behalf for a match. Huh? Chen Feng was taken aback, looking at Xia Jiao with surprise. Xia Jiao smiled slightly. If you like her, I support you. Though her words were brief, Chen Feng could hear the deep affection. What are you surprised about? My elder brother died in the land of national war, leaving behind a beautiful wife and a little one, although that little one seems to have been taken by you. So I think you two are quite fated. The other party also needs a strong shoulder to rely on in this powerful Chen Feng. He frowned slightly, feeling that something was off. Is this your way of helping sooner? Don't you think you should thank me for this? How could I dare to do that? Chen Feng looked helpless, internally complaining. How could I possibly be that kind of person? What's there to be afraid of? The other party admires the Zhen Ho of Chu greatly. Moreover, can you really bear to see a weak woman struggling to survive in the mighty Wang family? Enough is this moral coercion. Chen Feng sighed helplessly. I am not that kind of person. Empress, please do not mention it again. Chen Feng clasped his hands behind his back, looking as if no one understood him. He turned and tossed away half of the elixirs, leaving without a trace. After Chen Feng departed, Xia Jiao chuckled softly. Sister, don't take it seriously. I miss Sister Weiner too. She just has a hard exterior and a thin skin. After Chen Feng left, little did he know he had been completely sold out. Time passed quietly, and Chen Feng took out several precious elixirs to send to Chu Tianhun. Chu Tianhun was quite surprised by this. After Chen Feng spoke about Wang Qianruo, he said nothing. After all, the Wang family was powerful, and Chen Feng was merely in a cooperative relationship with him. Being able to tell him so much was already a great kindness. After Chen Feng left, Chu Tianhun held the jade vial in his hand, and couldn't help but sigh. Friend Chen Feng is truly an honest person. The people Chen Feng was waiting for had arrived, but something felt off. Wang Qianro had indeed sent someone with the spirit vein, but Chen Feng looked at the alluring woman before him, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He also saw Xia Jiao happily flying out from the clan greeting the beautiful woman, while calling out welcoming words to Sister Weiner. Chen Feng knew that things were not simple. Watching the two women leave, he sighed deeply. Standing melancholic at the peak of the Ascension Mountain, he gazed quietly into the distance. Behind him the demon thunder tree seemed to sense Chen Feng's emotions and gently swayed. That night Chen Feng no longer had the heart to strive for the grand plan of adding bricks and tiles for humanity. He lay quietly in his residence, staring at the ceiling adorned with high-quality spirit stones, lost in thought for a long time. Suddenly, he heard the sound of laughter from the two women. Sister Weiner, it's right here. Sister Jiao, are you sure about this? Will the Ho agree? After a series of conversations, Chen Feng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, whispering, "Are you sure you want to say it in front of my door? This is not clearly informing or notifying me." Chen Feng closed his eyes, and then he heard the sound of the door being pushed open, and a figure stealthily approached the bedside. There was a hint of hesitation and shyness on her face. Chen Feng sighed inwardly. What does she take me for? Oh, is it an ambush? Xia Jiao, Xia Jiao. Come here. Chen Feng's deep voice sounded as he pulled the beautiful woman into his arms. In the warm bed the two stared at each other. The other party was full of charm, even Chen Feng found it hard to resist. Those captivating peach blossom eyes blinked and gazed at Chen Feng. Have you thought it through? I already decided before coming, when you accepted Xiao Yu as your adopted daughter, it means we have a Xiao Chun, Chen Feng whispered. She paused, smiling tenderly. Yes, Xiao Chun. I am called Mu Ling. A blush appeared on Mu Lingwan's cheeks, and Chen Feng nodded quietly. I understand now. Chen Feng rolled over and pressed her down, kissing her. That night was filled with passion, and the sound of the wind echoed through the skies. The next day Chen Feng embraced Mu Lingwan and softly said, It's time to get up, let's go see Xiao Chun together. Ho. Call me husband. Chen Feng felt a wave of black lines on his forehead, wondering why it was You didn't seem awkward last night. It hurts. Mu Lingwan felt a tearing sensation as she got up and immediately exclaimed. Chen Feng gently pressed his large hand over her, infusing his true qi to heal her injuries. She looked at him with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. After that the two changed their clothes. Xia Jiao had long been prepared, bringing Chun Xiaochun along with her. Upon seeing Mu Lingwan, the little one was overjoyed and exclaimed, Mother. Chun Xiaochun rushed toward Mu Lingwan, who lovingly embraced her with tender eyes. Little fish, your mother is here, I've always been here, and I will be with you forever. She gently stroked the little one's hair, and after a long embrace Mu Lingwan finally set her down, softly pointing at Chen Feng, and saying, Little fish, come quickly, call him father. Father. Chen Xiaochun also understood, much running over affectionately to call out to Chen Feng. Although it was the same before, today felt different. Chen Feng lovingly placed his hand on her head, and gently said, From now on, as long as your father is here, no one will be able to bully you or your mother. Chen Feng's gaze was unwavering, and Mu Lingwan's eyes turned red beside him. Command the order, the clan meeting will be held today, I have something to announce. Thus the Chen family welcomed another lady, and the matter of the first-generation offspring became known to all. Originally such things wouldn't reach the Chu region. However, now on the second prince's table there lay the news that the wife of the Wang family had become Chen Feng's consort. His expression was extremely strange. Chen Feng truly has a taste for this, it seems I should send him more. Chu Tianhun pondered for a moment, and said to Chu Qinyan, Thank you, elder brother. Please help me investigate if there are any widows among the major families. Over a year passed. Chen County was operating rapidly like a massive machine, pulling the chaotic land into its embrace, including 25 cities. At this moment within the Chen clan, Chen Feng felt the power of blood surging, as if responding to something. He set aside his tasks and looked towards Mu Lingwan. Suddenly he vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was holding a chubby little baby in his arms. Uniquely, the baby's eyes were a light golden color. In an instant Chen Feng felt a rush of excitement. Over the past 2 years, though his bloodline had elevated, there had been no offspring. Undoubtedly his innate human bloodline had not been passed down. Now finally the first spring had arrived. As his spiritual power probed deep into his offspring's bloodline, Chen Feng's expression softened immensely. Good. He let out a long good, and looked at Mu Lingwan with gentle eyes, saying, Our son is extraordinary with a strong physique, and he possesses a single lightning spiritual root. Let's name him Chen Chuxiao. As you wish, my husband. Mu Lingwan smiled, tenderly, her gaze warm, as she looked at Chen Feng and the child in his arms. The birth of Chen Chuxiao brought many thoughts to Chen Feng. Mu Lingwan's cultivation was similar to his at the mid-nascent soul stage, and she had a single water spiritual root. Could it be that the inheritance of his innate human bloodline required both parties to have strong cultivation and compatible physiques for it to be easier to conceive? Chen Feng turned his gaze to Xia Jiao, who was taking care of Mu Lingwan. In his heart, he thought, How are you about to have another brother or sister? Time passed swiftly, and Chen Feng summoned all the clan cultivators once more. They charged into the chaotic land with full force, intending to completely engulf it. At this moment, Chen Feng took his 3 major magic puppets with him. 7 Golden Core members from his family, and 3 martial lords set off. As for Chen Shu, he remained in seclusion to break through his true self. As for the difficulty, it took Chen Feng 1,000 years of skill cultivation to barely break through 90%. This was the greatest challenge in martial arts. In the realm of martial arts, the path for those descended from the heavens became increasingly difficult. The further one went, the greater the willpower, talent, and intellect required. Chen Feng cast a deep glance at the place where Chen Shu was in seclusion and soared into the sky. The target is Tianqing City. In an instant, countless cultivators soared into the air. There were over 200 foundation establishment cultivators alone. The clan was comparable to the largest city in the southern region, with the total number of foundation establishment cultivators in Shunan City. At this moment in the central area, Tianqing City stood in their way. Number 3, I need you to go on a trip. Beside Chen Feng, a masked man said respectfully, obeying your command. After speaking, his mask fell off. It was the daoist Ming Yan. He transformed into a streak of light and disappeared, heading straight for Tianqing City. Outside Tianqing City, the Chen family's disciples were gathering troops. Most of the warriors of the martial pavilion were deployed, and a significant portion of the shadow pavilion cultivators were also sent out. The number of Qi refinement cultivators reached over 1,000. Station yourselves. Looking towards Tianqing City, the array for a mid-5th tier formation was rising, and the 3 nascent soul cultivators standing on the city wall made Chen Feng smile calmly. Star Observation Sect, let's see how you fare. Inside Tianqing City. Sect Master. You. The elders of the Star Observation Sect looked at daoist Ming Yan, their expressions a mix of joy and suspicion. What? I haven't returned for long, and you no longer recognize me as your sect master? Daoist Ming Yan snorted coldly, releasing the authority of a late nascent soul, the aura of the pure Star Observation Sect's original cultivation method dissipating. This caused the expressions of everyone present to change. Sect Master, weren't you captured? The Grand Elder of the Star Observation Sect, under pressure, spoke up, his heart filled with confusion. When the Immortal Slayer Daoist fled, he informed them that their sect master had been captured and was presumed dead, and even the one closest to the peak of nascent soul, Tianxiong, had fallen. They had also believed that daoist Ming Yan was in grave danger. Unexpectedly, he had indeed broken through and returned to the sect. In an instant, the atmosphere became quite strange. Mingyi, do you believe everything that coward Immortal Slayer said? If he hadn't fled back, then would we be in this situation? At that time, when Daoist Tianxiong was slain, I and Daoist Bisha broke the restrictions. We barely managed to save our lives, and found a safe place to recover our strength. It's just a pity about Daoists Bisha and Tianxiong. A hint of nostalgia appeared on Daoist Minjian's face, as if reminiscing about that battle. Is the Immortal Slayer leader a coward? The elders exclaimed. What leader? Just a fraud. Daoist Mingyan snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on Mingyi. Tell me everything that happened during my absence. Listening to the elders recount the events that transpired during this time, Chen Feng, far outside Tianqing City, also wore an extremely strange expression. The Immortal Slayer has quite the ability. At the very least, his ability to turn the tables is impressive. Let's go, follow me to meet this leader. After hearing this, Daoist Ming Yan flicked his robe, his face revealing little joy or anger, and walked toward the city lord's mansion. The elders of the Star Observation Sect exchanged glances, but ultimately chose to follow. After all, their sect's mainstay had returned. Oh, what alliance, what Immortal Slayer. Inside the city lord's mansion, the Immortal Slayer's expression was ever-changing as he looked at the puzzled faces of the Star Observation Sect disciples, some still filled with anger from feeling deceived. And that familiar cold, unyielding old face. Daoist Mingyin, your ability to break through the siege is indeed commendable. After a moment, the Immortal Slayer wiped away the expression on his face and greeted him with a smile. If it weren't for the imminent threat, I would duel with you now. Let's calculate the cause and effect from back then. Daoist Mingyan snorted coldly, his gaze fiercely locking onto the Immortal Slayer. The Immortal Daoist wore an awkward expression. However, suspicion arose within his heart. How did Ming Yin return? He even broke through Chen Feng's encirclement and entered Tianqing City. Yet the current situation did not allow him to ponder further. At that time, the situation was urgent, and I will explain to my fellow Daoist after repelling the enemies. Now that my fellow Daoist has returned, our strength has greatly increased. We only need to hold Tianqing City and block the expansion of the Southtown Marquis. At that point, we can divide the chaotic land, and we will still have room for survival. Tianqing City belongs to my stargazing sect. Ming Yin coldly snorted and glared at Ming Yi behind him. The foundation city of his sect was under the control of an outsider, and even the alliance leader was someone else's. This left him in a very bad mood, especially since the formation used by the opponent was from his own sect. Ming Yi Daoist rubbed his nose, his eyes filled with helplessness. Can he be blamed for this? He was only at the early nascent soul stage, while the Immortal Daoist was at the late nascent soul stage. Ming Yin did not say much and coldly looked at the immortal Daoist. We can fight together, but I have only one requirement: the leader of the Pure Land Alliance must be me. Otherwise I will dismantle the formation of Tianqing City and let the Southtown Marquis army in. The immortal Daoist's eyelids flickered, and he could only nod in agreement. He was flexible. After all, this was still the home ground of the stargazing sect. Tianqing City is also a strategically important city located at the center of the chaotic lands. As long as they hold it, they can ensure safety in the west. Once breached, or if they gave up resistance, then the chaotic land would be completely conquered. It was only a matter of time. After all, just looking at the 4 nascent souls outside the city made his heart tremble. And there was that dark mass of cultivators. Their side's cultivators had already lost much of their fighting power. In just over a year, more than half of the cities had fallen, leading to several nascent soul battles. All of them were defeats. How could he have confidence? After the battle at Southtown, past the chaotic land had lost all resistance. Ming Yan's request was not unreasonable. Tonight, gather all the cultivators in the alliance and announce the abdication of the leader. The immortal Daoist did not refuse. He had not expected Ming Yan to return. Creating such a commotion without the other party turning hostile was already quite fortunate. What more could he do if he was still unhappy? His inheritance land was still in the chaotic land. He had to plan carefully. Then it's settled. Tonight, I will wait for you all in the Stargazing Sect's council hall. After Ming Yan finished speaking, he led the group from the Stargazing Sect away in a grand procession. Once they left, the immortal Daoist's expression instantly darkened. Ming Yan. Beside him, the disciples of the immortal lineage felt their ancestors rage and trembled. Bu Yonggo summoned the leaders of the major factions and the prominent loose cultivators. We will go to the Stargazing Sect for the ceremony in the evening. Understood. Bu Yong sighed in relief and cupped his hands in salute, leaving only the immortal Daoist standing at the highest level of the city lord's mansion, gazing at the scenery outside the city. Chen Feng, he rasped. Stargazing Sect. Chen Feng's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the several nascent souls beside him along with Chen Ruoshi and the others. Tonight we will make a big move and catch them all. Chu Ling, you will be the rear guard. When the formation dissipates, you and Xing Xing will lead everyone to charge in and seize the city. Understood. Chen Chu Ling and Chen Xing Xing stepped forward and nodded seriously. Both were at the early golden core stage, leading the foundation establishment, and refining cultivators into the city should not be a problem. After all, the abdication of the leader needed the witness of many high-ranking officials from the chaotic land. This meant that there would not be many golden cores left to defend the city. In fact, there might not be a single one. Chen Feng's thoughts spread, urging Ming Yan to cooperate well. Elder Wu Tian will arrive in an hour. He will provide you two with support then. Remember, try to minimize casualties among the juniors. Prioritize killing high-level cultivators, then persuade them to surrender. Understood. Chen Chu Ling and the others nodded. Chen Feng then looked at Chen Ruoshi and said, Ruoshi, when the time comes, the golden core part will be handed over to you. Chen Feng was very reassured about his eldest daughter. Then he smiled at Chu Yunmu beside him. Friend Yunmu, I appreciate your efforts. It is my duty. Opportunities for Great Chu to expand its territory are rare, and I will do my utmost. After arranging everything, they quietly awaited the convening of the abdication meeting. As night fell within the Stargazing Sect, a gathering of high-ranking officials from the chaotic land took place, including city lords, sect leaders, and heads of various factions. When they looked at Ming Yan, they were astonished with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Everyone with Daoist Ming Yan's return, our chaotic alliance has gained another supreme fighting force. Now even if Chen Feng attacks, he won't be able to do anything to us. Among those present, there were 2 nascent souls, one being the Grand Elder of the Stargazing Sect, and the other an ancestor of a faction. With Ming Yan's return, their pressure was greatly reduced. Congratulations on the safe return of Senior Ming Yan. Let's celebrate. Many golden cores cupped their hands in congratulations. Ming Yan calmly raised his hand and smiled. Thank you all. Now that a great enemy is upon us, let's not engage in such formalities. Ming Yan scanned the crowd. There were 27 golden cores alone, along with the immortal Daoist and that sect ancestor. 2 nascent souls. Not too many. Outside the city, Chen Feng sighed in relief. He took out a token inscribed with countless stars and approached the formation. Let's go. A light circle opened and 12 figures stepped into it. They quickly distributed their targets and stealthily approached the Stargazing Sect. Meanwhile, after finishing his speech, Ming Yan's divine sense surged into Ming Yi's mind. Suddenly, Ming Yi's expression changed drastically, and he quickly pulled back. This scene was witnessed by many. The immortal Daoist slightly furrowed his brow, his gaze lingering on Ming Yan. Ming Yan, unfazed and smiling, said, Thank you, fellow Daoists, for your praise. Then I shall obediently comply. Ming Yan approached the immortal Daoist, showing a gentle smile. Still speaking, he assured everyone that he would lead them to ultimate bliss and preserve the last pure land. Just as everyone was immersed in the beautiful world Ming Yan painted. Little did they know a wisp of power was silently manipulating their thoughts, causing changes to appear on the faces of the stargazing sect group. Their gazes intensely searched the area, locking onto their targets. As this beautifully blooming smile akin to a chrysanthemum approached the immortal daoist, he suddenly felt a life-and-death crisis and a surge of blood. Mingyan, how dare you? The immortal daoist rapidly unleashed his power while a hint of hatred flickered in Mingyan's eyes. 3,000 strands of silky power entwined him. Boom. Kill. An explosion sounded as a golden giant sword descended from the sky, striking directly at the immortal daoist. Another gust of wind swept in, with sword lights filling the sky. Immediately the few golden cores at the very edge were caught off guard and were obliterated by the attacks. Enemy attack. Na voice erupted from the crowd. No one knew whose. Na spear descended from the heavens, piercing straight through the chest of the sect's venerable ancestor. Thunder annihilation. In 10,000 bolts of lightning rained down, obliterating another wave of golden core cultivators. Enshin Roashi and her companions surged forward, launching a brutal assault on the nearest golden core cultivator. Chu Yunmu appeared in the battlefield, pursuing the newly emerged nascent soul cultivator at the early nascent soul stage. In cultivators number 1 and number 2 closed in, unleashing a furious barrage that struck Bumye Daoist, who was ensnared within the 3,000 silk, repeatedly and relentlessly. Arg. Ming Yin Daoist, you have betrayed the realm of chaos. Bumye Daoist roared in fury, and his body exploded instantly. A golden nascent soul soared into the sky, already exhibiting signs of transformation toward a true spirit. Join forces to suppress him. Chen Feng bellowed, and Ming Yi immediately entered the fray. 5 nascent soul cultivators unleashed their power, immense arcane energies intertwined, pinning down Bumye Daoist, who had lost his physical body and existed only as a nascent soul, halting his ascension. Huh, you think you can suppress old Bumye? Impossible. Bumye Daoist roared again. His nascent soul shattered the entangled energies and completed its ultimate transcendence, the birth of a true spirit. A shockwave of overwhelming might reverberated across the entire city of Tianqing. A true spirit. Chen Feng's eyes flashed with golden light as he gritted his teeth. We must not let him escape. What is this? A mobile treasure vault. Bumye Daoist has attained true spirit cultivation. Clearly, he guards countless secrets. Capture him alive. Chen Feng's eyes turned gold, the bloodline power surging forth, manifesting as a vast formation that enveloped his foe. Hold nothing back. Strike with full force to subdue him. Upon hearing Chen Feng's command, the cultivators unleashed their utmost strength. Colossal arcane energies pressed down upon Bumye Daoist's true spirit. Golden filaments pierced through his ethereal form, weaving a dense, intricate web, imprisoning him utterly. 5 talismans soared skyward, detonating with thunderous force. 5 radiant golden characters reading suppress embedded themselves deep into his true spirit. Instantly his aura plummeted. Chen Feng sneered coldly and launched his immortal realm from his palm, compressing and suppressing the true spirit once more. In an instant his foe could not stir, not even a wisp of energy escaped. He fell helplessly into Chen Feng's grasp. Chen Feng swiftly scanned him, then inscribed countless talismanic runes across his body, forming several grand formations. Incomplete suppression. Finally, he cast him into his all-purpose spatial ring. Mission accomplished. Chen Feng exhaled deeply. The battle raged on. Across Tianqing City, countless cultivators from the realm of chaos were slaughtered. With several nascent soul cultivators descending into the fray, major sects of the realm of chaos surrendered en masse. The Guanxing sect submitted entirely, becoming a subordinate force under the Chen clan. The realm of chaos was left without resistance. The Chen clan swept across the land. City after city capitulated at the mere sight of their banners. For diehard holdouts, Chen Feng issued direct orders for total annihilation. One city was razed to the ground, shocking all factions within the realm of chaos. Such a lawless Midas-right domain in this method, though ruthless, proved the swiftest and most effective deterrent. Violence begets order. Remaining cities were rapidly consolidated, expanding the Great Chu Kingdom by an entire new territory. The Chen clan now possessed a vast hinterland renowned throughout the Great Chu. Many looked on with envy. Others scoffed disdainfully. The realm of chaos is barren wasteland. Not even a single 4th-rank spirit vein runs through it. What use is sheer size? Undoubtedly these critics were merely envious. Chen Feng's domain now extended all the way to the coastline of this world. Wanghai City, the edge of the realm of chaos. Chen Feng stood atop its highest peak, gazing out over the boundless sea. He sensed a defiant aura rising from the ocean's depths, a deliberate show of strength. Within his mind unfolded the map of the Xianling continent. The Great Chu Kingdom occupied but a corner of Lingwen Daozhou Prefecture. Even the Tianan Immortal Alliance ranked only among the 3 great powers of Lingwen Daozhou. Beyond the Great Chu lay numerous kingdoms, imperial dynasties, and aristocratic clans' territories. In the nearest were the Great Z dynasty and the Great Yin dynasty. And beyond Lingwen Daozhou stretched the endless sea, home to countless immortal islands. Great prefectures, over 20 Daozhou and innumerable immortal islands. And the largest island sat at the heart of the sea, its territory exceeding Lingwen Daozhou's by 100-fold. Mui, you will station 10 foundation establishment cultivators in Wanhai City and lead 50 Qi refinement disciples here to establish a sect. Develop Wanhai City. Here may lie the future path of our Chen family. And this task is paramount. Do you understand? Chen Feng summoned his devoted grandson and fixed him with a solemn gaze. Your grandson understands. Shen Mu trembled with excitement. His revered grandfather had finally entrusted him with a mission. And not just any mission. This was profoundly significant, founding a sect, becoming sovereign lord of an entire city. Such weighty responsibility stirred deep emotion within him, especially since it was an external assignment. Offering greater prospects for advancement success would bring him directly into Chen Feng's field of vision. Far better than remaining confined within the family's internal competition. Very well. Chen Feng nodded and produced a spatial ring. Inside are 30 million low-grade spirit stones and 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Your development capital. Chen Muyi's breath grew heavy. This was an astronomical sum. And even a millennium-old Golden Core clan would possess no more than this in reserves. Chen Feng's generosity left him almost speechless, so much so that the ring felt scorching in his hands. Chen Feng paid no heed to his expression, his gaze burning intently toward the nearby coastal waters. He said gravely, "Wait a moment." And as the words left his lips, he drew his sword and plunged into the sea. Moments later, a colossal vortex erupted on the surface. Waves rose dozens of meters before exploding outward with thunderous force. A swath of crimson bloomed across the water's surface, making Chen Mu clutch his heart in alarm. Bang! The sea parted. Chen Feng soared ashore, holding aloft the second-rank spirit vein with one hand. Just as I suspected, the ocean holds richer resources, yet also far greater peril. No sooner had he stepped onto land than behind him, 2 massive sea beasts floated lifelessly upon the horizon. Roar, na shrill, furious howl echoed from the nearshore waters. It sent chills through all who heard it. Many on the shore paled instantly, and animals in the surrounding forests froze in terror. The first 50 li of this coast belong to me. Cross this boundary, and I shall cut you down without mercy. Chen Feng sneered coldly, the sound carrying far across the sea, his mid-nascent soul aura erupting in full force. Ni's spiritual intent locked onto the source. Moments later the howl ceased, and the 2 colossal sea beast corpses vanished without a trace. Grandfather, what was that howl just now? After burying the spirit vein at Wanhai City's center, Chen Feng spoke calmly to Chen Mu beside him. Merely a beast. Should it dare intrude, I will slay it. Chen Feng's raid for the spirit vein was motivated primarily by that sea beast's persistent aura of intimidation. Who could tolerate such provocation? Thus he entered the sea, to declare sovereignty with blade and blood. He inscribed several formation arrays into the void, for small banners flew forth, embedding themselves precisely at the east, southwest, and north perimeters of Wanhai City. A compass fell to the ground. Chen Feng handed it to Chen Mu, speaking in a deep voice. Mu, the sea is far more dangerous than you think. Do not venture more than 30 miles from the shore. Moreover, you have already reached the peak of foundation establishment. Strive to break through to the Golden Core soon. I understand, grandfather. Chen Mu felt a bit startled by the earlier scene. The fear of the ocean, mixed with curiosity, grew stronger. Work hard to become a pirate. A king of the seas. King of the seas. Chen Mu was excited by Chen Feng's affectionate address and heard a strange term from him. Chen Feng's gaze fell into distant memories as he said solemnly, "That is a near immortal existence, a title above the sea. It is said that those who attain this title can find treasures of immortals." Chen Mu was gradually led astray, his eyes filled with longing. After speaking for several hours, Chen Feng took a breath and glanced at him with deeper meaning. He turned and left, leaving Chen Mu behind to absorb and process this information. Good grandson, do not blame your grandfather. Chen Feng sighed lightly, holding 3 flags of different colors that flew into the sky. They inserted into the edge of the sea 50 miles away, instantly wrapping several spiritual veins beneath the sea, and a wandering aura separated the 2 sides. In the near sea, a beastly roar sounded, seemingly in dissatisfaction. Be quiet. Chen Feng snapped, and a bolt of lightning appeared in his hand, transforming into a spear that shot into the waters. Yu. A deep rumble echoed from the sea, and the waters exploded. Yu. Countless voices resembling ghostly wails arose from the depths, and various auras emerged. It was a show of force, a declaration of sovereignty. Sea beasts have a sense of territory. The moment Chen Feng took action, he claimed a vast area of the sea and even launched an attack on his own kind. Is this never-ending? Chen Feng said coldly, locking his gaze on the most powerful aura among them, which should be the leader of these sea beasts. A golden spear appeared in his hand, carrying the might of thunder. Roar! You. A series of deep rumbles resounded, and the sea surface was instantly soaked with blood, a sight of horror. After a moment, there was no further movement. Only then did Chen Feng withdraw, turning to leave. Just as he did, a sea beast exuding a nascent soul aura floated on the surface, split in two. Chen Feng had no intention of showing mercy. According to the records of the Great Chu, the seas often experienced turmoil, and sea beasts frequently attacked coastal cities. One must strike hard to intimidate these creatures. The development of Haohai City must not be disrupted by these sea beasts. After leaving the chaotic region, Chen Feng returned to Qin County. At this moment, the ancestors of Great Chu were overjoyed. They sent 2 third-grade spiritual veins and a palace within the imperial city as rewards. Furthermore, they announced that Chen Feng would take on the position of general of the southern town of Great Chu. In the southern domain, he was almost like a local emperor, even able to mobilize the stationed army there as long as Chen Feng was able to do so. Thus 4 years passed in peace and tranquility. The system notification sounded in Chen Feng's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. A descendant with spiritual roots has broken through 1500 reward, 400 years of pure cultivation, 1000 years of any skill cultivation, and 5000 inheritance points. At that moment, the inheritance points exceeded 80,000 in immense wealth. Claim. A stream of pure energy surged into his body, gradually enhancing his cultivation. His bone structure was enhanced, and his physique, flesh, and nascent soul were similarly reinforced. In but a moment, Chen Feng entered the late stage of nascent soul, gradually stabilizing, as the excess cultivation was devoured by his bloodline factors. His strength surged greatly with the powers of the gods amplified even further. Enhancement. 1000 years of cultivation for the heaven-revolting seal. At Chen Feng's command, the heaven-revolting seal became increasingly proficient, achieving great success and perfection. Once he thoroughly mastered this powerful move, Chu Tianhun arrived at Qin County. Brother Chen Feng. Chen Feng welcomed him with a smile, then glanced at the grinning Chu Qianyun behind him, feeling a sense of foreboding. Your Highness, you have come this time. Brother Chen Feng, do you want a partner? Moi. Chen Feng's pupils constricted as he saw Chu Tianhun clap his hands. A convoy pulled by several Foundation establishment beasts slowly appeared before him. Brother Tianhuan, you are too generous. No, just accept it. I am merely finding them a home. Chu Tianhun smiled slightly and signaled to Chu Qianyun. The latter immediately understood, bringing the convoy into the courtyard. Chen Feng looked utterly helpless, pondering what kind of person they took him for. Sigh. The world has gone awry. Chen Feng displayed an expression of solitude, a face full of melancholy. Chu Tianhun patted his shoulder. Don't think too much. I am here as a guest at your Qin family. Am I not welcome? There is this definitely fine spiritual wine that you have never tasted before. Chen Feng emerged from his melancholic state, taking out 2 jugs of spiritual wine he had stored. There is this definitely fine spiritual wine that you have never tasted before. Chen Feng emerged from his melancholic state, taking out 2 jugs of spiritual wine he had stored near the spiritual vein in the Tianlong realm. Instantly, spiritual energy surged forth, and the aroma of wine filled the air. You have such good stuff? Just from the smell, he felt a hint of intoxication. Chu Tianhun exclaimed, having never seen this kind of spiritual wine before. This was gained by chance. Now that I have the honor of hosting Brother Tianhuan, I am willing to share it. Haha, Brother Chen Feng, you flatter me. Chu Tianhun laughed, and the 2 of them walked shoulder to shoulder to a small pavilion by the water, drinking heartily. Chu Qianyun also joined in. The spiritual energy within the spiritual wine was overwhelming, frighteningly potent. Even Chen Feng found it somewhat hard to bear. Brother Feng, where did you get this spiritual wine? Even nurturing with top-grade spirit stones would not yield such a rich spiritual energy. 1 sip is better than absorbing a dozen top-grade spirit stones. Chu Tianhun's face showed signs of intoxication, and the energy within him was abundant. Moreover, this thing does not require conversion, it is excellent. Chu Tianhun took another sip and his face turned beet red. The spiritual power within him surged chaotically. Chen Feng patted his shoulder, using his magic to stabilize him. Consolidate your foundation and guard your spirit, Chen Feng said solemnly. Chu Tianhun was no fool, he followed Chen Feng's advice. The energy within him was rapidly absorbed and transformed. His aura rose slightly. Chu Tianhun was utterly astonished. He was not far from the late stage of nascent soul. He stood up and thanked Chen Feng. Thank you, Brother Chen Feng, for presenting such a precious item. He was no fool. Just a few cups of this spiritual wine had refined his internal magic power significantly. Closing in on the late stage, even with Chen Feng's assisting elixirs, he would not have achieved such progress so quickly. No need for such formality. This was also something I obtained by chance in the sea. Being able to aid Brother Tianhun is its fortune and purpose, Chen Feng replied with a smile. If Chu Tianhun entered the late stage of nascent soul, the throne of Great Chu would surely belong to him. In the end, he would also benefit. The other party owed him so many favors, asking for a title of king would not be excessive, right? In any case, thank you very much. Chu Tianhun did not wish to pry further, everyone had their own secrets. Moreover, the other party was willing to share which had benefited him. I have one last matter to discuss. This round of national war has been moved up. National war. Chen Feng frowned, looking at Chu Tianhun. Having mingled within the great Chu, Chen Feng was quite knowledgeable about the national war. It was merely a competition among the surrounding nations for resources. However, since the participating fierce respected ones had returned, why was the national war still ongoing? Chen Feng gazed at Chu Tianhun in confusion. Chu Tianhun smiled and waved his hand. It's not as you think, Brother Chen Feng. This round of national war is merely a continuation of the last final charge. It is equivalent to a decisive battle. Decisive battle, Chen Feng pondered. Is there something you need me to do? Since Chu Tianhun mentioned this matter, it must be related to him. Chu Tianhun spoke. The southern Duke of Great Chu, your reputation has spread across several major dynasties nearby. The Azure Dragon King of the Great Cloud Dynasty has specifically invited you to battle. My. Chen Feng's expression darkened. Who did he offend, and where did this Azure Dragon King come from? Such a name laden with strong causality was truly bold to use. Was he not afraid of retribution? Yet Chen Feng did not wish to get involved in the murky waters of the national war. He replied, what will happen if I don't go? They will think you are afraid, quailing before the battle. Chu Tianhun replied dismissively. However, the other side has put up 3 cities of the Great Cloud as stakes. 3 cities. Chen Feng scoffed. Who does he think he is? As the southern Duke of Great Chu, he had seized the chaos domain, a hero with over 50 cities to his name. 3 mere cities were an insult to him. Chu Tianhun said indifferently. It is indeed few, but Great Chu has been on the losing side in recent years and urgently needs a victory. So what do you or the ancestor think? Chen Feng smiled, focusing his gaze on Chu Tianhun. Chu Tianhun spoke softly. The ancestor naturally hopes you will participate in the battle and slay the Azure Dragon King. After all, your previous slaughters in the Chaos Land and your battle in the Imperial City were far too dazzling. Crossing ranks to slay this is at the nascent soul realm. Very few can cross realms, and the requirements are exceedingly high. The ancestor greatly acknowledges your combat power. Chen Feng smiled, without speaking, continuing to watch him. Indeed, the act of crossing realms to slay was exceptionally formidable. After all, the nascent soul realm was vastly different from other realms. A single rank difference was like the gap between heaven and earth. The disparity between early and mid-stage was akin to the peak of chi refinement and foundation establishment. To be able to counterattack was not something just anyone could do. Moreover, to kill the opponent was even more challenging. At least within Great Chu, there were many who could battle across realms without defeat. But to kill the opponent without injuring oneself was fundamentally impossible. What is the cultivation level of the Azure Dragon King of the Great Cloud? Latestage Nascent Soul, Chu Tianhun stated solemnly. Only latestage Nascent Soul. Chen Feng twitched his lips. He had expected someone formidable, at least a peak Nascent Soul. If I slay him, what will I get? Talking about emotions without discussing benefits was just playing the rogue. Chu Tianhun was well aware of this truth, and replied seriously, the ancestor will make an exception to allow you to become an external prince. And what else? A title alone held little allure for Chen Feng. Though it sounded impressive, it was merely for show. You will manage all of Chun County to the Chaos Land, plus an additional territory. Chen Feng's pupils constricted. This changed everything. A lord of a territory. A feudal king. In an instant, Chen Feng grasped the stakes involved. He spoke solemnly. It cannot be that simple, right? Chen Feng fixed his gaze on Chu Tianhun. If it were merely to slay the Azure Dragon King, then this reward was far too insubstantial. Indeed, the ancestor made a wager with the other ancestor. If the Azure Dragon King loses, you can keep challenging. If you win, you gain a city. If you lose 3 cities. Furthermore, this agreement is also in effect for the other party. If the Azure Dragon King defeats you, Great Chu must send more people to battle. With that explanation, Chen Feng understood. He had originally thought that the national war was merely about defense and sieges. Initially, it indeed was, with the 3 major dynasties, each marking out a territory to attack. However, it seemed that the final decisive battle was where the stakes became most thrilling. After a moment of silence, Chen Feng spoke. What is the situation of the opposing cultivators? Chu Tianhun seemed to have anticipated Chen Feng's interest, and began. The Great Cloud has 31 nascent soul cultivators participating, 3 at the peak, and 8 in the late stage. For the Great Purple, there are 2 more nascent souls, 3 at the peak, and 8 in the late stage. For us in Great Chu, should you join, we have 30 nascent souls, 2 at the peak, and 8 in the late stage. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. How could there be so many nascent souls participating? From his understanding of the national war, the total number of nascent souls across the three factions was barely 30. Now nearly 100. Was the nascent soul realm about to be ubiquitous? Chu Tianhun whispered, decisive battles are different from national wars. National wars are chaotic, aimed at preventing too many nascent soul cultivators from fighting, as the damage and destruction caused is too severe and the three sides maintain control. Decisive battles, however, are entirely competitive, a battle among the high-level cultivators of the major dynasties. Basically, all the cultivators we can mobilize from Great Chu have come together. Chen Feng took a deep breath and ultimately nodded in agreement. It was simply too much they were offering. The temptation of becoming a prince also provided a foundation for his Chen clan. Moreover, with his strength entering the late stage of nascent soul, he was invincible among those of the same rank. As long as he did not encounter a transformation god, he was virtually unbeatable. Thank you, brother Chen Feng. Seeing Chen Feng agree, Chu Tianhun also breathed a sigh of relief. He paced for a moment before continuing. Brother Chen Feng, you must be cautious of the Azure Dragon King. His combat power is formidable and can contend with the peak. Oh. Chen Feng's eyes lit up with interest. Indeed, to dare to take such an audacious title, he was not someone to be trifled with. My father perished at his hands back then. Oh, if you, brother Chen Feng, have any of those pills, take them while fighting him, and try your best to slay him. Chu Tianhun's voice carried an emotional tremor. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng paused. He had been curious about how the great Chu's monarch had died. Now it was all clear. No wonder the royal family's ancestor would throw out the temptation of being a prince for slaying the Azure Dragon King. The other party likely received that honor after slaying the great Chu's monarch. I understand, one day I will surely slay him and avenge you, brother Tianhun. Chen Feng declared firmly. Chu Tianhun nodded, saying little more. Chen Feng did not say much, either merely turning to leave the small pavilion. He should be away for a while to make arrangements. Jiaoer, I must go to the national war zone to participate in the final decisive battle. While I am away, I entrust everything to you. Chen Feng looked at the pregnant Xia Jiao with some tenderness. Be careful on this journey. She did not try to dissuade Chen Feng, 1,000 words condensed into a single understanding. She knew that regarding her man's decision, she only needed to offer support and comprehension. Had he not fought, the Chen household might well have been exterminated. How else could they have arrived at their present state? Xia Jiao watched Chen Feng's departing silhouette, clutching a formation banner in her hand. On the theater of the national war, three great Huashan, transforming spirit, stood arrayed in the void. Below them were nearly 100 nascent soul cultivators, the very essence of the three great dynasties. If these nearly 100 nascent souls were to fall, the three dynasties would be swiftly stricken from the roster and replaced by newcomers. Chen Feng, young friend, long time no see. Ancestor Yun Jia descended from the void and landed before Chu Tianhun, smiling as he looked at Chen Feng. Ancestor. Chen Feng greeted him with no hint of contempt. He was one of Chu's pillars of strength. Ancestor Yun Jia was also a refuge for Chen Feng. He had even given him a life-preserving jade talisman. The elder's estimate of Chen Feng was high. Beyond expanding Chu's borders, his presence alone was invaluable. By sheer combat capability, Chen Feng already ranked among the very best within Chu. Now he had advanced into the late nascent soul. His cultivation speed was terrifyingly rapid. Perhaps one day he might even ascend to become the third supreme powerhouse. Such formidable talent inspired envy, and in time had considerably softened the elder's estrangement. For there is no other reason a golden-scaled Qilin is hardly meant to languish in a pond. Once his ceiling was raised, hostility naturally dissipated. To remain enemies would be short-sighted. Befriending him, if Chen Feng should one day undergo his dragon metamorphosis, might yet prove advantageous. Why not then? The cultivation world need not be only bloodshed. I suppose my little spirit has already told you about the matter of the Qinglong King. Ancestor Yun Jia let his smile fade and grew solemn. Chen Feng answered in a low voice, unwavering. I know full well. Rest assured, Ancestor. I will cut him down and avenge Chu's grievance. Yun Jia laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, very good. Slay that brat Qi Qing. What Qinglong King? He snorted coldly, displeasure clear on his face. In that case, rest for a day. We will meet the battle tomorrow, Ancestor Yun Jia said in a measured tone. Chen Feng waved his hand, brimming with martial ardor. No need. Very well. Ancestor Yun Jia nodded. This very spirit of vigor was what he sought. On the Daoist side of the battlefield, near the border of Chu's command, a man sat upon a golden litter clad in cyan robes. Beside him lay a great broadsword, its blade engraved with a snarling fanged dragon. He gazed quietly toward Chu's territories. Does Chu not intend to accept battle? He said gravely, his eyes burning as they fixed on the nascent soul pinnacle who led Chu. Qinglong King, you grow more shameless by the day. Our Marquis of the South is only mid-nascent soul, yet you dare to challenge him. Truly brazen. If it's war you want, let Chu Yunjin trade blows with you, and take the 3 cities you offer. Chu Yunjin, who led the charge, declared loudly. His presence was imposing as he stared down the Qinglong King with a look of contempt. Marquis of the South Chen Feng, I've heard that the late nascent souls he has slain number more than 3. I issue my challenge because I hold him in regard. To present him with this war token is to acknowledge him. Qi Qing's smile was false as he mocked Chu Yunjin. Are you afraid he'll cut down your prize son-in-law? Worried, Chu Yunjin snorted. His great blade gave a light chime. I will not parry with words. As fellow regional lords, do you dare to answer the challenge? Sensing Chu Yunshin's imposing aura, Qi Qing's smile darkened. I said I invited battle with the Chu's Marquis of the South, not with you, the Mountain Guardian King. If you're afraid, just say so. As for your boast of taking 54 cities in the chaotic domain and erasing 3 late nascent souls, those sound like the Chu's bragging to me. Qi Qing, shut your foul mouth. Were the ancestor not present, I would descend and slay you myself. Chu Yunjin flared with anger. The white light of his blade surged, its power swelling as he readied himself. Here I stand, see if you dare to slay me. Qi Qing made a throat-slitting gesture, stuck out his tongue, his grin as sly as it was provoking. He was certain Chu Yunjin would not strike. Crossing that line would break the rules. Chu Yunjin itched with rage, but restrained himself like a hunter checked by circumstance, helpless to act. If I reach Huashan, I will not be bound by your rules. I will storm the imperial city and cut you down. Chu Yunjin snorted coldly, murderous, intent plain and dangerous. High above the 3 great Huashan exchanged glances. Ancestor Yunjie laughed. Merely words spoken in anger. Do not take them to heart. Yet Chile, your household's child, has an extraordinary tongue, he added. Ancestor Yunjie's eyes betrayed a subtle, inscrutable expression. Though his lips spoke lightly, his true thoughts were difficult to read. After all, maintaining balance depended chiefly on the high-end forces not shifting dramatically. Even if another Huashan charged the imperial city, what would truly change? What don't plan to break through? I think you never will in this life. Retire early. Qi Qing jeered, flourishing his blade and making dismissive gestures. Chu Yunjin ground his teeth, murderous intent boiling close to the surface. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Chen Feng's figure appeared before Chu Yunjin. Son-in-law Chen Feng pays respects to his father-in-law. Chen Feng, Marquis of the South. Qi Qing glanced at Chen Feng with visible surprise. He actually dared to come. Oh, so he has advanced to late nascent soul. How audacious. Qi Qing's expression faltered, and a trace of jealousy crept into his gaze. Qi Qing had learned much of Chen Feng's reputation, not yet 3 centuries old, already late nascent soul. He had erased 3 late nascent souls, among them the old acquaintance Lai Zun. Qi Qing respected Chen Feng's combat prowess. Tsk tisk, so what if he's late nascent soul? Chen Feng, do you dare to fight me? Qi Qing roared, hefting his great blade, an instrument positioned by his elder as a potential executioner of Dechu. Chen Feng turned calmly, his aura held entirely without reserve. What reason to be afraid? In an instant, the auras of these 2 top-tier late nascent souls met and collided, energies intertwining and striking sparks from one another. Father-in-law, allow me to slay this petty man and avenge you. Chen Feng said with a smile as he brandished a golden longsword and looked to Chu Yunjin. It was as if Qi Qing, the renowned Qinglong king of Diyun, meant nothing to him. Dear son-in-law, be careful. Chu Yunjin cautioned solemnly. I am not afraid. Chen Feng smiled lightly and stepped onto the neutral ground between the 3 nations. He looked at Qi Qing with serene composure. Qinglong king. Indeed. Qi Qing replied. How arrogant. Chen Feng smiled, locked his chi on his opponent, a ripple of power flashing in his hand. Fan Tian seal, heaven overturning seal. Chen Feng wasted no time and struck directly. The might of the heaven overturning seal sliced through the sky, aiming to suppress Qi Qing with an overwhelming force. Quite bold, it seems you are not one to seek fame through false pretenses. Qi Qing's expression shifted, his entire body radiating blue light as the dragon shadow on his blade flickered. Azure Dragon. He roared, and the dragon shadow transformed into a tangible form, accompanied by fierce winds colliding with the heaven overturning seal. Suddenly the ground shook, the blue light and golden light dazzlingly bright, resembling an illusion that was merely a strong radiance. Interesting. After the clash, Chen Feng retreated several dozen meters, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. The Azure Dragon King truly deserved to have slain the Emperor of the Great Chu, even if not by conventional means. His strength was formidable, and the clash with him had resulted in a stalemate. Among peers, he was indeed a genius worthy of being able to battle at the peak without suffering defeat. Although his previous strike had been with full force, it also relied on the might of his techniques. While battling a noble lord will allow me to test the prowess of the top nascent souls of the Great Cloud Dynasty and see what differentiates the major dynasties. Moreover, I can once again showcase my strength and intimidate those who are discontent. Chen Feng thought to himself, considering that he governed such a vast region, it was impossible for there not to be dissenting voices within the Great Chu. Furthermore, he was an outsider, an emergent force with no ties to them. Chen Feng contemplated many factors, even considering the royal ancestors. The Azure Dragon King was also filled with astonishment. Very strong. He no longer held any disdain, the azure dragon blade in his hand resonating lightly, as if sensing its master's thoughts. That strike just now was his ultimate technique, yet it had only resulted in a draw, and he had been pushed back several hundred steps. It was crucial to note that his opponent was merely in the late stages of nascent soul, while he was just a step away from the peak. Moreover, he had previously slain peak cultivators. Now he had placed Chen Feng on the same pedestal as himself. Old ghost Yunjie, you have found a treasure, such talent indeed. The great cloud ancestor remained inscrutable, his gaze fixed on Chu Yunjie. Don't think I am unaware of your intentions. He is the south-holding marquis of our great Chu, and once he slays Qi Qing, he will become the revered king of our great Chu. Chu Yunjie snorted lightly, his eyes piercing. When did you Chu Yunjie become so magnanimous? His talent is not weak, as far as I know he is only 300 years old. Are you truly willing to let him go? The great cloud ancestor's eyes twinkled as he revealed a strange smile. Are you not afraid that his accomplishments will overshadow you, or that his talent might allow him to break through to the transformation stage? Are you not concerned he might turn against the great Chu and establish a great Chen? What does that have to do with you? Chu Yunjie was enveloped in energy, his beard fluttering in the wind. The great cloud ancestor let out a meaningful laugh, but chose not to continue speaking. Chu Yunjie did not look at him, instead fixating intently on the battlefield, watching the two engage in combat. Chen Feng did not utilize the power of his bloodline, relying solely on his sword techniques to battle the Azure Dragon, King subtly gaining the upper hand. The three factions watching were astonished, their eyes fixed on the unfamiliar cultivator Chen Feng. From the side of the great cloud, one spoke. White Crane King, it seems the Azure Dragon King is not a match for the south-holding marquis of the Great Chu. Should we intervene to assist the south-holding marquis? A nascent soul cultivator remained silent, revealing a meaningful expression. The White Crane King slowly shook his head and spoke softly. No. The royal ancestors are watching. If we intervene, it will disrupt the rules. If chaos erupts, we cannot bear the burden of the aftermath. The nascent soul cultivator smiled, glancing at the transformation stage above, and said, this south-holding marquis of the Great Chu does not have the surname Chu, he is surnamed Chen. Upon hearing this, the White Crane King's eyes gleamed momentarily, but after pondering, he still shook his head. No, the operation of the dynasty cannot rely solely on the royal family, of various families are integral parts. In both sentiment and reason, the Great Chu's ancestors will not stand idly by. Furthermore, if he truly allows us to act, the other forces of the Great Chu will surely feel disheartened. Who would dare serve the royal family? Even we of the Great Cloud, and even the dynasty itself would feel similarly. A lack of tolerance cannot sustain a legacy for long. This matter need not be mentioned further. Seeing the White Crane King refuse, the man reluctantly retreated. On the side of the Great Purple, a crowd of onlookers watched with delight. They were eager to see the two major dynasties engage in battle and expend their energy. The best outcome would be for both sides to perish, allowing them to reap the benefits. Regarding this, the great purple ancestor above was also eager for the conflict, wishing for the two transformation stage cultivators to clash. The three factions were exceptionally restrained. On the battlefield, the aftermath of the battle swept across dozens of miles. The earth had collapsed in numerous places due to the fighting. Buzz. Qi Qing was gradually falling into a disadvantage. He knew he could not continue in this stalemate. Otherwise, he would exhaust his mana and inevitably be defeated. This was a fight to the death, losing meant death. His expression changed, and the great blade in his hand trembled violently as azure mana surged into it. Some scattered mana caused the terrain around him to change once more. Towering trees burst from the ground, their trunks twisted and bizarre, swaying like demons. A murderous intent filled the air. Chen Feng remained unfazed, unleashing a small sunlight fireball that instantly incinerated everything. Hiss! Just as the fire engulfed the sky, a powerful wind surged forth from the flames, a blade of energy over 100 feet long, tearing through everything aimed at Chen Feng. Clang! Chen Feng swept it aside with his sword, his expression shifting slightly. Within the sea of flames, blade intent surged to the sky, forming a whirlwind that stirred the inferno. The whirlwind and flames created a violent tornado. Qi Qing stood quietly in the eye of the storm, his robe subtly revealing a deep crimson hue. He trembled his long blade and roared. The azure light ripped through the sky. His mana boiled over, reaching its peak. With 9 consecutive strikes, the eerie azure light blazed brightly. The fire tornado erupted, and the azure blade light shot into the sky, seemingly tearing everything apart. The aura of destruction sent tremors through the hearts of the onlookers. Chu Yunjun's expression changed, his pupils constricting. Memories of the past flooded his mind. In the chaos of battle, Qi Qing's 9 strikes had forced the emperor into a corner, ultimately leading to his own demise. Although he had only met Chen Feng once, he was exceedingly pleased with his son-in-law. Strong in power, possessing remarkable talent, daring to act and express hatred, he held great admiration for him, aligning perfectly with his tastes. He certainly did not wish to see Chen Feng perish here. His aura erupted, and he gazed intently at the battlefield. King of Mountain Suppression remained calm. Behind him, another peak nascent soul from the Great Chu placed a hand on his shoulder. Even if the South-holding marquee falls, we cannot intervene. Our main objective is to keep an eye on the Great Cloud and Great Purple factions, to prevent them from playing dirty. I understand. Chu Yunjun nodded, his momentum undiminished. The massive sword soared into the sky, landing heavily before the territory of the Great Cloud. Chu Yunjin flew and landed outside the territory of Dayun, his imposing aura unwavering as he stood silently in place. Xiao Lingzuan smiled, his aura erupting as he brought down a snow-white hammer heavily upon the entrance of the Great Purple Dynasty, confronting the leader of Dayu with a grin. What a skill! Chen Feng exclaimed, watching the 9 blades of light locked onto their target, sealing off all his escape routes. He offered rare praise. Dodge! Chen Feng threw a playful glance at Qi Qing and vanished from sight. Even his aura became undetectable, as if he had simply disappeared from this world. Where is he? Chu Yunjia's expression darkened. Suddenly he trembled, and the 3 transformation stage experts spread out their divine senses. Everyone present paused, for Chen Feng had vanished into thin air. In that fleeting moment, Chen Feng appeared behind Qi Qing. Boom! The 9 blades of light ahead lost their target and collided, exploding. Qi Qing suddenly shivered, feeling a chill creeping up his back. A long sword pierced through from behind, shattering his heart. In an instant, another thunderous explosion rang out, thousands of lightning bolts erupting from Qi Qing's body, and before he could react, he was obliterated. Even his nascent soul was reduced to nothingness, perishing amidst the thunder. Qi Qing. In the air, the ancestor of Dayun let out a muffled groan, his murderous intent laid bare. What do you intend to make a move against me, the Southern Duke of Great Chu? Oh no, Southern King. Chu Yunjia rarely displayed a smile, feeling utterly delighted. The aura locked onto the ancestor of Dayun, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. How about you two Daoist friends, Yunjia, have a duel? The ancestor of the Great Purple Dynasty spoke up, looking eager for the spectacle. Humph. The ancestor of Dayun snorted coldly, glaring at the ancestor of the Great Purple Dynasty. My affairs are none of your concern. You wagered, you must accept the loss. The 3 cities of Lanmu are yours. After giving the ancestor of the Great Purple Dynasty a hostile glare, the ancestor of Dayun turned to look at Chu Yunjia, who regarded him with a condescending glance. Since I have already ceded 3 cities, shall the wager continue? Shall we have another round? The ancestor of Dayun looked at Chu Yunjia. Who will you send to fight next? In a later stage of nascent soul, who can stand against my Southern King of Great Chu? Chu Yunjia smiled, his gaze fixed on him, fully aware of both sides' strengths. In Dayun, apart from those at the peak of nascent soul, none could contend with Chen Feng. The strange method Chen Feng had used last could wipe out even those at the peak if caught unprepared. Since we are all kings, why not have a battle among kings? The ancestor of Dayun spoke solemnly, directing his gaze once more at the ancestor of the Great Purple Dynasty. Daoist ZT, what do you think? Zita's expression grew serious, then he smiled and replied, why not? However, we must adjust the wager. 1 city is too low, it should be at least 5 cities. As ZT spoke, he raised the stakes, appearing as he was already calculating in his mind. On the side of Great Chu, there were only 2 at the peak of nascent soul. Even with an existence like Chen Feng, they were still at a disadvantage. Qi Yanbin was also filled with scheming thoughts, his expression returning to normal as he chuckled. Since we are having a battle of kings, what about the final battle of emperors? Upon hearing Qi Yanbin's words, Chu Yunji's smile froze instantly. Qi Yanbin and ZT exchanged sly looks. The 2 turned to each other and began discussing again. Hearing their banter, Chu Yunjia snorted coldly. Great Chu had no emperor. He was also pondering who would take the stage for the battle later. The emperors of the 3 great dynasties were all the pride of heaven, far stronger than the king level. In that case, let's inform the leaders of the Immortal sect to come forth. Chu Yunjia snorted as they were going to fight. Who would fear whom? The leaders of the 3 factions quickly made their decisions. 3 talismans soared into the sky, each flying toward a different direction. The voices of the 3 ancestors resonated simultaneously. The battle of nascent souls is cancelled. The battle of kings begins. The personnel arrangement was swiftly completed. The 3 ancestors joined forces, marking out 3 great regions in the empty space, and Chu Yunjia descended before Chen Feng. Young friend Chen Feng, some unexpected changes have occurred in this matter. You will need to face one of Dayun's kings. If you find yourself at a disadvantage, simply concede, and I will protect you. It's simple. Only those at the peak of nascent soul can be called kings in the 3 great dynasties. This means Chen Feng needs to battle a king at the peak of nascent soul. If you can achieve victory and slay the opposing king, I can promise you the title of Southern King of Great Chu, allowing your descendants to inherit it for 5 generations regardless of their strength. Chu Yunjia dropped a heavy bombshell. However, this offer was not enticing enough for Chen Feng, yet he still nodded in agreement. He was unsure when he would break through to the transformation stage. Under the excited gazes of the many at nascent soul, the battle of kings erupted, with Chen Feng facing the White Crane King of Dayun. Shi Lingzuan would battle the king of the Great Purple Dynasty, while Chu Yunjin was arranged by Chu Yunjia to confront either the emperor of Dayun or the leader of the Immortal sect. This was also a reluctant choice. Southern King, you are quite impressive. The White Crane King stared intently at Chen Feng, surprised he still had a chance to fight him. You killed my brother Wang, you are very strong. But unfortunate for you, you will die at my hands. Since he could take the stage, the White Crane King had no qualms about avenging Qi Qing. The advantage of being at the peak of nascent soul against a late-stage opponent was clear. Then we shall see. Chen Feng replied calmly, the long sword in his hand ringing lightly. With a low shout, strike. The sword's momentum soared, and his power erupted. As Chen Feng struck with his sword, the immense sword aura carved a deep chasm in the ground, transforming into a narrow canyon, leaving behind a wild sword intent. The White Crane King let out a light shout, his gaze exceedingly serious, showing no intention of underestimating his opponent. However, his weapon was a feather fan. The feather fan swept through, stirring up a fierce wind. A spirit crane let out a sharp long cry, meeting Chen Feng's sword aura, causing the ground to tremble. Simultaneously, fierce battles erupted in the other three regions, the overwhelming fluctuations echoing throughout. Even cultivators watching from 100 miles away could feel the seismic force. In the distance, the shockwave was deafening. The weather shifted erratically, with lightning and fire intertwining. Stepping into the void, Chen Feng vanished from his original spot. A spark erupted in the air, flames engulfing the heavens. Another fierce wind surged, transforming Chen Feng's fire into a weapon for others. His opponent dared not let their guard down. The earlier demise of Qi Qing had already made them cautious. Rapidly changing positions, they became a whirlwind, their form elusive. Chen Feng was also forced to reveal his true form, gazing upon the swirling fire dragon, and once more formed a decisive hand gesture. Suddenly, a violent surge of waves arose. A towering wave hundreds of meters high appeared out of nowhere, crashing towards the opponent, followed closely by several jets of water. Shield. The king of white cranes fanned out his feather fan, feathers flying everywhere. It suddenly expanded, enveloping the king like an eggshell. The defense was terrifyingly formidable. Chen Feng smiled upon seeing this, and with a thought the spiritual flames ignited. The king of white cranes had no choice but to retract his defense and extinguish the flames on his fan. As the magical powers intertwined, this area was left in ruins. Chen Feng closed in with sand and stones flying. A mountain of iron rose from the ground, trapping the king of white cranes within. As the magical powers intertwined, this area was left in ruins. Chen Feng closed in with sand and stones flying. A mountain of iron rose from the ground, trapping the king of white cranes. The opponent instinctively used the feather fan to block. Bang! The already battered fan exploded, instantly turning into fine powder. The king of white cranes spat out a mouthful of blood, his treasured artifact destroyed. The impact on him was no small matter. His face turned pale as he retaliated with a palm strike, clashing against Chen Feng's grand palm. Great might, heavenly dragon! Chen Feng roared in anger, his bloodline powers surging. A golden dragon charged forward, roaring and brandishing its claws. Chen Feng's sword was also sent flying from his hand. Annihilate. Lightning flashed as a solid lightning spear appeared in his hand, flying towards the king of white cranes. Spirit crane strike. An almost corporeal spirit crane screeched as it clashed with the golden dragon. In an instant they were scattered into points of light and vanished. A strong wind arose again. The king of white cranes rode the wind, attempting to escape the pursuing lightning spear. You can't escape. Chen Feng coldly shouted as his magical energy rapidly drained. He crossed over one node after another, quickly closing in on the king of white cranes. Several bolts of lightning chased after him. Sensing the increasingly violent aura closing in, the king of white cranes stopped running. He struck back with the intent to destroy the thunder. The void shook violently. The opponent was quickly trapped within Chen Feng's celestial realm. Chen Feng's sword with the dragon, his magical energy ignited. The void shook violently. The opponent was quickly trapped within Chen Feng's celestial realm. Chen Feng's sword with the dragon, his magical energy igniting. With cold eyes he met the incoming sword, stained with droplets of blood. With hundreds of swords slashing out, the king of white crane's body appeared battered. As the sword light approached, he looked up towards the sky, intending to call for help. In that moment he cast aside the dignity of his noble title. His life was paramount. Too late. Chen Feng scoffed. His golden nascent soul emerged. No, it should be called a half-true divine being. Chen Feng's nascent soul was incredibly dense and solidified. It could launch attacks. However, should it be dispersed, that would mean death. Let alone launching an attack. A single strike from the nascent soul's power could cause his own nascent soul to dissipate. A small sword condensed from divine power was held tightly by a diminutive figure. Breaking through the void, it forcefully pierced into the body of the king of white cranes. How could you possess a divine soul? Inside the king, his nascent soul trembled violently, filled with terror. His body reacted violently, the powerful magical energy attempting to shatter Chen Feng's nascent soul. Yet he found it to have minimal effect. At that moment, he severed all thoughts and attempted to escape from his own body. Die. The sword of divine power transformed into an arrow piercing into the opponent's nascent soul. No. The king of white crane's nascent soul dissipated in terror. Inside him chaos ensued as his magical energy erupted. The annihilation of the nascent soul within represented the obliteration of his very essence. Inside Chen Feng's foreign aura caused a surge in magical energy. After Chen Feng's nascent soul returned, the opponent's body exploded. The ground cracked inch by inch, the force even shaking the four combatants in the other two areas. Did the king of white cranes self-destruct? The four peak nascent souls looked on in disbelief. On the side of the great cloud, several allied nascent souls suddenly became furious. The king of white cranes self-destructed. In the sky, the recently arrived Hua Yu was also in shock. Is that Chen Feng, my young friend? Indeed. Chu Yunjie was equally shocked, his heart trembling violently. Beside Hua Yu, a man dressed with a golden feather emblem displayed a look of astonishment. Divine power. Indeed. The two elders also took notice. Chen Feng had utilized divine power to swiftly obliterate the opponent's nascent soul. This caused the opponent's magical energy to spiral out of control, resulting in an explosion. So that is the recently renowned Chen Feng. Yu Mingli was utterly astonished. His nascent soul is peculiar. It seems not like a nascent soul, but rather a young lad, a half-step into the elders. I believe we can let him participate in the imperial war, let him face an emperor or sect master. There might be unexpected gains. Chu Yunjie pondered for a moment, glancing at the nearby Qi Yanbin, who had calmed down significantly. The king of white cranes had not even had the chance to surrender. Old ghost Yunjie, what do you think are the chances of our young friend Chen Feng using divine power unexpectedly to slay Qi Yanbing's nascent soul? Chu Yunjie fell into contemplation. After a while he slowly replied, not much. He has already exposed this move. The opponent will surely be on guard now. It's a pity we couldn't find out sooner. Chu Yunjie sighed. If they had known earlier that Chen Feng's nascent soul had already gained some divine might. After this battle, even if he conceded, letting him fight the opponent's emperor or a sect master would be highly beneficial for the great Chu. What a pity. Hua Yu also sighed. Soon he returned to normal, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He said solemnly, if I pass the divine shock technique to him, what are his chances? The divine shock technique? You old fool, you really are generous. Chu Yunjie's expression changed. I think it's feasible, as long as Chen Feng doesn't share it. Being able to slay the opponent's key figures would be the greatest benefit to us. Indeed, Yu Mingli also spoke up, agreeing with this notion. The divine shock technique could briefly invade the opponent's mind and soul. A moment of shock. But in that brief moment, many things could be accomplished. If unguarded, that instant would be enough to kill the opponent. High-level cultivators can exchange dozens of moves in a single breath. A moment is enough to unleash a powerful strike. But can he learn the divine shock technique in such a short time? Hua Yu said solemnly. Let's give it a try. If he can't learn it, let the mountain guardian continue. We won't suffer any losses, and it counts as repaying him for slaying the king of white cranes. The three did not hesitate long, and quickly made their decision. Young friend Chen Feng, we shall meet again in the heavens. The voice of Chu Yunjie echoed in Chen Feng's ears as he returned to the camp. Chen Feng looked up at the sky, and in an instant his figure vanished. A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. In his memories, there was no existence of him. Hua Yu smiled, and said, little friend Chen Feng, this is the master of my Tianyu sect, Yu Mingli. I have met the master. Chen Feng reacted, and through that feather, he speculated much in his heart. It was no surprise that someone could be close to the two great ancestors. His identity must be extraordinary. There is no need for excessive courtesy. We can refer to each other as peers. For Chen Feng, a rising star in the great Chu, how could the master of the sect not have some understanding of him? Now seeing him up close, he was indeed amazed. Chen Feng's aura was remarkably condensed, his vitality strong like that of a seasoned cultivator. His brows were extraordinary, and his imposing presence was naturally formidable. Even if he were to be called a sovereign, Chen Feng would believe it. Chen Feng chuckled. He was not foolish enough to address him as a peer. At least not at this moment. The other party's status was on par with the emperor of Great Chu. Chen Feng, what about your nascent soul? Chu Yunjie asked. In response to the ancestor, I do not know. When I broke through to the late stage of nascent soul, I felt that my nascent soul underwent a transformation. As for what it is, I am not aware. Chen Feng shook his head, displaying a puzzled expression. Chu Yunjie smiled, and said, I merely asked. It's a good thing. The transformation of the nascent soul into the divine spirit will greatly assist you on your path to becoming a god. However, I did not summon you for this matter. Chu Yunjie looked toward Hua Yu. Hua Yu understood and spoke. I have a technique here, the town-protecting art of my Tianyu sect, which can instill fear in the opponent's mind. There is such a technique. Chen Feng was somewhat moved. Combined with his nascent soul's exit, it would be invincible. Hua Yu chuckled. The vast world holds countless wonders. I intend to impart this technique to you. If you can learn it before the imperial battle begins, you may unleash it. Then during this imperial battle you will replace the Emperor of Great Chu in the fight, seizing the opportunity to instill fear in the opponent and then strike with your divine spirit. Is this feasible? Chen Feng was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. As a town-protecting art, the other party surprisingly intended to pass it on to him. But this request was not an issue for Chen Feng. However, I must ask again, if I cannot master it, what then? Chen Feng was puzzled, wondering if they would take it back if he failed. While you smiled, do not worry. Since it has been given to you, little friend Chen Feng, there are no plans to take it back. Of course you cannot teach it to others. Even if you fail to master it, that is all right, consider it a reward for you, little friend. Chen Feng smiled upon hearing this. Then I thank you. A jade slip appeared in the other party's hand, and was handed to Chen Feng. You can comprehend it here, and we two old fellows will guard you. Why, you said. Chen Feng did not refuse, and immediately used his divine sense to communicate with the jade slip. A stream of information surged into his mind. Chen Feng was slightly surprised. This technique was not weak. At least the difficulty of entry was very high, and its complexity was also considerable. At this moment, information about this technique also appeared on his personal panel. Divine Shock Technique. Exchange for Divine Shock, 100 years of cultivation experience. Without hesitation, Chen Feng activated the enhancement. In an instant he comprehended the Divine Shock Technique and became proficient in it. The deduction of 1,000 inheritance points was hardly a concern. Interesting. Chen Feng felt a shudder in his heart. This technique, cultivated to the highest level, could even shatter an opponent's spirit and soul. However, this technique was incomplete. The chaotic aura gradually calmed down, allowing the three who stood beside him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Feng naturally sensed the state and actions of the three. However, at this moment, he continued to enter a state of cultivation. He could not withdraw so soon, as it had only been a little over an hour since he acquired the Divine Annihilation technique. If he were to claim that he easily comprehended it like this, it would be too explosive. He decided to wait a few more hours. After all, the battle for the nascent soul would not conclude so quickly. Once they finished their fight, he would exit his state. Coupled with the changes he had experienced earlier, he could fully explain himself while ensuring his safety. Thus the battle of the four kings progressed to its final stages. More than 4 hours had passed. Xiao Lingzuan was in a dreadful state, ultimately summoning his treasured artifact to unleash a devastating strike. He managed to defeat his opponent, but lacked the strength to kill them. The other side was in a similar situation. Both parties were completely exhausted. Not a single noble fell during the battle. As the battle concluded, the situation for Dayun was dire. The Wood Spirit King of Dayun had suffered severe injuries, and Bai He Wang was slain by Chen Feng, with even his nascent soul utterly obliterated. Qi Yanbing and Mu Wen both wore extremely heavy expressions, their eyes barely concealing their anger. Especially in the case of the Great Chu side, they will likely unleash them. Qi Yanbing and Mu Wen both wore extremely heavy expressions, their eyes barely concealing their anger. Especially in the case of the Great Chu side, they will likely unleash the Mountain Guardian King, whose strength is inferior to yours. Strive to eliminate him. Qi Yanbing exuded a chilling, killing intent as he looked at the two. Meanwhile, the ruler of the Great Purple and the leader of the sect were also mobilizing to prepare for the royal battle. With the royal battle concluded, the Great Chu obtained 10 cities. Both dynasties suffered losses, and neither felt satisfied. The royal battle was fought for 10 cities. If the Great Chu were to achieve total victory, they would nearly gain an additional territory. This was not a place. The resources here were far richer than in any chaotic land. Chen Feng too awoke as expected, briefly stimulating Yumingli. This prompted the three to praise him as a prodigy. In half a day's time he had grasped the basics of the Divine Shocking Technique. With Chen Feng's unusual situation, they had no further doubts, although astonished they could accept it. Their expressions were more filled with joy. In this battle, as long as both of you win, our Great Chu will gain nearly an entire territory. And it will be a resource-rich territory. Chu Yunjie was visibly excited. Chen Feng and the others nodded solemnly. The Mountain Guardian King, upon being told he would not need to take action, felt a wave of confusion. This included the nascent soul from the Great Chu side. After all, Chen Feng was merely at the late stage of the nascent soul. This was truly unacceptable. However, Chu Yunjie did not feel the need to explain this to them. If they were victorious, that was naturally self-evident. If they lost with Chen Feng's performance, it would not be too surprising and could be understood. The Yu Mingli side felt similarly, as everyone had great faith in his strength. Among the nascent souls of the three dynasties, he was a top-tier existence, possessing a powerful divine shocking technique that offered an extraordinarily high chance of victory. Everyone had high hopes for him. What? That old ghost Chu Yunjie is actually letting Chen Feng take the field? Qi Yanbing's expression was unfriendly as he spoke solemnly. Yanbing, when if you face Chen Feng, do not engage him in a prolonged fight. His strength is merely at the late stage of the nascent soul, but he possesses many extraordinary abilities. Strike with full force and eliminate him with overwhelming speed. Also be wary of his nascent soul emerging. If his nascent soul undergoes a mutation, do not let it near you. Understood. The two were not foolish. Shi Yanbing was particularly clear about the fall of Bai Huang. As soon as Chen Feng's nascent soul emerged, they would strike with all their might to dispel it. They would leave him no opportunity. Mu Wen was also aware of this information, feeling immense shock as his vigilance heightened. If they were to fail, it would be utterly humiliating, and they could even lose their lives. On the other side, the Great Purple was similarly astonished by Chen Feng's appearance in battle. They quickly formulated a countermeasure. The great battle was on the verge of breaking out. For someone like Chen Feng, who was relatively weaker, he had become a target for the other two great dynasties. With a countermeasure in place, they were no longer afraid of Chen Feng's trump cards. Moreover, the rulers of the dynasties and the leaders of the sects were the pinnacle of existence, even stronger than Bai Huang. Facing them, they only needed to crush him with overwhelming force to eliminate him. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng would be battling against the Daoist dynasty. Chen Feng was set to face Shi Yanbing. This lineup captured the attention of all the cultivators present. A noble from one dynasty was set to battle the ruler of another. It was still the late stage of the nascent soul against the peak of the nascent soul. With buffs maximized, it was hard not to attract attention. Compared to the enigmatic leader of the sect, Yu Mingli was set to battle the leader of the Great Purple's sect. Chen Feng's battle was even more captivating. Son-in-law, you truly surprised me. Upon landing, Chen Feng was greeted by the Great Chu side. There was still an hour until the royal battle commenced. They still needed to choose an auspicious time, which made Chen Feng feel somewhat exasperated. However, this was also the time that Chu Yunjie and Huayu, the two transformation gods, had fought for Chen Feng. The more time they had, the more familiar he could become with the divine shocking technique. However, how could they know that Chen Feng had not only perfected the divine shocking technique? He had also completed the cultivation of this incomplete manuscript to perfection. Under the assault of his soul attack, those weaker than him would surely perish. It would not be an exaggeration to say a mere thought could kill. However, such a heaven-defying technique also required a great deal of energy from the soul. When fully activated, it was normal for one's lifespan to diminish by several years. It was no different from burning one's life for the Tao heart. Both were soul-consuming feats. Yet Chen Feng felt no concern about this, since his lifespan had surpassed 10,000 years after transitioning from postnatal to innate. Most ordinary transformation gods would not live as long as he had. What was it to burn a little lifespan? He had plenty to spare. While conversing with his inexpensive father-in-law, the Mountain Guardian King, Chen Feng suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching from behind. He turned around to take a look. The somewhat ethereal aura adorned with multiple injuries belonged to Qiu Lingzuan. Upon seeing him, Chen Feng looked at the Mountain Guardian King. The latter nodded gently and smiled. Son-in-law, technically this person is also your father-in-law, the Grand Marshal of Great Chu Qiu Lingzuan. Chen Feng's lips twitched. He had also heard of Xia Jiao's father. It was this person who had intervened when Lai Zun intended to trouble him. He was the head of the Qiu family, one of the three great families of Great Chu. Taking a deep breath as he looked at the other, Chen Feng walked over solemnly and cupped his hands. Chen Feng, greetings to my father-in-law. Ha ha ha. Qiu Lingzuan laughed, even though the movement caused him to grimace in pain. The joy on his face remained undiminished. After laughing, he helped Chen Feng up, his eyes filled with a hint of emotion. Originally, I felt guilty towards my daughter, as I could not protect her in the imperial city and was powerless to help, allowing her to wander outside. Now, with so many events transpiring after this emperor's fall, I can finally step forward. How has Xiao Jia? Chen Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. Looking at the old father filled with guilt, he took a deep breath and softly said, everything is well. I am currently preparing to break through to the mid-nascent soul stage. Qiu Lingzhen's face showed a hint of joy upon hearing this, but then the guilt deepened. Over the years, he had been unable to help his daughter and could only watch her fall to the southern region, becoming the lord of a small city guarding a first-tier spirit vein. It was infuriating. Chen Feng, however, heard some different news from what the other party had mentioned. For instance, the former emperor. Instantly, countless pieces of information rushed through his mind. Various causes and effects. No wonder, as one of the three major families, the Qiu family could only watch their legitimate daughter fall into despair. After a moment of warm inquiries, Qiu Lingzuan thought for a moment, then hesitantly asked, so, I heard that Jiaoer has given birth to a son now. Chen Feng. Ahem. Chen Feng coughed lightly a couple of times, his gaze shifting slightly. The king of Jinshan beside him was also taken aback. He quickly waved his hand, and a barrier enveloped the three of them. Those around, whether intentionally or unintentionally, drew closer, while the faces of the various nascent soul experts revealed expressions of regret as they secretly tried to listen. Yes, his name is Chun Chuho, possessing both ice and thunder dual spiritual roots, and he has already established his foundation. My. Qiu Lingzuan suddenly paused, his mouth opening slightly. Wait, you said he has established his foundation? Qiu Lingzuan could hardly believe his ears regarding his grandson. Dual spiritual roots would be remarkable enough, but if he remembered correctly, wasn't he only about 20 years old? Indeed. At this point, Chen Feng felt a bit proud. Heavenly Son, I quite like that name. Qiu Lingzhen's face lit up, and he nodded gently. He expressed great approval of the name. Chen Feng coughed lightly a couple of times. Chen Chuho. Oh yes, Chuho, haha. Xiao Lingzhen's face also shone with light, and his mood was extraordinarily pleasant. He was aware of the matter concerning Chun Ruashi. A golden core at 60 years old allowed him to hold his head high among his old companions. Now his little grandson was even more formidable. How old is Chuho? He inquired, his eyes flickering slightly. Chen Feng pondered for a moment and spoke softly. 13, haha, wait. What? What did you say? 13 years old. The two old men exclaimed in unison, their expressions frozen. Chen Feng, feeling somewhat vexed, rubbed his nose regarding Chun Chuho's foundation establishment at 13. He found it immensely terrifying. That piece of celestial relic had also been given to that little guy. The shock of the two old men had long been anticipated. Xiao Lingzuan let out a long howl toward the sky. This scene was extraordinarily bizarre. Outside the barrier, various nascent soul cultivators watched Xiao Lingzuan, who was tilting his head and howling like a wolf with strange smiles. They felt a rush in their hearts. Old Xiao, calmed down. Chu Yunjin stepped forward, grabbing his shoulder and shaking him vigorously. Those who didn't know might have thought they were arguing. In reality, Chu Yunjin was also feeling exceptionally pleased. Finally, he had seized the opportunity. Old Ghost Jin, you old thing, stop shaking. Xiao Lingzuan shook off Chu Yunjin, his expression returning to normal. He spoke softly. Once this matter is settled, can I go back to see my grandson? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng looked at him and then up at the sky. He had no issues, but what about Xia Jiao? How would she feel? Chen Feng did not agree right away, shaking his head. You should discuss this matter with Jiao. Xiao Lingzhen's face revealed a hint of disappointment. Will she see me? Nonsense, you know what kind of personality that little girl has. Chu Yunjin stepped forward and slapped him on the back. No matter what, you must go see her. The things that happened back then are not your fault. Who would have known that Chu Tianzhong is such a scoundrel, and that guy Yun Ming is so unreasonable, favoring that? I understand. Xiao Lingzuan nodded and looked at Chen Feng, cupping his hands. Xian son-in-law, I will leave this matter to you. You flatter me. Chen Feng stepped forward, raising Xiao Lingzhen's hand. When the time comes, just come back with me. I believe Jiao will understand. Hearing their conversation, Chen Feng suddenly understood. He imagined a drama of love and hatred. However, as the two main culprits in that incident, one had died in the national war. The other had fallen victim to his own schemes in the secret realm. It could be considered a karmic retribution. After this understanding, the atmosphere among the three improved significantly. As they conversed, Chen Feng also came to understand that the so-called Grand Marshal was merely a tiny boat in political struggles. Ultimately, it still came down to strength. Now everything being well was merely a facade. If he were to stagnate at the nascent soul stage, everything would likely not be as it was now. The benefits bestowed upon him by Chu Yunjia and Hua Yu were invaluable. They could be seen as an investment. Furthermore, even if something were to happen, Chen Feng could easily take all his descendants and leave. The world is vast, and there are plenty of places to reside. After a few hundred years, he would surely break through to the transformation stage, or even beyond. At that time, who would be able to stop him? Of course, these were merely the worst-case scenarios. The people of Dechu were not all short-sighted. Time passed swiftly. The final imperial war erupted. Under the gaze of more than 30 nascent soul cultivators from Dechu, Chen Feng stepped slowly into the battlefield of the three wars. This was the center of the battle between him and Qi Yanbing. The opponent had long been waiting. Dressed in casual clothes, he wore a sword at his waist etched with countless intertwining runes. On the front of the sword, the golden characters, De Yun, shone incredibly bright. Spirit treasure, Chen Feng said in a deep voice, immediately noticing the opponent's sword. The sword of imperial power. I, the king of the southern region of Dechu, have long awaited you. The other party spoke first, exuding an imposing aura, the presence of a superior resonating throughout the realm. The momentum of a ruler was incredibly formidable. It was as if everything was about to prostrate beneath the imperial power. Chen Feng felt a weight upon himself. The other party was using pressure to intimidate him. Once the momentum was fully gathered, his strength would likely increase even further. He too would be at a significant disadvantage under the other's pressure. What do I have to fear? Ha ha ha. Chen Feng laughed heartily. Since they were competing in strength, who would lose? The power of his bloodline surged, golden light soaring into the sky, breaking through the endless purple clouds. Taking a step forward, his vital energy rolled, and Chen Feng smiled gently. A gust of wind swept in the might of thunder, and lightning surged, and Chen Feng stepped upon the lightning, advancing with the wind. Instantly, the opponent's pressure was shattered. Great clouds, Lord, who in this world dares to claim invincibility? Only I, Chen Feng, can. Ha ha ha. Boom. Thunder danced wildly, and golden light erupted, as if the whole world were quaking. The destructive power swept through the entire central area. Chen Feng's magical energy was rapidly depleting, his hair flying wildly. For a moment, it was as if a true celestial had descended. Qi Yanbing was stunned, her expression shifting unpredictably. In midair, the two great ancestors Yun Jia and Hua Yu both twitched at the corners of their mouths. This kid is too good at putting on an act. Chu Yunjie covered his face, suppressing the urge to slap him. Originally, he thought Chen Feng was incredibly steady and capable of great responsibility. Now, during such an important imperial battle, wasting magical power like this is simply unacceptable. Yu Mingli felt the grandeur of the scene and almost lost his composure. The demeanor of the sect master was almost lost. We should be like the king of southern Jun. A cultivator from the great Chu sighed, his blood surging with emotion. Look, this is what we call a gap. Of course, Chen Feng wasn't just putting on an act. He looked up at the void and smiled, a flash of golden light passing through his eyes. Slay the gods. He uttered in a low voice, his bloodline power surging, causing the thunder to grow violent. His magical power rapidly depleted as his vital blood transformed into specks of light intertwining with his magic. A golden spear appeared in his hand. Its aura was ancient, but anyone attempting to probe it would find their divine sense unable to approach within 10 meters of the spear. It would turn to nothingness and be devoured. What kind of technique is this? Qi Yanbing felt a life-threatening danger. He hadn't even started to reveal his trump cards. His expression changed and a heap of magical treasures were thrown out, countless attacks bombarding Chen Feng. Attack is the best defense. It's too late. Chen Feng replied indifferently. In this battle, he did not intend to treat his opponent as a test subject. He wanted the name of the king of southern Jun to resonate throughout the entire 3 dynasties. The expansion of the Chen family required a strong backing and deterrence. And this backing could only be himself. The deterrence was the same. Below the god transformation stage, who could rival? In the sky, Qi Yanbin became instantly unsettled. He felt a heart-stopping aura from the spear in Chen Feng's hand, even sensing the possibility of his downfall. This is bad. How could Chen Feng possess such forbidden techniques? He immediately wanted to intervene in person. With this strike, Qi Yanbing had little chance of survival. Old Qi, what do you want to do? No interference in the imperial battle. Chu Yunjie and the others appeared suddenly in front of the 2 god transformation beings. The energy instantly locked onto them. You guys. On the other side, the golden spear pierced through the void, annihilating all attacks. With an incredible speed, it arrived in front of Qi Yanbing. His pupils contracted, and he immediately considered self-destructing his magical treasure to exchange for a glimmer of hope. PFF. Suddenly, without warning, Qi Yanbing felt a sharp pain emanating from the depths of his soul. His heart twisted in pain, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His pupils widened in shock. PFF. In an instant, his body was pierced through. His entire being was struck by a tremendous force, flying backwards and pinned against the 6 great god transformation beings, altering the terrain. He was cast over the mountains that separated 3 regions. Boom. Another explosion roared as the mountains crumbled. It forcefully blasted a gap in the continuous mountain range spanning hundreds of miles. For a moment, all 4 combatants halted. They looked towards the area where Chen Feng was battling Qi Yanbing. Their pupils were filled with shock, and their faces dramatically changed. Chen Feng. A furious voice echoed in the air. Qi Yanbin wanted to shake off the obstruction from Chu Yunjie and Hua Yu to intervene. Unexpectedly, everything happened so fast. In just a few breaths, everyone thought Chen Feng would continue to accumulate strength. They didn't expect him to act directly, using an unbelievable technique to instantaneously kill the Great Cloud Dynasty. Everyone from the 3 dynasties was in shock, appearing as if they were petrified. Only in the sky could the furious voice of Qi Yanbin be heard. Chen Feng exhaled deeply. Just as he had anticipated, a wave of fatigue washed over him. He swallowed a few elixirs and picked up the items dropped by the fallen Great Cloud Emperor. Returning to the area of the Great Chu. This action took only a few breaths. Chen Feng's figure moved swiftly in the air. Before long, he arrived in the territory of the Great Chu. Looking at the crowd still recovering from the shock, he smiled and said, I have lived up to expectations. This was truly astonishing, and the way everyone looked at Chen Feng changed. They all transformed, their expressions becoming extremely complex. Chen Feng had instantly killed the emperor of a dynasty. If it were the Great Chu, it would be equivalent to Chen Feng killing the ruler of the dynasty. This was simply too shocking. After a hard-fought battle, it could be somewhat acceptable to slay an opponent, but this was an instant kill. In the sky, the fluctuations of the god transformation battle were ongoing. Qi Yanbin insisted that Chen Feng was a god transformation pretending to harm the Great Cloud. Old Qi, didn't one emperor just die? My king of southern Jun has also suffered magical power damage. What does this count as? Be quiet. Chu Yunji's angry voice rang out, and the fluctuations of the god transformation cultivators rippled. Another intense disturbance occurred, as if the sky was being pierced. The elder from the Great Purple seemed to join the battlefield. Soon the commotion subsided. Chu Yunji's voice came down. The imperial battle continues. Chen Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. He had gained another enemy. But what does it matter? First there was the Song family, and now there was the Great Cloud. Chen Feng was utterly unconcerned. He simply did not believe that they would dare to come and assassinate him within the Great Chu's territory. This place could be considered part of the Tian'an Celestial Alliance's domain. If they acted recklessly, they likely wouldn't survive either. Young friend Chen Feng. Chu Yunjin hesitated for a moment before speaking. Chen Feng waved his hand and smiled. What? After I killed Qi Yanbing you no longer recognize me. What is this all about? Chen Feng's voice carried a hint of mockery. Chu Yunjin appeared somewhat disgruntled, he still hadn't recovered. Qiu Lingzuan was in the same situation. After this battle Chen Feng's reputation would surely resonate throughout the Great Chu and even the entire three dynasties. Chen Feng's status would rise sharply. Such an existence would still have great prospects even if he broke through to God transformation. Son-in-law, tell me, are you the reincarnation of that great being? Qiu Lingzuan fell silent for a moment, a terrifying thought surfacing in her mind. In the end she couldn't help but ask Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled and said, how could that be? I am myself, not anyone else. Qiu Lingzuan opened her mouth, but did not continue. In her heart a seed of doubt was planted. Chu Xinyun felt the same way. Lingzuan, there probably isn't much for me here anymore. How about we return to the clan together? Chen Feng looked at Qiu Lingzuan and said solemnly. The other party was a peak nascent soul cultivator. Chen Feng was contemplating pulling her to his side. That's fine. Qiu Lingzuan nodded, releasing her doubts, feeling immense longing and guilt for her long. Son-in-law, let's return to the imperial city. First, I need to take something. Upon hearing this Chen Feng smiled knowingly. Without saying much he summoned the Divine Wind No. 7 and said, let's go. Qiu Lingzuan cast a deep glance at Divine Wind No. 7, leaping onto the bow of the boat, her robe billowing, looking quite flamboyant. You old man. Chen Feng's lips twitched, this makeshift father-in-law felt oddly surreal. Qi Chen Chenjun. Chen Feng's 7 activated as supreme spirit stones burned, its propulsion driven to the utmost. It became a streak of light and vanished at the horizon. Deep within the Liani mountain range, ancient azure trees thrust skyward, and the forest echoed with successive beastly roars. Suddenly explosions burst forth, the mountain trembled and trees toppled. Do you yield? A young voice full of vigor rang through the woods. Intermixed with those echoes were more roars. Up close a youth in sturdy garb sat astride a striking rhino. Fist after fist battered its skull, driving the rhino beast into unbearable pain and blind fury. It slammed into rocks in an effort to shake the rider loose. All of it proved futile. The youth's body was extraordinarily resilient. Even as stone shattered, he emerged only dust-streaked. Roar! The rhino beast, enraged, reared on its hind legs and thrashed wildly. The youth clung to its ear, voice low and commanding, quiet down. He wrapped his fist with cultivated power, lightning coiling about it, and struck. Crackling surged, the beast felt a numbness flood through it, and let out an angry bellow. Wooden spikes erupted from the ground behind them, razor-sharp and intent on piercing. The youth leapt and midair landed with a single sure step. He had evaded the strike. Hiss! The rhino beast sounded a warning and stepped back. This human before it, it could not afford to provoke him. Trying to leave, the youth made no great display of sorcery, relying on sheer physical might to subdue the beast. He meant to break it, seeing it attempt to go he would not stand for it. He channeled power beneath his feet, traversed the air, and settled behind the beast. Fire Spirit Fist. He murmured and unleashed a blow. A colossal tiger of flame manifested in a hunting pose and lunged at the rhino beast. Roar! The beast, unable to evade, glared with reddened eyes. Energy coalesced in its maw and green light shimmered along its body as a beam shot outward. The fire tiger swallowed the beam, yet much of its flame was extinguished. When the assault struck the rhino beast again, it only produced a superficial wound. The youth took a swift stride, ghost-like, and moved to the beast's flank. He bent and sent out a flying kick. Martial vigor surged in a devastating arc. Ugh! The rhino beast groaned and was toppled to the earth. Lightning coiled about the youth while frost crept beneath his feet. He scrambled onto the beast's back. He planted a foot, and an intense cold washed over it, accompanied by another burst of lightning. In an instant the beast was stunned and convulsed by the shock. Do you yield? Another punch slammed into its skull. Its crimson glare dimmed, and white steam hissed from its mouth. Clearly disoriented by the electric assault, a strangely docile expression, almost human, crept into. Only then did the youth relent, patting the rhino beast. Be my mount, and you will not be wronged. My household will lavish upon you. We will provide resources to elevate you to the golden core stage. Far better than living wild. He spun another grand promise practiced in the art of placation. The rhino beast's features softened into a contemplative, almost human look. Seeing this, the youth produced a pill and slipped it into the beast's mouth. Immediately its eyes brightened, its rounded frame shook off its former listlessness, and rose from the ground. It nuzzled the youth affectionately, wearing a beseeching expression. That's better, he said, stroking its horn with obvious. I captured a mid-foundation establishment demon beast as a mount. Father will be stunned. He laughed, vaulted onto the rhino beast, and declared, from now on you'll be called Pangxi. Ho! The rhino beast emitted a questioning sound, clearly displeased. Without a second thought the youth punched it. Putting on a fearsome face, he barked, you are my mount, and you must obey me. If I call you Erguzi you will answer to it. The beast's expression crumpled, it submitted. Satisfied, he patted the rhino beast and left the woods. Within the Chen clan, Chen Feng had already returned. Qiu Lingzuan had likewise met Xia Jiao. Chen Feng did not disturb them. He sat alone atop Dengxian Peak, gazing into the distance. HM. Suddenly his brow lifted. He swept his spiritual sense and saw at the Qinjun gate his son riding a rhinoceros into the city. Chen Feng felt a sudden headache. Chen Shihao was only an early foundation establishment, but rode a mid-foundation establishment demon beast. Chen Feng observed many marks across the creature's body, its skull most notably scarred, and his mouth twitched. That boy, Chen Feng sighed helplessly. Chihao's nerve was extraordinary. No wonder he had been raised on spirit blood. At his early foundation establishment, to capture a mid-foundation beast as a mount. The feat was more difficult than slaying a mid-foundation demon beast. Such creatures were fiercely wild and hard to control, let alone break into submission. Seeing this, a pang of wistfulness struck Chen Feng. He himself was in late nascent soul, and had even slain a peak opponent. In travel he either flew himself, or took a spirit boat. It felt a touch beneath the rank. Observe those venerable immortals. How many did not ride demon or divine beasts? The thought stirred in Chen Feng's mind. He thought of the 3 Hua Shen dragonblood demon beasts in the Tianlong realm. Suddenly his face turned bitter. The task would be difficult. Even if one steeled the Daoheart or bore inner demons to leap a full rank, it would be exceedingly hard. Never mind, Chen Feng told himself, shelving the matter for later. Sooner or later I'll seize one and make it my mount. Chen Feng stepped and appeared at the city gate, his gaze fixed on the leisurely smug Chen Shihao, showing off atop his rhino beast. Suddenly Chen Shihao felt a presence behind him. He spun around to see Chen Feng smiling. He laughed and patted the beast. Father, look, my mount is so flashy. Chen Feng's face darkened. Flashy, he muttered. That kid. Chen Feng smiled helplessly. Chen Feng prized the first son he had with Xia Jiao greatly. Both his innate talent and the character shaped since childhood were excellent. He watched him with pride, then surveyed the bustling city and the descendants visible everywhere. A quiet contentment welling up inside him. Hey Chihao brother, that mount is handsome. A sly voice rang from afar. Chen Feng looked out, and his expression suddenly darkened. A rotund man clutching a duster and wearing a roguish grin trotted over. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and saw the towering figure standing behind Chen Shihao. He trembled all over. Oh, father. Hey. A refreshing breeze brushed against his back as a powerful hand seized Chen Chud by the nape of his neck. With another hand, Chen Shu was pulled backward by a force as he attempted to retreat. Chen Feng lifted the two of them effortlessly. He shook them in frustration. It seems you two have really mastered the art of troublemaking, huh, you little rascals? I heard you are quite capable of causing trouble. Chen Feng's tone revealed no sign of anger or joy. The two trembled, their gazes pleadingly turning towards Chen Shuho. Father, don't plead for these two rascals. Chen Feng snorted lightly. These two had been begging for favors everywhere. They even engaged in the unseemly act of disturbing ancestral graves. I certainly did not teach them that. As a result, Chen Chuan often had to clean up after them. Among the clans of the southern region, many have placed these two on their blacklist. Father, we didn't do anything. Chen Chud managed a bitter smile, looking wronged. Oomph. If you didn't do anything, then why did I let you learn treasure-seeking techniques from Elder Wu Zai? What did you two do with what you learned? If it weren't for the Jin family coming to me last time, I wouldn't have known that you two rascals disturbed someone else's ancestral grave. It's a miracle you weren't killed. Chen Feng wore a look of disappointment, glaring at the two. He then turned to Chen Chuho, his expression darkening. From now on, you're not allowed to hang out with your brother Chud. Did you hear that? Chen Chuho was startled by Chen Feng's words. No wonder these two had been coming to him claiming they had a great opportunity to invite him along. It turned out. Suddenly Chen Chuho's expression darkened. Chen Feng paid him no mind, scanning the two with his spiritual sense. Don't cause any trouble for me in the coming days, understood? If people find out, they will think my Chen family is engaged in something unsavory. Did you hear that? Chen Feng spoke sternly, his gaze fixed on the two. Grandfather, I understand. We just won't seek treasures in the southern region anymore. Chen Muley looked quite aggrieved, still thinking it was something serious. Suddenly Chen Feng's face darkened. Don't say anything more. Look, even your grandfather is angry. Chen Chud wiggled his body, kicking Chen Muley in a frenzy, signaling wildly. How can we talk about such things? We should go to the Chu region, there are definitely more treasures there. The two leaned in closer, whispering to each other. Go to confinement. Chen Feng's lips twitched slightly, as if there were no others present. Off you go. With a strong throw, the two transformed into streams of light, falling into the mountains near the ascension peak. Howard, go to your mother now. Chen Feng spoke. All right, father. Chen Shuho glanced at the two who had vanished into the sky and nodded quickly. Chen Feng nodded lightly, smiling as he disappeared from the spot. As for Xia Jiao, Qiu Lingzuan, and Howard, I will leave them to those three. In the heavenly dragon realm, a wave of space shimmered with illusion. In the dragon god palace, Chen Feng arrived before the dragon tree. Beneath the tree, two pale bodies lay in the shade surrounded by two small spirit-gathering formations. These formations guided the rich spiritual energy nearby. It seems they are nearly recovered, Chen Feng murmured looking at the two lying there. They were indeed his first number reborn after the escape of his nascent soul. With the heavenly dragon realm as a treasure trove, the consumption of resources was nearly negligible. The later repairs and energy absorption relied entirely on this 8th-tier spiritual vein, which emitted a small amount of exceptionally high-quality energy. On the other side lay the immortal daoist. The method I used to attack with my nascent soul was learned from him. Chen Feng felt a sense of nostalgia as he looked at the pale young body of the immortal daoist. As for why he possessed the power of the divine soul, the individual had been a god transformation cultivator who had undergone possession 4 times. After multiple possessions, he ended up in this body that Chen Feng captured. After many years, he had only managed to restore his cultivation to the late nascent soul stage. The divinity of his divine soul had already degraded, retaining only a hint of divinity, the rest indistinguishable from a nascent soul. If he were to undergo a few more possessions, his divine soul would completely shatter. This made Chen Feng sigh. This fellow was indeed a ruthless character. In the chaos domain, he had survived for over 5,000 years, changing bodies 3 times. He could be considered a living fossil. Master, as if sensing someone approaching, the two bodies opened their eyes and rose from the ground. Chen Feng nodded slowly, disregarding the first number. His gaze fixed on the immortal daoist, curiosity flickering in his eyes, as he had not clarified matters before. Tell me about your first life. The immortal daoist showed no hesitation, respectfully stating, Master, my first life was in the Tianling dynasty. For the Tianling dynasty, I was the sect leader of the Xianling Immortal Gate. Chen Feng's spirit was instantly awakened. The Tianling dynasty made him frown slightly as information rapidly flashed through his mind. Then why did you end up in the chaos land, surviving in such a place? The other party spoke rapidly, withholding nothing. It even involved a genius from over 7,000 years ago in the Great Chu. He had the potential to elevate the Great Chu from a dynasty to an empire. In a dramatic turn of events, the Xianling Immortal Gate was destroyed, and he was betrayed by his own kin, suffering severe injuries from Emperor Chu Ming. With no choice, he could only survive in the Chaos Land. Do you know about the Tianfu sect? Chen Feng looked at him, his eyes narrowing slightly. I know that sect appeared 4,000 years ago, founded by a 4th-tier talisman master. Since the Tianling dynasty is your homeland, do you have any plans? Chen Feng asked, not believing that after fleeing for 7,000 years this fellow had no intention of returning to his homeland. I do. The Tianling dynasty and the Xikong mansion are controlled by my descendants, as well as the Sidu mansion and the Shengxing sect in the northern region of Tianling. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's face twitched slightly. He looked up at the immortal daoist with new respect. Not killing him seemed to be the correct choice. In the royal family, he had infiltrated over half of the upper echelons. 2 of the 3 dukes were his people, including a sect. No wonder he would stubbornly cling to the Chaos Land. He had not found his sect in the Chaos Land, so he was treating the Chaos Land as his own backyard. Beneath the Great Chu, crossing countless mountains, lay the Tianling dynasty. The Chaos domain, located in the southeast corner of the Great Chu, connects to the northern region of the Tianling dynasty. In an instant, thoughts began to flow. Can you still contact these people you mentioned? Chen Feng stared at him. The Tianling dynasty was not much inferior to the Great Chu. However, it had been living in peace for years, quietly developing. During the reign of Emperor Chu Ming, the Tianling dynasty was almost breached and had stabilized its development for several thousand years, so its actual strength was uncertain. Chen Feng's only encounter with them was when Chen Chu captured 2 talisman masters, nearly beating them to death. This made him remember the Tianling dynasty. During the conversation beneath the transplanted Tianqing tree on the mountainside of the ascending immortal peak, Chen Chu's vitality suddenly surged, bursting forth. The power of his blood and energy coalesced into runes. It enveloped his entire being, radiating a golden brilliance. Another booming sound echoed as waves of momentum emanated from Chen Chu. The earth trembled as golden light pierced the heavens. Chen Chu's entire body shimmered in gold, incredibly solid. Another dull roar rang out. A drop of blood fell, and the few blades of grass beneath his feet instantly transformed, becoming plump, with endless spiritual intent, gently swaying, as if expressing gratitude to the one who granted them life. With another tremor, golden light surged skyward, intertwining with a vast vitality, all of it retreating into his body. Martial cultivation is solely about refining oneself. The self remains unchanged, yet can reverse the heavens. Chen Chu bellowed, his might soaring, breaking through the sky as the earth shook. The Tianqing tree swayed, and 14 spirit fruits fell shattering in the air, transforming into a rich source of life force that surged into Chen Chu's body. After a moment, the power was retracted. A hearty laugh resonated as Chen Chu stepped into the void, walking towards the horizon. Ancestor Chu has broken through. A cry of astonishment arose within the Chen clan. Everyone was immensely excited as the Chen family had birthed another nascent soul. Deep within the Chen residence, Wan Wutian wore an expression of profound emotion. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Chen Chu made his heart race uncontrollably. Like a walking high-tiered demon beast, his physical form was incredibly formidable. Where is he going? He wondered, feeling Chen Chu stepping into the void moving southward. Wan Wuxian's face revealed a look of confusion. In the small courtyard of Xia Jiao Qiu Lingzuan gazed at her grandson, the gladiator rhinoceros, with satisfaction. Suddenly she felt a tremor throughout her body. She sensed a powerful aura manifesting as that presence stepped out of Chen County. The Chen family truly produces remarkable talents. Qiu Lingzuan couldn't help but exclaim, not bothering to dwell on it, continuing to accompany her daughter and grandson, presenting a harmonious scene. Brother Chu has broken through. On the city wall, Chen Ruoxi gazed over the vast wilderness, feeling the transformation of a familiar aura. Then she stepped down from the city wall, heading further south. Where is he going? Curiosity flickered in Chen Ruoxi's eyes as she soared into the air, closely following. Third brother has broken through. Two sneaky figures burst forth from beneath the city wall outside Chen County. Shaking off the dirt on their heads, they looked at the powerful aura moving southward. Muli, let's go. I feel that your third uncle is heading to accomplish something significant. Let's follow him and see. After saying this, the slightly rotund figure burrowed back into the ground, heading along Chen Chua's path. In the Tianlong realm, Chen Feng's blood suddenly surged. His face flushed slightly as a pure energy flowed into his limbs and bones, enhancing his physical form. A look of shock appeared on Chen Feng's face, quickly replaced by joy. Chu has broken through. The first generation of blood relatives experienced a slight feedback during their cultivation. However, this feedback would be magnified countless times when the other party broke through. If it could affect his blood and energy, there was only one possibility. Someone has comprehended the true self. In the realm of martial arts, only Chen Chu could achieve such a feat. Chen Xingxing was almost there. After all, previously without his own deductions, Chen Chu had forged a path beyond that of a martial master solely through his own efforts. It was because of this that he felt martial arts had a path to follow. If not for the differences in the world, Chen Chua's talent would only be more terrifying. Thinking of this, Chen Feng was overjoyed. The first nascent soul combat power among his descendants had appeared. This was a tremendous leap forward. Chen Feng couldn't wait to exit the boundary, looking towards the waist of the ascending immortal peak. A wave of divine sense swept over, and he frowned. Where is he? Chen Feng appeared beside the Tianxing tree, resting a hand on the trunk. Little Qing, where is he? The Tianxing tree swayed gently, and a thought materialized in his mind. To the south. He went south. Suddenly Chen Feng thought of something, and his entire being ascended into the air. He was going to seek revenge. The resentment from his previous injuries was still fresh in his memory. This matter was crystal clear in his mind. It was both a quest for vengeance and a trial of the Tao. Chen Feng sighed, not even summoning the spirit boat. After transferring the immortal daoist into the all-purpose storage ring, he transformed into a streak of light, pursuing the target of the Tianling dynasty, the Tianfu sect. After all, it was not comparable to the Great Chu. It was acceptable to take action within the borders. Seeking revenge was justifiable within a major power's domain. However, the Tianling dynasty was different. It involved crossing borders. Killing the subjects of others there would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of their higher-ups. Fortunately, the Tianfu sect was also in the northern region. Within the sect there were only two nascent souls. The strongest was merely mid-stage nascent soul, and with enough time Chen Chua's combat power and talent would prevail. Killing two people would be nothing extraordinary. However, the battle of nascent souls would create fluctuations detectable hundreds of miles away. If other powerful beings intervened, it would become a troublesome situation. In the end, confronting strong domain protectors would be disastrous. Chen Feng did not linger, pushing himself to chase after Chen Chu. The distance from Chun County to Tianfu sect would take at least a day of flying at his speed. Chen Chua's journey would take at least 2 days. The distance was not far. Within the Chen clan, everyone was already accustomed to Chen Feng's absence. The Imperial War had already come to a close. The Great Chu achieved a resounding victory, capturing 28 cities. As the greatest contributor, Chen Feng slayed the ruler of the Daoist dynasty, furiously cutting down 2 kings. This news gradually spread, and all who heard it were invigorated and astonished. Similarly, within the imperial city, with the national war completely concluded, the struggle for the throne had moved from the shadows into the open. One side was the second prince, Chu Tianwen, while the other was the emperor's daughter, supported by the Sitong royal family Chu Yushuan. For a time, the imperial city was filled with changing fortunes, and many powerful beings withdrew, wishing to distance themselves from this vortex. The Zhen and Wang title was also bestowed by the royal family, and various major regions began to promote it. The Chen family became the 4th largest family in the Great Chu, their status rivaling that of the 3 prestigious founding families. Just as the Great Chu was undergoing such tumultuous changes, Chen Feng had already arrived at the Tianling dynasty. He waited quietly around the Tianfu sect. Chen Chu was not a reckless person who, when approaching the borders of the Great Chu, he concealed his aura. He was going to seek revenge, not to court death. Chen Feng was too lazy to search, directly arriving at the destination to wait. The third day had already arrived. There was still no movement within the Tianfu sect, but Chen Feng unexpectedly encountered someone he didn't anticipate. Uncle Chud. Although we lost track of third uncle, I sensed a rich aura emanating from the southeast when I arrived here. There must be treasures there. Chen Muli wore an ecstatic expression, chattering incessantly into Chen Chu Des ear. The latter was equally captivated. His eyes seemed ready to conjure golden ingots. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng arched a brow, fully concealing his aura before vanishing from sight. How had these two youths slipped past his restraining formation? He would listen, carefully. They had traced Chen Chu Wu's trail, all the way here. He intended to observe what mischief these reckless boys planned. I've also discerned it. We strike at midnight tonight and unearth the treasure. Let us liberate those long-buried relics, those precious things yearning to see the light of day once more. Chen Chu declared with theatrical fervor, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Chen Muli straightened his spine and proclaimed solemnly, "Is this not in essence a form of archaeology? To recover the legacy of ancient cultivators and restore their legends to the heavens?" Listening to their spirited banter, Chen Feng felt utterly numb. He had finally grasped the truth. This was no treasure hunt. This was unmistakably grave robbing, blatant and unapologetic. Yet they were not wrong. When great cultivators perished, they often took immense fortunes with them into the earth. Better that such riches be unearthed by these reckless youths than left to decay eternally in darkness. Wait, what on earth was he thinking? Chen Feng's brow twitched violently, but he made no move to intervene. After all, this was the Tianling realm. If trouble arose, who would ever trace it back to the Chen family? Still, a quiet concern lingered. Even if the youths escaped vengeance from descendants of fallen masters, they risked perishing underground. It was common knowledge among cultivators that great masters upon death buried themselves alongside priceless artifacts, and they themselves knew it well. Their mausoleums were invariably fortified with lethal, meticulously laid traps. Chen Feng sighed faintly, then produced 2 spirit talismans. A flicker of flame erupted. The talismans dissolved into delicate sigils that imprinted themselves upon Chen Chuda's and Chen Muli's necks. Chen Chuda felt a sharp, fleeting prick at the nape of his neck and instinctively slapped backward, only to find empty air. "What's wrong?" They exchanged bewildered glances. "I felt something pierce my neck. Did you, eh?" "Same here." Puzzlement clouded their eyes as they probed thoroughly, yet found nothing. In the end, they dismissed it entirely. Chen Feng watched their retreating figures, making no move to follow. Children grow up, they must be allowed to roam. Life and death are decreed by fate, fortune, and destiny belong to each soul alone. Half a day after Chen Chu departed, Chen Feng appeared at an auction house. As item after item came to auction, his heart stirred faintly. None were cheap. Indeed, even 4th-grade spirit talismans surfaced. No wonder. This city lies beneath the auspices of the Tianfu sect. Even 4th-grade talismans appear here. TCH. Such items are rare, even in our imperial capital. Voices drifted from the adjacent private box. "Shu, lower your voice," His Highness said. "Stop." His Highness instructed us not to address him as His Highness outside the palace. "Fool. Activate the sound-dampening formation. Caution is paramount beyond the palace walls." Chen Feng had paid little heed, until just as he prepared to block out the noise, his expression subtly shifted. He hadn't taken much notice at first, yet upon hearing those final words his lips twitched faintly. Naturally, he never let vital intelligence slip by. The moment the pair activated their sound-dampening formation, Chen Feng's divine sense slipped through the second-tier array. Silent, effortless absolute. Oh, a late nascent soul cultivator. Inside the private box sat 3 young women nearly identical in age and cultivation level. Foundation establishment, chattering animatedly. In the shadows, Chen Feng also sensed a mid-nascent soul presence. He felt no concern whatsoever. Detecting him was utterly beyond the reach of even a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Be careful, not to jeopardize His Highness's mission. Once the Tianfu sect pledges allegiance, His Highness's path to the Crown Prince's seat will be assured. From their lively chatter, Chen Feng swiftly pieced together the full picture. A prince of the Tianling dynasty had come to court the Tianfu sect. After all, the sect housed 2 4th-grade talisman masters. Securing their backing would make ascending the throne remarkably straightforward. Yet the timing. The prince himself was certainly no lower than golden core cultivation, meaning he traveled with a guardian cultivator. And here within the sect's domain, there was already 1 mid-nascent soul cultivator. That implied, at least 4 nascent soul cultivators might be present. Chen Feng drew a slow, deep breath. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Had Chen Chuwu struck now, he would have been hopelessly outnumbered. A ripple distorted the air, and a figure materialized inside the private box. Boom, Daoren. Chen Feng did not rush to assign him a role, instead designating him as number 4. After all, the man had once been a divine transformation cultivator. Chen Feng remained silent, gesturing for him to listen intently to the conversation next door, to gather intelligence. As for the guardian cultivator, both men simply ignored him, treating him as though he were invisible. Not even Chen Feng could detect Bumie Dao Ren's divine sense, let alone the guardian. The man, after all, had once stood among the titans of the Tianling realm, 7,000 years ago. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. The prince they mention is the 4th prince of the Tianling imperial court, backed by the Grand Commandant's office. He is not my patron. Chen Feng already knew this, nodding faintly in acknowledgement. Since the prince was not aligned with him, matters would prove far simpler. Does the master wish to eliminate him? Bumie Dao Ren asked gravely. Not yet. Chen Feng offered no direct answer, only inward contemplation. If I were to annihilate the Tianfu sect, could you contain the fallout? Chen Feng turned and asked. Difficult, the other replied after brief reflection, shaking his head slowly. As one whose will had been remolded, and whose demonic core replaced, he concealed nothing. Chen Feng sensed the subtle tremors within his spirit. And what if we concealed our identities, and shifted blame? Bumie Dao Ren lifted his gaze, speaking with firm clarity. Simple. What if we framed the 4th prince? Chen Feng asked, a faint wry glint in his eyes. As the master commands, so shall it be done. Bumie Dao Ren bowed deeply. Then proceed. Within these few days, both talisman masters of the Tianfu sect must vanish from this world. Chen Feng spoke calmly, waving a dismissive hand. Bumie Dao Ren returned the bow, then melted into the shadows, vanishing silently from the private box. Chen Feng reclined in his chair, closing his eyes in serene stillness. The auction continued smoothly, yet Chen Chu Wu had disappeared without a trace. Not a single whisper of his whereabouts reached Chen Feng. He's within the city. Chen Feng extended his bloodline power, and instantly perceived his own ancestral resonance. Having confirmed Chen Chu Wu's covert presence in the city, Chen Feng relaxed his urgency. First, he would gather intelligence on the Tianfu sect and surrounding regions, assessing risks with meticulous care. Such prudence resonated deeply with Chen Feng. In the realm of cultivation, recklessness leaves behind not even ashes, only oblivion. The third and final item is something brought back by an elder of the Tianfu sect who risked his life in the depths of his... On the auction stage, a middle-aged man dressed in auction house attire excitedly introduced the upcoming auction item. 2 maidservants carefully carried up a somewhat decayed box. Chen Feng also noticed this box. Unexpectedly, water spirit would appeared at an auction of this level. Chen Feng's gaze was fixed on the box, though it showed some signs of decay. Yet the essence of water spirit within had not dissipated in the slightest. It was indeed a fine material for alchemy, made from water spirit wood. It measured approximately 2 meters in length. This surprised Chen Feng, as water spirit wood was incredibly rare. What a pity, he thought, that someone had forged such precious water spirit wood into a box. However, the water spirit wood had begun to decay, and its spiritual essence was regressing, making it unsuitable for high-quality water attribute techniques. This piqued Chen Feng's curiosity. What kind of items could be contained in a box made from such high-grade spiritual wood? The middle-aged man on stage can... I believe all esteemed guests can recognize what this box is made of. This is water spirit wood, one of the 5 major spiritual woods. A box of this size is worth over 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. The middle-aged man's face showed some excitement. However, the audience below was skeptical, and an observant old cultivator spoke up. Indeed, this is water spirit wood, but its age is too great, its spiritual essence has regressed and decayed, causing its value to be halved. On stage, the middle-aged man's expression stiffened for a moment, but then he chuckled and said, "This friend has a broad perspective, and you are correct. Had the water spirit would not decayed, this box would likely be auctioned in the imperial city, not here. Therefore, what is being auctioned is not the box, but the items within it." Items? A glimmer flashed in someone's eyes. Indeed. The Grand Elder of the Tianfu sect fought against the Sea tribes to bring back this treasure with great difficulty. The middle-aged man continued, "What treasure?" someone asked from the audience. "This we are also unsure. This box is invaluable, but it has decayed somewhat, and we dare not rashly open it." The middle-aged man spoke at length. It seemed the Tianfu sect had inspected it, and found no significant fluctuations in spiritual essence, so they could not estimate the value of the items inside. They also did not want to take that risk. If the water spirit wood had decayed, what if the items inside had as well? Or what if it contained nothing at all? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Thus, this auction came into being treated as a blind box auction. TCH, no wonder it's the third to last item. If the water spirit wood had not decayed, it would still be a good item. What a pity. Someone from the audience remarked. "You can't bear to share it, so why not sell it to us?" The person wanted to continue criticizing, but suddenly felt a presence locking onto him. He immediately shut his mouth, a hint of sarcasm still in his eyes. "Ha ha, esteemed guests need not worry. What if there is some astonishing treasure inside, like a dragon pearl from the depths?" The middle-aged man spoke up, trying to salvage the situation. In the crowd, many people scoffed at this. However, a small portion still showed some interest, but it was limited to the history of this box was at least tens of thousands of years. Most of the items inside had likely decayed as well. Enough with the nonsense, let's hear a price. A golden core cultivator in the audience expressed his interest in the box. Many around him displayed similar. They were eager to see how much the auction house would offer to sell this box. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "The starting bid is 30,000 high-grade spirit stones with each increment no less than 2,000 high-grade spirit stones." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted with boos. After he finished, no one placed a bid, all thinking that this item was not worth it. 30,000 high-grade spirit stones equivalent to 300,000 medium-grade spirit stones. What does that mean? A golden core family couldn't afford to buy it even if they sold everything they owned. I see your Tianfu City's auction house is just dreaming. Many mocked, causing Chen Feng to feel embarrassed, exclaiming that the local customs were simple-minded compared to the Great Chu. They spoke so boldly without fear of retribution. However, when Chen Feng looked at the stage, he found that the middle-aged man showed no signs of displeasure. He simply waited quietly. Clearly, this was not the first time they had dealt with such a situation. In the adjacent box, several princesses began chattering. They were discussing whether to buy the box, but ultimately, it was voted down. Since no one is bidding, then this underwater treasure. Enough talking, let's quickly start the bidding for the next item. Many in the audience were dissatisfied, causing the middle-aged man's expression to sour. Chen Feng pondered for a moment. Just as the other was about to announce the item was unsold, a somewhat deep voice resounded. 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a frenzy. No way, someone really fell for it. They can't truly believe there's something good inside. Yeah, probably an outsider who doesn't know how deceptive the Tianfu City auction house is. Many cultivators whispered among themselves. They all felt it was not worth it, and another person had been tricked. These conversations naturally reached Chen Feng's ears, but he did not care at all. This auction house was run by the Tianfu sect. He was merely temporarily storing his spirit stones with them. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in room 1 for winning the water spirit with treasure box. The middle-aged man had initially thought this item would not sell. He was already prepared to reclaim it, let it go unsold, or seek out a fool in another city. Unexpectedly, someone actually placed a bid. Without counting down 3 times, he directly hammered down the gavel, fearing the other might back out. Such speed made Chen Feng's lips twitch slightly. It seemed they had done this many times before. However, Chen Feng was not concerned. After the water spirit with treasure box was sold, the second to last auction continued. It was the intact body of a nascent soul sea beast. However, Chen Feng had no interest in this item. After it was auctioned for over 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, his mindset shifted somewhat. He spat inwardly, saying, "What a scam. This auction will reach its final moments soon. I estimate that many present came for the last grand item." Without further ado, the Hua Ying Dan is up for auction. The starting bid is 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. Each increment must not be less than 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. Sister, do you think the person in the next private room has been taken advantage of? I think so. That broken wooden box doesn't seem worth much. Silently retracting his divine sense, Chen Feng's gaze fixed on the middle-aged man, who was smiling like a— "I hope you won't disappoint me," Chen Feng murmured softly, placing a hand on the treasure chest as his magical energy began to circulate. The ultimate power of water surged restlessly. With a dull sound, the wooden box burst open. Chen Feng's expression darkened completely. The exterior of this water spirit wooden box had clearly been tampered with. The inside was even more rotten. Magical energy still flowed from above. Clearly, the auction house had not anticipated that Chen Feng would open this box at this moment. Chen Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the flame within his heart, and looked at the object in the center of the box, a sword that had long since decayed. Crack! The stone slab beneath him exploded. Stay calm, stay calm. Chen Feng took another deep breath and grabbed the sword. As he grasped it, Chen Feng felt something different. Although the sword above was decayed and rusty, its texture was remarkable for a 4th-grade artifact master. Chen Feng immediately concluded that it was made from high-grade materials. At the very least, this sword was of spirit treasure level. With a thought, the sword inscribed with the characters De Yun flew out from his storage ring. It landed in Chen Feng's hand. Without a word, he raised the spirit treasure long sword of Qi Yanbin and slashed at the decayed sword body. Clang! A clear sound rang out, and a massive rebound force surged. Chen Feng felt a tingling sensation in his hand, holding the De Yun sword. Looking closely, he saw that the blade of the De Yun sword had curled as it struck the rusty sword. A glint of sharp light flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. What a good item. Not daring to put away the De Yun sword in his hand, he carefully examined the rusty sword instead. All the marks above had been concealed except for the base of the sword handle. There was a large rune inscribed there. Above spirit treasure. Chen Feng directly concluded that this sword was at least 1 level higher than the De Yun sword. Otherwise such a simple collision wouldn't have caused the Deyun sword's edge to dull so easily. After all, that was a spirit treasure, the primary weapon of transformation realm cultivators, their life treasures refined day and night. How could it be so fragile? These rust spots. Chen Feng didn't pay too much attention, channeling his magical energy into the rusty sword only to feel it sink into the ocean, his energy being devoured. Pausing slightly, he increased the flow of his magical energy. After a long time, he finally managed to inscribe a few of his own runes onto the rusty sword. "They'll call you Rusty Sword," Chen Feng said softly, picking up the scattered pieces of water spirit wood. What is this?" A yellowed beast skin scroll slipped out from one of the fragments. Chen Feng caught it, carefully covering it with magical energy to prevent it from decaying into dust due to age. He cautiously opened it just as he thought it might be a treasure map or some token of mysterious inheritance. Upon opening it, he was left speechless. Chen Feng fell silent, rolling it up again and opening it once more. The result was the same, utter blankness. I refused to believe this. A drop of his blood was forced out and fell onto the beast's skin. After waiting for a while, there was still no response. Could it be just an ordinary piece of beast skin? Chen Feng, still not giving up, ignited the magical energy attached to the beast's skin. Yet he found the beast's skin remained completely unresponsive, showing no signs of being burned. This is a bit strange. After further investigation, he still couldn't determine what secret lay above. However, being able to withstand his true fire's scorching, even divine beast skin would not hold up. Chen Feng was convinced this item surely had specific conditions to unlock the information above. Not in a hurry, he quietly stored it carefully in his storage ring. I need to find the Grand Elder of Tianfu sect to learn where this box came from. In his heart, Chen Feng had already made up his mind, holding steadfast to his resolve. Since I can't find any information right now, I'll go to the place where this treasure box was found. It seems I need to inquire thoroughly. Feeling quite pleased, it seems I have definitely profited from acquiring this rusty sword. A spirit treasure is worth at least 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. And this rusty sword is at least above spirit treasure. Its value is beyond estimation. After the auction of the transformation pill concluded, Chen Feng did not rush to leave. The Grand Elder of Tianfu sect, possessing peak golden core cultivation, was a third-grade talisman master. As most of the crowd dispersed, a figure appeared quietly, following the royal entourage, disappearing into the throne. This auction was a huge success. It was the highest income in the last 20 years. Behind the scenes, the Tianfu sect members counted their gains alongside the auction house guards. Just the high-grade spirit stones alone amount to 90,000, mid-grade 570,000, and the overall value of low-grade stones is also 400,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The auction house manager wore an excited expression, greedily eyeing the spatial ring before him. He would also get quite a share from it. The middle-aged host of the auction was equally exhilarated, saying, "I didn't expect the Grand Elder to find that broken box. Someone would actually buy it. 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones, TSK, TSK, TSK. What do you mean found? It was clearly a treasure I risked my life to obtain." The Grand Elder of Tianfu sect snorted lightly, unable to hide the joy in his eyes. Even sharing with the sect, he would still earn at least 25,000 high-grade spirit stones. Realizing this, he felt a wave of excitement. After counting, the Grand Elder spoke. "This time the total gain is 187,000 high-grade spirit stones. I will take 37,000 and you 3,000 to divide. The rest goes to the sect treasury." "Isn't that inappropriate?" The auction house manager interjected, visibly. "What's inappropriate?" The Grand Elder shot him a glance. "You take 2,000 and the rest can be divided amongst the several deacons. That should suffice." The Grand Elder noticed the change in the expressions of several people and snorted coldly. The pressure of the peak golden core erupted. The head of the auction house, with only mid-golden core cultivation, immediately felt a wave of pressure descend upon him. "Offering you 3,000 is already flattering. 3,000 high-grade spirit stones wouldn't even cover your 10 years of salary. Don't put on airs in front of me." The Grand Elder showed clear dissatisfaction. The steward and others quickly spoke up. "It is our fault, Grand Elder. We hope you can overlook our minor mistakes." The steward gritted his teeth and quickly lowered his head to speak. Although they were all of the same rank, his status was far inferior to that of the Grand Elder. Being able to have a bite of soup was already quite good. This is more like it. Follow me, and you will all get to drink some soup and eat some meat. This is just the first time. Opportunities like today will be plentiful, and your benefits will not be few. After suppressing a few people, the Grand Elder continued to speak. He painted a grand vision. By easing the atmosphere, he wielded both a big stick and sweet dates. Chen Feng quietly observed from the shadows, his gaze fixed on the Grand Elder. He thought, what a talent. With such a person around, how can the sect collapse? Now merely a golden core, yet he dares to be greedy for tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. One must understand, a golden core family with a lineage of 1,000 years has a foundation of nearly 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. TSK, TSK, TSK. Fortunately, the nascent soul guarding the auction house has left, otherwise this Grand Elder wouldn't dare to be so blatant in his greed. Watching the Grand Elder take a group of storage rings and leave, Chen Feng also vanished from the spot. The Tianfu sect is not in the center of Tianfu City, but in a corner towards the east. Further east 500 miles away is a vast ocean. Tianfu City can also be considered a coastal city. Halfway along the journey, Chen Feng sensed that there were no strong opponents. 8 types of magical power converged in his hands, transforming into a celestial prison, swiftly enveloping the Grand Elder, who was lighthearted and with a beaming expression. Why has it suddenly gone dark? The Grand Elder, in a very good mood, suddenly felt darkness before his eyes, as if he had entered a peculiar world. Not good. Is it that, senior? His face changed dramatically. This was Tianfu City, a place where he had survived for hundreds of years. Every inch of the road was familiar. Now he found himself in a pitch-black world. He felt as if the heavens were spinning, and when he regained his senses, a tremendous pressure descended, rendering him immobile. I am the Grand Elder of the Tianfu sect. May I ask which senior is playing a joke on this junior? A drop of cold sweat trickled down. The Grand Elder instantly panicked. His back hunched under such immense pressure. Even the ancestors of the Tianfu sect could not achieve this. For a moment his mind raced with thoughts, wondering if he had offended someone. After a long silence with no response, his complexion grew pale as he gazed into the dark world, filled with trepidation. He grit his teeth and shouted, "If I have offended any senior, I sincerely apologize. My Tianfu sect specializes in providing spirit talismans to the royal family. If any senior needs them, I can bring some 4th-grade spirit talismans." In the palm of his hand, the Grand Elder of the Tianfu sect spoke into the void, his heart racing with increasing fear, unaware that Chen Feng was merely watching quietly. A playful expression appeared on his face. He began to appreciate the fun of watching, akin to observing a monkey, as he looked at the Grand Elder of the Tianfu sect. While etching array patterns, several great formations appeared out of thin air, enveloping himself. Just when the Grand Elder was hoarse from calling out, a deep voice resonated. "Stop calling out. As for whether I have a grudge against you, do you remember that box made of what?" Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's expression changed drastically. He thought to himself, it's over. He had tampered with that box, and unexpectedly the victim had come knocking. I suppose there is nothing inside. Losing 30,000 high-grade spirit stones is a considerable sum even for a nascent soul. At that moment he felt immense regret. Why did he greedily act alone without returning to the sect with his ancestor? If he had done that, he could have returned safely. Now he was in a state of panic, feeling the pressure increase. His knees buckled to the ground. Outside, Chen Feng looked at him with a playful expression. "Senior, this matter is my fault. I should not have been so mysterious. I am willing to compensate for the losses, and I hope the senior will let me go." "Hee hee. Too late," Chen Feng said indifferently as the demonic seed fell and spread, altering his will. Moments later, the magical power dissipated. The Grand Elder's figure appeared in front of him, bowing deeply. "Where did you find the water spirit wood treasure box, and how did you find it?" Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder replied, "I found it in a central lake on a nameless island near the deep sea region." "Can you find that island again?" Chen Feng said in a deep voice, his gaze fixed on him. "Yes." "What was there? How did you get there?" Chen Feng was well aware that the dangers in the sea outweighed those on land. The sea was the domain of sea beasts and sea tribes. In Wanghai City, even a nearby coastal area was ruled by a nascent soul sea beast. Presumably the situation here was similar. Being able to reach the edge of the deep sea, his peak golden core cultivation was still a bit lacking. "I traveled to sea with an elder from the Yuhai Immortal sect. That island was also accidentally found. Aside from some not very powerful demonic beasts, there was nothing. However, when I found the water spirit wood box, I sensed a terrifying aura at the bottom of the central lake. I didn't dare to stay long, and quickly returned to shore without discovering what it was." After hearing this, Chen Feng silently noted the information. Did the Yuhai Immortal sect notice anything unusual in the central lake? This point was something Chen Feng needed to clarify. The Yuhai Immortal sect is the royal sect of the Tianling dynasty and has replaced the Immortal sect of the undying daoist. Its strength goes without saying. If they have also discovered that place, things will become troublesome. When I went into the water, they were unaware. As for whether they discovered anything later, I do not know. However, the Yuhai Immortal sect intends to build a beast-raising ground on that island to raise some sea beasts. Chen Feng's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. He nodded slightly, having grasped most of the information. However, the presence of the Yuhai Immortal sect there made things a bit complicated. If they had not discovered the bottom of the lake, yet they wouldn't station particularly strong experts there. At most there would be 1 or 2 nascent souls. Chen Feng looked towards the Tianfu sect, making up his mind. After this matter is resolved, he would enter the sea to seek that island. To investigate further, Chen Feng glanced at the Grand Elder and stored him in the universal storage ring. A talisman leaf flew from his hand, disappearing into the air. Within Tianfu City, in the largest brothel, a talisman leaf materialized out of thin air, landing in the hands of a solitary man drinking alone. Upon receiving the talisman leaf, his pupils slightly contracted, and a smile emerged on his face. "Father, you are here as well." Chen Chu's figure instantly vanished from the window. Not long after, outside the Tianfu sect, Chen Chu effortlessly infiltrated the opponent's sect without triggering any restrictions. It was remarkably smooth. I won't let you down. Inside Tianfu sect in the main hall, Chen Chu's figure quietly appeared atop the palace. With a graceful posture, he gazed deep into the Tianfu sect. Old ghosts of Tianfu sect, I have returned. Dare to fight me. Boom. His aura exploded, martial essence swirling, and the talisman transformed into a dragon, striking directly at the main hall beneath him. In an instant, the earth trembled. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire Tianfu sect, shattering the ground. The area around the main hall was reduced to ruins, revealing a deep pit. Such a provocative act drew two talismans flying from the depths of Tianfu sect. A storm of wind and rain transformed into countless waves of light, striking down. Oomph. Chen Chu snorted coldly, a golden bell appearing around him, absorbing all attacks. Another beastly roar erupted as a figure descended from the sky, stepping on a magnificent tiger. Who dares to be unruly in my Tianfu sect? A voice of authority echoed in the air. Within the Tianfu sect, countless disciples were filled with dread, utterly shocked. The main hall was submerged. A powerful being had invaded Tianfu sect. The two energy fluctuations caused the entire Tianfu city to tremble. Like a startling swan breaking through the long night, countless people awakened. At this moment, another powerful aura pierced through heaven and earth, rapidly approaching Chen Chu. Someone dares to provoke the Tianfu sect. In Tianfu City, the fourth prince narrowed his eyes, sensing three powerful energy fluctuations within the Tianfu sect. Three great nascent soul experts. Among them, one exuded a particularly terrifying aura. Your Highness, should we intervene? An elder clad in coarse robes emerged from the shadows, addressing the handsome youth before him. The fourth prince shook his head, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as he smiled. No need, it's unnecessary to act now. Those two old ghosts of Tianfu sect dare to refuse this prince, let them suffer a little. In his perception, the invading formidable aura was stronger than the two old ghosts of the Tianfu sect. When the fight breaks out, should Tianfu sect lose, I can step in to save the day and turn the tide. Thus, it's you haven't died. A furious roar echoed within the Tianfu sect. An elder standing on a broad yellow talisman appeared, and his gaze towards Chen Chu held surprise, quickly turning into intense anger. Qinglan, this is the strong one who previously killed Qinghan. The ancestor of Tianfu sect roared, a spirit talisman appearing in his hand as he coldly glared at Chen Chu. I didn't expect you to be alive. You dare to set foot in my Tianfu sect again. It seems heaven wants me to kill you for my comrade's revenge. In the air, the daoist riding the tiger immediately understood, his aura shifting as anger surfaced on his face. Kill him. Haha, now it gets interesting. Chen Chu's laughter echoed throughout the Tianfu sect, followed by the shattering of the divine consciousness of the two ancestors of the sect. Ascend the dragon. A pair of gloves appeared instantly, enveloping Chen Chu's hands as he gathered his fists to strike. A dragon beast formed from martial essence roared as it charged at the daoist riding the tiger. At the peak of golden core, I can slay that old ghost. You are not much stronger than him. Become my sacrificial stone. The dragon beast bit into the magnificent tiger, instantly tearing it apart, scattering it like yellow paper. Chen Chu's black hair flew wildly, and the fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Boom. He struck out with both fists, receiving the combined attack of the two ancestors. The raging martial essence tore everything apart, and the sky darkened. For a moment, Chen Chu, facing two opponents alone, actually gained the upper hand. His figure was incredibly elusive, evading the bombardment of countless spirit talismans, breaking through barrier after barrier. The disciples of Tianfu sect fled frantically towards the mountain gates. Several elders planned to activate the protective Great Formation to eliminate the invader. Yet upon reaching the formation's core, they found all traces erased, even the runes obliterated. At this moment, an elder specializing in formations changed his expression. Not good, this is a conspiracy. The opponent has quietly erased our sect's protective formation. There must be a fifth-tier formation master lurking in the shadows. Quickly call for the ancestor to escape. The elder shouted, transforming into a streak of light, rushing towards the battlefield. The other elders looked at each other in shock. One among them stood up, his expression troubled. A fifth-tier formation master. That's a being at the transformation stage. He regretted his expression, gritting his teeth as he said, my friends, I apologize. Saying this, he transformed into a streak of light, fleeing towards the sect's exit. As he departed, he did not forget to pocket some spirit stones that maintained the formation, lying scattered nearby. Meng Hai, you scoundrel. An angry roar erupted behind him after he left. Second elder, if what the formation elder said is true, then it must be a transformation stage expert at work. Otherwise, how could our fourth-tier formation be innocently obliterated with even the runes disappearing? We are all talisman masters aware of how difficult it is to erase these runes. The elder sighed and looked. Let us disperse, taking our disciples as far away as possible. Perhaps we can preserve some foundation. As he spoke, he glanced again at the distant battle fluctuations. A certain aura had already waned. The invading nascent soul must at least be in the mid-stage, judging by the explosive aura, he should be a seasoned practitioner. As talisman masters, we do not cultivate the physical body. Against such practitioners, we are already at a disadvantage. The two ancestors probably won't hold out for long. The elder said no more, a sense of melancholy on his face as he vanished like a streak of light. In an instant, 3 elders departed. The atmosphere was depressingly low. Where is the Grand Elder? The second elder looked around, but did not find that familiar aura. The Grand Elder has not yet returned to the sect. Someone immediately replied. Sigh. The second elder's expression was complex as he gazed at the distant battle, the shattered mountain peak now in ruins. Why has this powerful being come to attack my Tianfu sect? The second elder sighed, his expression somewhat despondent. At this level of combat, they could not intervene. If the Great Formation were still intact, there might be hope. Could it be that group of scoundrels from the southern sect? All of this was unknown, and in an instant many disciples of Tianfu sect retreated with numerous elders and stewards also fleeing. These individuals were all talisman masters. Even if they did not remain in the sect, they would not starve. This imagination left Chen Feng somewhat dazed. What is all this? The ancestor isn't even dead yet, and they're already fleeing. Chen Feng even saw many disciples fighting over the resources of the Tianfu sect. For a moment, he could hardly tell who the invaders were. A bunch of pests. Chen Feng shook his head, no longer paying attention to them, and shifted his gaze to the spiritual veins beneath the Tianfu sect. There were 2 third-tier spiritual veins. Aren't you going to make a move? Chen Feng looked towards the Tianfu city, where the 2 nascent soul auras remained stationary, showing no intent to act. It's time to take action, even if it's like sending coal in snow. Otherwise it will turn into sending a bell instead. You are not from my Tianling dynasty. We do not have such powerful martial artists. Who exactly are you? Qinglan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his aura somewhat weakened, his Dao robe tattered and in shambles. He no longer possessed the demeanor of a master who had come riding on a tiger. What does it matter whether it's true or false? Chen Chu unleashed another punch, a sharp force suddenly exploding forth. Heavenly instrument. Upon seeing this, Qinglan's pupils constricted, forgetting his injuries. In his hand, a green talisman was offered to the heavens, his eyes filled with reluctance. With a gritted teeth, he spat another mouthful of blood onto the talisman. The blood of a nascent soul contains immense energy, far stronger than spirit stones, and possesses unique properties that spirit stones lack. In an instant, the green talisman, stained with blood, appeared somewhat eerie. A burst of azure light erupted, revealing a giant with 3 heads and 6 arms entirely covered in blue, with long black patterns across its body. Roar! The giant let out a furious roar, meeting Chen Chu's punch. The central head opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames. What is this? Chen Chu's expression changed as he sensed the intense heat of the flames, not daring to resist Heaton. He could only hastily dodge, unleashing another punch fueled by his explosive energy. The giant absorbed the blow. The head on the right, adorned with fangs, opened its mouth to exhale an extreme chill. Chen Chu's expression momentarily faltered as the cold air enveloped him, freezing his limbs. The cold seeped into his organs. Open! He roared, his blood energy boiling, burning like flames. His hair turned crimson with blood energy. The cold retreated, and the ice shattered. Shards of ice flew everywhere. 5th grade talisman. In the shadows, Chen Feng's pupils constricted, noticing the giant. 5th grade talisman, heavenly instrument, giant prison talisman. Such a thing is incredibly sinister to craft, requiring the blood of a nascent soul cultivator, the flesh of a demon beast, and even the use of divine transformation techniques. I didn't expect the opponent to possess such a talisman. Rise! Qinglan shouted, and the giant's aura surged instantly. Soon it surpassed the latest stage nascent soul, becoming terrifyingly strong, growing over 20 meters tall. Observing Qinglan, his face was deathly pale, his internal mana completely depleted. Even his blood energy and lifespan had been significantly consumed. This is the price of using such a talisman. However, as long as the user's strength keeps up, the giant could even withstand divine transformation. This is the most terrifying aspect. Chen Feng's expression changed as he looked at Chen Chu, suppressing the urge to intervene. He wanted to see where Chen Chu's limits lay. As for breaking this talisman, one only needs to kill the caster. On the other side, the 2 ancestors of Tianfu sect were recovering their mana, their gazes fixed on Chen Chu. Their eyes were filled with satisfaction. Wasting the talismans left by our ancestors is truly unforgivable. Qinglan gritted his teeth, glancing at the sky. Useless, useless. Where has the guarding office in the north gone? His eyes brimmed with anger. Tianfu City was not far from the guarding office. Logically speaking, they should have sent someone long ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to use the talisman. On North Illusion Feather, once this matter is over, I will certainly demand an explanation from the Imperial City. Beside him, the ancestor of Tianfu sect, entirely devoid of the demeanor of a nascent soul cultivator, cursed loudly at the sky. With a spear ablaze with fierce flames in hand, he hurled it towards the struggling Chen Chu. He aimed to kill this madman, to seek revenge and vent his anger. In the blink of an eye, Chen Chu felt a life-threatening danger and couldn't focus on the incoming punch. He turned to evade, avoiding the blow. Another punch struck the returning spear, knocking it down only to be sent flying by the giant's punch. Chen Chu did not say much, only gazing silently at the giant. The gauntlet in his hand burst with light as he charged forward, standing together again. After a round of attacks, the giant retreated several miles, trampling countless buildings. Qinglan spat out another mouthful of blood, and the giant's strength diminished further. The giant's strength was greatly related to the caster. Qinglan's aura was too weak, his mana nearly drained. His face grew paler, resembling a corpse. Senior brother, don't hold back any longer. Quickly give me the life-returning talisman. Otherwise, once the giant prison dissipates, the foundation of the Tianfu sect will vanish, and we will be the greatest sinners. This is the last one. The ancestor won't blame us. Qinglan spat out another mouthful of blood, receiving the talisman. In the distance, Chen Feng felt a pang of toothache. A 5th-grade life-returning talisman could even save a divine transformation cultivator from dying. And just like that, it was wasted. I don't care if it pains my heart. Stop! Chen Feng shouted loudly, activating the moon-catching hand to snatch the talisman that had just fallen into Qinglan's hands. Carefully playing with it for a while, he exclaimed at its brilliance. His mood was quite good. Such spiritual talismans are rare and precious. Moreover, the crafting of such talismans is incredibly complex. This is true for ordinary people. The scene fell silent. 5 pairs of eyes stared at Chen Feng, astonished. You, who are you? The ancestor of Tianfu sect was filled with trepidation. He could sense no aura from them. He must be at least at the late stage. Terrifying. Who am I? Chen Feng smiled indifferently, capturing the ancestor of Tianfu sect with one hand, while looking at Chen Chu. Chu, the rest is up to you, as well as this giant. Chen Feng directly revealed his palm-sized celestial kingdom, imprisoning the opponent within. Gulp. Qinglan swallowed hard, his eyes filled with terror. You all fight, I won't intervene. To ensure fairness, you should come down too. Chen Feng chuckled lightly, his mana rippling outward. In the shadows, the 2 nascent souls' expressions changed. Terrifying. They felt the overwhelming strength of the powerful figure, as if he had instantly discovered them. He glanced at the small figure jumping in his hand, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. Run, take the prince, and flee. An outsider has entered. Hurry and report to the emperor. Do you think you can escape? A mocking voice echoed. Chen Feng stepped out from the void and struck with a palm. The 3 protectors of the princesses were instantly gravely injured and immobilized. Chen Feng then absorbed them into his palm's realm. As his strength increased, Chen Feng noticed that the realm within his palm became increasingly useful. With his growing magical power, he could even confine those in the mid-nascent soul stage. Although it required severely injuring them to diminish their resistance, capturing a few nascent souls was simple. You cannot escape. The protector of the 4th prince felt a whisper beside his ear. His expression changed drastically as he unleashed his magical power, attempting to use secret techniques to escape. Too late. Chen Feng chuckled lightly and pressed down with his palm. His powerful magic instantly pinned the protector to the ground, rendering him immobile. Absorb. The realm within his palm enveloped the protector, swiftly drawing him in. Chen Feng finally felt satisfied and turned his gaze towards the city. With a single step, several figures entered his palm. The Qinglan daoist from the Tianfu sect was left in shock. He almost fainted, wondering what level of powerhouse had just entered. To take down a mid-nascent soul, especially one from the royal family, was no small feat. Even a peak nascent soul would struggle to achieve this right. The fact that the opponent hadn't targeted him directly was likely due to his gigantic prison. He wanted to become the testing stone for the nascent soul before him. Despair suddenly surged within him. He forced a bitter smile and looked at Chen Chu with anger in his eyes. That must be your ancestor, but to think I would become your testing stone is too much of an underestimation of me. This will be his downfall. When you die at my hands, I wonder what he will think. Ha ha ha. A loud laughter erupted as the Qinglan daoist disintegrated before Chen Chu's astonished gaze, his physical form transforming into light points that merged into the giant prison. The nascent soul also entered the giant prison's head. A terrifying aura suddenly awakened. He was feeding the demon with his own body. Aware that he could not escape, he awaited only death. Rather than die quietly, he decided to burn himself and slay the powerhouse before him. Didn't you want me to be your testing stone? Here I come, ha ha. I hope you do not die too soon. Power, so this is the ultimate power. The face of the giant prison morphed into that of Qinglan, who appeared utterly insane, his eyes glowing red with fervor. How exhilarating. I never expected to possess such terrifying power just before my death. To have a powerhouse like you accompany me in death, I will not be alone. Qinglan let out a scream, his aura surging. He broke through to the peak of the nascent soul stage. At this moment, his soul also began to burn. This caused the giant's face to become twisted. A wild aura swept indiscriminately around. Rocks shattered, the ground cracked, and the entire Tianfu city felt this terrifying pressure dominating the heavens and earth. Peak nascent soul. In the city, Chen Feng's expression suddenly changed as he directed his divine sense towards the Tianfu sect. Gritting his teeth, he said, "What audacity!" In an instant, he vanished from his spot, activating his void technique. Against a peak nascent soul, Chen Chu could not withstand more than a few blows, even though Qing Lan was in a state of confusion and unable to control his immense power. Boom! The terrifying aura surged a deluge of thunder and fire, extreme cold ice. In just a moment, Chen Chu's vitality plummeted, and he was struck away, spitting blood. Fight! As soon as he stopped disregarding the pain throughout his body, he ignited his vitality, forming a heavenly blade. He slashed towards the giant. He showed no sign of retreat. Roar! Qing Lan screamed in pain as the blood-red heavenly blade struck his body, green blood spraying everywhere. His aura rapidly diminished. Chen Chu's face lit up with joy as he attempted to condense another heavenly blade. Qing Lan bellowed, throwing a punch that interrupted Chen Chu's concentration. However, his aura was no longer as powerful as before. The manifestations of the talisman could not compare to true living beings. Even if Qing Lan sacrificed himself, he would still perish if he couldn't defeat Chen Chu in a short time. He would also dissipate along with the failure of the talisman. A mouthful of blood spewed out, and Chen Chu's face turned pale. His vitality had plummeted severely, and his power followed suit. Fight to the death! Chen Chu roared, a white light suddenly appearing around him as a giant sword was summoned, thrusting towards his opponent. Kill! The aftermath of their battle swept across dozens of miles, leaving Chen Chu on the brink of death. The power of the giant prison talisman was somewhat lacking, and its aura had fallen to the mid-nascent soul stage. However, Chen Chu had no strength left. Qing Lan grew anxious as he struck down with a heavy fist engulfed in flames, attempting to annihilate his opponent. That's enough. A voice spoke solemnly near his ear. Chen Feng appeared, his magical power transforming into a large hand that caught King Lin's giant fist. I admire you greatly. Chen Feng looked up at the distorted face. Perish. He suddenly exerted force, unleashing the Qianquan transformation palm. The force of obliteration surged forth, tearing the opponent's flesh apart inch by inch, annihilating it. Even the soul dissipated from this world. Chu, you did well. Chen Feng picked up the fallen Chen Chu from the ground, feeding him a 4th-grade pill and another yulong fruit. With magical power flowing through him, Chen Chu's complexion improved significantly. Next, Chen Feng swept through the treasure vault of the Tianfu sect, confiscating 2 underground 3rd-grade spiritual veins. In an instant, he reaped abundant rewards. Just the top-grade spirit stones alone totaled over 600,000, not counting the mid and low-grade ones. The total number of spirit stones added up to over 140,000 top-grade spirit stones. Countless spirit talismans were found, over 100 4th-grade talismans, and even 2 5th-grade ones. This left Chen Feng marveling at the wealth of the Tianfu sect. He destroyed the Lian sect and gained less than a tenth of what the Tianfu sect possessed. What a concept! The ability of a talisman master to make money is not inferior to that of an alchemist. This made Chen Feng even more determined to cultivate talisman masters within his family. Wealth partners, methods, and territory. A wealth is always the most important. Now the family population was nearing 150,000, and the resources consumed were immense. Let's go. Chen Feng glanced around at the ruins, fearing that soon the powerful figures from the northern region would arrive. Although he was unafraid, having too many enemies could lead to trouble. This did not align with the rules outlined in How to Survive in the Cultivation World. Suddenly, Chen Feng soared into the sky, carrying Chen Chu towards the seaside. The people within his palm's realm naturally went along with them. Half an hour later, the people from the Northern Defense Prefecture arrived late. The leading Northern Region Marquis was stunned as he looked upon the ruins of the Tianfu sect. Accompanying him was the sect master of the Shengxing sect. Upon seeing the devastation, he was momentarily taken aback, his pupils slightly contracting mixed with a hint of excitement. Is the ancestor finally reclaiming his old territory? Who is it? The Northern Region Marquis roared, his voice thunderous. Are there any survivors in the Tianfu sect? Come out and meet me, Marquis. Before long, a streak of light shot out. It was the second elder of the Tianfu sect, his figure trembling as he looked towards the Northern Territory Marquis. Second elder of Tianfu sect Jing, he pays his respects to the Northern Territory Marquis. His expression was quite complex. The battle had been incredibly fierce, lasting for several moments, yet not a single person came to their aid. Another formidable powerhouse had intervened, easily suppressing the 3 nascent souls. Tell me what happened here. The Northern Territory Marquis was somewhat annoyed. Such a serious incident had occurred under his jurisdiction. The demise of the Tianfu sect was still of great significance to the Tianling dynasty. The impact was far too great. Once again, several streaks of light flashed past, and 3 nascent soul powerhouses arrived. Seeing the devastated Tianfu sect, their faces were not pleasant. We pay our respects to the Northern Territory Marquis. The 3 nascent souls approached, cupping their fists in salute to the Northern Territory Marquis. The Northern Territory Marquis did not look at them, his gaze filled with annoyance as he turned to Jing Yi. What exactly happened here? Tell me everything you saw. Jing, he said with a hint of a sob in his voice. Today a nascent soul cultivator came to our door, and without saying a word destroyed the main hall of our Tianfu sect. Then he fought with 2 of our ancestors. Upon hearing this, the Northern Territory Marquis furrowed his brows and continued to question him. Peak nascent soul, eh? His expression darkened. It was no small feat to annihilate the Tianfu sect in such a short time. This was clearly no ordinary character. I don't know. However, another cultivator appeared later whose strength was immense. He easily suppressed our ancestors and 2 nascent soul cultivators in the city. In the end, he broke our ancestors' forbidden technique, and after sweeping through the treasury, he left. Jing, he moved a bit closer, still carrying a hint of a sob. My lord, you must take responsibility for our Tianfu sect. We were destroyed without reason. The Northern Territory Marquis' expression darkened immensely as he took a deep breath, his mind racing. To be able to suppress 3 nascent soul cultivators with a mere flick of the wrist was something even he could not achieve. Could it be that a transformation realm cultivator intervened? He suddenly felt an overwhelming headache. Wait a moment. He suddenly realized, grabbing Jing E and asking, where did the other 2 nascent soul cultivators come from? I don't know, but my ancestor received them. There was also a young man at the peak golden core. A young man at the peak gold. Upon hearing this, the Northern Territory Marquis was stunned and grew anxious. He grabbed the other by the collar, looking at him. You truly don't know who they are. Did you see what he looked like? Jing shook his head and replied, I did not. The Northern Territory Marquis fell silent, wanting to curse. However, with their sect destroyed, he could only throw Jing aside. Feeling a bit disheveled, he ran his hand through his hair and turned his gaze to the newly arrived nascent souls. His voice turned cold. Why did you arrive only now? You are less than 800 miles from Tianfu City. Oh, logically you should have arrived much earlier. The few nascent soul cultivators also froze, and one of them spoke up. Northern Territory Marquis, this cannot be blamed on us, primarily. Forget it, I do not wish to hear what you have to say. The Northern Territory Marquis was somewhat impatient. He was well aware of what these elders were thinking. Regarding today's incident, I will report it to the Imperial City. If the truth does not come to light, you all will bear the responsibility. The Northern Territory Marquis' entire body trembled, his immense aura breaking through the skies. The others shuddered, their bodies pressed to the ground by the terrifying pressure. Marquis, you have gone too far. Below, a nascent soul cultivator broke through the oppressive force and said in a too far. I think you are the ones who have gone too far. You have forgotten the agreements signed previously. I have already shown great leniency by not including you as accomplices. The Northern Territory Marquis' expression darkened, his voice chilling as his aura surged once again, locking onto that cultivator. The intent to kill was released, causing the other to grunt and sink several feet into the ground. The Northern Territory Marquis has broken through again. The remaining 2 in the crowd looked solemn. The Northern Territory Marquis ignored them and expanded his divine sense, sweeping the entire city. His expression grew increasingly grim as he looked at several people and said, from now on, cooperate fully with my investigation. After speaking, he took out a portrait. Post this portrait throughout the city. Has anyone seen this person? After that, a talisman in his hand ascended to the sky, flying towards the Imperial City. In an instant, the entire Northern Territory was thrown into turmoil. Several major nascent soul forces were stirred and countless disciples went out. The Tianling royal family was enraged, and transformation realm cultivators came to the Northern Territory to search. In the end, they found nothing. The royal family was furious and countless powerhouses set out. Ultimately, it was concluded that it was an external force that had intervened. Chen Shuo and several suppressed nascent souls, along with portraits of several royal princesses and princes, spread throughout the Tianling dynasty region. The borders of the Tianling dynasty were all sealed, prohibiting anyone from leaving. However, despite the search yielding no results, the ones they were looking for had seemingly vanished into thin air. Unbeknownst to them, the individuals they sought had already set sail nearby. At sea, the divine wind No. 7 was flying rapidly. However, standing on the deck, Chen Feng's expression was not good as he looked at the trembling Qing Lai beside him. Chen Feng was also feeling an overwhelming headache. After sailing in the sea for 3 days, they had not found the coordinates of the island. This made Chen Feng start to suspect whether they had been discovered by the people of the Yuhai sect. They must have established a shielding formation. If the direction was not wrong, it would be abnormal to be unable to find the location. Are you sure you are not mistaken? It's nearby. Chen Feng glanced at Qing Lai. I guarantee with my head that it is absolutely within this vicinity, not exceeding 10 miles. Qing Lai replied respectfully, his eyes also filled with doubt. Very well. Chen Feng sighed. His divine sense spread out widely, searching inch by inch. Human cultivator, you have gone too far. Under the sea, a roar echoed and an enormous whirlpool appeared in the water. A sea creature with horns on its head and blue skin exposing its upper body emerged. Standing in the whirlpool amidst the swirling waters, it glared at Chen Feng with a fierce look in its eyes. Chen Feng's expression darkened. The aura emanating from the creature was not inferior to his own. A sea shark clan cultivator. Chen Feng looked at it, his eyes narrowing as memories surfaced. They belonged to a sea race that rarely interacted with humans, but were generally known for their volatile tempers. "This is my territory, please leave at once." The sea shark clan cultivator said in a deep voice, red light flashing in its eyes. Clearly it was wary of Chen Feng's strength and did not attack immediately. Instead it sought to drive Chen Feng away. It had likely not appeared earlier because it did not want to get involved. However, Chen Feng's broad sweep of divine sense around was tantamount to provocation. "There is no need for such formality, my friend. Oh, I mean no harm." Chen Feng clasped his hands, for they were in a region close to the deep sea where it was unwise to engage in conflict. The fluctuations of their confrontation dissipated. Should a terrifying presence be drawn here, it would not be worth the cost. The sea shark tribe's cultivator said nothing, merely fixating intently on Chen Feng, his voice low. "Leave. Is there any island nearby with a deep pool?" Chen Feng inquired. "None. This is my territory, and there is no place you speak of." The sea shark tribe's cultivator spoke in a deep tone, his gaze still fixed on Chen Feng. Chen Feng felt uncertain, glanced at the other party, and then steered his spirit vessel to the right. "Damn human race." After Chen Feng left, the others spat disdainfully and turned to plunge into the sea. Chen Feng cast a glance at Qing Lai, then looked towards Chen Chu. He said in a low voice, "Chu, stay on the boat and guard it. I will search the area for a while." After speaking, Chen Feng's figure plunged into the sea. Chen Chu walked to the bow of the boat and sat down heavily. Below in the sea, the depths were unfathomable and terrifying. All around, most of the fish swimming had yet to develop intelligence. Only a few fish with some spiritual awareness swam by, but they kept their distance. Chen Feng dove down, trapping a school of fish that swam near. His divine sense swept through, dominating the will of the fish. Countless sea fish were controlled, spreading out in all directions. A flood of information surged into Chen Feng's mind. Thus he quietly floated in the seawater, his divine sense extending, controlling one fish after another, even some spiritual beasts. His powerful mental strength showcased the advantages of his primordial spirit. "You are truly hiding deep." As the range expanded to 50 miles, Chen Feng finally discovered a clue. He dove into the body of a fish beast, directing it to swim forward. For a human cultivator, appearing on the seabed posed far greater threats than on the surface. "We have arrived." Chen Feng's expression darkened as he gazed at the island half submerged in the sea and the array surrounding it, the concealing array and the defensive array. "Fourth rank." Chen Feng frowned slightly, just about to turn back, when a gigantic fish-eye approached from behind, rows of jagged teeth, bared, opening its massive maw. It lunged towards the large fish, controlled by Chen Feng. Unbridled. Just as it was about to swallow him, his magical power erupted, shattering the massive fish head into pieces. A golden core fish beast. Not good. The stench of blood spread, attracting a host of swimming fish, with some creatures from the seabed drawing closer. Chen Feng had no choice but to channel his magical power, maneuvering the large fish to dissipate quickly. "What is that?" Within the island, a nascent soul cultivator suddenly awakened in alarm, his divine sense sweeping towards the area where Chen Feng had unleashed his magical power. "My! How could so many sea beasts appear?" He probed with his divine sense. Suddenly the great array trembled. The nascent soul of the Yuhai immortal sect reacted, channeling his magic to stabilize the great array. His expression was somewhat grim as beneath the island a massive creature swam by opening its mouth to devour countless fish beasts. Sensing the fluctuation of magical power, he glanced towards the half-submerged island and struck out violently. "Beast!" Yin Gaochen cursed angrily, increasing his magical power to stabilize the array. The fish beast seemed uninterested, turning its head to pursue a deeper school of fish, which allowed Yin Gaochen to relax slightly, though a hint of fear lingered on his face. A peak nascent soul murmured, "How could such a sea beast appear near the shore?" He felt a headache coming on, but thankfully the other party did not continue the attack. Otherwise he would have faced tremendous hardship. Elder Zhang have the disciples exert themselves to dig up the things from the lake. Yin Gaochen arrived at the island's lake, watching over the golden core cultivators, commanding the muddy sludge to be brought up. "Understood." Yin Gaochen looked around at the disciples as well as the vast ocean visible from the array's perimeter, feeling a twinge of worry in his heart. Continuing, he said, "Everyone put in more effort and clear the items. In 2 days, the rewards will be doubled." "Yes, Elder." In the area, dozens of disciples appeared somewhat excited, looking forward to the future, and continued their work of clearing. Yin Gaochen watched their diligent figures, a hint of regret crossing his eyes. He sighed. "In the coming days, let's multiply their spirit stone supplies by several times." After saying this, he left the scene. Outside, a spirit vessel swiftly approached. Chen Feng was not overly worried. There was likely no transformation god overseeing here. Even if there was, with a spirit pill consumed, he could still flee if he couldn't win. Break. Outside the array, a spirit talisman was activated, carrying several inscriptions. At various nodes of the array. Enemy attack. Within the array, Yin Gaochen shouted loudly. In the depths of the island, another figure appeared. In a flash of light, also streaked across the lake. 3 nascent souls gathered together. They felt the great array tremble, and in an instant the light retreated, revealing the day. The array has been breached. How is that possible? This is the Yuhai Immortal Sect's territory. May I ask which friend this is? Haha, you don't even know. Chen Feng chuckled softly, his figure transforming into that of the 4th prince's protector. He released the 4th prince, standing on the spirit vessel, and looking at them. Royal family members. In Gayakin's pupils constricted, his expression darkening. Beside him the 4th prince stepped forward and addressed the leading In Gaochen in a solemn tone. Senior In Gaochen, have you done something deceitful, while concealing it from my royal family? Not at all, not at all. You are mistaken, prince. The 3 nascent souls exchanged glances, the leader of them looking at Chen Feng, and then at the 4th prince. How could the royal family find their way here? It makes no sense. In my view, if the old ghostly is here, we should just kill them. The things here must not be known to others. The ancestor said, spare no expense. The 3 exchanged glances. He, 4th prince, we actually die. In Gaochen roared, his figure transforming into a sharp arrow shooting towards them, a small sword flying out of his mouth, aimed directly at the 4th prince. The other 2 nascent souls also launched attacks in quick succession. On the deck, Chen Chu was filled with vigorous blood, instantly blocking the 2. The 3 engaged in a fierce battle, the surface of the sea erupting into a massive deep pit, creating a vacuum. One at the initial stage, one at the middle stage, one at the late stage. Tisk, quite a scale, huh? Chen Feng chuckled, placing the 4th prince into a universal storage ring. The rusty sword at his waist unsheathed, deflecting the small sword. In Gayakin's expression shook, disbelief filling his eyes as he looked at Chen Feng. You are not the old ghostly, who are you? In a moment of confrontation, the opponent had sensed something amiss. The protector of the 4th prince was merely at the mid-nascent soul stage. How could he possess the capability to withstand his lethal strike? So what? What if it isn't? Chen Feng scoffed. You Yuhai Immortal Sect have decayed secretly, not considering our royal family as one of your own. Tianling do not need people like you who occupy positions without merit. The other party's expression changed several times, and he said solemnly, your royal family is truly powerful, forgetting that it was Yuhai Immortal Sect who helped you resist the Chu Ming Emperor, allowing your imperial city to remain unbreached. Chen Feng laughed loudly. What a joke. I have no desire to bring up your trivial matters. It was the Xianling Immortal Sect that was the true guardian of Dechu. Have you forgotten what you have done? In Gaochen furrowed his brows and ceased speaking. However, his magical power surged as he struck out. Several talismans ascended into the sky, transforming into illusory, ferocious beasts that lunged at Chen Feng. Play with talismans against me. Are you still dazed? Chen Feng smiled. Several talismans appeared in his hand and fused together. An illusory azure dragon emerged, engulfed in blazing flames. It must be the Tianfu sect that leaked the information. In Gaochen gritted his teeth, suddenly recalling something in his mind. He thought of the Grand Elder of the Tianfu sect and felt a surge of resentment. Songlei. Chen Feng shouted explosively. A bolt of lightning crashed down. He leaned forward and a sealing character appeared in his hand, inscribed upon the rusty sword. Sealing. The rusty sword ascended. Golden energy filled the skies, instantly enveloping the opponent and binding them. Anyone who attempted to break free would be struck by thunder. Instantly, In Gayakin's eyes bulged in disbelief. He looked at Chen Feng, his gaze filled with shock, and gritted his teeth. It seems the royal family has long been plotting. We as mere mortals had no inkling of a powerhouse like you. Chen Feng ignored him, further appearing in the sea. He looked at Chen Chu, who was bloodied and had taken several spells from the opponent. Chen Feng moved forward, seizing one of the early-stage nascent soul practitioners and trapping him within his palm in the immortal realm. He then looked at the opponent and struck out with a hand. The opponent had no power to resist and was defeated in an instant. Annihilate. A golden sphere of light flew out, igniting the sea with flames, severely wounding the opponent once again. Lightning surged through his hand, the nascent soul shattered. Damn it! In Gaochen roared, feeling his eyes almost burst. The opponent was far too powerful, more than he had expected. Royal family. He shouted angrily, breaking free from the restraints. Above him the rusty sword emitted a light chime, lunging towards him. In the distance Chen Feng's divine sense stirred, and the rusty sword slowed slightly. In Gaochen instantly broke free, dodging the fatal strike of the rusty sword. He grabbed Zhang Zhisher and threw him outward, using magical power to send him off, while shouting, run. Tell the ancestor that the royal family has schemes intending to target our immortal sect. The magical power enveloped Zhang Zhisher, who flew rapidly towards the Tianling dynasty like a parabolic arc. In Gaochen unleashed his full magical power, transforming into a shooting star as he charged towards Chen Feng, intending to hold him back. Zhang Zhisher, enveloped in magical power, witnessed this scene with a mix of emotions, roaring loudly. Elder In. The magical power accelerated, vanishing in the blink of an eye on the horizon. He could not let In Gaochen down. He had to escape and report. The fourth prince has appeared, bringing powerful allies to subdue one elder and slay another. It is likely that Elder Yin is also determined to face death. Chen Feng watched as Zhang Zhishe retreated symbolically, allowing Chen Chu to pursue. Chu would go chase him just about 100 miles back. Chen Chu instantly understood, roaring as he gave chase with overwhelming momentum. Yin Gaikin's eyes bulged with rage, wanting to intervene. Chen Feng revealed a mocking smile, striking down with a seal. Oversea seal. The might of the sea surged. A massive wave hundreds of meters high crashed down, coalescing into a giant seal. It struck Yin Gaochen instantly, causing his body to crumble slightly. Golden light erupted, the nascent soul ignited. It detonated. The power radiated for dozens of miles, evaporating the seawater. Countless sea beasts and fish perished. In the distance, several sea tornadoes rose, and the auras of several powerful beings spread out. Divine sense swept across. Chen Feng frowned, thunder enveloping a 10-mile radius, roaring, retreat. Several powerful beings from the sea quickly gathered, looking towards the ocean that had turned into a realm of thunder, with fearful expressions. Roar! From beneath the sea another beast roar echoed, and a sea cultivator riding an early-stage nascent soul beast surfaced. His divine sense unabashedly swept towards Chen Feng. At that moment several sea cultivators seemed eager to act. Why was a high-level human cultivator battling here, radiating power for dozens of miles? Looking for death. Chen Feng roared, knowing that if he could not intimidate these sea cultivators, more would come and things would escalate. At the very least he needed to buy a few days to explore the lake's depths on this island. Even the Yuhai Immortal sect had dispatched 3 nascent soul experts and dozens of disciples to assist. They had also sealed off the entire island, extremely secretive. Inside it likely held great significance. With the rusty sword in hand, Chen Feng vanished into the void, arriving dozens of miles away in mere moments. A sword cleaved through the long sky, rising with the momentum comparable to a peak nascent soul's magical power. No! A pained howl echoed as a sea beast was cleaved in two by a single sword. Another sword struck the opponent's eyes, filled with unwillingness. Even the nascent soul was obliterated, perishing in this sea region. In just 2 moves 2 nascent souls had fallen. The surrounding sea creatures fell silent, retreating dozens of miles before stopping. They neither advanced nor retreated, merely gathering to exchange thoughts. However, no sea creature dared to probe this place again. Chen Feng saw that they did not retreat, and quickly withdrew back into the Thunder Sea. He couldn't maintain the intimidation for long. The commotion here was too great. It wouldn't be long before higher-level cultivators from the sea would arrive and stronger beings would appear. The Yuhai Immortal sect would also send powerful individuals, perhaps even the transformation god ancestor would come personally. Chen Feng entered the island, looking at the surviving disciples of the Yuhai Immortal sect who had not perished. He coldly said, "Do you want to live?" Immediately someone below spoke up. "Yes, we do. Senior, we do not wish to die." Indeed, they were not the die-hard loyalists nurtured by the Yuhai Immortal sect since childhood. In the face of death, the talk of the survival of the human sect was merely a joke. Life is of utmost importance. Chen Feng glanced at him and bestowed a magical treasure. "This is for you. Take them and continue clearing the sludge. Speed is of the essence. Those who perform well will be rewarded with gathering top pills." Chen Feng looked at them and took out several gathering. Continuing, he said, "You being here is akin to serving the Yuhai Immortal sect. Rather than being disciples, you are more like flags. In my eyes, however, you are all citizens of my Tianling dynasty, and I will not kill you. Perform well in the task, and you shall not lack rewards. Do I guarantee it in the name of the royal family." The crowd exchanged glances. Though they could not see everything that had transpired, they heard it all clearly. The war between the royal family and their immortal sect. The opposing side swore by the royal family and produced such precious pills and magical treasures. At the moment of decision, the cultivator to whom Chen Feng had granted the magical treasure shouted angrily, "What are you all dazed for? Did you not hear? Isn't this better than the rewards from our sect? Keep digging for me." Chen Feng glanced at him with some appreciation. As for why these cultivators were necessary, with 3 nascent souls present, why did they not act personally? There was also the terrifying threat that Qing Lai had mentioned. Without bait, how would there be fish to bite? In the depths of the sea, great fish swim slowly. The area surrounding the island is enveloped by thunderclouds. Countless sea clan powerhouses gather, increasing in number. Chen Shu has returned to Chen Feng's side, feeling the overwhelming aura spreading around him, his expression darkening. 13 nascent souls, and still increasing. "Father." He looked up at Chen Feng. Chen Feng waved his hand, his gaze still fixed below. "Is it finally about?" At that moment Chen Feng sensed a breath that quietly awakened. Around them waves surged fiercely, the sea roiling with terror. The island where Chen Feng stood resembled a lone boat amidst the raging tempest and towering waves of the deep sea. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky, while gigantic creatures moved beneath the waves. Hiss! In Huzhou the water's surface rippled. A blue branch shot out like a blade. The lake bottom churned, and the blood of Foundation establishment cultivators soaked the surface. Unable to hold back, Chen Feng shattered the incoming branch with a palm his face, showing surprise. The water spirit tree, who would have thought? Chen Feng picked up the scattered fragments, determining their origin. The opponent had already developed intelligence and existed for over 10,000 years. For the spirit tree to transform into a demon and leave its growing place, the requirements were far more difficult than an ordinary beast. It would at least need to reach the god transformation stage. However, although transforming into a demon is exceedingly difficult, once successful, the lifespan of a spirit plant becomes nearly limitless, which is truly terrifying. Not yet transformed into a demon. A glint of sharp light flickered in Chen Feng's eyes as thunder surged in his hand. The raging thunderclouds were drawn and crashing down into the pool. The thunder resounded through the sky, turning the lake into a thunder pool. Lightning flashed, cracking repeatedly. The lake water churned. Hiss! In Huzhou, the lake water twisted, forming a vacuum at the center as a gigantic tree surged upwards. In an instant it burst forth from the lake bottom, growing another 300 meters, resembling a small mountain. It doesn't need to be this abstract. Chen Feng's lips twitched. This thing must be at least 500 meters tall. Power radiated in all directions, and several branches attacked sharp beyond measure. A few water arrows shot out, directly targeting Chen Feng's position. Chen Feng struck out with a palm, closing the distance. In a swift motion, he struck the branch. A tingling sensation coursed through him. The branch glowed blue and actually managed to block Chen Feng's strike, though it bore some cracks. The defensive power was incredibly terrifying. Most spirit plants are protective and have formidable defenses. Countless vines twisted and branches moved like spirit snakes, thousands of them attacking. Slice! The rusty sword appeared in his hand, and with one swing, countless branches were cut down. The rusty sword let out a light hum, causing the water spirit tree to tremble. The attacks ceased, and it swayed gently. A strand of divine sense probed and hesitating to approach Chen Feng. No need to take action. Just as Chen Chu was about to strike, his divine sense reached out to make contact with the other party. Master! A childish voice rang out, tinged with a hint of confusion. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, glancing at the sword in his hand. The other party recognized this sword, considering him the previous master of it. Likewise, the other party might be the one who planted the water spirit tree. For a moment, Chen Feng retracted his aura. I have returned. Chen Feng's voice was soft, as he dispersed azure true energy around the tree. The water spirit tree trembled for a moment, absorbing this true energy. It swayed even more joyfully. After some communication, Chen Feng learned that the other party had only recently developed intelligence, having existed for nearly 5,000 years. It knew nothing of past events, only remembering the aura of the powerful being who had once planted it. Those who plant trees will have others enjoy the shade. Chen Feng sent more life-prolonging true energy, making it even happier, like a child. Master, many people have been digging in our home these days. Fortunately, I awakened early and killed them all. Well done, Chen Feng replied with a smile. After communicating for a while, he learned that there were indeed things below, a home left behind by an ancient cultivator. It might also be the place where he had attained enlightenment. As for other news, the water spirit would knew nothing of it, had been lingering around the periphery of the home for years. From now on, I'll call you Lingling. Chen Feng replied with his divine sense. The great tree swayed even more joyfully, seemingly delighted to have a name. They'll return home for a while, and if anyone else comes in, just kill them. Chen Feng said softly, transferring all the stored life-prolonging true energy to Lingling. The severed branches quickly regenerated. Even the trunk became sturdier, radiating a stronger aura. Seeing this, Chen Feng first placed the Ling boat and Chen Chu into a universal storage ring to carry with him. Then he plunged downward, entering the lake bottom. The water spirit tree did not resist, and instead enveloped the surroundings, diving into the depths of the lake, where the spiritual energy felt even denser. With years of experience, Chen Feng sensed in an instant. At the lake bottom, there was a spirit vein of considerable rank, at least a 4th-grade spirit vein. This was an unexpected delight, and Chen Feng wore a hint of joy on his face. The spirit vein in his clan had only recently advanced to 4th grade, along with various other mixed spirit veins. There were only about 30 in total. Although the quantity seemed large, the quality was still lacking. The spirit vein from the Tianlong realm could not be taken out. As for the development of the Tianlong realm, Chen Feng planned to set that aside for now. At least he would have to enter the god transformation stage before allowing the gifted powerhouses of his clan to explore. At the bottom of the lake, a tower's peak emerged with the rest buried beneath the silt. The water spirit tree was rooted at the deepest point, and now its trunk could be seen at the lowest depths. With a radius of over 30 meters, it left Chen Feng in awe. Within the clan, the best developed Tianqing tree was now less than 20 meters in radius. Logically, the Tianqing tree should be of a much higher rank than the water spirit tree, which is one of the 5 spirit trees. At the lake bottom, Chen Feng's magic surged, sending countless silt flying upward, flung from the lake surface. After a brief cleanup, a relic at the lake bottom came into view. 3 7-layer iron towers stood in a triangular formation. Energy flickered at their peaks. However, it seemed that the energy supply had been cut off, unable to showcase its former brilliance. No way. Chen Feng's sharp gaze fell upon the towers which were inscribed with different runes. Below, the connection to the spirit vein served as its energy supply. A formation. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed and his aura erupted violently as he struck out. Instantly, the bottom of the lake trembled and a light barrier slammed against him. Chen Feng was knocked back 2 meters by the barrier. Killing formation. There is a weak point. Chen Feng looked closely at a point atop the tower where the energy fluctuations were weaker, seemingly having been damaged. Someone has been here before. Chen Feng took a deep breath, observing that the marks were quite fresh. It should have been not long ago. However, it seemed they could not enter here and had retreated. Lingling, has anyone been nearby? Yes, there have been people around these days. Feeling the echo, Chen Feng was slightly taken aback. He added, is there any particularly strong presence attempting to intrude into the house? Yes. The Shui Ling tree swayed slightly as the thought continued to be conveyed. However, I don't know how long it's been. He shattered a corner, and then a little thief slipped inside. His strength is too great. I didn't dare to come out, fearing I would be killed and never see my master again. He continued, however, he has stayed here for quite a while. If it weren't for the terrifying aura from the seabed, he might have broken through and come in. Chen Feng took a deep breath and glanced at the Shui Ling tree, remaining silent. The sequence of events was becoming clearer to him. As for that little thief, it should be the Grand Elder of the Tianfu sect. This makes it easier to explain. Chen Feng pondered for a moment and took out the rusty sword. He approached the barrier. It works. The rusty sword easily pierced through the barrier, causing no reaction whatsoever. With his magic power activated, the rusty sword emitted a burst of light, enveloping himself. He stepped forward and entered the barrier without any obstruction. Chen Feng felt a bit curious. Looking above, the barrier was still activating. He was somewhat relieved. Even if the people from the Yuhai Immortal Gate came quickly, he could calmly take the valuable items here. He stepped lightly inside. The periphery was already somewhat decayed, with some buildings having collapsed. Spirit wood. Chen Feng suddenly felt a pang of toothache. These wooden structures were all made from spirit wood. What a waste. With such grand expenditure at the periphery, the core area piqued Chen Feng's curiosity. He walked around, crossing a dilapidated courtyard. Pushing open the door made of fire spirit wood, Chen Feng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He cursed under his breath as he entered. Premium spirit stones. He was instantly taken aback. The entire floor and walls were forged from premium spirit stones. They showed no signs of decay from time, remaining as pristine as new. In the center of the hall, a massive tiger beast was hung, and even after 10,000 years, its imposing presence was still terrifying, with an aura of slaughter emanating from its eyes. It seemed as if it would revive at any moment to shred the intruder before it. Roar! A faint tiger's roar echoed in Chen Feng's ears. Chen Feng furrowed his brows and began to chant the cleansing heart incantation. Instantly, the illusory presence shattered. Chen Feng felt a bit apprehensive, his gaze lingering on the tiger's head as he scrutinized it. Even though this beast had been dead for many years, its lingering will and spiritual force were still intimidating. It could even influence him. If someone weaker had encountered it, they might have been corroded by its murderous intent and fallen into madness. Just look at how terrifying this beast's cultivation was in life. It proved that as long as one is powerful, even after countless years of death, they remain fearsome. This can be collected. This tiger's head was definitely a treasure. Chen Feng stepped forward, feeling the pressure bearing down on him. Even in death, the residual might remain. However, after all these years of decline, even the residual might could not affect a cultivator of his caliber. He stowed it into his storage ring and looked down at the chair beneath the tiger's head. Purple spirit mystical wood. Chen Feng displayed a pained expression, tossing it into the storage ring. This material simply did not exist in Dazhu. Even the Tian'an Immortal Alliance would hardly possess many pieces of purple spirit mystical wood. Here it had been crafted into a chair. This made Chen Feng certain about the palace's master. Their cultivation must not be weaker than the integration stage, perhaps even stronger. Just as he took the chair, a one-person-wide pit appeared beneath it. Chen Feng glanced around and leapt into it. If he feared death, he wouldn't act like a ghost. Now that he was here, he couldn't just leave without investigating. He would absolutely regret it for a lifetime. Chen Feng felt a surge of excitement. He was finally experiencing something that only a child of destiny would encounter. The legacy of a great powerhouse. What does this signify? The Tao favors a few. For a moment he felt a bit lightheaded. Whooshed! A blade of condensed ice fell from above. Chen Feng sidestepped to avoid it, and looked up. Above, the tunnel ice spikes densely covered the area. Some contained spiritual power with something pulling at them. This made it extremely dangerous. If one was careless, they would be chilled to the bone. Chen Feng looked again, and saw that there was still an exit about a mile away, glancing at the ice spikes that were still swaying precariously. It seemed as if they would fall the next moment. Just this, Chen Feng murmured. It seemed his voice reverberated in this tranquil space. The ice spikes above fell, aiming to pierce this outsider Chen Feng. No matter how fast he would be pierced whether he moved forward or back. If he used his magic power to try to blast them apart, the tunnel structure would likely collapse. The danger was immense. Void. With a thought, Chen Feng's voice vanished from the spot. In an instant he appeared on the opposite side of the passage, untouched by any dust. Such a trap posed no challenge to Chen Feng. He directly slipped into the void and leaped away from this. After landing, Chen Feng paid no attention to what was behind him. His gaze was drawn to everything before him. 3 jade boxes were arranged in the center with a throne behind them. Beside them lay a pile of premium spirit stones resembling a small mountain. There was even a small pile of stones entirely golden, exuding an even purer, high-level energy. As for the spirit stones, these were merely accessories. Holding an 8th-level spirit vein in his hand, he paid no attention to the spirit stones. Approaching the jade boxes, Chen Feng finally noticed. The ground beneath the jade boxes was inscribed with several lines of text. Chen Feng moved the jade box aside to take a look. Those who can reach here are the fated ones sought by this old man, having passed the 2 trials I set up. The world calls me the South Bright Scatter Immortal. After a journey on the immortal ascension ladder, I was defeated. Dragging my wounded body back, I encountered a great cultivator from the Tianhu clan and defeated him. Unfortunately, my injuries could not be healed. I secluded myself here, ultimately unable to withstand fate. At the moment of my passing, I thought that I still had no disciple to inherit my teachings, so I scattered the South Bright Order, waiting for a fated person. Scatter Immortal. Chen Feng stored this term in his mind. He then opened the 3 jade boxes. In the first box, a transmission jade slip fell into his hand. The second contained a sword technique. The third was a map with annotations. Those who come here must not exceed the nascent soul stage. The knowledge I have preserved is vast and cannot be stored in one place. The South Bright Sword is the key and can open the other inheritance sites. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Was it a payment plan? No. It was a phased inheritance. Chen Feng glanced at the map and his eyelids twitched. There were 3 major inheritance sites beyond this one, the closest requiring crossing a vast ocean. To reach another Dao state, one would need the power of the God transformation stage, otherwise it's impossible to get there. As for the other 2, they were even farther away, either in a place of absolute danger or in the sky above. This old man. Chen Feng felt somewhat helpless. Clearly this was intended to make his inheritor reopen a legacy each time they advanced a stage. It is estimated that the resources and treasures left in each region will be abundant and even increasing. At least within a single realm, there is no need to worry about resources. Do not put all your eggs in one basket. In case of one's demise, there might still be other inheritors in different legacies. Yet Chen Feng was sweeping through everywhere. He intended to find the remains of the Southern Ming Immortal. After searching, he found nothing, which made Chen Feng somewhat regretful. He bowed to the inscription before him. Junior Chen Feng will not let the legacy of the senior be buried. After saying this, he communicated with the jade slip, and a hearty laugh echoed. This method was gained by me during a fortuitous encounter in my weaker days, capable of reaching above tribulation transcendence. A message surged into his mind, and a glimmer of light flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. This item is not weak. Blood Prophet. Chen Feng laughed, as this technique was comparable to most of his own methods, perfectly fitting for the cultivation of the 5 elements. Its name is Southern Ming Mystical Scripture. This item is named after the Southern Ming Immortal, and it is precisely. Chen Feng opened the second jade box, feeling a vibration from the rusty sword at his waist. He suppressed it, and picked up the jade slip inside the box. Once again a familiar laughter rang out. An elderly man with white hair and a youthful face held a celestial sword. Watch closely, I have only practiced 3 swords in my lifetime. Named 3 slashes to ascend. Open mountain. In the image, the old man swung his sword, and the colors of heaven and earth changed. With 1 slash, hundreds of mountains before him remained untouched by the raging energy. Instead, they slowly slid apart. The cuts were smooth and exquisitely crafted. To use it for cutting jade is undoubtedly a secret technique. Chen Feng thought to himself. If the Southern Ming Immortal were still alive at this moment, and heard Chen Feng's thoughts, he would surely want to strike him down. Then came another soft shout. Shake the earth. The old man wielded the celestial sword, gently exerting force, revealing his energy flow route in its entirety. With a single slash, the earth trembled, creating a depression for hundreds of miles, obliterating everything in its path. Chen Feng's eyes sparkled, deeply moved by one of the moves. This move must be remembered. Oh, without immense magical power, it cannot be executed. The old man said solemnly. At the very least, one must reach the God transformation stage to utilize this move. After advising, he appeared to return to a mundane state, looking like an ordinary elderly man. Even the aura of the celestial sword retracted. This sword is called Heavenly Slash. If heaven obstructs me, I shall slash it with a single sword. The old man's sharp energy surged, embodying an unstoppable presence as he swung his long sword. An unremarkable sword imbued with the old man's spirit and an overwhelming force. In the azure sky above, a crack suddenly appeared, transforming into a pitch-black chasm. Stretching for hundreds of miles, it was terrifying, as if it would be swallowed by the void at any moment. This sword defies the heavens, and is the sword to sever the Tao. Use it with caution. After the old man finished speaking, more information surged into his mind. The movement route of the sword technique was revealed. Chen Feng's face was filled with excitement, his emotions surging wildly. His thoughts regarding the Southern Ming Immortal slightly changed. This old man suited Chen Feng's taste very well. As for practicing these three swords diligently, Chen Feng felt it unnecessary. There were still legacy points available. In a matter of moments it was completed. Finally Chen Feng exited the state. Looking around the space, he waved his hand, and even the walls were carved open. All that remained fell into Chen Feng's hands. He then flashed and appeared in the great hall, packing away all the surrounding spirit stones and decorations. On the other side, Elder Zhang returned to the Immortal Gate. The royal family. A roar echoed from deep within the Immortal Gate, and an oppressive force burst through the sky. This made everyone in the Immortal Gate feel a great sense of dread, and their hearts were filled with immense confusion. They saw an ancestral figure of the Immortal Gate soaring into the sky, riding a flying fish beast towards the deep sea. Outside the island, the thunder dissipated. Roar! Countless divine senses swept by, gathering 21 sea tribe nascent souls close to the island. They surrounded it. The formation of the human race. Among them, a sea tribe nascent soul riding a white whale touched the pale yellow light. More than 10 days ago, there was a fluctuation of human race god transformation here. This attracted the appearance of General Jiaoqing. While speaking, he noticed the towering tree in the lake of the island. He paused, his eyes filled with disbelief. That is the Five Elements spirit tree. What? Another sea tribe member appeared, his gaze slightly shaken. This is the territory of my merman tribe. You must withdraw. The approaching merman instantly unleashed his aura, glaring at the surrounding sea tribes. Wasn't this place occupied by human race cultivators? According to the laws, this does not belong to you, it belongs to the ocean. A sea tribe member with horns spoke in a deep voice, a hint of greed in his eyes. Wasn't this place occupied by human race cultivators? According to the laws, this does not belong to you, it belongs to the ocean. A sea tribe roar, withdraw. The merman's eyes glinted with ferocity, sharp teeth bared, fixating on the sea tribe member. Haha, what can you do if you don't let us? Previously your mermen were defeated, and one of your leaders was slain. You didn't dare to utter a word. What do you want to do now? Ridiculous. The horned sea tribe member ridiculed, white vapor billowing from his nostrils. Moreover, this place is at the junction of the three realms, and it does not belong to you now. The bull-headed sea tribe member sneered disdainfully as 7 nascent souls quickly gathered around him. The mermen, having a slight numerical advantage with 10 nascent souls gathered, faced off against each other. Neo Taylor Jiao Long, according to the human cultivators, your cultivation is all based on dogs. There are still human cultivators inside, and you want to start a war. A similarly odd-looking sea tribe member approached, gazing at the two. The two stiffened, snorting softly. Shall we jointly make an incursion, and then divide the spoils afterward? What do you think? The sea tribe member's eyes revealed wisdom. You don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. Neo Taylor snorted coldly, but there was still a hint of temptation in his eyes. The human race cultivator inside is not weak, at least he is of the minor general level, at the peak of nascent soul. With so many of us nascent soul leaders, are we afraid of just one? As long as the 3 of us join forces to suppress him, he will surely die. 21 against 1, the advantage is with us. He chuckled softly, a cunning glint in his eyes. The strong members looked at each other, and finally nodded. Agreed. But we must swear to the sea ancestor that in the battle with the human cultivators, we cannot harm our allies. Neo Taylor said. Of course. He laughed as a nascent soul sea tribe member swore an oath to the sea ancestor. After the oath was completed, the 3 took the lead. Violent magical power bombarded the barrier, and the sea beasts under their control joined in. The loud crashing sounds rang out, and in an instant the great formation was breached. Lingling returned. Chen Feng's figure appeared atop the water's surface, hovering effortlessly in midair. With hands clasped behind his back, he stood upon empty space, his robes flapped violently in the gale, while a gentle smile played upon his lips as he gazed upon the 21 Sea Clan nascent souls. What is your intent, honored guests? A group of them stared intently at Chen Feng, and at the water spirit tree slowly sinking beneath the waves behind him. Indeed, it is truly the water spirit tree. It would bring immense benefit to our Sea Clan. Neo Tail spoke, his eyes locked greedily upon several branches visible just beneath the water's surface. Human cultivator, this is Sea Clan territory. Depart immediately. Yu Ren's gaze also flickered with avarice, yet restrained. His eyes lingered warily upon Chen Feng's silhouette. This man was formidable, who should conflict erupt, casualties among his own ranks were inevitable. Are you from the Yu Hai Immortal sect? His tone held cautious inquiry. Seeing Chen Feng remain unmoved, he pressed on. Chen Feng stood impassive, his expression cold and distant. Jiao Long's face twisted with fury. Chen Feng had slain a mighty warrior of his own race not long before. Enough talk. Slaying him yields the same result. The man is no fool. He surely recognizes the water spirit tree. And at these words Niotale and the other two's expressions darkened, their divine senses subtly intertwined in silent coordination. Even as apprehension coiled deep within their hearts, despite Chen Feng's overwhelming strength, they noted he stood alone. In attack, Yuren roared. Niotale and Zhao Long exchanged a brief, resentful glance toward Yuren, then acted without hesitation. In an instant the sea trembled, radiant auroras erupted across the horizon, each sea clan cultivator enveloped in shimmering light. In that same breath a colossal tidal wave surged forth, and boom. In countless towering waves crashed down, swallowing the islet whole. And beneath the waves sea clan warriors moved with uncanny grace, like fish born to water, their power magnified tenfold. All 21 unleashed their cultivation energy in unison, nascent soul aura rippled outward, exuding sheer, terrifying might. In foam churned monstrous sea beasts roared as they charged forward, gigantic forms blotting out the sky, awe-inspiring in their ferocity. Crack! In boulders shattered, fissures spiderwebbed across the islet's surface resembling cracked tortoiseshell. And for a moment all seemed poised for annihilation. Chen Feng was forced into underwater combat. NC clan cultivators darted through the currents with lethal speed, their presence swelling with maritime dominion. In die, Niotale uttered a low snarl, with spear materialized in his grip. Pale white, its tip sharpened into a cruel bone-like point. Riding the surging current, he thrust it forward with crushing force. This bone spear was no ordinary relic. It was a fragment of a peak sovereign formation beast skeleton inscribed with ancient sea clan runes. Radiating potent water essence, its mere presence evoked mortal dread. A single misstep meant utter obliteration. Chen Feng was momentarily stunned. Never before had he seen bestial bone wielded thus. And the oppressive aura radiating from it sent chills down his spine. And, so you favor battle beneath the waves. Then I shall overturn your very ocean. Ocean's subverting seal. And Chen Feng murmured softly. Golden light flared in his palm as the character Fu, to subvert, materialized, churning the sea itself with unbearable weight. The seawater convulsed, the titanic force surged forth, a deafening roar as the seal slammed downward, reversing the tide and carving a vacuum in its wake. In weaker sea clan nascent souls were hurled backward by the violent recoil, flung miles away. The seal's primary target, Niotale, collided head-on with the descending glyph. In boom, and he staggered backward, blood spurting from his mouth, eyes wide with disbelief. He was a peak nascent soul cultivator. Though Chen Feng was powerful, he remained within the nascent soul realm. And how could he possibly wound him so decisively, within the Sea Clan's sovereign domain? The other two Sea Clan elders launched simultaneous assaults. In Chen Feng's strength shattered their prior assumptions, momentarily setting aside their mutual distrust. Their sole resolve: eliminate this human powerhouse. In Chen Feng's body shuddered. Golden radiance erupted from his pores as his innate human primordial bloodline awakened. Na blazing rune danced within his eyes, his aura swelled, his power doubling instantly. His entire being surged to peak nascent soul mastery, his strength multiplied at least threefold. Ni's sudden explosive ascension filled the two elders' eyes with primal dread. They unleashed their ultimate techniques without reserve. And since you have come, then abide in peace. In Chen Feng smiled. Bathed in golden light, he appeared nothing short of divine. With a subtle gesture of both hands, torrents of arcane energy coalesced into razor-edged blades. Inthi carved through the air, with shrieking force hurtling toward the two elders. In PFFD, the air detonated in sharp bursts as the pair countered in unison. And meanwhile the Sea Clan nascent souls, swept up by the tide, re-entered the fray, roaring as they charged anew. Midair the blades shifted course, each now terrifyingly precise, their tips humming with the inexorable cutting essence of metal chi. In heaven overturning seal. With a reverse palm strike, a colossal golden seal erupted from the void, descending upon the Sea Clan host like a falling sun. In PFFD, three nascent soul cultivators failed to evade. The massive seal crushed them into crimson mist, leaving not even their nascent souls intact. In three nascent souls annihilated in a single blow, the Sea Clan froze in horror. They converged as one, chanting incantations in unison. And the sea surged once more, swallowing the battlefield whole. In Niotale and the two elders roared, bodies blazing with light. Seizing the lingering water essence, they lunged at Chen Feng. Simultaneously their weapons blazed with condensed spiritual energy. Every cultivator struck as one. An avalanche of attacks descended, seeking to reduce the lone human to a sieve. Spirit flame. In Chen Feng smiled, then repelled the encroaching waters with a pulse of force. Na cobalt blue flame erupted, surging into the sea, and in an instant the ocean itself became a true inferno. Scorching heat seared the Sea Clan warriors. Na muffled thud echoed, Their target vanished from sight, rendering every strike futile. A flash of silver. Then a head soared skyward, instantly reduced to ash once its protective energy barrier collapsed. In Jiao Long bellowed, aura exploding as he brandished his trident and lunged forward. In the ocean, the merfolk were a dominant clan. Effortlessly agile, their combat prowess doubled. Yet here the sea had become their adversary's arena. In moments, 4 nascent souls fell, 2 of them his own kin. Chen Feng struck, sword flashing. Jiao Long stiffened, utterly unaware of Chen Feng's sudden appearance before him. His head severed cleanly in a single stroke. Jiao Long's fall sent shockwaves through the Sea Clan ranks. They recoiled several meters, halting their assault, faces stricken with disbelief. Na Peak nascent soul elder, slain in one stroke. It was unspeakably terrifying. Tail's eyes glazed over, uncertainty flickering across his features, then unmistakably the urge to retreat. Thunder, descend, Chen Feng thundered, not fond of aquatic combat. Then summoning lightning was effortless. Countless bolts detonated, crackling currents flooding the entire region. Amidst the searing blaze of spirit flame, another unfortunate soul was struck by a lightning bolt, vaporized into ash in an instant. Ren's complexion paled utterly, his spiritual energy drained rapidly as he struggled against both paralyzing numbness and scorching fire. His strength plummeted drastically. Swordlight flashed, shrieks pierced the air. More fell, bodies consumed by roaring flames. Instantly the inferno intensified, absorbing the life force of fallen masters, growing ever more ravenous, spreading relentlessly outward. Tide recede. Seeing no other option, Niu Tai Lu raised his arms, unleashing his power. The force of attraction rippled, causing the sea water to withdraw. Several nascent souls were exposed to the air, their expressions visibly relaxing. Before they could regain their composure, one of them spat blood, struck by a bolt of lightning. His body turned to char, plummeting from the sky. Annihilate. Another massive, gray finger of condensed power obliterated his opponent's nascent soul. Completely fallen. Niu Tai Lu attempted to speak, but suddenly a figure appeared before him. A flash of sword light severed his head. The nascent soul burst forth, resembling a small figure, quickly fleeing. The speed left onlookers dumbfounded. Chen Feng did not pursue. His rusty sword glimmered coldly, a strand of black light vanishing into the void. He too vanished into the void. In the next moment, Ren was cleaved in half, exploding into pieces, his nascent soul completely gone. Run! Someone shouted, and the remaining sea tribe cultivators immediately sought to escape. Mastering thunder, Chen Feng had a tremendous advantage in the water, let alone when out of it. There was only one way out, death. The major nascent souls fled in panic. Yet how could Chen Feng allow them to escape? He activated the secret art of the void, appearing before the sea tribe, blocking their path. The long sword in his hand shimmered with lightning, a wall of flames rising before the fleeing individuals. This deepened their despair. Chen Feng would not let any fish slip through the net. In his full eruption, he was invincible against nascent souls. Chen Feng calmly stated, "You need not have died. It is greed that is the root of sin." With a single stroke, the figures of several individuals vanished, their nascent souls shattering. In an instant, the winds calmed. Chen Feng gazed towards the horizon, and a universal storage ring appeared. The rusty sword flashed with light, fracturing the earth. The very core of the island was excavated by Chen Feng and stored within the storage ring. He soared into the air, and the island, having lost its core, instantly crumbled. Countless soil and rocks slid down, all plunging into the sea. Chen Feng then released Li Haoran, allowing him to wreak havoc in the surroundings. After exhausting his power, he finally tossed him back into the universal ring. Chen Feng scanned his surroundings, then vanished into the void, departing northwards along the ocean. In just 2 hours, a red light streaked across the sky. Simultaneously, a massive wave surged from the deep sea, and a colossal creature emerged. Yulingqi, my subjects. It was a sea beast with the head of an ox and the body of a whale, roaring as it soared and crashed down. In the deep sea, another figure, a merman riding the waves, ascended. With fierce eyes, Yulingqi regarded the merman, his trident swirling with power. A whirlpool formed in the sea, and a gigantic squid creature roared, swinging its massive tentacles towards Yulingqi. Yulingqi, consumed by anger, was taken aback when the 3 great sea tribe powerhouses charged at him. "Why are you 3 Dao friends doing this?" Boom. The 3 sea tribe powerhouses disregarded him, furiously attacking. After a moment of resistance, Yulingqi completely lost his temper. "Do you really think I'm a sick cat if I don't fight back? Yuhaiju." A terrifying wave erupted from the sea, with power spreading like thunder across 100 miles. Countless sea tribes were filled with terror. Hundreds of miles away, Chen Feng sensed the distant eruption of battle. He could not help but feel a shiver. The might of transformation was truly terrifying. In such a barrage of attacks, it would be tough to survive even if he fully unleashed his power. Yet in unknown combat, Chen Feng felt he could still manage. If the opponent were careless, a single spear could even kill him. Niu Tai Lu's presence had greatly aided him. After this battle, the reputation of the Yuhai immortal sect would likely be one of fear throughout the ocean. Chen Feng leisurely turned and headed north. Further north, he could directly reach Wanghai City. Then from Wanghai City, he would return home. 3 days later, a tremendous upheaval arose in the Tianling dynasty. The ancestor of the Yuhai immortal sect returned from battling the Sea tribe powerhouses heavily injured and retreating into seclusion. Had it not been for the royal family intervening to block the pursuing Sea tribe powerhouses outside the domain, the ancestor of the Yuhai immortal sect would have faced even worse. Of course, this turmoil also alerted numerous cultivators to the news. From the lowest foundation establishment to the highest transformation stage, there were undercurrents within the dynasty. It seemed the Yuhai immortal sect had clashed with the royal family. The second prince was supported by the 3 public officials becoming the heir. A force named the Undying sect took root in the northern borders. Its base was the original site of the Tianfu sect. The northern border marquis was ousted, and the entire northern region became tainted by the second prince's influence. Cultivators from the Xikong mansion stood guard. In Wanghai City, Chen Feng stepped into the restricted area, observing the city that had expanded threefold and whose trade was flourishing. In fact, many Sea tribe cultivators appeared in the bustling market. The people around seemed unfazed. Their grandson Chen Mu, respectfully greets you, Grandpa. Outside the city, Chen Mu, had long sensed Chen Feng's aura coming with powerful figures from the city to welcome him. Indeed, you have reached the golden core stage. Chen Feng looked at him with satisfaction in his eyes, offering him praise. It is still thanks to your teachings, Grandpa. He smiled, pointing at Wanghai City. Grandpa, how about it? As per your instructions, we have established trade with the Sea tribe to gather information from the ocean, taking the first step into the sea. Not bad. Chen Feng nodded, casting an appreciative glance. Chen Mu, was quite excited, his heart swelling as he gazed at the sea. King of the seas. A hint of yearning appeared in his eyes. After communicating with the Sea tribe, he realized the vastness of the ocean and the insignificance of the Great Chu region. The world is vast, and many cultivators spend their entire lives without stepping beyond their homeland. The ocean is even more expansive. Even nascent soul cultivators are but a drop in the ocean. This further kindled his yearning for the mysterious realms. The broad horizon. Chen Feng looked at him, deducting 10,000 from his inheritance value, a construction technique for a magical ship materializing. Chen Feng organized it into a white jade slip, handing it to him. Mui, the road is long and arduous. To conquer the sea, how can one do so without these vessels of transport? You will need these. Take my token and bring a few third-tier artifact refiners from the clan. Thank you, Grandpa. Chen Mu took the jade slip, his heart filled with immense joy. Keep it up. Also try to stay close to the coastline of the Tianling dynasty. In the sea, there are many weak races. You don't need me to teach you how to handle them. Grandpa believes in you. Chen Feng, like a spring breeze, gently patted the top of his head. The other was also incredibly excited. Among the second-generation, few were close to Chen Feng. Now he was one of them, filled with determination. After giving further instructions, Chen Feng vanished from this land. Chen Mu clutched the jade slip, ambition gleaming in his eyes as he gazed at the vast ocean, revealing a longing expression. The ocean, wait for me. Chen Jun. Chen Feng stood proudly atop the ascension peak, feeling the uplifting spirit of his clansmen. In the vibrant atmosphere, even those without cultivation were actively contributing to the construction. As for Qiu Lingzuan, he had returned to the imperial city. Chen Feng paid it no mind though. Chen Ruoshi and Chen Shuho, along with other young geniuses, were all absent from the clan. Regarding this, Chen Feng was quite lenient. After all the children had grown up, experiencing hardships was vital. High-level cultivators nurtured in a greenhouse would merely possess cultivation without true depth. They were of no real use. Only those tempered through blood and tears could be truly valuable. Recently, Xia Jiao was about to give birth. Chen Feng stayed by her side along with the other ladies. The Chen clan had gained another hall, named the Guardian Hall. To his surprise, it housed 6 nascent souls and 1 golden core. In Chen Feng's backyard, 3 extraordinary female cultivators had quietly joined. 2 years had passed, with this pregnancy lasting 2 years. Chen Feng felt a mix of expectation and immense joy. The resources consumed over these 2 years for nurturing the fetus were significant. His unborn child seemed to have high demands for resources. Finally, on a night half a month later, the Chen residence became bustling with activity. Chen Feng was also in the delivery room, channeling his life essence. At last, a chubby little boy weighing around 10 jin was born. He neither cried nor made a fuss, his eyes filled with curiosity about the unfamiliar environment. Upon meeting Chen Feng's gaze, he quickly became bewildered. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, looking up at the ceiling. Suddenly a thought crossed his mind, and his expression changed not a bit, instead revealing a gentle smile, imbued with affection. My dear son, let me hold you. Chen Feng scooped up the chubby little boy. No spiritual root. Chen Feng was slightly surprised. Logically, this shouldn't be the case. Suddenly, Chen Feng's expression changed slightly. This boy was unintentionally absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. A glimmer of realization flashed in Chen Feng's eyes as he chuckled. Good boy, truly remarkable. He broke a golden spirit stone in his hand. My precious son, absorbed to your heart's content. Chen Feng watched the boy, his expression shifting slightly. The child was indeed autonomously absorbing pure energy and storing it within. Chen Feng was somewhat astonished, a smile growing in his eyes as he nodded. That should be enough. He gathered the energy and swallowed it in one go. This thing contained far more energy than a top-grade spirit stone, and his son had just been born. It wouldn't be good if he absorbed too much energy, causing adverse effects. Placing the little one beside Xia Jiao, he gazed at her tenderly. Then he looked back at the child. In a deep voice, Chen Feng said, Jiao, our son is born with extraordinary gifts. Let's name him Chen Shufan. Xia Jiao's expression changed slightly, and the little one in her arms began to resist. It seemed he was husband. Perhaps we shouldn't name him that. Then what do you suggest, my lady? Chen Feng asked with a smile, looking at. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. Though born exceptional as his mother, I wish for him to live a peaceful life as an extraordinary person. How about we name him Fan for the final character? Returning to simplicity, Chen Feng's eyes lit up as he nodded. What you say is wise. Let's name him Chen Shufan. The little one no longer resisted, seemingly quite pleased with the name. Chen Feng gave him a knowing glance, smiling as he rocked him gently. Chen Shufan's eyes grew complex as I never expected that my soul was not entirely extinguished, living again, and to have parents. Father, mother. His thoughts sank into distant memories. The softness within him was touched, and a longing arose. From now on there will be no demon emperor, only I, Chen Shufan. His spirit shook as he opened his eyes, babbling a few sounds. Suddenly Chen Shufan's little face flushed slightly, and he closed his mouth. His soul fell into a deep slumber, unaware of when he would awaken. Returning to a typical infant state, he gently rubbed against Chen Feng. Feeling the little one nuzzling against him, Chen Feng was in high spirits. Ha ha ha, good boy. After a moment of affectionate interaction, Chen Feng handed Chen Shufan to Xia Jiao and appeared alone at the peak of ascension. He gazed around. In his ears the system's voice rang out. Congratulations, host, the ancient supreme cultivator has been born. Reward 100 inheritance points. Immortal demon divine, art divine demon transformation. Chen Feng's expression shook. His speculation was indeed correct. However, even if an ancient monster was born, what of it? Chen Feng trembled slightly, his white robes resembling an immortal. Looking into the void. Regardless of who he was in his past life, as long as he descended into his home this life, and became his son, then he was his son, and he would fulfill the duty of a father. Chen Feng felt a wave of emotion as he gazed into the distance. Time passed swiftly. 5 years went by. During this time, envoys from the Daoyun dynasty arrived, intending to take the Daoyun sword from Chen Feng. Chen Feng coldly rejected them. With his help, the second prince broke through to the late nascent soul stage and was about to become the ruler of Dezhu. He would dominate the entire Dezhu. Ding, congratulations, host. 2,000 disciples with spiritual roots have broken through. Reward pure cultivation for 200 years, 300 inheritance points, and 200 years of any skill cultivation. Claim cultivation reward. Chen Feng's aura soared once more, reaching the peak of nascent soul. His presence was overwhelmingly strong, resembling an unstoppable force. In the Chen clan, Chen Shufan was already able to run all over the place. Chen Shuho had reached the peak of foundation establishment and was about to break through. However, this lad was often absent from the clan, frequently going out to train. As for Chen Shud and the others, they had not been seen for 3 years. Occasionally, when Chen Shuho returned to the clan, he would bring news that they were alive. Listening to Chen Shuho's recounting, Chen Feng's expression twitched slightly. These two boys are getting bolder by the day. Chen Feng sighed helplessly. They actually wanted to desecrate the ancestral grave of the Tianling royal family. They even wanted Chen Shuho to join. How are your path is different from theirs? Avoid getting entangled with them. Chen Feng said helplessly to Chen Shuho. I understand, father. I will take Fan out later to train in the Hengduan mountains. Chen Shuho said with a smile, standing up, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Chen Feng's eyelids twitched slightly. After contemplating for a moment, he waved his hand. Fine, you little rascal, even if I say no, you will still sneak out. Chen Feng's magic surged as a jade talisman appeared in the air. Take this, it contains a strike from your father. Use it if you encounter danger, and I will sense it. Don't neglect your practice of the immortal demon divine art either. Got it, father, I'm not a child anymore. Chen Shuho replied, playfully, causing Chen Feng to feel a headache. Don't neglect your practice of the immortal demon divine art either. Got it, father, I'm not a child anymore. Chen Shuho replied, playfully, causing Chen Feng to feel a brother Qianyun, there's no need for such formalities. The Emperor's ascension is a momentous occasion for the great Chu. Rest assured, I shall attend. He who arrived was none other than Chu Qianyun, bowing respectfully with clasped hands. Please convey my regards to His Majesty the Emperor. A wistful expression flickered across Chen Feng's face. Chu Qianyun smiled gently. Your Highness need not stand on ceremony. I shall deliver your words faithfully. His Highness has surely reached the peak of the nascent soul realm, and the divine transformation realm lies just beyond the horizon. With a lingering bow and a sigh steeped in quiet melancholy, Chu Qianyun turned and departed. How could they still address each other as brothers when rank and station now stood between them like an impassable chasm? Watching Chu Qianyun fade into the distance, Chen Feng's gaze softened with profound reflection. Since his ennoblement after that legendary battle, his status had quietly ascended, second only to the divine transformation cultivators across the entire Great Chu. He stood apart from worldly affairs, sovereign over the lawless frontier, which had become his private domain. In half a month then, Chen Feng murmured softly to himself before turning away. In his hand materialized the great cloud sword. Lightning and wildfire rippled across the void around it. Clang upon clang rang out unceasingly. He would reforge the great cloud sword, not merely as a weapon, but as a gift for Chu Tianhuan, a farewell token for one of the few true friends he had ever known in this immortal cultivation world. In the years ahead, his circle would inevitably shrink. Chen Feng's gaze no longer lingered upon the lands of the Great Chu alone. It stretched toward Lingwen Daozhou and Tianan territory. And there was also the promise he had made to a certain spirit fox maiden, to seek her out in due time. Time slipped by like mist until at last a long sword emerged, golden-hued, inscribed with the characters Tianhun along its blade. Yet even so, its power was terrifying, unmatched across the Great Chu and all neighboring realms. No cultivator elsewhere possessed the art to forge such a spirit treasure. As Chen Feng gripped the blade, spiritual energy flowed into it with seamless silken grace. Yet even so, its power was terrifying, unmatched across the Great Chu and all neighboring realms. No cultivator elsewhere possessed the art to forge such a spirit treasure. As Chen Feng gripped the blade, spiritual energy flowed into it with seamless silken grace. It dwarfed even supreme-grade magical artifacts, beyond measure in strength. A sliver of sentience had already awakened within it, with proper nurturing its might would only deepen. Sever. In the rear courtyard of Chun Manor, the Tianhun sword had barely manifested before Chen Feng wielded it to till the earth. Dozens of li were excavated, vast reservoirs of water spirit energy surging inward. A great river was dammed and redirected. The water spirit tree was transplanted here, its core buried deep alongside the entire sacred root system. At its very heart lay a suppression formation cast by the southern radiance Immortal. Its unlocking would require time. With the imperial banquet imminent, Chen Feng chose not to unravel it just yet. No wonder such commotion. I see this tree. Xia Jiao strode forward, appearing before Chen Feng, her eyes fixed upon a small azure lake, and the luminous blue tree standing serenely within it. Her gaze held a trace of curiosity as she studied it closely. Of the 3 spirit plants cultivated within the manor, Chen Feng granted his consorts full access, no secrets kept. Thus Xia Jiao knew instinctively this plant was extraordinary. This is the water spirit tree, a boon to water affinity cultivators. Training beneath its boughs doubles one's progress. Xia Jiao's eyes lit up as she thought of her granddaughter. Perfect. This will greatly aid Shishi's cultivation. Perhaps she'll break through to the nascent soul realm before long. Chen Feng nodded. Indeed. But where has Shishi vanished to? I haven't seen her since returning. Xia Jiao spoke softly. She departed for trials in the celestial spirit realm. Sent word to Chior and me just days ago. Chen Feng gently massaged his temples. Let the child venture forth, she was grown. Behind him, Xia Jiao tenderly kneaded his shoulders, and together they gazed silently upon the rippling lake. Turning, Chen Feng gently took her hand, then swept her effortlessly into his arms. With a mischievous grin, he murmured, Jiao, how long has it been since we truly connected? Xia Jiao gazed at his teasing expression, bit her lower lip, and lightly punched his chest, her eyes shimmering with playful reproach. Weren't you terribly busy? Not at all. Look, the springtime air is perfect. Chen Feng scratched his head, then waved his hand toward the empty ground before them. Longevity, true qi bloomed outward. Countless blossoms and verdant herbs sprang forth. Exquisite, breathtaking. Xia Jiao covered her mouth with a soft laugh. But winter draws near. I say it is spring, and so it is. Chen Feng chuckled, warmth softening the corners of his lips. An invisible dome of energy shimmered into existence around them. Rascal, she whispered. Delicate petals trembled in response. Tiny blades of grass pierced the soil, rising tall and vibrant. The autumnal hues dissolved, replaced in that instant by the tender green of rebirth. After their tender reunion, Xia Jiao nestled peacefully in Chen Feng's powerful, steadfast embrace. Chen Feng brushed a finger playfully across her delicate nose and smiled. I depart for the imperial capital in 2 days. Is it about Chu Tianan? Yes. Xia Jiao rose to dress, but Chen Feng drew her close once more. Stay. Chu domain. Imperial capital. That day the imperial capital teemed with unprecedented crowds. Princes and princesses returned from afar. Great clans of the great Chu eminent cultivators all converged upon the capital. All for one reason alone. The coronation of the great Chu's new emperor. A realm-wide celebration. Yet the very protagonist of this historic event, Chu Tianhun, had dismissed every ceremonial preparation. Instead, he received his oldest friend. Brother Chen Feng, long have we been apart. Indeed, long indeed. Chen Feng grinned, and pulled Chu Tianhun into a warm, vigorous embrace. Though bound by mutual interest, their friendship ran deep. Chu Tianhun felt the same. Raised within the imperial court, he possessed no true companions. There were only political alliances, teams assembled, not friendships forged. Even Chu Qianyun treated him with dutiful reverence, not intimacy. Master and subject, nothing more. Only Chen Feng saw past titles and constraints, never once swayed by his royal lineage. After today, I shall have to address you as your majesty. For once Chen Feng teased lightly, his gaze resting upon Chu Tianhun with quiet reverence. A shadow of sorrow flitted across Chu Tianhuan's eyes. Yes, once crowned, everything would change. Outwardly, he ruled the entire Great Chu. Yet inwardly, he stood utterly alone. On the immortal path, emotions grew sparse, affection scarce. And now imperial burdens weighed heavier still. His expression turned complex. Yet he met Chen Feng's gaze with a radiant, unrestrained smile. To hell with it. Tonight we drink without restraint. He produced several sealed jars of wine. Holding one aloft, he declared, drawn from the imperial secret vault, said to date back to the Mingwang era. Only these remain. Cheers. With one swift motion, he tossed the jar's lid toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng caught it midair and drank, deeply laughing. Let right and wrong fade. Tonight wine is all that matters. In that fleeting moment, he tasted the rare sweetness of cross-world friendship. His sole confidant, Wan Wuzai, had long since drifted away. And soon Chu Tianhun too would follow that same inevitable course. Tonight wine is all that matters. Splendid. Magnificent. Chu Tianhun roared with laughter, and raised his jar high, drinking without pause. After hours of revelry, Chu Tianhun led Chen Feng off to seek amusement. When they stumbled tipsy and unsteady to their destination, Chen Feng froze. The Jade Breeze Pavilion, the most renowned pleasure quarter across the entire Great Chu. 3 bold, gleaming characters hung above the entrance. Chen Feng stared speechless for several breaths. Before he could protest, Chu Tianhun tugged him firmly inside. Brother Tianhuan, you really? Chen Feng said helplessly as the other party was set to ascend the throne tomorrow. To come to such a place the night before. If someone were to catch him, it would be quite strange. Moreover, as a respected king, being seen in such a situation would surely lead to some scandalous rumors. Today I am still free, but from now on I can only sit alone in the high hall. Chu Tianhun said with a drunken smile, waving his hand indifferently. Moreover, the women here are quite discerning. They must find you appealing, otherwise there's no chance for any story to unfold. Before Chen Feng could respond, a cheerful female voice rang in his ears. What this esteemed guest says is true. My BU pavilion is incomparable to those other places. A woman dressed splendidly with exquisite features and an alluring demeanor radiating a ripe charm gracefully approached with a seductive sway. At first glance, she appeared to be in the prime of her youth. However, in the world of cultivation, judging a person's true age by their appearance is a grave mistake. Just then another guest walked by, evidently a familiar face. Upon seeing the woman before him, he instinctively held his breath, as if mesmerized. Chen Feng and his companion exchanged glances, their gaze fixed on the woman. The woman didn't even glance at the newly arrived guest. Instead, she smiled gently at the two, saying, both of you are individuals of great significance, but since you are here, you are my guests. Please come in. With a charming smile, she slipped her arm around Chen Feng, and then looked at Chu Tianhun. The latter slightly stepped back, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. Since we are here today, I hope you won't hold back, and take good care of us. Chu Tianhun said in a low voice as he walked straight in. Follow me. She smiled, and led Chen Feng into the pavilion. Chen Feng slightly frowned, but did not refuse. As he got closer, he sensed her power. She was actually at the late stage of nascent soul. No wonder this was the premier establishment in Chu. He noted the wariness in Chu Tianhun's eyes. However, Chen Feng was unfazed, turning to the woman beside him and casually embracing her. Since you want to play the role of a courtesan, then go all the way with it. She clearly knew their identities, otherwise would a nascent soul expert personally greet guests. The woman's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of discomfort, but she soon regained her composure and leaned into Chen Feng's embrace. Chen Feng smiled slightly and whispered in her ear, didn't you say that this place is not like those ordinary venues? How is it that you seem to have taken a liking to me? She looked up, meeting Chen Feng's handsome face, feeling his solid chest. The prince is indeed a rare talent, who I have great admiration for you. The moment I stepped in, my heart was already bound to you. She revealed her true identity without surprise. Looking at her face, Chen Feng chuckled, what about is she not as good as I am? The woman's expression froze for a moment, a hint of sorrow flashing in her eyes. Chen Feng laughed heartily. Let's go then. Since you say you are fond of me, would you mind accompanying me for a drink? Of course. Chen Feng did not pursue the topic further, and she smiled as well. Follow me to the top floor. In the next moment, the two appeared on the upper level. Chu Tianhun was embracing a beautiful woman and looked at Chen Feng in surprise. Haha, brother Chen Feng, you are quite impressive. The top floor was luxuriously decorated, exquisitely opulent, yet exuding a unique charm amidst the extravagance. Chen Feng with the woman in his arms sat across from Chu Tianhan. Brother Tianhuan, I didn't expect you to. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows at him, glancing at the beauty he was holding. He said with a tone of satisfaction, Brother Chen Feng, her name is Jejia. I've known her for many years and now I must fulfill my promise. Once I ascend the throne, I will marry her as my consort. Chen Feng's eyes showed a hint of shock. What a domineering emperor falling for a flirtatious woman. It seemed the other party had anticipated Chen Feng's reaction. He smiled and said, be a ruler, be yourself. Just these 6 words made Chen Feng look at him with a complex expression, shaking his head lightly and smiling. Then I wish Brother Tianhan to always be himself, and I also wish Miss Jejia to walk hand in hand with Brother Tianhan on the path to immortality. Chu Tianhan smiled and replied, today, let's just be ourselves. Jejia, call your sisters out for a song and dance for me and Brother Chen Feng. The girl named Jejia stood up and smiled, saying, I will go call Sister Yinger right away. After she left, Chen Feng looked at the woman beside him and asked, may I have the honor of knowing your name? You may call me. Biyun poured 3 cups of wine and softly said, this wine is brewed by me personally, but takes 10 years to produce, just 6 pounds. Even for distinguished guests, I would not serve it. But today is different. You two are the most distinguished guests in Dechu. How could I dare not serve fine wine? This wine is called Biyu Zue. I toast to both of you with this cup. Saying this, Biyun raised her head and drank it all at once. A complex expression appeared in Chu Tianhuan's eyes as he smiled and raised his glass to Chen Feng. Even my father didn't have the chance to drink this wine while he was alive. Cheers. After saying this, he too drank it, all a look of intoxication appearing on his face. Chen Feng noted their conversation in his mind and drained his cup. He thought to himself that this was excellent wine, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Sister Yinger, Brother Tianhan has come today and brought a distinguished guest with him. I invite you to dance for us. Guess who that distinguished guest is? Jejia pushed open the door, appearing the woman named Yinger looked at Jejia and smiled. You little girl, even after so many years as a cultivator, you are still so reckless. Tomorrow you will leave your sister's side and get married. Sister Yinger. Jejia's face flushed with shyness. Yinger chuckled, smoothing Jejia's hair. Jejia took the opportunity to lean in and whispered in her ear, guess who this time's distinguished guest is? Who? Yinger seemed somewhat indifferent, wondering who could possibly be beside Chu Tianhan. Just royal relatives, perhaps. Jejia leaned in closer and whispered, the king of southern Zhen, Chen Feng. King of southern Zhen. Yinger suddenly stood up, her hand shaking. Ouch! Yinger still held a few strands of hair, while Jejia looked at her with a pitiful expression. Yinger hurriedly leaned over, rubbing her silky hair with a hint of apology on her face. I'm sorry, Jejia, I was too excited just now. Yinger's eyes sparkled with excitement. The name of king of southern Zhen was like thunder in her ears. She was originally from the Daoist dynasty, a lady of a prominent family. Originally, life was filled with happiness, until the new emperor of the Great Cloud ascended to the throne. Due to her father's misalignment and his connection with her mother, everything changed. She became the primary target for persecution. Her entire clan was slaughtered, and her mother was taken away. She escaped her homeland and found herself in the Great Chu, where she was taken in by Baiyun. With deep-seated hatred and vengeance, her sole purpose in life became to kill the emperor of the Great Cloud and exact revenge. However, this goal felt impossibly distant. She once vowed in her heart that if anyone could kill the emperor of the Great Cloud, she would repay them with her gratitude, even if it was merely a wishful thought. Let's go. She seemed a bit impatient, eager to see what kind of person Chen Feng truly was. The man who had slain the emperor of the Great Cloud, the king of the south in Great Chu. Seeing the two return, Baiyu smiled and said, Yinger is our top performer at Baiyu Pavilion. Countless nobles and young masters wish to see her, but they often cannot. Chen Feng turned to look as well. She indeed had the appearance of a noble lady, her looks pure and charming. Noticing him gaze back, Chen Feng nodded gently and smiled in response. Yinger, perform a dance first, then play a tune for our esteemed guests. Understood, mother. The two nodded with smiles. Yinger glanced at Chen Feng several times while Jia Jia held a pipa and began to play. As the music played, she seemed like a celestial being, her red attire blazing like fire, her dance captivating. By the end of the performance, everyone was entranced. Wonderful. Chen Feng applauded, his eyes reflecting admiration as he sincerely praised. He couldn't help but think of verses from his past life. Unconsciously, he exclaimed, truly a glance over the shoulder brings forth 100 charms, while the beauties of the 6 palaces pale in comparison. Beside him, Baiyu was also taken aback. Yinger's face flushed slightly as she savored the line of poetry, her gaze filled with surprise. Her fondness for Chen Feng increased exponentially. Chu Tianhan was equally astonished. Next, it was Yinger's turn to play while Jia Jia danced. A beautiful melody from the pipa began, enchanting all who listened. Jia Jia's dance was no less impressive, stunning in its grace. After the dance concluded, her gaze fell upon Chu Tianhan. His expression stiffened slightly as he cast a resentful glance at Chen Feng. He could only clap and smile approvingly. Brother Chen Feng, you truly. Chu Tianhun sighed inwardly, pulling Jia Jia closer. Yinger also took the initiative to walk up to Chen Feng, feeling a bit shy. Seeing her gaze, Bai Yun's heart sank, and she let out a soft sigh. She knew that her concerns had come to pass. This servant Shangguan Ying greets the king of the south. Chen Feng raised his hand to stop her, speaking mildly. Missing need not be so formal here. There is no king of the south, only Chen Feng, or simply a guest. She quickly responded, saying, Greetings, guest. May I pour you some wine? Chen Feng, taken aback, looked at her, and then turned to Bai Yun. Bai Yun remained silent, closing her eyes. Chen Feng seemed to sense a certain atmosphere, yet he didn't refuse. That would be great, thank you. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Ying's face lit up with joy. She stood beside Chen Feng and began to pour the wine. Missing, please sit down. Chen Feng said gently to the girl beside him. She hesitated for a moment, and Bai Yun suddenly opened her eyes. Yinger, the guest has spoken to sit down and serve him well. Shangguan Ying was taken aback, her expression complex, as she looked at Bai Yun with some guilt. Thank you, mother. Shangguan Ying's face brightened, and she said solemnly. Bai Yun waved her hand and shifted slightly to the side. This atmosphere feels off. Chen Feng's expression changed as he glanced sideways at Bai Yun, and then at the somewhat bewildered Shangguan Ying beside him. Beside Chu Tianhuan, a wave of sound transmission occurred. He was taken aback and enviously glanced at Chen Feng. Brother Chen Feng is truly fortunate. Come, let's continue drinking. He lifted his cup and looked at Chen Feng. His gaze turned to Shangguan Ying. Missing, please join us too. Next to Chen Feng, Bai Yun's breathing became slightly heavier. Shangguan Ying appeared a bit flustered. Seeing this, Chen Feng poured a cup of wine and pushed it in front of her. He poured another cup for Bai Yun, looking at her with a smile. Miss Bai Yun, this wine is poured personally by the guest. Oh, let's drink together. Bai Yun opened her eyes, her gaze sweeping over Chen Feng and Chu Tianhun before slowly shaking her head. With a hint of resentment, she downed the wine in front of her. In this moment, there was none of the intentionally seductive charm from before, but a boldness mixed with a touch of stunning allure. Drops of wine fell, soaking the fabric on the bowtie's chest. Chen Feng couldn't help but glance a few more times. He laughed heartily. What a bold spirit. He raised his cup and drank it all after clinking glasses with Chu Tianhun. After finishing, Chen Feng pulled her into his embrace, laughing. What's wrong? Now that Yinger is here, you're feeling... As Chen Feng embraced her, she struggled slightly, only to be playfully restrained by him. Realizing she couldn't resist, she quieted down. Across from them, Chu Tianhuan's face twitched slightly. He didn't look over anymore, but clinked cups with Jia Jia instead. The group concealed their inner thoughts. Chu Tianhun also revealed a side of himself that others had not seen. After finishing the wine, he placed his hand on Chen Feng's shoulder and said, Brother Chen Feng, I know you are extraordinary. After tomorrow, I will be the emperor of Great Chu. I hope we can still be, as we are now, shoulder to shoulder, calling each other brothers. The road ahead will be too lonely, he murmured. Chen Feng also paused, nodding gently. Then it settled. In front of others, you are the emperor of Great Chu, and behind closed doors, you are my Tianhun brother. Chen Feng laughed heartily. Ha! Chu Tianhun chuckled, the hand resting on Chen Feng's shoulder growing heavier. I must take my leave now, brother Chen Feng. From now on you will still be my brother Chen Feng. Chu Tianhun departed, taking Jia Jia with him as they left Bayou Pavilion. Chen Feng stood at the door watching him go. Snowflakes fell from the sky, marking the transition from late autumn to early winter, adding a touch of chill. Guess would you like to stay at the inn? A voice came from behind as Bai Yun leaned against the door frame, looking at Chen Feng with a charming smile. Stay at the inn. Chen Feng laughed, shaking off the snowflakes that had settled on him, pulling the beauty close. A hint of crimson appeared on her face. If others were to see this, they would surely be taken aback. Inside the room, Chen Feng released Bai Yun and sat beside the table. A jade-green wine pot appeared in his hand, shaking it in front of Bai Yun. Taste the good wine I brewed. You can brew wine. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. Of course, Chen Feng smiled, placing the wine pot in the center. He then took out 3 small cups, looking at Bai Yun with a smile, and saying, let her come in.